Taltos, Lives of the Mayfair Witches, by Anne Rice. Read by Laura Gianarelli. The Garden of Love. I went to the Garden of Love, and saw what I never had seen. A chapel was built in the midst, where I used to play on the green. And the gates of this chapel were shut, and thou shalt not writ over the door. So I turned to the Garden of Love, that so many sweet flowers bore. And I saw it was filled with graves, and tombstones where flowers should be, and priests in black gowns were walking their rounds, and binding with briars my joys and desires. From Songs of Experience, William Blake. Taltos. 1. It had snowed all day. As the darkness fell, very close and quickly, he stood at the window looking down on the tiny figures in Central Park. A perfect circle of light fell on the snow beneath each lamp. Skaters moved on the frozen lake, though he could not make them out in detail, and cars pushed sluggishly over the dark roads. To his right and his left, the skyscrapers of Midtown crowded near him. But nothing came between him and the park, except, that is, for a jungle of lower buildings, rooftops with gardens and great black hulking pieces of equipment, and sometimes even pointed roofs. He loved this view. It always surprised him when others found it so unusual, when a workman coming to fix an office machine would volunteer that he'd never seen New York like this before. Sad that there was no marble tower for everyone, that there was no series of towers to which all the people could go to look out at varying heights. Make a note. Build a series of towers which have no function except to be parks in the sky for the people. Use all the beautiful marbles which you so love. Maybe he would do that this year. Very likely he would do it. And the libraries. He wanted to establish more of these, and that would mean some travel. But he would do all this, yes, and soon. After all, the parks were almost completed now, and the little schools had been opened in 7 cities. The carousels had been opened in 20 different places. Granted, the animals were synthetic, but each was a meticulous and indestructible reproduction of a famous European hand-carved masterpiece. People loved the carousels, but it was a time for a spate of new plans. The winter had caught him dreaming. In the last century he had put into material form 100 such ideas, and this year's little triumphs had their comforting charm. He had made an antique carousel within this building, all of the original old horses, lions, and such that had provided molds for his replicas. The museum of classic automobiles now filled one level of the basement. The public flocked to see the Model Ts, the Stutz Bearcats, the MGTDs with their wire wheels. And of course there were the doll museums, in large, well-lighted rooms on 2 floors above the lobby. The company showcase, filled with the dolls he'd collected from all parts of the world. And the private museum, open only now and then, including the dolls which he himself had personally cherished. Now and then he slipped downstairs to watch the people, to walk through the crowds, never unnoticed, but at least unknown. A creature 7 feet in height can't avoid the eyes of people. That had been true forever. But a rather amusing thing had happened in the last 200 years. Human beings had gotten taller, and now, miracle of miracles, even at his height he did not stand out so very much. People gave him a second glance, of course, but they weren't frightened of him any more. Indeed, occasionally, a human male came into the building who was in fact taller than he was. Of course, the staff would alert him. They thought it one of his little quirks that he wanted such people reported to him. They found it amusing. He didn't mind. He liked to see people smile and laugh. "Mr. Rash, there's a tall one down here, camera 5. He'd turned to the bank of small glowing screens and quickly catch sight of the individual. Only human. He usually knew for certain right away. Once in a great while he wasn't sure of it, and he went down in the silent, speeding elevator and walked near the person long enough to ascertain from a score of details that this was only a man. Other dreams. Small play buildings for children, made exquisitely out of space-age plastics with rich and intricate detail. He saw small cathedrals, castles, palaces, perfect replicas of the larger architectural treasures, produced with lightning speed and cost-effective, as the board would put it. There would be numerous sizes, from dwellings for dolls to houses which children could enter themselves, and carousel horses for sale, made of wood resin, which almost anyone could afford. Hundreds could be given to schools, hospitals, other such institutions. Then there was the ongoing obsession. Truly beautiful dolls for poor children, dolls that would not break and could be cleaned with ease, but that he had been working on, more or less, since the new century dawned. For the last 5 years he had produced cheaper and cheaper dolls, dolls superior to those before them, dolls of new chemical materials, dolls that were durable and lovable. Yet still they cost too much for poor children. This year he would try something entirely different. He had plans on the drawing board, a couple of promising prototypes. Perhaps. He felt a consoling warmth steal through him as he thought of these many projects, for they would take him hundreds of years. Long ago, in ancient times, as they called them, he had dreamed of monuments, great circles of stone for all to see, a dance of giants in the high grass of the plains. Even modest towers had obsessed him for decades, and once the lettering of beautiful books had taken all his joy for centuries. But in these playthings of the modern world, these dolls, these tiny images of people, not children really, for dolls never really did look like children, he had found a strange and challenging obsession. Monuments were for those who traveled to see them. The dolls and toys he refined and manufactured reached every country on the globe. Indeed, machines had made all sorts of new and beautiful objects available for people of all nations, the rich, the impoverished, those in need of comfort or sustenance and shelter, those kept in sanitariums and asylums which they could never leave. His company had been his redemption. Even his wildest and most daring ideas had been put into successful production. Indeed, he did not understand why other toy companies made so few innovations, why cookie-cutter dolls with vapid faces lined the shelves of emporiums, why the ease of manufacture had not produced a wilderness of originality and invention. Unlike his joyless colleagues, with each of his triumphs, he had taken greater risks. It didn't make him happy to drive others out of the market. No, competition was still something he could only grasp intellectually. His secret belief was that the number of potential buyers in today's world was unlimited. There was room for anyone marketing anything of worth. And within these walls, within this soaring and dangerous tower of steel and glass, he enjoyed his triumphs in a state of pure bliss which he could share with no one else. No one else. Only the dolls could share it. The dolls who stood on the glass shelves against the walls of colored marble. The dolls who stood on pedestals in the corners. The dolls who clustered together on his broad wooden desk. His Bru, his princess, his French beauty, a century old. She was his most enduring witness. Not a day passed that he didn't go down to the second floor of the building and visit the Bru, a bisque darling of impeccable standards, 3 feet tall, her mohair curls intact, her painted face a masterpiece, her torso and wooden legs as perfect now as they were when the French company had manufactured her for the Paris market over 100 years ago. That had been her allure, that she was a thing for hundreds of children to enjoy. A pinnacle had been reached in her of craft and mass production. Even her factory clothes of silk represented that special achievement, not for one, but for many. There had been years when, wandering the world, he had carried her with him, taking her out of the suitcase at times just to look into her glass eyes, just to tell her his thoughts, his feelings, his dreams. In the night, in squalid, lonely rooms, he had seen the light glint in her ever-watchful eyes. And now she was housed in glass, and thousands saw her yearly, and all the other antique Brou dolls now clustered around her. Sometimes he wanted to sneak her upstairs, put her on a bedroom shelf. Who would care? Who would dare say anything? Wealth surrounds one with a blessed silence, he thought. People think before they speak. They feel they have to. He could talk to the doll again if he wanted to. In the museum he was silent when they met, the glass of the case separating them. Patiently she waited to be reclaimed, the humble inspiration for his empire. Of course, this company of his, this enterprise of his, as it was so often called by papers and magazines, was predicated on the development of an industrial and mechanical matrix which had existed now for only 300 years. What if war were to destroy it? But dolls and toys gave him such sweet happiness that he imagined he would never hereafter be without them. Even if war reduced the world to rubble, he would make little figures of wood or clay and paint them himself. Sometimes he saw himself this way, alone in the ruins. He saw New York as it might have appeared in a science fiction movie, dead and silent and filled with overturned columns and broken pediments and shattered glass. He saw himself sitting on a broken stone stairway, making a doll from sticks and tying it together with bits of cloth which he took quietly and respectfully from a dead woman's silk dress. But who would have imagined that such things would have caught his fancy? That wandering a century ago through a wintry street in Paris, he would turn and gaze into a shop window, into the glass eyes of his Brou, and fall passionately in love. Of course, his breed had always been known for its capacity to play, to cherish, to enjoy. Perhaps it was not at all surprising. Though studying a breed when you were one of the only surviving specimens of it was a tricky situation, especially for one who could not love medical philosophy or terminology, whose memory was good but far from preternatural, whose sense of the past was often deliberately relinquished to a childlike immersion in the present, and a general fear of thinking in terms of millennia or eons or whatever people wanted to call the great spans of time which he himself had witnessed, lived through, struggled to endure, and finally cheerfully forgotten in this great enterprise suited to his few and special talents. Nevertheless, he did study his own breed, making and recording meticulous notes on himself. And he was not good at predicting the future, or so he felt. A low hum came to his ears. He knew it was the coils beneath the marble floor, gently heating the room around him. He fancied he could feel the heat coming up through his shoes. It was never chilly or smotheringly hot in his tower. The coils took care of him. If only such comfort could belong to the entire world outside. If only all could know abundant food, warmth. His company sent millions in aid to those who lived in deserts and jungles across the seas, but he was never really sure who received what, who benefited. In the first days of motion pictures and later television, he had thought war would end, hunger would end. People could not bear to see it on the screen before them. How foolish a thought. There seems to be more war and more hunger now than ever. On every continent, tribe fought tribe. Millions starved. So much to be done. Why make such careful choices? Why not do everything? The snow had begun again, with flakes so tiny he could barely see them. They appeared to melt when they hit the dark streets below. But those streets were some 60 floors down. He couldn't be certain. Half-melted snow was piled in the gutters and on the nearby roof. In a little while, things would be freshly white again, perhaps, and in this sealed and warm room one could imagine the entire city dead and ruined, as if by pestilence which did not crumble buildings, but killed the warm-blooded beings which lived within them, like termites in wooden walls. The sky was black. That was the one thing he did not like about snow. You lost the sky when you had it. And he did so love the skies over New York City, the full panoramic skies which the people in the streets never really saw. Towers. Build them towers, he said. Make a big museum high up in the sky with terraces around it. Bring them up in glass elevators, heavenward to see. Towers for pleasure among all these towers that men had built for commerce and gain. A thought took him suddenly, an old thought really, that often came to him and prodded him to meditate and perhaps even to surmise. The first writings in all the world had been commercial lists of goods bought and sold. This was what was in the cuneiform tablets found at Jericho, inventories. The same had been true at Mycenae. No one had thought it important then to write down his or her ideas or thoughts. Buildings had been wholly different. The grandest were houses of worship, temples, or great mud-brick ziggurats faced in limestone which men had climbed to sacrifice to the gods, the circle of Sarsens on the Salisbury Plain. Now, 7,000 years later, the greatest buildings were commercial buildings. They were inscribed with the names of banks or great corporations or immense private companies, such as his own. From his window he could see these names burning in bright, coarse block letters through the snowy sky, through the dark that wasn't really dark. As for temples and places of worship, they were relics, or almost not. Somewhere down there he could pick out the steeples of St. Patrick's if he tried. But it was a shrine now to the past, more than a vibrant center of communal religious spirit. And it looked quaint, reaching to the skies amid the tall, indifferent glass buildings around it. It was majestic only from the street. The scribes of Jericho would have understood this shift, he thought. On the other hand, perhaps they would not. He barely understood it himself, yet the implications seemed mammoth and more wonderful than human beings knew. This commerce, this endless multiplicity of beautiful and useful things, could save the world ultimately, if only planned obsolescence, mass destruction of last year's goods, the rush to antiquate or render irrelevant others' designs. It was the result of a tragic lack of vision. Only the most limited implications of the marketplace theory were to blame for it. The real revolution came not in the cycle of make and destroy, but in a great inventive and endless expansion. Old dichotomies had to fall. In his darling brew and her factory-assembled parts, in the pocket calculators carried by millions on the street, in the light, beautiful stroke of rolling ball pens, in $5 Bibles, and in toys, beautiful toys sold on drugstore shelves for pennies. There lay salvation. It seemed he could get his mind around it. He could penetrate it, make tight, easily explainable theories, if only Mr. Ash. It was a soft voice that interrupted him. Nothing more was required. He'd trained them all. Don't make a sound with the door. Speak quietly. I'll hear you. And this voice came from Remick, who was gentle by nature, an Englishman, with a little Celtic blood, though Remick didn't know it. A manservant who had been indispensable in this last decade, though the time would soon come when, For security's sake, Remick must be sent away. Mr. Ash, the young woman's here. Thank you, Remick, he said, in a voice that was even softer than that of his servant. In the dark window glass, if he let himself, he could see Remick's reflection, a comely man with small, very brilliant blue eyes. They were too close together, these eyes, but the face was not unattractive, and it wore always a look of such quiet and non-dramatic devotion that he had grown to love it, to love Remick himself. There were lots of dolls in the world with eyes too close together, in particular the French dolls made years ago by Jumeau and Schmidt and Sons and Huret and Petit and de Montier, with moon faces and glittering glass eyes crowding their little porcelain noses, with mouths so tiny they seemed at first glance to be tiny buds or bee stings. Everybody loved these dolls, the bee sting queens. When you loved dolls and studied them, you started to love all kinds of people, too, because you saw the virtue in their expressions, how carefully they had been sculpted, the parts contrived to create the triumph of this or that remarkable face. Sometimes he walked through Manhattan, deliberately seeing every face as made, no nose, no ear, no wrinkle accidental. She's having some tea, sir. She was terribly cold when she arrived. We didn't send a car for her, Remick? Yes, sir, but she's cold nevertheless. It's very cold outside, sir. But it's warm in the museum, surely. You took her there, didn't you? Sir, she came up directly. She is so excited, you understand. He turned, throwing one bright gleam of a smile, or so he hoped it was, on Remick, and then waving him away with the smallest gesture that the man could see. He walked to the doors of the adjoining office, across the floor of Carrara marble, and looked beyond that room to yet another, also paved, as were all his rooms in shining marble, where the young woman sat alone at the desk. He could see her profile. He could see that she was anxious. He could see that she wanted the tea, but then she didn't. She didn't know what to do with her hands. Sir, your hair. Will you allow me? Remick touched his arm. Must we? Yes, sir, we really ought to. Remick had his soft little brush out, the kind that men used because they could not be seen using the same kind of brush as women, and reaching up, Remick brought it quickly and firmly through his hair. Hair that ought to be trimmed and cut, Remick had said, hair that fell sloppily and defiantly over his collar. Remick stood back, rocking on the balls of his feet. Now you look splendid, Mr. Ash, he said with raised eyebrows, even if it is a bit long. He made a soft chuckle. You're afraid I'll frighten her, aren't you? He asked, teasingly, affectionately. Surely you don't really care what she thinks. Sir, I care that you look your best always, for your own benefit. Of course you do, he said quietly. I love you for it. He walked towards the young woman, and as he drew closer he made a polite and decent amount of noise. Slowly she turned her head. She looked up. She saw him, and there came the inevitable shock. He extended his arms as he approached. She rose, beaming, and she clasped his hands. Warm, firm grip. She looked at his hands, at the fingers, and at the palms. I surprise you, Miss Paget? He asked, offering her his most gracious smile. My hair has been groomed for your approval. Do I look so very bad? Mr. Ash, you look fabulous, she said quickly. She had a crisp California-style voice. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that you would be so tall. Of course, everyone said you were. And do I look like a kindly man, Miss Paget? They say this of me, too. He spoke slowly. Often Americans could not understand his British accent. Oh, yes, Mr. Ash, she said, very kindly. And your hair is so nice and long. I love your hair, Mr. Ash. This was really very gratifying, very amusing. He hoped that Remick was listening. But wealth makes people withhold judgment on what you have done. It makes them search for the good in your choices, your style. It brings out not the obsequious, but the more thoughtful side of humans. At least sometimes. She was plainly telling the truth. Her eyes feasted on him, and he loved it. He gave her hands a tender squeeze, and then he let them go. As he moved around the desk, she took her seat again, eyes still locked upon him. Her own face was narrow and deeply lined for one so young. Her eyes were bluish-violet. She was beautiful in her own way, ashen-haired, disheveled yet graceful, in exquisitely crushed old clothes. Yes, don't throw them away. Save them from the thrift shop rack. Reinvent them with nothing more than a few stitches and an iron. The destiny of manufactured things lies in durability and changing context. Crushed silk beneath fluorescent light, elegant patterns with buttons of plastic in colors never achieved within geological strata, with stockings of such strong nylon they could have been made into braided rope of incalculable strength, if only people didn't rip them off and toss them into wastebaskets. So many things to do, ways to see. If he had the contents of every wastebasket in Manhattan, he could make another billion just from what he would find there. I admire your work, Miss Paget, he said. It's a pleasure to meet you at last. He gestured to the top of the desk. It was littered with large color photographs of her dolls. Was it possible she hadn't noticed these? She seemed overcome with pleasure, her cheeks reddening. Perhaps she was even a little infatuated with his style and manner. He wasn't sure. He did tend to infatuate people, sometimes without trying to do it. Mr. Ash, she said, this is one of the most important days of my life. She said it as if trying to realize it, and then she became silently flustered, perhaps because she thought she had said too much in saying what really mattered. She let his smile brighten, and dipped his head slightly, as he often did, a trait people remarked on, so that he appeared to be looking up at her for a moment, though he was much taller than she. I want your dolls, Miss Paget, he said, all of them. I'm very pleased with what you've done. You've worked so well in all the new materials. Your dolls aren't like anyone else's. That's what I want. She was smiling in spite of herself. It was always a thrilling moment, this, for them and for him. He loved making her happy. Have my lawyers presented everything? Are you quite sure of the terms? Yes, Mr. Ash, I understand everything. I accept your offer completely. This is my dream. She said the last word with gentle emphasis, and this time she did not falter or blush. Miss Paget, you need someone to bargain for you, he scolded. But if I've ever cheated anyone, I don't remember it. And I would honestly like to be reminded so that I could correct what I've done. I'm yours, Mr. Ash, she said. Her eyes had brightened, but they were not filling with tears. The terms are generous. The materials are dazzling. The method... She gave a little shake of her head. Well, I don't really understand the mass production methods, but I know your dolls. I've been hanging around in the stores just looking at everything marketed by Ashlar. I know this is simply going to be great. Like so many, she had made her dolls in her kitchen, then in a garage workroom, firing the clay in a kiln she could barely afford. She had haunted flea markets for her fabrics. She had taken her inspiration from figures in motion pictures and in novels. Her works had been one of a kind and limited edition, the sort of thing they liked in the exclusive doll shops and galleries. She had won awards, both large and small. But her molds could be used now for something utterly different. 500,000 beautiful renditions of one doll, and another, out of a vinyl so skillfully worked that it would look as lovely as porcelain, with eyes painted as brilliantly as if they were real glass. But what about the names, Miss Paget? Why won't you choose the dolls' names? The dolls have never had names for me, Mr. Ash, she said, and the names you chose are fine. You know you'll be rich soon, Miss Paget. So they tell me, she said. She seemed suddenly vulnerable, indeed, fragile. But you have to keep your appointments with us. You have to approve each step. It won't take so much time, really. I'm going to love it, Mr. Ash. I want to see anything that you make immediately. You'll call us. Yes. But don't be sure you will enjoy the process here. As you have observed, manufacture is not the same thing as crafting or creating. Well, it is, but seldom do people see it that way. Artists don't always see mass production as an ally. He did not have to explain his old reasoning, that he did not care for the one-of-a-kinds and the limited editions, that he cared only for dolls that could belong to everyone. And he would take these molds of hers, and he would produce dolls from them year after year, varying them only when there seemed a reason to do it. Everyone knew this about him now, that he had no interest in elitist values or ideas. Any questions about our contracts, Miss Paget? Don't hesitate to put these questions directly to me. Mr. Ash, I've signed your contract. She gave another little riff of laughter, distinctly careless and young. I'm so glad, Miss Paget, he said. Prepare to be famous. He brought up his hands and folded them on the desk. Naturally, she was looking at them. She was wondering at their immense size. Mr. Ash, I know you're busy. Our appointment's for 15 minutes. He nodded as if to say, this is not important. Go on. Let me ask you, why do you like my dolls? I mean, really, Mr. Ash. He thought for a moment. Of course there's a stock answer, he said, which is wholly true, that your dolls are original, as you've said. But what I like, Miss Paget, is that your dolls are all smiling broadly. Their eyes are crinkled. Their faces are in motion. They have shining teeth. You can almost hear them laugh. That was the risk, Mr. Ash. Suddenly she herself laughed, and looked for 1 second as happy as her creations. I know, Miss Paget. Are you perhaps going to make me some very sad children now? I don't know if I can. Make what you want. I'm behind you. Don't make sad children. Too many other artists do that well. He started to rise, slowly, the signal of dismissal, and he wasn't surprised when she rushed to her feet. Thank you, Mr. Ash, she said again, reaching for his hand, his huge, long-fingered hand. I can't tell you how much. You don't have to. He let her take his hand. Sometimes people didn't want to touch him a second time. Sometimes they knew he wasn't a human. Never repelled by his face, it seemed, they were often repelled by his big feet and hands. Or, deep in their subconscious, they realized his neck was just a little too long, his ears too narrow. Humans are skilled at recognizing their own kind, tribe, clan, family. A great part of the human brain is organized around merely recognizing and remembering types of faces. But she was not repelled, merely young and overwhelmed, and anxious over simple transitions. And by the way, Mr. Ash, if you don't mind my saying it, the white streaks in your hair are very becoming. I hope you don't ever color them out. White hair is always becoming on a young man. Now, what made you say that, Miss Paget? She flushed once more, but then gave in to laughter. I don't know, she admitted. It's just that the hair is so white, and you're so young. I didn't expect you to be so young. That's what is so surprising. She broke off, unsure. He had best release her before she tumbled too quickly into her own imagined failures. Thank you, Miss Paget, he said. You've been very kind. I've enjoyed talking with you. Reassurance, blunt and memorable. I hope to see you again very soon. I hope you'll be happy." Remick had come to spirit the young woman away. She said something else, hastily, thanks, avowals of inspiration and determination to please the whole world. Words to that sweet effect. He gave her one final sober smile as she went out, and the bronze doors were shut behind her. When she got home, of course, she would drag out her magazines. She would do addition on her fingers, maybe even with a calculator. She would realize he couldn't be young, not by anyone's count. She'd conclude he was past 40 and carefully fighting 50. That was safe enough. But how must he deal with this in the long run? For the long run was always his problem. Here was a life he loved, but he would have to make adjustments. Oh, he couldn't think of something so awful just now. What if the white hair really began to flourish? That would help, wouldn't it? But what did it really mean, the white hair? What did it reveal? He was too content to think of it, too content to court cold fear. Once again he turned to the windows and to the falling snow. He could see Central Park as clearly from this office as from the others. He put his hand on the glass. Very cold. The skating lake was deserted now. The snow had covered the park, and the roof just below him, and he noticed another curious sight which always made him give a little laugh. It was the swimming pool on top of the Parker Meridian Hotel. Snow fell steadily on the transparent glass roof, while beneath it a man was swimming back and forth in the brightly illuminated green water, and this was some 50 floors, perhaps, above the street. Now that is wealth and that is power, he mused quietly to himself. To swim in the sky in a storm. Build swimming pools in the sky. Another worthy project. "Mr. Ash," said Remick. "Yes, my dear boy," he said absently, watching the long strokes of the swimmer, seeing clearly now that it was an elderly and very thin man. Such a figure would have been the victim of starvation in times past, but this was a physically fit individual. He could see it. A businessman, perhaps, snared by economic circumstances in the bitter winter of New York, swimming back and forth in deliciously heated and safely sanitized water. "Phone call for you, sir?" "I don't think so, Remick. I'm tired. It's the snow. It makes me want to curl up in bed and go to sleep. I want to go to bed now, Remick. I want some hot chocolate and then to sleep and sleep." "Mr. Ash, the man said you would want to speak to him, that I was to tell you—" "They all say that, Remick," he answered. "Samuel, sir. He said to tell you that name." "Samuel?" He turned from the window and looked at the manservant, at his placid face. There was no judgment or opinion in his expression, only devotion and quiet acceptance. "He said to come to you directly, Mr. Ash, that it was the custom when he called. I took the chance that he—" "You did right. You can leave me alone for a little while now." He took his chair at the desk. As the doors closed, he picked up the receiver and pressed the tiny red button. "Samuel," he whispered. "Ashlar," came the answer, clear as if his friend were truly at his ear. "You've kept me waiting 15 minutes. How important you've become." "Samuel, where are you? Are you in New York?" "Certainly not," came the reply. "I'm in Dunleithash. I'm at the inn." "Home in the glen." It was a low murmur. The voice was coming all the way from Scotland, from the glen. "Yes, old friend. Phones in the glen, and other things as well. A Taltos came here, Ash. I saw him. A full Taltos." "Wait a minute. It sounded as if you said—" "I did say this. Don't get too excited about it, Ash. He's dead. He was an infant, blundering. It's a long story. There's a gypsy involved in it, a very clever gypsy named Yuri from the Talamasca. The gypsy would be dead right now if it weren't for me. Are you sure that Taltos is dead? The gypsy told me. Ash, the Talamasca is in a dark time. Something tragic has happened with the Order. They'll kill this gypsy soon, perhaps, but he's determined to go back to the mother house. You must come as soon as you can. Samuel, I'll meet you in Edinburgh tomorrow. No, London. Go directly to London. I promised the gypsy. But come quickly, Ash. If his brothers in London catch sight of him, he'll be dead. Samuel, this can't be a correct story. The Talamasca wouldn't do such things to anyone, let alone its own people. Are you sure this gypsy is saying true things? Ash, it has to do with this Taltos. Can you leave now? Yes. You won't fail me? No. Then there's one more thing I must tell you right now. You'll see it in the papers in London as soon as you land. They've been digging here in Dunleith, in the ruins of the cathedral. I know this, Samuel. You and I have talked about this before. Ash, they dug up the grave of St. Ashlar. They found the name engraved in the stone. You'll see it in the papers, Ashlar. Scholars are here from Edinburgh. Ash, there are witches involved in this tale. But the gypsy will tell you. People are watching me. I have to go. Samuel, people are always watching you. Wait. Your hair, Ash. I saw you in a magazine. Are those white streaks in your hair? Never mind. Yes, my hair is turning white, but it's happening slowly. I haven't aged otherwise. There are no real shocks for you, except the hair. You'll live till the end of the world, Ash, and be the one to make it crumble. No! Claridge is in London. We are leaving now ourselves. That's the hotel where a man can make a big oak fire in the grate and sleep in a big old cozy bed full of chintz and hunter green velvet. I'll be waiting for you there. And Ash, pay the hotel, will you? I've been out here in the glen for 2 years. Samuel rang off. Maddening, he whispered. He laid down the phone. For long moments he looked at the bronze doors. He didn't blink or focus when the doors opened. He scarcely saw the blurred figure who came into the room. He was not thinking. He was merely repeating the words Taltos and Talamasca inside his head. When he did look up, he saw only Remick pouring chocolate from a small, heavy silver pitcher into a pretty china cup. The steam rose in Remick's patient and slightly weary face. Grey hair. Now that was grey hair. An entire head of it. I do not have so much grey hair. Indeed, he had only the 2 streaks flowing back from his temples and a bit of white in his sideburns, as they were called. And yes, just a tiny touch of white in the dark hair of his chest. Fearfully, he looked down at his wrist. There were white hairs there, mingled with the dark hair that had covered his arms now for so many years. Taltos, Talamasca, the world will crumble. Was it the right thing, sir, the phone call? Asked Remick, in that wonderful, near-inaudible British murmur that his employer loved. Lots of people would have called it a mumble. And we are going now to England. We are going back among all the agreeable, gentle people. England, the land of the bitter cold, seen from the coast of the lost land, a mystery of winter forests and snow-capped mountains. Yes, indeed, it was the right thing, Remick. Always come to me directly when it's Samuel. I have to go to London, right now. Then I have to hurry, sir. The Guardia's been closed all day. It's going to be very difficult. Hurry then, please. Don't say anything further. He sipped the chocolate. Nothing tasted richer to him, sweeter or better, except perhaps unadulterated fresh milk. Another Taltos. He whispered loud. He set down the cup. Dark time in the Talamasca. This he wasn't sure he believed. Remick was gone. The doors had closed, the beautiful bronze gleaming as if it were hot. There was a trail of light across the marble floor, from the light embedded in the ceiling, rather like the moon on the sea. Another Taltos, and it was male. There were so many thoughts racing through his head, such a clatter of emotion. For a moment he thought he'd give way to tears. But no, it was anger that he felt. Anger that once again he had been teased by this bit of news, that his heart was beating, that he was flying over the sea to learn more about another Taltos who was already dead, a male. And the Talamasca? So they had come into a dark time, had they? Well, wasn't it inevitable? And what must he do about it? Must he be drawn into all this once more? Centuries ago he had knocked on their doors, but who among them knew this now? Their scholars he knew by face and name only because he feared them enough to keep track of them. Over the years they had never stopped coming to the glen. Someone knew something, but nothing ever really changed. Why did he feel he owed them some protective intervention now? Because they had once opened their doors, they had listened, they had begged him to remain, they hadn't laughed at his tales, they'd promised to keep his secret. And like him, the Talamasca was old, old as the trees in the great forest. How long ago had it been? Before the London house, long before, when the old palazzo in Rome had been lighted still with candles. No records, they had promised. No records in exchange for all he had told, which was to remain impersonal, anonymous, a source of legend and fact, of bits and pieces of knowledge from ages past. Exhausted, he had slept beneath that roof. They had comforted him. But in the final analysis, they were ordinary men, possessed of an extraordinary interest, perhaps, but ordinary, short-lived, awestruck by him. Scholars, alchemists, collectors. Whatever the case, it was no good to have them in a dark time, to use Samuel's words, not with all they knew and kept within their archives. Not good. And for some strange reason his heart went out to this gypsy in the glen, and his curiosity burned as fierce as ever regarding the Taltos, the witches. Dear God, the very thought of witches. When Remick came back, he had the fur-lined coat over his arm. "Cold enough for this, sir," he said, as he put it over the boss's shoulders. "And you look chilled, sir, already." "It's nothing," he replied. "Don't come down with me." "There's something you must do. Send money to Claridge's in London. It's for a man named Samuel. The management will have no trouble identifying Samuel. He is a dwarf, and he is a hunchback, and he has very red hair and a very wrinkled face. You must arrange everything so that this little man has exactly what he wants. Oh, and there is someone with him, a gypsy. I have no idea what this means." "Yes, sir." "The surname, sir?" "I don't know what it is, Remick," he answered, rising to go and pulling the fur-lined cape closer under his neck. "I've known Samuel for so long." He was in the elevator before he realized that this last statement was absurd. He said too many things of late that were absurd. The other day Remick had said how much he loved the marble in all these rooms, and he had answered, "Yes, I loved marble from the first time I ever saw it." And that had sounded absurd. The wind howled in the elevator shaft as the cab descended at astonishing speed. It was a sound heard only in winter, and a sound which frightened Remick, though he himself rather liked it, or thought it amusing at the very least. When he reached the underground garage, the car was waiting, giving off a great flood of noise and white smoke. His suitcases were being loaded. There stood his night pilot, Jacob, and the nameless co-pilot, and the pale, straw-colored young driver who was always on duty at this hour, the one who rarely ever spoke. "You're sure you want to make this trip tonight, sir?" asked Jacob. "Is nobody flying?" he asked. He stopped, eyebrows raised, hand on the door. Warm air came from the inside of the car. "No, sir, there are people flying." "Then we're going to fly, Jacob. If you're frightened, you don't have to come." "Where you go, I go, sir." "Thank you, Jacob. You once assured me that we fly safely above the weather now, and with far greater security than a commercial jet." "Yes, I did do that, sir, didn't I?" He sat back on the black leather seat and stretched out his long legs, planting his feet on the seat opposite, which no man of normal height could have done in this long, stretched limousine. The driver was comfortably shut away behind glass, and the others followed in the car behind him. His bodyguards were in the car ahead. The big limousine rushed up the ramp, taking the curbs with perilous but exciting speed, and then out the gaping mouth of the garage into the enchanting white storm. Thank God the beggars had been rescued from the street. But he had forgotten to ask about the beggars. Surely some of them had been brought into his lobby and given warm drink and cots upon which to sleep. They crossed Fifth Avenue and sped towards the river. The storm was a soundless torrent of lovely tiny flakes. They melted as they struck the dark windows and the wet sidewalks. They came down through the dark, faceless buildings as if into a deep mountain pass. Taltos. For a moment the joy went out of his world, the joy of his accomplishments and his dreams. In his mind's eye he saw the pretty young woman, the doll-maker from California, in her crushed violet silk dress. He saw her in his mind, dead on a bed, with blood all around her, making her dress dark. Of course it wouldn't happen. He never let it happen any more. Hadn't in so long he could scarce remember what it was like to wrap his arms around a soft female body, scarce remember the taste of the milk from a mother's breast. But he thought of the bed and the blood and the girl dead and cold and her eyelids turning blue, as well as the flesh beneath her fingernails, and finally even her face. He pictured this because if he didn't, he would picture too many other things. The sting of this kept him chastened, kept him within bounds. Oh, what does it matter? Male and dead. Only now did he realize that he would see Samuel. He and Samuel would be together. Now that was something that flooded him with happiness, or would if he let it. And he had become a master of letting the floods of happiness come when they would. He hadn't seen Samuel in 5 years, or was it more? He had to think. Of course they had talked on the phone. As the wires and phones themselves improved, they had talked often. But he hadn't actually seen Samuel. In those days there had only been a little white in his hair. God, was it growing so fast? But of course Samuel had seen the few white hairs and remarked on it, and Ash had said, "It will go away." For one moment the veil lifted, the great protective shield which so often saved him from unendurable pain. He saw the glen, the smoke rising. He heard the awful ring and clatter of swords, saw the figures rushing towards the forest, smoke rising from the brochs and from the wheelhouses. Impossible that it could have happened. The weapons changed, the rules changed, but massacres were otherwise the same. He had lived on this continent now some 75 years, returning to it always within a month or two of leaving, for many reasons, and no small part of it was that he did not want to be near the flames, the smoke, the agony and terrible ruin of war. The memory of the glen wasn't leaving him. Other memories were connected, of green fields, wildflowers, hundreds upon hundreds of tiny blue wildflowers, On the river he rowed in a small wooden craft, and the soldiers stood on the high battlements. Ah, what these creatures did, piling one rock upon another to make great mountains of their own. But what were his own monuments? The great sarcens which hundreds dragged across the plain to make the circle. The cave, he saw that too again, as if a dozen vivid photographs were shuffled suddenly before him, and one moment he was running down the cliff, slipping, nearly falling, and at another Samuel stood there, saying, "Let's leave here, Ash. Why do you come here? What is there to see or to learn?" He saw the Taltos with the white hair. The wise ones, the good ones, the knowing ones, they had called them. They had not said old. It would never have been a word they would have used in those times, when the springs of the island were warm and the fruit fell from the trees. Even when they'd come to the glen, they had never said the word old. But everyone knew they had lived the longest. Those with the white hair knew the longest stories. Go up now and listen to the story. On the island you could pick which of the white-haired ones you wanted, because they themselves would not choose, and you sat there listening to the chosen one sing or talk or say the verses, telling the deepest things that he could remember. There had been a white-haired woman who sang in a high, sweet voice, her eyes always fixed on the sea, and he had loved to listen to her. And how long, he thought, how many decades would it be before his own hair was completely white? Why, it might be very soon, for all he knew. Time itself had meant nothing then, and the white-haired females were so few because the birthing made them wither young. No one talked about that either, but everybody knew it. The white-haired males had been vigorous, amorous, prodigious eaters and ready makers of predictions. But the white-haired woman had been frail. That is what birth had done to her. Awful to remember these things, so suddenly, so clearly. Was there perhaps another magic secret to the white hair? That it made you remember from the beginning? No, it wasn't that. It was only that in all the years of never knowing how long, he had imagined that he would greet death with both arms, and now he did not feel that way. His car had crossed the river and was speeding towards the airport. It was big and heavy and hugged the slippery asphalt. It held steady against the beating wind. On the memories tumbled. He'd been old when the horsemen had ridden down upon the plain. He'd been old when he saw the Romans on the battlements of the Antonine Wall, when he'd looked down from Columba's door on the high cliffs of Iona. Wars. Why did they never go out of his memory, but wait there in all their full glory, right along with the sweet recollections of those he'd loved, of the dancing in the glen, of the music? The riders coming down upon the grassland, a dark mass, spreading out as if it were ink upon a peaceful painting, and then the low roar just reaching their ears, and the sight of the smoke rising in endless clouds from their horses. He awoke with a start. The little phone was ringing for him. He grasped it hard and pulled it from its black hook. "Mr. Ash?" "Yes, Remick. I thought you'd like to know, sir. At Claridge's they are familiar with your friend Samuel. They have arranged his usual suite for him, second floor, corner with the fireplace. They are waiting for you. And Mr. Ash, they don't know his surname either. Seems he doesn't use it. Thank you, Remick. Say a little prayer. The weather's very volatile and dangerous, I think." He hung up before Remick could begin the conventional warnings. Should never have said such a thing, he thought. But that was really amazing. Their knowing Samuel at Claridge's. Imagine their having gotten used to Samuel. The last time Ash had seen Samuel, Samuel's red hair had been matted and shaggy, and his face so deeply wrinkled that his eyes were no longer fully visible, but flashed now and then in random light, like broken amber in the soft, mottled flesh. In those days, Samuel had dressed in rags and carried his pistol in his belt, rather like a little pirate, and people had veered out of his path on the street. "They're all afraid of me. I can't remain here. Look at them. They're more afraid in these times than long ago." And now they were used to him in Claridge's. Was he having his suits made for him on Savile Row? Did his dirty leather shoes not have holes? Had he forsaken his gun? The car stopped, and he had to force the door open, his driver rushing to help him as the snow swept against him in the wind. Nevertheless, the snow was so pretty and so clean before it struck the ground. He stood up, feeling a stiffness in his limbs for a moment, and then he put his hand up to keep the soft, moist flakes from striking his eyes. "It's not so bad, really, sir," said Jacob. "We can get out of here in less than an hour. You should board immediately, sir, if you please." "Yes, thank you, Jacob," he said. He stopped. The snow was falling all over his dark coat. He could feel it melting in his hair. Nevertheless, he reached into his pocket, felt for the small toy, the rocking horse. Yes, it was there. "This is for your son, Jacob," he said. "I promised him." "Mr. Rash, for you to remember something like that on a night like this." "Nonsense, Jacob. I'll bet your son remembers." It was embarrassingly insignificant, this little toy of wood. He wished now that it was something infinitely better. He would make a note. Something better for Jacob's son. Taking big steps, he walked too fast for the driver to follow. He was too tall for the umbrella anyway. It was just a gesture, the man rushing beside him, umbrella in hand, for him to take it if he wanted it, which he never did. He boarded the warm, close, and always frightening jet plane. "I have your music, Mr. Ash." He knew this young woman, but he couldn't remember her name. She was one of the best of the night secretaries. She had been with him on the last trip to Brazil. He had meant to remember her. Shameful not to have her name on the very tip of his tongue. "Evie, isn't it?" he asked, smiling, begging forgiveness with a little bit of a frown. "No, sir, Leslie," she said, forgiving him instantly. If she'd been a doll, she would have been Bisque, no doubt of it, face underpainted with a soft rose blush to cheeks and lips, eyes deliberately small but dark and deeply focused. Timidly she waited. As he took his seat, the great leather chair made especially for him, longer than the others, she put the engraved program in his hand. There were the usual selections: Beethoven, Brahms, Shostakovich. Ah, here was the composition he had requested, the Verdi Requiem. But he couldn't listen to it now. If he slipped himself into those dark chords and dark voices, the memories would close in. He put his head back, ignoring the winter spectacle outside the little window. "Sleep, you fool," he said, without moving his lips. But he knew he wouldn't. He would think about Samuel and the things Samuel had said over and over until they saw one another again. He would remember the smell of the Talamasca house and how much the scholars had looked like clerics, and a human hand with a quill pen writing in great curled letters. Anonymous. Legends of the Lost Lands. Of Stonehenge. "Just want to be quiet, sir?" asked the young Leslie. "No, Shostakovich, the Fifth Symphony. It will make me cry, but you must ignore me. I'm hungry. I want cheese and milk." "Yes, sir. Everything's ready." She began to speak the names of the cheeses, those fancy triple creams that they ordered for him from France and Italy, and God only knows where else. He nodded, accepting, waiting for the rush of the music, the divinely piercing quality of this engulfing electronic system, which would make him forget the snow outside and the fact that they would soon be over the great ocean, pushing steadily towards England, towards the plain, towards Dunlace, and towards heartbreak. 2. After the first day, Rowan didn't talk. She spent her time out under the oak in a white wicker chair, her feet propped on a pillow, or sometimes merely resting on the grass. She stared at the sky, eyes moving as if there were a procession of clouds above, and not the clear spring blue and the bits of white fleece that blew silently across it. She looked at the wall, or the flowers, or the yew trees. She never looked down at the ground. Perhaps she'd forgotten that the double grave was right beneath her feet. The grass was growing over it, quick and wild, as it always does in spring in Louisiana. There had been rain aplenty to help it, and sometimes the glory of the sun and rain at the same time. She ate her meals, approximately a fourth to one-half of what they gave her, or so Michael said. She didn't look hungry, but she was pale, still, and her hands, when she did move them, would shake. All the family came to see her. Groups came across the lawn, standing back as if they might hurt her. They said their hellos. They asked about her health. They told her she looked beautiful. That was true. Then they gave up and they went away. Mona watched all this. At night, Rowan slept, Michael said, as if she were exhausted, as if she'd been hard at work. She bathed alone, though this scared him. But she always locked the bathroom door, and if he tried to stay inside with her, she merely sat there on the chair, looking off, doing nothing. He had to leave before she'd get up. Then he'd hear the lock turn. She listened when people spoke, at least in the beginning, and now and then when Michael pleaded with her to speak, she clasped his hand warmly, as if comforting him, or pleading with him to be patient. This was sad to watch. Michael was the only one she touched or acknowledged, though often this little gesture was made without a change in her remote expression or even a movement of her gray eyes. Her hair was growing full again. It was even a little yellow from her sitting in the sun. When she'd been in the coma, it had been the color of driftwood, the kind you can see on the muddy river banks. Now it looked alive, though, if memory served Mona correctly, hair was dead, wasn't it? Already dead by the time you brushed it, curled it, did stuff to it. Every morning Rowan rose of her own accord. She would walk slowly down the stairs, holding the railing to the left and leaning on her cane with the right hand, placing it firmly on each tread. She didn't seem to care if Michael helped her. If Mona took her arm, it didn't matter. Now and then Rowan stopped at her dresser before she went down and put on a bit of lipstick. Mona always noticed. Sometimes Mona was waiting for Rowan in the hallway, and she saw Rowan do this. Very significant. Michael always remarked on it, too. Rowan wore nightgowns and negligées, depending upon the weather. Aunt Bee kept buying them, and Michael would wash them, because Rowan only wore new clothes after they had been washed, or so he had remembered, and he laid them out for her on the bed. No, this was no catatonic stupor, Mona figured, and the doctors had confirmed it, though they could not say what was wrong with her. The one time one of them, an idiot, Michael had said, stuck a pin in her hand, Rowan quietly withdrew the hand and covered it with her other one, and Michael went into a rage. But Rowan didn't look at the guy or say a word. "I wish I'd been here for that," said Mona. Of course Mona had known he was telling the truth. Let the doctors speculate and stick pins in people. Maybe when they went back to the hospital they stuck pins in a doll of Rowan. Voodoo acupuncture. Mona wouldn't have been surprised. What did Rowan feel? What did she remember? Nobody was sure any more. They had only Michael's word that she had awakened from the coma fully aware, that she had spoken with him for hours after, that she knew everything that had happened, that in the coma she had heard and understood. Something terrible on the day of her awakening. Another one. And the two buried together beneath the oak. I never should have let her do it, Michael had said to Mona 100 times. The smell that came out of that hole, the sight of what was left, I should have taken care of things. And what had the other one looked like, and who had carried it down? And tell me all the things that Rowan said. Mona had asked him these questions too often. I washed the mud from her hands, Michael had told Aaron and Mona. She kept looking at it. I guess a doctor doesn't want her hands to be soiled. Think about it. How often a surgeon washes her hands. She asked me how I was. She wanted. And there he had choked up, both times that he told this story. She wanted to take my pulse. She was worried about me. Wish to God I had seen it, what they'd buried. Wish to God she had spoken to me. It was the strangest thing, to be rich now, the designee at 13, to have a driver and a car. Vulgate translation, flashy black stretch limo with disc, tape player, color TV, and lots of room for ice and Diet Coke. And money in her purse all the time, like $20 bills, no less, and heaps of new clothes and people patching up the old house on St. Charles and Amelia, catching her on the fly with swatches of raw silk or hand-painted wall coverings. And to want this, to want to know, to want to be part of, to want to understand the secrets of this woman and this man, this house that would one day come to her. A ghost is dead beneath the tree. A legend lies under the spring rain. And in its arms, another one. It was like turning away from the sure bright glitter of gold to take dark trinkets of inestimable power from a small hiding place. Ah, this is magic. Not even her own mother's death had so distracted Mona. Mona talked to Rowan. A lot. She came on the property with her own key, the heiress and all that, and because Michael said she could. And Michael, no longer looking at her with lust in the eye, had practically adopted her. She went back to the rear garden, crossed the lawn, skirting the grave if she remembered, and sometimes she didn't. And then she sat at the wicker table and said, "Rowan, good morning," and then talked and talked. She told Rowan all about the development of Mayfair Medical, that they had chosen a site, that they had agreed upon a great geothermal system for the heating and cooling, that plans were being drawn. "Your dream is coming into being," she told Rowan. "The Mayfair family knows this city as well as anybody. We don't need feasibility studies and things like that. We're making the hospital happen as you wanted it." No response from Rowan. Did she even care any more about the great medical complex that would revolutionize the relationship between patients and their attending families, in which teams of caretakers would assist even the anonymous patients? "I found your notes," said Mona. "I mean, they weren't locked up. They didn't look private." No answer. The giant black limbs of the oak moved just a little. The banana leaves fluttered against the brick wall. "I myself have stood outside Touro Infirmary asking people what they wanted in an ideal hospital. You know, talking to people for hours." Nothing. "My Aunt Evelyn is in Touro," Mona said quietly. "She's had a stroke. They ought to bring her home, but I don't think she knows the difference." Mona would cry if she talked about ancient Evelyn. She'd cry if she talked about Yuri. She didn't. She didn't say that Yuri had not written or called for 3 weeks now. She didn't say that she, Mona, was in love, and with a dark, charming, British-mannered man of mystery who was more than twice her age. She'd explained all that several days ago to Rowan, the way that Yuri had come from London to help Aaron Leitner. She'd explained that Yuri had been a gypsy, and he understood things that Mona understood. She even described how they'd met together in her bedroom the night before Yuri went away. "I worry all the time about him," she had said. Rowan had never looked at her. What could she say now? That last night she had some terrible dream about Yuri that she couldn't remember? "Of course he's a grown man," she said. "I mean, he's past 30 and all, and he knows how to take care of himself. But the thought that somebody in the Telemasca might hurt him—" Oh, stop this. Maybe this was all wrong. It was too easy to dump all these words on a person who couldn't or wouldn't answer. But Mona could swear there was a vague acknowledgment in Rowan that Mona was there. Maybe it was only that Rowan didn't look annoyed or sealed off. Mona didn't sense displeasure. Her eyes swept Rowan's face. Rowan's expression was so serious. Had to be a mind in there, just had to be. Why, she looked 20 million times better than she had looked in the coma. And look, she'd buttoned her negligee. Michael swore he didn't do those things for her. She'd buttoned 3 buttons. Yesterday it had only been 1. But Mona knew that despair can fill up a mind so completely that trying to read its thoughts is like trying to read through thick smoke. Was it despair that had settled on Rowan? Mary Jane Mayfair had come this last weekend, the mad country girl from Fontevraud, wanderer, buccaneer, seer, and genius, to hear her tell it, and part old lady and part fun-loving girl at the ripe old age of 19 and a half. A fearsome, powerful witch, so she described herself. "Rowan's just fine," Mary Jane had declared, after staring and squinting at Rowan, and then pushing her own cowboy hat off her head so it laid against the back of her neck. "Yep, just brace yourself. She's taking her time, but this lady here knows what's happening." "Who is this nutcase?" Mona had demanded, though she'd felt a wild compassion for the child, actually. Never mind that she was 6 years older than Mona. This was a noble savage decked out in a Walmart denim skirt no longer than the middle of her thighs, and a cheap white blouse that was much too tight across her egregious breasts, and even missing a crucial button. Severely deprived, and playing it off beautifully. Of course Mona had known who Mary Jane was. Mary Jane Mayfair actually lived in the ruins of Fontevraud Plantation, in the Bayou country. This was the legendary land of poachers who killed beautiful white-necked herons just for their meat, alligators that could overturn your boat and eat your child, and crazy Mayfairs who'd never made it to New Orleans, and the wooden steps of the famous New Orleans Fontevraud outpost, otherwise known as the house on St. Charles and Amelia. Mona was actually dying to see this place, Fontevraud, that stood still with its 6 columns up and 6 columns down, even though the first floor was flooded with 3 feet of water. Seeing the legendary Mary Jane was the next best thing, the cousin only recently returned from away, who tethered her pirogue to the newel post and paddled across a stagnant pool of treacherous slime to get to the pickup truck she drove into town for her groceries. Everybody was talking about Mary Jane Mayfair. And because Mona was 13 and the heiress now, and the only legacy-connected person who would talk to people or acknowledge their presence, everybody thought Mona would find it especially interesting to speak about a teenage hick cousin who was brilliant and psychic and wandered about the way Mona did on her own. 19 and a half. Until Mona laid eyes on this brilliant bit of work, she had not considered someone of that age a true teenager. Mary Jane was just about the most interesting discovery they had made since they'd started rounding up everyone for genetic testing of the entire Mayfair family. It was bound to happen, finding a throwback like Mary Jane. Mona wondered what else might crawl out of the swamp soon. But imagine a flooded plantation house of Greek revival grandeur gradually sinking into the duckweed, with globs of plaster falling off, with a splash, into the murky waters. Imagine fish swimming through the stairway balusters. "What if that house falls on her?" Bee had asked. "The house is in the water. She can't stay there. This girl must be brought here to New Orleans." "Swamp water, Bee," Celia had said. "Swamp water, remember. It's not a lake or the Gulf Stream.
And besides, if this child does not have sense to get out of there and take the old woman to safety—"
The old woman. Mona had all of this fresh in her memory this last weekend, when Mary Jane had walked into the backyard and plunged into the little crowd that surrounded the silent Rowan as if it were a picnic.
"I knew about y'all," Mary Jane had declared.
She'd addressed her words to Michael, too, who stood by Rowan's chair as if posing for an elegant family portrait. And how Michael's eyes had locked on to her.
"I come over here sometimes and look at you," said Mary Jane. "Yeah, I do. I came the day of the wedding. You know, when you married her."
She pointed to Michael, then to Rowan.
"I stood over there, across the street, and looked at your party."
Her sentences kept going up on the end, though they weren't questions, as though she was always asking for a nod or a word of agreement. "You should have come inside," Michael had said kindly, hanging on every syllable the girl spouted. The trouble with Michael was that he did have a weakness for pubescent pulchritude. His tryst with Mona had been no freak of nature or twist of witchcraft, and Mary Jane Mayfair was as succulent a little swamp hen as Mona had ever beheld. Even wore her bright yellow hair in braids over the top of her head, and filthy white patent leather shoes with straps like a little kid. The fact that her skin was dark, sort of olive, and possibly tanned, made the girl look something like a human palomino.
"What did the test say on you?" Mona had asked. "That's what you're doing here, isn't it? They tested you."
"I don't know," said the genius, the mighty powerful swamp witch. "They're so mixed up over there. Wonder they got anything right. First, they call me Florence Mayfair, and then Ducky Mayfair. Finally, I says, 'Look, I'm Mary Jane Mayfair. Looky there, right there on that form you got in front of you.'" "Well, that's not very good," Celia had muttered.
"But they said I was fine and go home and they'd tell me if anything was wrong with me. Look, I figure I've probably got witch genes coming out the kazoo. I expect to blow the top off the grass, you know. And, boy, I have never seen so many Mayfairs as I saw in that building."
"We own the building," said Mona.
"And every one of them I could recognize on sight, every single person. I never made a mistake. There was one infidel in there, one outcast, you know. Or, no, it was a half-breed type, that's what it was. Ever notice that there are all these Mayfair types? I mean, there are a whole bunch that have no chins and have kind of pretty noses that dip down just a little right here, and eyes that tilt at the outside. And then there's a bunch that look like you," she said to Michael. "Yeah, just like you, real Irish, with bushy brows and curly hair and big crazy Irish eyes."
"But, honey," Michael had protested in vain, "I'm not a Mayfair."
"And the ones with the red hair like her, only she's just about the most pretty one I've seen. You must be Mona. You have the gleam and glow of somebody who's just come into tons of money."
"Mary Jane, darling," said Celia, unable to follow up with an intelligent bit of advice or a meaningless little question.
"Well, what does it feel like to be so rich?"
Mary Jane asked, big quivering eyes fastened still to Mona.
"I mean really deep in here."
She pounded her cheap little gaping blouse with a knotted fist, squinting up her eyes again and bending forward so that the well between her breasts was plainly visible even to someone as short as Mona.
"Never mind, I know I'm not supposed to ask that sort of question. I came over here to see her, you know, because Paige and Beatrice told me to do it."
"Why did they do that?" asked Mona. "Hush up, dear," said Beatrice. "Mary Jane is a Mayfair's Mayfair. Darling Mary Jane, you ought to bring your grandmother up here immediately. I'm serious, child. We want you to come. We have an entire list of addresses, both temporary and permanent."
"I know what she means,"
Celia had said. She'd been sitting beside Rowan, and was the only one bold enough to wipe Rowan's face now and then with a white handkerchief.
"I mean about the Mayfairs with no chins."
"She means Polly. Polly has an implant. She wasn't born with that chin." "Well, if she has an implant," declared Beatrice, "then Polly has a visible chin, doesn't she?"
"Yeah, but she's got the slanty eyes and the tipped nose," said Mary Jane. Exactly, said Celia. You all afraid of the extra genes? Mary Jane had thrown her voice out like a lasso, catching everybody's attention. You, Mona, you afraid? I don't know, said Mona, who was in fact not afraid. Of course, it's nothing that's even remotely likely to happen, Bee said. The genes, it's purely theoretical, of course. Do we have to talk about this? Beatrice threw a meaningful look at Rowan. Rowan had stared, as she always did, at the wall, maybe at the sunshine on the bricks. Who could possibly know? Mary Jane had plunged ahead. I don't think anything that wild will ever happen to this family again. I think the moment for that kind of witchcraft is past, and another eon of new witchcraft. Darling, we really don't take this entire witchcraft thing too seriously, said Bee. You know the family history? Celia had asked gravely. Know it? I know things about it you don't know. I know things my granny told me that she heard from old Tobias. I know things that are written on the walls of that house still. When I was a little child, I sat on Ancient Evelyn's knee. Ancient Evelyn told me all kinds of things that I remember. Just one afternoon, that's all it took. But the file on our family, the file by the Talamasca, Celia had pressed. They did give it to you at the clinic? Oh, yeah, Bee and Paige brought that stuff to me, said Mary Jane. Look here. She pointed to the Band-Aid on her arm that was just like the Band-Aid on her knee. This is where they stuck me, took enough blood to sacrifice to the devil. I understand the entire situation. Some of us have a whole string of extra genes. You breed two close kins with the double dose of double helix, and wham, you've got a Taltos. Maybe. After all, think about it. How many cousins have married, and it never happened, did it, till... Look, we shouldn't talk about it in front of her, you're right. Michael had given a weary little smile of gratitude. Mary Jane again squinted at Rowan. Mary Jane blew a big bubble with her gum, sucked it in, and popped it. Mona laughed. Now that's some trick, she said. I could never do that. Oh, well, that might be a blessing, said Bee. But you did read the file? Celia had pressed. It's very important that you know everything. Oh, yeah, I read every word of it, Mary Jane had confessed, even the ones I had to look up. She slapped her slender, tanned little thigh and shrieked with laughter. Y'all talking about giving me things. Help me get some education. That's about the only thing I could really use. You know, the worst thing that ever happened to me was my mama taking me out of school. Of course, I didn't want to go to school then. I had much more fun in the public library, but I think you're right about the extra genes, Mona said. And right about needing the education. Many of the family had the extra chromosomes which could make monsters, but none had ever been born to the clan, no matter what the coupling, until this terrible time. And what of the ghost this monster had been for so long? A phantom to drive young women mad, to keep First Street under a cloud of thorns and gloom. There was something poetic about the strange bodies lying right here, beneath the oak, under the very grass where Mary Jane stood in her short denim skirt, with her flesh-colored Band-Aid on her little knee, and her hands on her little hip, and her little filthy white patent leather buckle shoe rolled to one side and smeared with fresh mud, with her little dirty sock half down in her heel. Maybe Bayou witches are just plain dumb, Mona thought. They can stand over the graves of monsters and never know it. Of course, none of the other witches in this family knew it either. Only the woman who won't talk, and Michael, the big hunk of Celtic muscle and charm, standing beside Rowan. You and I are second cousins, Mary Jane had said to Mona, renewing her approach. Isn't that something? You weren't born when I came to Ancient Evelyn's house, and ate her homemade ice cream. I don't recall Ancient Evelyn ever making homemade ice cream. Darling, she made the best homemade ice cream that I ever tasted. My mama brought me into New Orleans to... You've got the wrong person, said Mona. Maybe this girl was an imposter. Maybe she wasn't even a Mayfair. No such luck on that. And there was something about her eyes that reminded Mona a little of Ancient Evelyn. No, I got the right person, Mary Jane had insisted. But we didn't really come on account of the ice cream. Let me see your hands. Your hands are normal. So what? Mona, be nice, dear, said Beatrice. Your cousin is just sort of outspoken. Well, see these hands, said Mary Jane. I had a sixth finger when I was little, on both hands. Not a real finger, you know. I mean just a little one. And that's why my mother brought me to see Ancient Evelyn, because Ancient Evelyn has just such a finger herself. Don't you think I know that? Asked Mona. I grew up with Ancient Evelyn. I know you did. I know all about you. Just cool off, honey. I'm not trying to be rude. It's just I am a Mayfair, same as you, and I'll pit my genes against your genes any time. Who told you all about me? Mona asked. Mona, said Michael softly. How come I never met you before? Said Mona. I'm a front row Mayfair. Your second cousin, as you just said. And how come you talk like you're from Mississippi when you say you lived all that time in California? Oh, listen, there's a story to it, said Mary Jane. I've done my time in Mississippi, believe you me. Couldn't have been any worse on Parchman Farm. It had been impossible to crack the kid's patience. She had shrugged. You got any iced tea? Course we do, dear. I'm so sorry. Off Beatrice had gone to get it. Celia had shaken her head with shame. Even Mona had felt negligent, and Michael had quickly apologized. No, I'll get it myself. Tell me where it is, Mary Jane had cried. But Bee had disappeared already, conveniently enough. Mary Jane popped her gum again, and then again, in a whole side-mouth series of little pops. Awesome, said Mona. Like I said, there's a story to it all. I could tell you some terrible things about my time in Florida. Yeah, I've been there, and in Alabama for a while, too. I had to sort of work my way back down here. No lie, said Mona. Mona, don't be sarcastic. I've seen you before, Mary Jane had said, going on as if nothing at all had happened. I remember you when you and Gifford Mayfair came out to L.A. to go to Hawaii. That's the first time I was ever in an airport. You were sleeping right there by the table, stretched out on 2 chairs under Gifford's coat, and Gifford Mayfair bought us the best meal. Don't describe it, Mona had thought. But Mona did have some hazy memory of that trip, and waking up with a crick in her neck in the Los Angeles airport, known by the snappy name of LAX, and Gifford saying to Alicia that they had to bring Mary Jane back home someday. Only thing, Mona had no memory of any other little girl there. So this was Mary Jane, and now she was back home. Gifford must be working miracles from heaven. Bee had returned with the iced tea. Here it is, precious. Lots of lemon and sugar the way you like it. Isn't that right? Yes, darling. I don't remember seeing you at Michael and Rowan's wedding, said Mona. That's 'cause I never came in, said Mary Jane, who took the iced tea from Bee as soon as it entered the nearest orbit and drank half of it, slurping it and wiping it off her chin with the back of her hand. Chipped nail polish, but what a gorgeous shade of crepe myrtle purple. I told you to come, said Bee. I called you. I left a message for you 3 times at the drugstore. I know you did, Aunt Beatrice. Ain't nobody who could say that you didn't do your level best to get us to that wedding. But, Aunt Beatrice, I didn't have shoes. I didn't have a dress. I didn't have a hat. See these shoes? I found these shoes. These are the first shoes that are not tennis shoes that I have worn in a decade. Besides, I could see perfect from across the street and hear the music. That was fine music you had at your wedding, Michael Curry. Are you sure you aren't a Mayfair? You look like a Mayfair to me. I could make, let's say, 7 different points about your appearance that's Mayfair. Thank you, sweetheart. I'm not a Mayfair. Oh, you are in your heart, said Celia. Well, of course, said Michael, never taking his eyes off the girl even once, no matter who spoke to him. And what do men see when they look at bundles of charm like this? You know, when we were little, Mary Jane had gone on, we didn't have anything out there. We just had an oil lamp and a cooler with some ice in it, and a lot of mosquito netting hung all over the porch, and Granny would light the lamp every evening, and— You didn't have electricity? Michael had asked. How long ago was this? How long ago could it have been? Michael, you've never been in the Bayou country, said Celia, and Bee gave a knowing nod. Michael Curry, we were squatters, that's what we were, said Mary Jane. We were just hiding out in Fontevraud. Aunt Beatrice could tell you. Sheriff would come to throw us out periodically. We'd pack, and he'd take us into Napoleonville, and then we would go back, and he'd give up on us, and we'd be in peace for a while, till some goody two-shoes passed by in a boat, some game warden, somebody like that, and called in on us. We had bees, you know, on the porch for honey. We could fish right off the back step. We had fruit trees all around the landing then, before the wisteria got them like a giant boa constrictor, you know, and blackberries. Why, I'd just pick all I wanted right there where the road forks. We had everything. Besides, now I have electricity. I hooked it up myself from the highway, and I did the same thing with the cable TV. You really did that? Asked Mona. Honey, that's against the law, said Bee. I certainly did. My life's far too interesting for me to ever tell lies about it. Besides, I've got more courage than imagination. That's always been the case. She drank the iced tea with another noisy slurp, spilling more of it. God, that's good. That's so sweet. That's artificial sweetener, isn't it? I'm afraid so, said Bee, staring at her in mingled horror and embarrassment. And to think she had said sugar. And Bee did hate people who ate and drank sloppily. Now, just think of it, said Mary Jane, wiping the back of her hand across her mouth, and then wiping her hand on her denim skirt. I'm tasting something now that is 50 times sweeter than anything anybody ever tasted on earth until this very time. That's why I've bought stock in artificial sweetener. You've bought what? Asked Mona. Oh, yeah. I have my own broker, honey. Discount broker, but that's the best kind, since I do the picking most of the time anyway. He's in Baton Rouge. I've got $25,000 sunk in the stock market, and when I make it rich, I'm draining and raising Fontevraud. I'm bringing it all back, every peg and board. You wait and see. You're looking at a future member of the Fortune 500. Maybe there was something to this dingbat, Mona had thought. How did you get $25,000? You could be killed fiddling with electricity, declared Celia. Earned every penny of it on the way home, and that took a year. And don't ask me how I did it. I had a couple of things going for me, I did. But that's a story now, really. You could be electrocuted, said Celia, hooking up your own wires. Darling, you are not in the witness box, said Bee anxiously. Look, Mary Jane, said Michael, if you need anything like that, I'll come down there and hook it up for you. I mean it. Just tell me when I'll be there. $25,000? Mona's eyes had drifted to Rowan. Rowan was frowning just a little at the flowers, as if the flowers were talking to her in a quiet and secret tongue. There followed a colorful description from Mary Jane of climbing swamp cypresses, of knowing just what electric wires to touch and not to touch, of purloined work gloves and boots. Maybe this girl was some kind of genius. "What other stocks do you own?" asked Mona. "What do you care at your age about the stock market?" asked Mary Jane with blithering ignorance. "Good heavens, Mary Jane," Mona had said, trying to sound as much as she could like Beatrice. "I've always had a great obsession with the stock market. Business to me is an art. Everyone knows that about me. I plan someday to run my own mutual fund. I assume you know the term mutual fund?" "Well, sure I do," said Mary Jane, laughing at herself in an utterly agreeable and forgiving manner. "I have, in the last few weeks, already completely designed my own portfolio," Mona said. And then she'd broken off, feeling dumb for having been baited like that by someone who probably was not even listening to her. Derision from the firm of Mayfair and Mayfair was one thing, and it would not last long. But from this girl it was another. But the girl had really looked at her, and stopped just using her for a sounding board, while taking little peeping glances in between her own hasty words. "Is that so?" asked Mary Jane. "Well, let me ask you something now. What about this Shoppers channel on TV? I think this is going to go over like crazy. You know, I've put 10 grand in the Shoppers channel. You know what happened?" "The stock's nearly doubled in the last 4 months," said Mona. "You got it, that's right. Now, how did you know that?" "Well, you're some strange kid, aren't you now? And I thought you were one of those uptown girls with that ribbon in your hair, you know, that you always wore, and going to Sacred Heart, you know. And I figured you wouldn't even talk to me." A little pain had flared in Mona at that moment. Pain and pity for this girl, for anybody who felt that cast out, that snubbed. Mona had never in her life suffered that lack of confidence. And this girl was interesting, putting it all together on her own, with far less nuts and bolts than Mona had. "Hold it, please, darlings. Let's not talk Wall Street," said Beatrice. "Mary Jane, how is Granny? You haven't told us a word, and it's 4 o'clock, and you have to leave soon if you're going to drive all the way back." "Oh, Granny's fine, Aunt Beatrice," said Mary Jane. But she had been looking straight at Mona. "Now, you know what happened to Granny after Mama came and got me and took me away to Los Angeles? I was 6 years old then, you know. Did you hear this story?" "Yeah," said Mona. Everybody had. Beatrice was still embarrassed about it. Celia stared at the girl as though she were a giant mosquito. Only Michael seemed uninformed. What had happened was this. Mary Jane's grandmother, Dolly Jean Mayfair, had been slapped in the parish home after her daughter left with 6-year-old Mary Jane. Dolly Jean was supposed to have died last year and been buried in the family tomb. And the funeral had been a big affair, only because when somebody called New Orleans, all the Mayfairs drove out there to Napoleonville and beat their chests in grief and regret that they had let this old woman, poor Dolly Jean, die in a parish home. Most of them had never heard of her. Indeed, none of them had really known Dolly Jean, or at least they had not known her as an old lady. Lauren and Celia had seen her many times when they were all little girls, of course. Ancient Evelyn had known Dolly Jean, but Ancient Evelyn had never left Amelia Street to ride to a country funeral, and no one had even thought of asking her about it. Well, when Mary Jane hit town a year ago and heard the story of her grandmother dying and being buried, she'd scoffed at it, even laughing in Bee's face. "Hell, she's not dead," Mary Jane had said. "She came to me in a dream and said, 'Mary Jane, come get me, I want to go home.' Now I'm going back to Napoleonville, and you have to tell me where that parish home is." For Michael's benefit, she had now repeated the entire tale, and the look of astonishment on Michael's face was becoming unintentionally comic. "How come Dolly Jean didn't tell you in the dream where the home was?" Mona had asked. Beatrice had shot her a disapproving look. "Well, she didn't, that's a fact, and that's a good point, too. I have a whole theory about apparitions and why they, get so mixed up." "We all do," said Mona. "Mona, tone it down," said Michael. "Just as if I'm his daughter now," thought Mona indignantly. And he still hasn't taken his eyes off Mary Jane. But it had been said affectionately. "Honey, what happened?" Michael had pushed. "Well, an old lady like that," Mary Jane had resumed. "She doesn't always know where she is, even in a dream, but she knew where she was from. This is exactly what happened. I walked into the door of that old folks' home, and there, slap bang in the middle of the recreation room, or whatever they called it, was my grandmother, and she looked up at me, right at me, and after all those years, she said, 'Where you been, Mary Jane? Take me home, shall. I'm tired of waiting.'" They had buried the wrong person from the old folks' home. The real Granny Dolly Jean Mayfair had been alive, receiving but never laying eyes upon a welfare check every month with somebody else's name on it. A royal inquisition had taken place to prove it, and then Granny Mayfair and Mary Jane Mayfair had gone back to live in the ruins of the plantation house, and a team of Mayfairs had provided them with the basic necessities, and Mary Jane had stood outside shooting her pistol at soft drink bottles and saying that they'd be just fine, they could take care of themselves. She had some bucks she'd made on the road. She was kind of a nut about doing things her own way. No, thank you kindly. "So they let the old lady live with you in this flooded house?" Michael had asked so innocently. "Honey, after what they did to her in the old folks' home out there, mixing her up with some other woman and putting her name on a slab and all, what the hell are they going to say to me about her living with me? And Cousin Ryan? Cousin Ryan of Mayfair and Mayfair, He went down there and tore that town apart." "Yeah," said Michael. "I bet he did." "It was all our fault," said Celia. "We should have kept track of these people." "Are you sure you didn't grow up in Mississippi? And maybe even Texas?" Mona had asked. "You sound like an amalgam of the whole South." "What is an amalgam? See, that is where you have the advantage. You're educated. I'm self-educated. There's a world of difference between us. There are words that I don't dare pronounce, and I can't read the symbols in the dictionary." "Do you want to go to school, Mary Jane?" Michael had been getting more and more involved by the second, his intoxicatingly innocent blue eyes making a head-to-toe sweep about every 4 1/2 seconds. He was far too clever to linger on the kid's breasts and hips, or even her round little head. Not that it had been undersized, just sort of dainty. That's how she'd seemed, finally. Ignorant, crazy, brilliant, a mess, and somehow dainty. "Yes, sir, I do," said Mary Jane. "When I'm rich, I'll have a private tutor like Mona here is getting now that she's the designee and all, Some really smart guy that tells you the name of every tree you pass, and who was president 10 years after the Civil War, and how many Indians there were at Bull Run, and what is Einstein's theory of relativity." "How old are you?" Michael had asked. 19 1/2, big boy," Mary Jane had declared, biting her shiny white teeth into her lower lip, lifting one eyebrow and winking. "This story about your granny, you're serious? This really happened? You picked up your granny and—" "Darling, it all happened," said Celia, "exactly as the girl says. I think we should go inside. I think we're upsetting Rowan." "I don't know," said Michael. "Maybe she's listening. I don't want to move. Mary Jane, you can care for this old lady All by yourself? Beatrice and Celia had immediately looked anxious. If Gifford had still been alive and there, she too would have looked anxious. Leaving that old woman out there, as Celia had said so often of late. And they had promised Gifford, hadn't they, that they would take care of it? Mona remembered that. Gifford had been in one of her hopeless states of worry about relatives far and wide, and Celia had said, "We'll drive out and check on her." "Yes, sir, Mr. Curry, it all happened, and I took Granny home with me, and don't you know that the sleeping porch upstairs was just exactly the way we'd left it? Why, after 13 years, the radio was still there, and the mosquito netting, and the ice chair." "In the swamp?" Mona had demanded. "Wait a minute. That's right, honey. That's exactly right." "It's true," Beatrice had confessed dismally. "Of course, we got them fresh linen, new things. We wanted to put them in a hotel or a house or—" "Well, naturally," said Celia. "I'm afraid this story almost made the papers. Darling, is your Granny alone out there right now?" "No, ma'am, she's with Benjy. Benjy's from the trappers, live out that way. Real crazy people, you know. The kind that live in those shacks all made out of pieces of tin and windows from salvage and even cardboard. I pay him below minimum wage to watch Granny and to cover the phones, but I don't take out any deductions." "So what?" said Mona. "He's an independent contractor." "You sure are smart," said Mary Jane. "Don't you think I know that?" I was actually biting my lip on another little tidbit right at that point, you know. That Benjy, bless his heart, has already discovered how to make some easy money in the French Quarter down here, you know, peddling nothing but what God give him. "Oh, my Lord," said Celia. Michael laughed. "How old is Benjy?" he asked. 12 years old this September," said Mary Jane. "He's all right. His big dream is to be a drug dealer in New York, and my big dream for him is to go to Tulane and become a medical doctor." "But what do you mean, cover the phones?" asked Mona. "How many phones have you got? What are you actually doing down there?" "Well, I had to spring for some money for the phones. That was an absolute necessity, and I've been calling my broker, naturally enough. Who else? And then there's another line that Granny can talk on to my mother. You know my mother is never getting out of that hospital in Mexico." "What hospital in Mexico?" asked Bea, utterly aghast. "Mary Jane, you told me 2 weeks ago how your mother died in California." "I was trying to be polite, you know, save everybody the grief and the trouble." "But what about the funeral?" Michael had asked, drawing close enough, most likely, to sneak a look down Mary Jane's tightly laced junk polyester blouse. "The old lady. Who did they bury?" "Darling, that's the worst part of it. Nobody ever found out," said Mary Jane. "Don't worry about my mother, Aunt Bee. She thinks she's on the astral plane already. She might be on the astral plane for all I know. Besides, her kidneys are shot." "Now, that's not exactly true about the woman in the grave," said Celia. "They believe it was—" "Believe?" asked Michael. Maybe big breaths are markers of power, Mona had thought, as she watched the girl bend nearly double and laugh as she pointed at Michael. "Look, that's all very sad about the woman in the wrong grave," said Beatrice. "But, Mary Jane, you have to tell me how to reach your mother." "Hey, you don't have a 6th finger," said Mona. "Not now, precious," said Mary Jane. "My mother had some doctor in Los Angeles chop it off. That's what I was going to tell you. They did the same thing to—" "Enough of this talk, really," said Celia. "I'm so worried for Rowan." "Oh, I didn't know," said Mary Jane. "I mean—" "Same thing to whom?" asked Mona.
Now that's another thing. When do you say whom instead of who exactly? I don't think you're at that stage yet, Mona had replied. There are a lot of other basic things. Enough, ladies and gentlemen, Bea had declared. Mary Jane, I'm going to call your mother.
You're going to be so sorry, Aunt Bee. You know what kind of doctor cut off my sixth finger in L.A.? It was a voodoo witch doctor from Haiti, and he did it on the kitchen table.
But can't they dig up the wrong woman and find out once and for all who she was? Michael asked. Well, they have a very good suspicion, but... Celia had started. But what? Michael had asked. Oh, it has to do with welfare checks, Beatrice had declared, and that's none of our business. Michael, please forget about that dead woman. How could Rowan just ignore these proceedings? And here he was, calling Mary Jane by name, doing everything but eating Mary Jane up with a spoon. If this didn't snap Rowan too, then a tornado wouldn't do it. Well, Michael Curry, come to find out they'd been calling that dead lady Dolly Jean for some time before she passed on. Wasn't anybody in that place with a lick of sense, if you ask me. I think one night they just started putting Granny in the wrong bed. And what do you know, the old lady in Granny's bed died, and there you have it. They buried some poor old stranger in the Mayfair grave. At that point, Mary Jane had flashed her eyes on Rowan. She's listening, Mary Jane had said. Yes, she is. Swear to God, she's listening. If it was true, no one else could see it or sense it. Rowan had remained oblivious to the eyes turning to her. Michael had flushed as though hurt by the kid's outburst, and Celia had studied Rowan, doubting and grim. There's nothing wrong with her, Mary Jane had declared. She'll snap right out of it. You watch. People like her, they talk when they want to. I can be like that. Mona had wanted to say, why don't you start now? But in truth, she had wanted to believe that Mary Jane was right. This girl might just be some powerful witch after all, Mona had figured. If Mary Jane wasn't, she would still make it, somehow or other. Don't you worry none now about Granny, she said, as she was fixin' to go. She'd smiled and slapped her naked brown thigh. Let me tell you something. It may have turned out for the best. Good Lord, how? Bea had asked. Well, in all those years in that home, you know, they said she never said much of anything, just sort of talked to herself and acted like people were there who weren't and all that. And, well, now she knows who she is, you know. She talks to me, and she watches the soaps, and never misses Jeopardy or Wheel of Fortune. I think it was all that commotion as well as anything else, and coming back to Fontevraud and finding things up in the attic. Did you know she could climb those steps? Listen, she's fine. Don't you worry about her. I'm getting cheese and graham crackers for her when I get home, and her and me will watch the Late Show or the Country Western Channel. She likes that, too. You know, Achy Breaky Heart and all that stuff. Why, she can sing those songs. Never you mind. She's terrific. Yes, precious. But really, Mona had even sort of liked her for 5 minutes. A kid who could take care of an old woman like that, making it up every day with Band-Aids and hot wires. Mona had walked out to the front with her and watched her hop in her pickup truck, which had bare springs sticking out of the passenger seat, and roar off in a cloud of blue exhaust. We've got to take care of her, Bea had said. We've got to sit down and talk about the Mary Jane situation very soon. True, Mona had agreed. The Mary Jane situation was a good label for it. And though this girl clearly had evinced no remarkable powers on the spot, there was something exciting about her. Mary Jane was spunky, and there was something irresistible about the idea of showering her with Mayfair money and benefits and trying to improve her. Why couldn't she come in and study with this tutor who was going to free Mona from the boredom of regular school forever? Beatrice had been chomping at the bit to buy Mary Jane some clothes before she left town, and no doubt had been sending her the creme de la creme of once-worn hand-me-downs. And there was one other little secret reason that Mona liked Mary Jane, a reason which nobody would ever understand. Mary Jane had been wearing a cowboy hat. It was small and made of straw, and she'd let it fall down behind her shoulders on its strings, but it had been there for 2 minutes when she first walked up, and she'd popped it back on her head before she pulled hard on the stick-shift of that old truck and rushed off, waving at everybody. A cowboy hat. It had always been Mona's dream to wear a cowboy hat, especially when she was really rich and in control of things, and flying about the world in her own plane. Mona had, for years, pictured herself as a mogul in a cowboy hat, entering factories and banks and... Well, Mary Jane Mayfair did have a cowboy hat. And with her braids on top of her head and her slick, tight denim skirt, there was something altogether about her. She had, in spite of everything, a sort of deliberate and successful style. Even her chipped and peeling purple fingernail polish had been part of it, giving her a kind of earthy seductiveness. Well, it wouldn't be hard to verify that, would it? And those eyes, Mona, Beatrice had said, as they walked back into the garden. The child is adorable. Did you look at her? I don't know how I could ever. And her mother, oh, that girl always was insane. Nobody should have ever let her run away with that baby. But there had been such bad blood between us and those Pontereau Mayfairs. You can't take care of all of them, Bee, Mona had reassured her, any more than Gifford could. But they would, of course. And if Celia and Beatrice didn't, well, Mona would. That had been one of the keenest revelations of that afternoon, that Mona was now part of the team. She wasn't going to let that kid not fulfill her dreams, not while she had breath in her little 13-year-old body. She's a sweet thing in her own way, Celia had admitted. Yeah, that Band-Aid on her knee, Michael had muttered under his breath, not thinking. What a girl. I believe what she said about Rowan. So do I, said Beatrice. Only what? Michael had asked desperately. Only what if she never makes up her mind to speak again? Beatrice, shame on you, Celia had said, glancing pointedly at Michael. You think that Band-Aid's sexy, Michael? Mona had asked. Well, yeah, actually. Everything about that girl was sexy, I guess. What does it matter to me? He'd seemed sincere enough, and sincerely exhausted. He wanted to get back to Rowan. He'd been sitting with Rowan and reading a book by himself when they'd all come together. For a while after that afternoon, Mona could have sworn Rowan looked different, that her eyes were tighter now and then, and sometimes more open, as though she were posing a question to herself. Maybe Mary Jane's big gush of words had been good for Rowan. Maybe they ought to ask Mary Jane back, or maybe she'd just come back. Mona had found herself actually looking forward to it, or maybe just asking the new driver to fire up the monstrous stretch limo, pack the leather pockets with ice and drinks, and drive down there to that flooded house. You could do that when you had your own car. Hell, Mona had not gotten used to any of this. For 2 or 3 days Rowan had seemed better, showing that little frown more and more, which was, after all, a facial expression. But now, on this quiet, lonely, sticky, sunny afternoon, Mona thought that Rowan had slipped back. Even the heat did not touch her. She sat in the humid air and the droplets of sweat appeared on her brow, with no Celia to boldly wipe them away. But Rowan didn't move to wipe them herself. "Please, Rowan, talk to us," Mona said now in her frank, almost brash, girlish voice. "I don't want to be the designee of the legacy. I don't even want to be the heiress if you don't approve of it." She leaned on her elbow, her red hair making a veil between her and the iron gates to the front garden. Felt more private. "Come on, Rowan. You know what Mary Jane Mayfair said. You're in there. Come on. Mary Jane said you could hear us." Mona reached up for her own hair ribbon, to adjust it, to make her head stop itching. There was no hair ribbon. She hadn't worn her bow since her mother died. It was a little pearl-studded barrette holding a clump of her hair too tight. Hell with it. She loosened it and let her hair slip down. "Look, Rowan, if you want me to go, give me a sign. You know, like just do something weird. And I'll be out of here that quick." Rowan was staring at the brick wall. She was staring at the bacon and eggs lantana, the wildly grown hedge of little brown and orange flowers. Or maybe she was just staring at the brick. Mona gave a sigh, a pretty, spoiled, and petulant thing to do, really. But then she had tried everything except throwing a tantrum. Maybe that's what somebody ought to do. Only it can't be me, she thought dismally. She got up, went to the wall, pulled off 2 sprigs of the lantana and brought them back, and put them before Rowan like an offering to a goddess who sits beneath an oak listening to people's prayers. "I love you, Rowan," she said. "I need you." For one moment her eyes misted. The burning green of the garden seemed to fold into one great veil. Her head throbbed slightly, and she felt some tightening in her throat, and then a release that was worse than crying, some dim and terrible acknowledgment of all the terrible things that had come to pass. This woman was wounded, perhaps beyond repair, and she, Mona, was the heiress who could bear a child now, and must indeed try to bear one, so that the great Mayfair fortune could be passed on. This woman, what would she do now? She could no longer be a doctor, that was almost certain. She seemed to care for nothing and no one. And suddenly Mona felt as awkward and unloved and as unwelcome as she ever had in her life. She ought to get out of here. It was shameful that she had stayed so many days at this table, begging for forgiveness for once lusting after Michael, begging for forgiveness for being young and rich and able some day to have children, for having survived when both her mother, Alicia, and her Aunt Gifford, 2 women she loved and hated and needed, had died. Self-centered. What the hell? "I didn't mean it with Michael," she said aloud to Rowan. "No, don't go into that again." No change. Rowan's gray eyes were focused, not dreaming. Her hands lay in her lap in the most natural little heap. Wedding ring, so thin and spare it made her hands look like those of a nun. Mona wanted to reach for one of her hands, but she didn't dare. It was one thing to talk for half an hour, but she couldn't touch Rowan. She couldn't force a physical contact. She didn't dare even to lift Rowan's hand and put the lantana in it. That was too intimate to do to her in her silence. "Well, I don't touch you, you know. I don't take your hand or feel it or try to learn something from it. I don't touch you or kiss you, because if I was like you, I think I'd hate it if some freckle-faced, red-haired kid came around and did that to me." Red hair, freckles, what had that to do with it, except to say, "Yes, I slept with your husband, but you're the mysterious one, the powerful one, the woman, the one he loves and has always loved. I was nothing. I was just a kid who tricked him into bed, and wasn't as careful that night as I should have been." Wasn't careful at all, in fact. But not to worry, I've never been what anyone would call regular. He looked at me the way he looked later at that kid Mary Jane. Lust. That was all. Lust and nothing more. And my period will finally come, like it always does, and my doctor will give me yet another lecture. Mona gathered up the little sprigs of lantana there on the table, next to the china cup, and she walked away. For the first time, as she looked up at the clouds moving over the chimneys of the main house, she realized it was a beautiful day. Michael was in the kitchen, fixing the juices, or brewing the concoction, as they had come to call it. Papaya juice, coconut, grapefruit, orange. There was lots of undefinable slop and pulp all over. It occurred to her, though she tried not to process the thought, that he looked healthier and handsomer with every passing day. He'd been working out upstairs. The doctors encouraged him. He must have gained 15 good pounds since Rowan had woken up and climbed out of bed. "She does like it," he said now, as if they'd been discussing this concoction all along. "I know she does. Bea said something about its being too acid. There's no evidence she finds it too acid." He shrugged. "I don't know," he said. "I think," said Mona, "that she stopped talking because of me." Mona stared at him, and then the tears came, wet and frightening. She didn't want to break down. She didn't want to make such a demand or display. But she was miserable. What the hell did she want from Rowan? She scarcely knew Rowan. It was as if she needed to be mothered by the designee of the legacy who had lost her power to carry on the line. "No, honey," he said, with the softest, most comforting smile. "Michael, it's because I told her about us," she said. "I didn't mean to. It was the first morning I spoke to her. All this time I've been scared to tell you. I thought she was just being quiet. I don't. She never spoke after that, Michael. It's true, isn't it? It was after I came." "Honey, child, don't torture yourself," he said, wiping up some of the sticky gunk from the counter. He was patient, reassuring, but he was too tired for all this, and Mona was ashamed. "She'd stopped talking the day before, Mona. I told you that. Pay attention." He gave her a little smile to mock himself. "I just didn't realize it then, that she'd quit talking." He stirred the juice again. "Well, now comes the big decision. Egg or no egg?" "Egg? You can't put an egg in fruit juice." "Sure I can. Honey, you've never lived in Northern California, have you? This is a first-rate health food special, and she needs the protein. But a raw egg can give you salmonella. Old problem. The family is split right down the middle on the subject of the raw egg. I should have asked Mary Jane her opinion last Sunday." "Mary Jane!" Mona shook her head. "Damn the family," she said. "I don't know about that," said Michael. "Beatrice thinks raw eggs are dangerous, and she has a point. On the other hand, when I was in high school playing football, I used to pop a raw egg into a milkshake every morning. But Celia says—" "Lord, deliver me," said Mona, imitating Celia perfectly. "What does Aunt Celia know about raw eggs?" She was so sick of the family discussing Rowan's tiny likes and dislikes, and Rowan's blood count and Rowan's color, that if she found herself in one more pointless, ineffectual, and tiresome discussion, she would start screaming to be let out. Maybe she had just had too much of it all, from the day they'd told her she was the heiress. Too many people giving her advice, or asking after her as though she were the invalid. She'd written mock headlines on her computer. Girl knocked on head by whole load of money. Or, waif child inherits billions as lawyers fret. Nah, you wouldn't fret in a headline today. But she liked the word. She felt so terrible suddenly as she stood here in the kitchen that the tears spilled out of her eyes like they would from a baby, and her shoulders began to shake. Look, honey, she stopped the day before I told you, he said. I can tell you the last thing she said. We were sitting right there at the table. She'd been drinking coffee. She'd said she was dying for a cup of New Orleans coffee, and I'd made her a whole pot. It was about 22 hours from the time she woke up, and she hadn't slept at all. Maybe that was the problem. We kept talking. She needed her rest. She said, Michael, I want to go outside. No, stay, Michael. I want to be alone for a while. You're sure that was the last thing she said? Absolutely. I wanted to call everyone, tell them she was all right. Maybe I scared her. I'm the one making that suggestion. And after that, I was leading her around, and she wasn't saying anything. And that's the way it's been since then. He picked up what appeared to be a raw egg. He cracked it suddenly on the edge of the plastic blender, and then pulled open the two halves of the shell to let loose the icky white and yolk. I don't think you hurt her at all, Mona. I really, really doubt you did. I wish you hadn't told her. If you must know, I could have done without your telling her that I committed statutory rape on the living room couch with her cousin. He shrugged. Women do that, you know. They tell afterwards. He gave her a bright, reproving look, the sunlight glinting in his eyes. We can't tell, but they can tell. But the point is, I doubt she even heard you. I don't think she gives a damn. His voice trailed off. The glass was foamy and faintly disgusting looking. I'm sorry, Michael. Honey, don't. No, I mean, I'm okay. She's not okay, but I'm okay. You want me to take that stuff to her? It's gross, Michael. I mean gross. Like, it is absolutely disgusting. Mona looked at the froth, the unearthly color. Gotta blend it, he said. He put the square rubber cap on the container and pressed the button. Then came the ghastly sound of the blades turning as the liquid jumped inside. Maybe it was better if you didn't know about the egg. Well, I put lots of broccoli juice in it this time, he said. Oh, God, no wonder she won't drink it. Broccoli juice? Are you trying to kill her? Oh, she'll drink it. She always drinks it. She drinks anything I put before her. I'm just thinking about what's in it. Now listen to me. If she wasn't listening when you made your confession, I'm not sure it came as a surprise. All that time she was in the coma, she heard things. She told me. She heard things people said when I was nowhere about. Of course, nobody knew about you and me and our little, criminal activity. Michael, for Christ's sake, if there is a crime of statutory rape in this state, you'd have to get a lawyer to look it up to be sure. The age of consent between cousins is probably 10, and there may even be a special law on the books lowering the age to 8 for Mayfairs. Don't kid yourself, sweetheart, he said, shaking his head in obvious disapproval. But what I was saying is, she heard the things you and I said to each other when we sat by the bed. We're talking about witches, Mona. He fell into his thoughts, staring off, brooding almost, looking intensely handsome, beefcake and sensitive. You know, Mona, it's nothing anybody said. He looked up at her. He was sad now, and it was very real. the way it is when a man of his age gets sad, and she found herself just a little frightened. Mona, it was everything that happened to her. It was perhaps the last thing that happened.
Mona nodded. She tried to picture it again, the way he'd so briefly described it. The gun, the shot, the body falling. The terrible secret of the milk.
You haven't told anyone, have you? He said in a serious whisper. God help her if she had, she thought. She would have died at this moment the way he was looking at her.
No, and I never will, she said.
I know when to tell and when not to tell, but... He shook his head. She wouldn't let me touch the body. She insisted on carrying it down herself, and she could hardly walk. Long as I live, I'm not going to get that side out of my mind, ever. All the rest of it, I don't know. I can take it in stride. But something about the mother dragging the body of the daughter. Did you think of it that way? Like it was her daughter?
He didn't answer. He just continued to look off, and gradually the hurt and trouble slipped away from his face, and he chewed his lip for a second, and then almost smiled.
Never tell anyone that part, he whispered. Never, never, never. No one needs to know. But someday, perhaps, she'll want to talk about it. Perhaps it's that more than anything else that's made her silent. Don't ever worry that I'll tell, she said. I'm not a child, Michael. I know, honey. Believe me, I know, he said, with just the warmest little spark of good humor.
Then he was really gone again, forgetting her, forgetting them, and the huge glass of gunk,
as he stared off.
And for 1 second he looked as if he was giving up all hope, as if he was in a total despair beyond the reach of anyone, even maybe Rowan. Michael, for the love of God, she will be all right. If that's what it is, she'll get better. He didn't answer right away. Then he sort of murmured the words,
She sits in that very place, not over the grave, but right beside it, he said.
His voice had gotten thick. He was going to cry, and Mona wouldn't be able to stand it. She wanted with all her heart to go to him and put her arms around him. But this would have been for her, not him. She realized suddenly that he was smiling, for her sake, of course. And now he gave her a little philosophical shrug.
Your life will be filled with good things, for the demons are slain, he said, and you will inherit Eden.
His smile grew broader, and so genuinely kind.
And she and I, we will take that guilt to our graves of whatever we did and didn't do, or had to do, or failed to do for each other.
He sighed, and he leaned on his folded arms over the counter. He looked out into the sunshine, into the gently moving yard full of rattling green leaves and spring. It seemed he had come to a natural finish. And he was his old self again, philosophical but undefeated. Finally he stood upright and picked up the glass and wiped it with an old white napkin.
Ah, that's one thing, he said, that is really nice about being rich.
What?
Having a linen napkin, he said, in a time you want it. And having linen handkerchiefs. Celia and Bea always have their linen handkerchiefs. My dad would never use a paper handkerchief. I haven't thought about that in a long time.
He winked at her. She couldn't stop herself from smiling.
What a dope.
But who the hell else could play off a wink like that with her? Nobody.
You haven't heard from Yuri, have you? He asked. I would have told you, she said dismally. It was agony to hear Yuri's name. Have you told Aaron that you haven't heard from him? 100 times, and 3 times this morning. Aaron hasn't heard anything either. He's worried, but he's not going back to Europe no matter what happens. He'll live out his days with us right here. He says to remember that Yuri is incredibly clever, like all the investigators of the Talamasca. You do think something has happened? I don't know, she said dully. Maybe he just forgot about me. It was too dreadful to contemplate. It couldn't have been that way. But one had to face things, didn't one? And Yuri was a man of the world. Michael looked down into the drink. Maybe he would have the brains to see it was flat out undrinkable. Instead, he picked up a spoon and started to stir it. You know, Michael, that just may shock her out of her trance, Mona said. I mean, while she's drinking it, right at that very moment, when half the glass is sliding down her throat, just tell her, in a clear voice, what's in it. He chuckled his deep-chested, fabulous chuckle. He picked up the jug of froth and poured a full, egregious glass of it. Come on. Come out there with me. Come and see her. Mona hesitated. Michael, I don't want her to see both of us together, you know, standing side by side. Use a little of your own witchcraft, honey. She knows I am her slave till the day I die. His expression changed again, very slowly. He was looking at her in a calm, but almost cold fashion. And again there came over her a sense of how bereft he really was. Yeah, bereft, he said, and there was something almost mean in his smile. He didn't say anything more. He picked up the glass and went out the door. Let's go talk to the lady, he said over his shoulder. Let's go read her mind together. 2 heads, you know, and all that. Maybe we should do it again, Mona, on the grass, you know, you and me, and maybe she'd wake up. Mona was shocked. Did he mean that? No, that wasn't the question. The question was, how could he say that? She didn't answer him, but she knew what he felt, or at least she thought she did. On some level she knew she couldn't really know, that things were painful for a man of his age in a different way from what they were for a young girl. She knew this, in spite of so many people having told her this, more or less. It was a matter not of humility, but logic. She followed him out onto the flagstones and along the pool and then into the rear gates. His jeans were so tight she could hardly stand it. His natural walk was a seductive swagger. This is nice, think sexy thoughts. No way. And his polo shirt wasn't exactly loose-fitting either. She loved the way it moved over his shoulders and back. Can't stop it. She wished he hadn't made that bitter little joke. Do it on the grass. An awful restlessness took hold of her. Men were always complaining about how the sight of sexy women aroused them. Well, with her, it was words as well as images. His tight jeans and the sharp images that had invaded her mind after what he'd said. Rowan was seated at the table, the way she'd been when Mona left her. The lantana was still there. The sprigs scattered a little, as if the wind had stirred them with one finger and then let them alone. Rowan was frowning slightly, as if weighing something in her mind. Now that was always a good sign, Mona thought, but she would get Michael's hopes up if she talked about it. Rowan didn't seem to know that they were there. She was still looking at the distant flowers, at the wall. Michael bent to kiss her on the cheek. He set the glass on the table. There was no change in her, except the breeze caught a few strands of hair. Then he reached down, and he lifted her right hand, and he placed her fingers around the glass. Drink it, honey, he said. He used the same tone he'd used to Mona, brusque and warm. Honey, honey, honey means Mona, Rowan, or Mary Jane, or any female being, perhaps. Would honey have been appropriate for the dead thing, buried in the hole with its father? Christ, if she had only laid eyes on one of them for just a precious second. Yeah, and every Mayfair woman who laid eyes on him during his little rampage had paid with her life for it. Except Rowan. Whoa. Rowan was lifting the glass. Mona watched with a fearful fascination as she drank without ever moving her eyes from the distant flowers. She did blink naturally and slowly as she swallowed, but that was all. And the frown remained. Small, thoughtful. Michael stood watching her, hands in his pockets, and then he did a surprising thing. He talked about her to Mona as if Rowan couldn't hear. This was the first time. When the doctor spoke to her, when he told her she should go in for tests, she just got up and walked off. It was like a person on a park bench in a big city. You'd think someone had sat down beside her, maybe too close to her. She was isolated like that, all alone. He collected the glass. It looked more disgusting than ever. But to tell the truth, Rowan looked like she would have drunk anything that he'd put in her hand. Nothing registered on Rowan's face. I could take her to the hospital for the test, of course. She might go along. She's done everything else I've wanted her to do. Why don't you? Asked Mona. Because when she gets up in the morning, she puts on her nightgown and her robe. I've laid out real clothes for her. She doesn't touch them. That's my cue. She wants to be in her nightgown and her robe. She wants to be home. He was angry suddenly. His cheeks were red, and there was a frank twisting to his lips that said it all. The test can't help her anyway, he continued. All these vitamins, that's the treatment. The test would only tell us things. Maybe it's none of our business now. The drink helped her. His voice was tightening. He was getting angrier and angrier as he looked at Rowan. He stopped speaking. He bent down suddenly and set the glass on the table and laid his hands flat on either side of it. He was trying to look Rowan in the eye. He drew close to her face, but there was no change in her. Rowan, please, he whispered. Come back. Michael, don't. Why not, Mona? Rowan, I need you now. I need you. He banged the table hard with both hands. Rowan flinched, but did not otherwise change. Rowan! He shouted. He reached out for her as if he was going to take her by the shoulders and shake her, but he didn't. He snatched up the glass and turned and walked away. Mona stood still, waiting, too shocked to speak. But it was like everything he did. It had been the good-hearted thing to do. It had been rough, though, and sort of terrible to watch. Mona didn't come away just yet. Slowly she sat down in the chair at the table, across from Rowan, the same place she'd taken every day. Very slowly Mona grew calm again. She wasn't sure why she stayed here, except it seemed the loyal thing to do. Perhaps she didn't want to appear to be Michael's ally. Her guilt just hung all over her all the time these days. Rowan did look beautiful, if you stopped thinking about the fact that she didn't talk. Her hair was growing long, almost to her shoulders, beautiful and absent, gone. Well, you know, Mona said, I'll probably keep coming until you give me a sign. I know that doesn't absolve me or make it okay to be the pest of a shocked and mute person, but when you're mute like this, you sort of force people to act, to make choices, to decide. I mean, people can't just let you alone. It's not possible. It's not really kind. She let out her breath and felt herself relax all over. I'm too young to know certain things, she said. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I understand what happened to you. That would be too stupid. She looked at Rowan. The eyes looked green now, as if picking up the tints of the bright spring lawn. But I care about what's happening to everybody. Well, almost everybody. I know things. I know more than anybody except Michael or Aaron. Do you remember Aaron? That was a dumb question. Of course Rowan remembered Aaron, if she remembered anything at all. Well, what I meant to say was, there's this man, Yuri. I told you about him. I don't think you ever saw him. In fact, I'm sure you didn't. Well, he's gone. Very gone as it stands now, and I'm worried, and Aaron's worried too. It's like things are at a standstill now, with you here in the garden like this, and the truth is things never stand still. She broke off. This was worse than the other approach. There was no way to tell if this woman was suffering. Mona sighed, trying to be quiet about it. She put her elbows on the table. Slowly she looked up. She could have sworn that Rowan had been looking at her, and had only just looked away. "Rowan, it's not over," she whispered again. Then she looked off, through the iron gates and beyond the pool and down the middle of the front lawn. The crepe myrtle was coming into bloom. It had been near 6 when Yuri left. She and he had stood out there whispering together, and he had said, "Look, whatever happens in Europe, Mona, I am coming back here to you." Rowan was looking at her. Rowan was staring into her eyes. She was too amazed to speak or move, and she was frightened to do either, frightened that Rowan would look away. She wanted to believe this was good, this was ratification and redemption. She had caught Rowan's attention, even if she had been a hopeless brat. Gradually, Rowan's preoccupied expression seemed to fade as Mona stared at her, and Rowan's face became eloquent and unmistakably sad. "What's the matter, Rowan?" Mona whispered. Rowan made a little sound, as if she were clearing her throat. "It's not Yuri," Rowan whispered, and then her frown tightened and her eyes darkened, but she didn't drift away. "What is it, Rowan?" Mona asked her. "Rowan, what did you say about Yuri?" It appeared for all the world as if Rowan thought she was still speaking to Mona, and didn't know that nothing was coming out. "Rowan," Mona whispered, "tell me." "Rowan?" Mona's words stopped. She'd lost the nerve suddenly to speak her heart. Rowan's eyes were still fixed on her. Rowan lifted her right hand and ran her fingers back through her pale ashen hair. Natural, normal, but the eyes were not normal. They were struggling. A sound distracted Mona. Men talking. Michael and someone else. And then the sudden, alarming sound of a woman crying or laughing. For 1 second, Mona couldn't tell which. She turned and stared through the gate, across the glaring pool. Her Aunt Beatrice was coming towards her, almost running along the flagstone edge of the water, one hand to her mouth and the other groping as if she were going to fall on her face. She was the one who was crying, and it was most certainly crying. Bee's hair was falling loose from her invariably neat twist on the back of her head. Her silk dress was blotched and wet. Michael and a man in ominous, plain, dark clothes followed quickly, talking together as they did. Great choked sobs were coming from Beatrice. Her heels sank into the soft lawn, but on she came. "Bee, what is it?" Mona rose to her feet. So did Rowan. Rowan stared at the approaching figure, and as Beatrice rushed across the grass, turning her ankle and righting herself immediately, it was to Rowan that she reached out. "They did it, Rowan," said Bee, gasping for breath. "They killed him. The car came up over the curb. They killed him. I saw it with my own eyes." Mona reached out to support Beatrice, and suddenly her aunt had put her left arm around Mona and was nearly crushing her with kisses, while the other hand still groped for Rowan. and Rowan reached out to take it and clasp it in both of hers. "See, who did they kill? Who?" Mona cried. "You don't mean Aaron?" "Yes," Bee answered, nodding frantically, her voice now dry and barely audible. She continued to nod as Mona and Rowan closed against her. "Aaron," she said. "They killed him. I saw it. The car jumped the curb on St. Charles Avenue. I told him I'd drive him over here. He said no, he wanted to walk. The car deliberately hit him. I saw it. It ran over him 3 times. As Michael, too, put his arms around her, Bee slumped as if she would faint and let herself fall to the ground. Michael collected her and held her, and she sank crying against his chest. Her hair fell in her eyes, and her hands were still reaching, trembling, like birds that couldn't light. The man in the ominous clothes was a policeman. Mona saw the gun and the shoulder holster. A Chinese-American with a tender and emotional face. "I'm so sorry," he said, with a distinct New Orleans accent. Mona had never heard such an accent from such a Chinese face. "They killed him?" Mona asked in a whisper, looking from the policeman to Michael, who was slowly soothing Bee with kisses and a gentle hand that straightened her hair. In all her life, Mona had never seen Bee cry like this, and for one moment 2 thoughts collided in her. Yuri must be dead already, and Aaron had been murdered, and this meant perhaps that they were all in danger. And this was terrible, unspeakably terrible above all for Bee. Rowan spoke calmly to the policeman, though her voice was hoarse and small in the confusion, in the clattering of emotion. "I want to see the body," said Rowan. "Can you take me to it? I'm a doctor. I have to see it. It will take me only a moment to dress." Was there time for Michael to be amazed, for Mona to be flabbergasted? Oh, but it made sense, didn't it? Horrible Mary Jane had said, "She's listening, she'll talk when she's ready." And thank God she had not sat still and silent through this moment. Thank God that she couldn't or didn't have to, and was with them now. Never mind how fragile she looked and how hoarse and unnatural her voice sounded. Her eyes were clear as she looked at Mona, ignoring the policeman's solicitous answer that perhaps it was better she did not see the body, the accident having been what it was. "Bee needs Michael," said Rowan. She reached out and clasped Mona's wrist. Her hand was cool and firm. "I need you now. Will you go with me?" "Yes," said Mona. "Oh, yes." 3. He had promised the little man he would enter the hotel moments after. "You come with me," Samuel had said, "and everyone will see you. Now, keep the sunglasses on your face." Yuri had nodded. He didn't mind sitting in the car for the moment, watching people walk past the elegant front doors of Claridge's. Nothing had comforted him so much since he'd left the Glen of Dunlace as the city of London. Even the long drive south with Samuel, tunneling through the night on freeways that might have been anywhere in the world, had unnerved him. As for the Glen, it was vivid in his memory, and thoroughly gruesome. What had made him think it was wise to go there alone, to seek at the very root for some knowledge of the little people and the Taltos? Of course he had found exactly what he wanted, and been shot in the shoulder by a .38 caliber bullet in the process. The bullet had been an appalling shock. He'd never been wounded before in such a fashion. But the truly unnerving revelation had been the little people. Slumped in the back of the Rolls, he suffered again a vivid memory of that sight. The night with its heavy rolling clouds and haunting moon, the mountain path wildly overgrown, and the eerie sound of the drums and the horns rising against the cliffs. Only when he had seen the little men in their circle had he realized they were singing. Only then had he heard their baritone chants, their words thoroughly unrecognizable to him. He wasn't sure he had believed in them until then. Round in the circle they went, stunted, humpbacked, lifting their short knees, rocking back and forth, giving forth rhythmic bursts in the chants, some drinking from mugs, others from bottles. They wore their gun belts over their shoulders. They fired their pistols into the great windy night with the riotous hilarity of savages. The guns did not roar. Rather, they went off in tight bursts like firecrackers. Worse by far were the drums, the awful pounding drums, and the few pipes whining and struggling with their gloomy melody. When the bullet struck him, he thought it had come from one of them, a sentry perhaps. He had been wrong. 3 weeks had passed before he'd left the glen. Now Claridge's, now the chance to call New Orleans, to speak to Aaron, to speak with Mona, to explain why for so long he'd been silent. As for the risk of London, as for the proximity of the Talamasca mother house and those who were trying to kill him, he felt infinitely safer here than he had in the glen only moments before the bullet had knocked him on his face. Time to go upstairs to see this mysterious friend of Samuel's who had already arrived and who had not been described or explained to Uri. Time to do what the little man wanted, because the little man had saved Uri's life, nursed him back to health, and wanted him to meet this friend who had, in this great drama, some mammoth significance. Uri climbed out of the car, the genial British doorman quickly coming to his assistance. His shoulder ached. There was a sharp pain. When would he learn not to use his right arm? Maddening. The cold air was fierce but momentary. He went directly into the lobby of the hotel, so vast yet warm. He took the great curving staircase to his right. The soft strains of a string quartet came from the nearby bar. The air was still all around him. The hotel calmed him and made him feel safe. It also made him feel happy. What a wonder it was that all of these polite Englishmen, the doorman, the bellhops, the kindly gentleman coming down the stairs past him, took no visible notice of his dirty sweater or his soiled black pants. Too polite, he mused. He walked along the second floor until he came to the door of the corner suite, which the little man had described to him, and finding the door open, he entered a small, inviting alcove, rather like that of a gracious home, and which looked into a large parlor, dowdy yet luxurious, as the little man had said it would be. The little man was on his knees, piling wood into the fireplace. He had taken off his tweed jacket, and the white shirt pulled painfully over his stunted arms and hump. There, come in here, Uri, he said, without so much as looking up. Uri stepped into the doorway. The other man was there. And this man was as strange to behold as the little man, but in an entirely different fashion. He was outrageously tall, though not impossibly so. He had pale white skin and dark, rather natural-looking hair. The hair was long and free, and out of keeping with the man's fine black wool suit, and the dull sheen of the expensive white shirt that he wore, and his dark red tie. He looked decidedly romantic. But what did this mean? Uri wasn't sure, yet it was the word that came to his mind. The man did not look decisively athletic. He was not one of those freakish sports giants who excel in televised Olympic games or on noisy basketball courts. Rather, he looked romantic. Uri met the man's gaze with no trouble. There was nothing menacing in this extraordinary and rather formal figure. Indeed, his face was smooth and young, almost pretty for a man, with its long, thick eyelashes and full, gently shaped, androgynous lips, and not intimidating. Only the white in his hair gave him an air of authority, which he clearly did not regularly enforce. His eyes were hazel and rather large, and they looked at Uri wonderingly. It was altogether an impressive figure, except for the hands. The hands were a little too big, and there was an abnormality about the fingers, though Yuri wasn't sure what it was. Spidery thin they were. Maybe that was the sum of it. "You're the gypsy," said the man, in a low, pleasing voice that was almost a little sensual, and very unlike the caustic baritone of the dwarf. "Come inside, sit down," said the dwarf impatiently. He had now lighted the fire, and was fanning it with the bellows. "I sent for something to eat, but I want you to go into the bedroom when they bring it. I don't want you seen." "Thank you," said Yuri quietly. He realized suddenly that he'd failed to remove his dark glasses. How bright the room was suddenly, even with its deep green velvet furniture and old-fashioned flowered curtains. An agreeable room, with the imprint of people upon it. Claridge's. He knew the hotels of the world, but he had never known Claridge's. He had never lodged in London, except at the mother house, to which he could not go now. "You're wounded, my friend told me," said the tall man, approaching him and looking down at him in such a kindly way that the man's height aroused no instinctive fear. The spidery hands were raised and extended, as if, in order to see Yuri's face, the man had to frame it. "I'm all right. It was a bullet, but your friend removed it. I would be dead if it wasn't for your friend. So he told me. Do you know who I am?" "No, I don't." "Do you know what a Taltos is?" "That is what I am." Yuri said nothing. He had no more suspected this than he had suspected that the little people really existed. Taltos has meant lasher, killer, monster, menace. He was too shocked to speak. He merely stared at the man's face, thinking that the man looked to be no more and no less, except for the hands, than a giant human. "For the love of God, Ash," said the dwarf, "have some guile for once." He brushed off his pants. The fire was vigorous and splendid. He seated himself in a soft, rather shapeless chair that looked extremely comfortable. His feet didn't touch the ground. It was impossible to read his deeply wrinkled face. Was he really so cross? The folds of flesh destroyed all expression. Indeed, the voice alone carried everything with the little man, who only occasionally made bright, wide eyes as he spoke. His red hair was the appropriate cliché for his impatience and his temper. He drummed his short fingers on the cloth arms of the chair. Yuri walked to the couch and took a stiff place at the very end of it, conscious that the tall one had gone to the mantel and was looking down at the fire. Yuri did not mean to stare rudely at this creature. "A Taltos?" said Yuri. His voice sounded acceptably calm. "A Taltos? Why do you want to talk to me? Why do you want to help me? Who are you, and why have you come here?" "You saw the other one?" the tall man asked, turning and looking at Yuri with eyes that were almost shy in their openness, but not quite. This man might have been knocked dead beautiful if it hadn't been for the hands. The knuckles looked like knots. "No, I never saw him," said Yuri. "But you know for certain he was dead?" "Yes, I know that for certain," said Yuri. The giant and the dwarf. He was not going to laugh at this, but it was horribly amusing. This creature's abnormalities made him pleasing to look at, and the little man's abnormalities made him seem dangerous and wicked. And it was all an act of nature, was it? It was somewhat beyond the scope of the range of accidents in which Yuri believed. "Did this Taltos have a mate?" asked the tall one. "I mean, another Taltos, a female?" "No. His mate was a woman named Rowan Mayfair. I told your friend about her. She was his mother, and his lover. She is what we call a witch in the Talamasca." "Aye," said the little man,
and what we would call a witch as well. There are many powerful witches in this tale, Ashlar. There is a brood of witches. You have to let the man tell his story. Ashlar, that's your full name? Asked Yuri. It had been a joke. For hours before he'd left New Orleans, he had listened to Aaron summarize the tale of Lasher, the demon from the glen. St. Ashlar. That name had been spoken over and over again. St. Ashlar. Yes, said the tall one, but Ash is the single-syllable version, which I heartily prefer. I don't mean to be impolite, but I so prefer the simple name Ash that often I don't answer to the other. This was said firmly, but with courtesy. The dwarf laughed. I call him by his full name to make him strong and attentive, he said. The tall one ignored this. He warmed his hands over the fire. With fingers splayed apart, they looked diseased. You're in pain, aren't you? The man said, turning away from the fire. Yes. Excuse me, please, did I show it? The wound's in my shoulder, in such a place that every little movement folds it. Will you forgive me that I slouch back on this sofa and try to remain like this, looking lazy? My mind is racing. Will you tell me who you are? I've done that, have I not? Asked the tall one. You speak. What happened to you? Yuri, I told you, said the dwarf, with rather good-natured impatience, that this is my oldest confidant and friend in the world. I told you that he knew the Talamasca, that he knows more about it than any living being. Please, trust him. Tell him what he wants to know. I trust you, said Yuri, but to what purpose do I tell you my business or of my adventures? What will you do with this knowledge? Help you, of course, said the tall one slowly with a gentle nod of his head. Samuel says the men in the Talamasca are trying to kill you. This is hard for me to accept. I have always, in my own way, loved the order of the Talamasca. I protect myself from it, as I do from anything that would constrict me in any way. But the men of the Talamasca have seldom been my enemies. At least, not for very long. Who tried to hurt you? Are you sure these evil people came from the order itself? No, I'm not sure, said Yuri. This is what happened, more or less. When I was an orphan boy, the Talamasca took me in. Aaron Leitner was the man who did it. Samuel knows who this man is. So do I, said the tall one. All my adult life I've served the order, in a travelling capacity mostly, often performing tasks which I myself don't fully understand. Apparently, unbeknownst to me, my vows rested upon a loyalty to Aaron Leitner. When he went to New Orleans to investigate a family of witches, things somehow went wrong. This family was the Mayfair family, this family of witches. I read their history in old records of the order before these records were closed to me. It was from Rowan Mayfair that the Taltos was born. Who or what was the father? Asked the tall one. It was a man. A mortal man? You're certain of this? Without question. But there were other considerations. This family had been haunted for many, many generations by a spirit both evil and good. This spirit took hold of the infant inside Rowan Mayfair, took possession of it, and assisted its unusual birth. The Taltos, springing up full-grown from this woman, possessed the soul of the haunting spirit, complete and entire. They called this creature Lasher in the family. I've never known any other name for him. Now this creature is dead, as I told you. The tall man was frankly amazed. He gave a little sympathetic shake of his head. He walked to the nearby armchair and sat down, turning politely towards Yuri, and crossing his long legs and ankles very much as Yuri had done. He sat very straight, as though never ashamed or uneasy about his height.
From 2 witches, said the tall one in a whisper. Absolutely, said Yuri. You say absolutely, said the tall one. What can this mean? There is genetic evidence, an abundance of it. The Talamasca has this evidence. The witch family carries an extraordinary set of genes within its various lines. Genes of the Taltos, which under the ordinary circumstances are never switched on by nature, but which in this case, either through witchcraft or possession, did indeed do their work to make the Taltos come into the world. The tall man smiled. It surprised Yuri because the smile so fired the face with expression and affection and simple delight. You speak like all the men from the Talamasca, said the tall one. You speak like a priest in Rome. You speak as if you weren't born in these times. Well, I was educated on their documents in Latin, said Yuri. Their story of this creature, Lasher, it went back to the 1600s. I read all of it, along with the story of this family, its rise to great wealth and power, its secret doings with this spirit Lasher. And I have, of course, read 100 such files. Have you? Not stories of the Taltos, said Yuri, if that's what you mean. I never heard the word until I was in New Orleans, until 2 members of the order were killed there, trying to free this Taltos, Lasher, from the man who killed him. But I cannot tell that tale. Why? I want to know who killed him. When I know you better, when you've matched my confessions with your own, what can I confess? I'm Ashlar. I'm a Taltos. It's centuries since I've seen one single other member of my own species. Oh, there have been others. I've heard tell of them, chased after them, and in some instances almost found them. Mark, I say almost. But not in centuries have I touched my own flesh and blood, as humans are so fond of saying. Never in all this time. You're very old. That's what you're telling me. Our lifespan is nothing compared to yours. Well, apparently not, said the man. I must be old. I have this white hair now, as you see. But then how am I to know how old I am, and what my decline may be, and how long it will take in human years? When I lived in happiness among my own, I was too young to learn what I would need for this long, lonely voyage, and God did not gift me with a supernatural memory. Like an ordinary man, I remember some things with haunting clarity, others are completely erased. The Talamasca knows about you? Asked Yuri. It's crucial that you tell me. The Talamasca was my vocation. Explain how this changed. As I told you, Aaron Leitner went to New Orleans. Aaron is an expert on witches. We study witches. Understood, said the dwarf. Get on with it. Hush, Samuel. Mind your manners, said the tall one softly but seriously. Don't be an imbecile, Ash. This gypsy is falling in love with you. The Taltos was shocked and outraged. The anger flared in him beautifully and fully, and then he shook his head and folded his arms, as if he knew how to deal with such anger. As for Yuri, he was again stunned. It seemed the way of the world now, outrageous shocks and revelations. He was stunned and hurt, because he had in some way warmed to this being far beyond the ways in which he'd warmed to the little man, which were in the main more intellectual. He looked away, humiliated. He had no time now to tell the story of his own life, how he had fallen so totally under the dominance of Aaron Leitner, and the force and power which strong men often exerted over him. He wanted to say this was not erotic, but it was erotic, insofar as anything and everything is. The Taltos was staring coldly at the little man. Yuri resumed his story. Aaron Leitner went to help the Mayfair Witches in their endless battles with the spirit Lasher. Aaron Leitner never knew whence this spirit came, or what it really was.
That a witch had called it up in Dunlace in the year 1665, that was known, but not much else about it. After the creature was made flesh, after it had caused the death of too many witches for me to count, only after all this did Aaron Lightner see the creature, and learn from its own lips that it was the Taltos, and that it had lived in a body before, in the time of King Henry, meeting its death in Dunlace, the glen which it haunted until the witch called it up.
These things are not in any Talamasca file known to me. Scarcely 3 weeks have passed since the creature was slaughtered, but these things may be in secret files known to someone. Once the Talamasca learnt that Lasher had been reincarnated, or whatever in the name of God we should call it, they moved in on him and sought to remove him for their own purposes. They may have coldly and deliberately taken several lives in the process. I don't know. I know that Aaron had no part in their scheme, and felt betrayed by them. That is why I'm asking you, do they know about you? Are you part of the Talamasca knowledge? Because if you are, it is highly occult knowledge. Yes and no, said the tall one. You don't tell lies at all, do you? Ash, try not to say strange things, grumbled the dwarf. He too had sat back, letting his short, stumpy legs stretch out perfectly straight. He had knitted his fingers on his tweed vest, and his shirt was open at the neck. A bit of light flashed in his hooded eyes. I was merely remarking on it, Samuel. Have some patience. The tall man sighed. Try not to say such strange things yourself. He looked a little annoyed, and then his eyes returned to Yuri. Let me answer your question, Yuri, he said. The way he had spoken the name was warm and casual. Men in the Talamasca today probably know nothing of me. It would take a genius to unearth what tales of us are told in Talamasca archives, if indeed such documents still exist. I never fully understood the status or the significance of this knowledge, the Order's files, as they call them now. I read some manuscript once, centuries ago, and laughed at the words in it. But in those times, all written language seemed naive and touching to me. Some of it still does. To Yuri, this was a fascinating point. The dwarf had been right, of course. He was falling under the sway of this being. He had lost his healthy reluctance to trust. But that was what this sort of love was about, wasn't it? Divesting oneself so totally of the customary feelings of alienation and distrust that the subsequent acceptance was intellectually orgasmic. What sort of language doesn't make you laugh? Asked Yuri. Modern slang, said the tall one. Realism in fiction and journalism which is filled with colloquialisms. It often lacks naivete completely. It has lost all formality and instead abides by an intense compression. When people write now, it is sometimes like the screech of a whistle compared to the songs they used to sing. Yuri laughed. I think you're right, he said. Not so the documents of the Talamasca, however. No, as I was explaining, they are melodic and amusing. But then there are documents and documents. So you don't think they know about you now? I'm fairly certain they don't know about me. And as you tell your tale, it becomes very clear that they cannot possibly know about me. But go on. What happened to this Taltos? They tried to take him away, and they died in the process. The man who killed the Taltos killed these men from the Talamasca. Before they died, however, when these men were seeking to take the Taltos into their custody, you might say, they indicated that they had a female Taltos, that they had for centuries sought to bring the male and the female together. They indicated it was the avowed purpose of the order, the clandestine and occult purpose, I should say, This was demoralizing to Aaron Leitner. I can see why. Yuri went on. The Taltos, Lasha, he seemed unsurprised by all this. He seems to have figured it out. Even in his earlier incarnation, the Talamasca had tried to take him out of Dunleith, perhaps to mate him with the female, but he didn't trust them, and he didn't go with them. He was a priest in those days. He was believed to be a saint. Saint Ashlar, said the dwarf, more soberly, the voice seeming to rumble not from the wrinkles of his face, but from his heavy trunk. Saint Ashlar, who always comes again. The tall one bowed his head slightly, his deep hazel eyes moving slowly back and forth across the carpet, almost as if he were reading the rich oriental design. He looked up at Yuri, head bowed so that his dark brows shadowed his eyes. Saint Ashlar, he said in a sad voice. Are you this man? I'm no saint, Yuri. Do you mind that I call you by name? Let's not speak of saints, if you please. Oh, please do call me Yuri, and I will call you Ash. But the point is, are you this same individual, this one they called the saint? You speak of centuries, and we sit here in this parlor, and the fire crackles, and the waiter taps at the door now with our refreshments. You must tell me. I can't protect myself from my own brothers in the Talamasca if you don't tell me, and help me to understand what's going on. Samuel slipped off the chair and proceeded towards the alcove. Go into the bedroom, please, Yuri. Out of sight now. He swaggered as he went past Yuri. Yuri rose, the shoulder hurting him acutely for a moment, and he walked into the bedroom, closing the door behind him. He found himself in a shadowy stillness, with soft, loose curtains filtering the subdued morning light. He picked up the telephone. Quickly, he punched the direct dial number, followed by the country code for the United States. Then he hesitated, feeling wholly unable to tell the protective lies that he would have to tell to Mona, eager to speak to Aaron and tell him what he knew, and half afraid he would be momentarily stopped from calling anyone. Several times on the drive down from Scotland, he had found himself at public phones, experiencing the same dilemma, when the dwarf had commanded him to get in the car now. What to tell his little love? How much to tell Aaron in the few moments he might have to speak with him? In haste, he punched in the area code for New Orleans and the number of the Mayfair house on St. Charles and Amelia, and he waited, a little worried suddenly that it might be the very middle of the night in America, and then realizing suddenly that indeed it was. Rude and terrible mistake, whatever the circumstances. Someone had answered. It was a voice he knew but could not place. I'm calling from England. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to reach Mona Mayfair, he said. I hope I haven't waked the house. Yuri? Asked the woman. Yes, he confessed, without obvious surprise that this woman had recognized his voice. Yuri, Aaron Leitner's dead, said the woman. This is Celia, Beatrice's cousin, Mona's cousin, everybody's cousin. Aaron's been killed. There was a long pause in which Yuri did nothing. He didn't think or visualize anything or rush to any conclusion. His body was caught in a cold, terrible fear of the implications of these words, that he would never see Aaron again, that they would never speak to each other, that Aaron was forever gone. When he tried to move his lips, he found trouble. He did some senseless and stupid little thing with his hand, pinching the telephone cord. I'm sorry, Yuri. We've been worried about you. Mona's been very worried. Where are you? Can you call Michael Curry? I can give you the number. I'm all right, Yuri answered softly. I have that number. That's where Mona is now, Yuri, up at the other house. They will want to know where you are, and how to reach you immediately. But Aaron, he said pleadingly, unable to say more. His voice sounded puny to him, barely escaping the burden of the tremendous emotions that even clouded his vision and his equilibrium, his entire sense of who he was. Aaron. He was run over, deliberately, by a man in a car. He was walking down from the Pontchartrain Hotel, where he'd just left Beatrice with Mary Jane Mayfair. They were putting Mary Jane Mayfair up at the hotel. Beatrice was just about to go into the lobby of the hotel when she heard the noise. She and Mary Jane witnessed what happened. Aaron was run over by the car several times. Then it was murder, said Yuri. Absolutely. They caught the man who did it, a drifter. He was hired, but he doesn't know the identity of the man who hired him. He got $5,000 in cash for killing Aaron. He'd been trying to do it for a week. He'd spent half the money. Yuri wanted to put down the phone. It seemed utterly impossible to continue. He ran his tongue along his upper lip, and then firmly forced himself to speak. Celia, please tell Mona Mayfair this for me, and Michael Curry, too, that I am in England. I am safe. I will soon be in touch. I am being very careful. I send my sympathies to Beatrice Mayfair. I send to all my love. I'll tell them. He laid down the phone. If she said something more, he didn't hear it. It was silent now, and the soft pastel colors of the bedroom lulled him for a moment. The light filled the mirror softly and beautifully. All the fragrances of the room were clean. Alienation, a lack of trust either in happiness or in others. Rome. Aaron coming. Aaron erased from life, not from the past, but utterly from the present and from the future. He didn't know how long he stood there. It began to seem that he had been planted by the dressing table for a long, long time. He knew that Ash, the tall one, had come into the room, but not to detach Yuri from the telephone. And some deep, awful grief in Yuri was touched suddenly, disastrously perhaps, by the warm, sympathetic voice of this man. Why are you crying, Yuri? It was said with the purity of a child. Aaron Leitner's dead, said Yuri. I never called to tell him they'd tried to kill me. I should have told him. I should have warned him. It was the slightly abrasive voice of Samuel that reached him from the door. He knew, Yuri, he knew. You told me how he warned you not to come back here, how he said they'd come for him at any time. Ah, but I don't hold on to it with guilt, my young friend, said Ash. Yuri felt the big spidery hand close tenderly on his shoulders. Aaron was my father, Yuri said in a monotone. Aaron was my brother. Aaron was my friend. Inside him, the grief and the guilt boiled, and the stark, awful terror of death became unendurable. It doesn't seem possible that this man is gone, totally gone from life, but it will begin to seem more and more possible, and then real, and then absolute. Yuri might as well have been a boy again in his mother's village in Yugoslavia, standing by her dead body on the bed. That had been the last time he'd known such pain as this. He couldn't bear it. He clenched his teeth, fearing that in an unmanly way he would cry out or even roar. The Talamaska killed him, said Yuri. Who else would have done it? Lasha, the Taltos, is dead. He didn't do it. Lay all the murders upon them. The Taltos killed the women, but he did not kill the men. The Talamaska did it. Was it Aaron who killed the Taltos? Asked Ash. Was he the father? No, but he did love a woman there. And now perhaps her life too has been destroyed. He wanted to lock himself in the bathroom. He had no clear image of what he meant to do. Sit on the marble floor, perhaps, with his knees up, and weep. But neither of these two strange individuals would hear of it. In concern and alarm, they drew him back into the living room of the suite and seated him on the sofa, the tall one being most careful not to hurt his shoulder, the little man rushing to prepare some hot tea, and bring him cakes and cookies on a plate. A feeble meal, but a particularly enticing one. It seemed to Yuri that the fire was burning too fast. His pulse had quickened. Indeed, he felt himself breaking out in a sweat. He took off the heavy sweater, pulling it roughly over his neck, causing intense pain in his shoulder before he realized what he was doing, and before he realized he had nothing on under this sweater and was now sitting here bare-chested with the sweater in his hands. He sat back and hugged the sweater, uncomfortable to be so uncovered. He heard a little sound. The little man had brought him a white shirt, still wrapped around laundry cardboard. Yuri took it, opened it, unbuttoned it, and slipped it on. It was absurdly too big for him. It must have belonged to Ash. But he rolled up the sleeves and buttoned several of the buttons and was grateful to be concealed once more. It felt comforting, like a great pajama shirt. The sweater lay on the carpet. He could see the grass in it, the twigs and bits of soil clinging to it. And I thought I was so noble, he said, not calling him, not worrying him, letting the wound heal and getting back on my feet before I reported in to confirm to him that I was well. Why would the Talamasca kill Aaron Leitner? Asked Ash. He had retreated to his chair and was sitting with his hands clasped between his knees. Again he was ramrod straight and unlikely and very handsome. Good Lord. It was as if Yuri had been knocked unconscious and was seeing all of this again for the first time. He noticed the simple black watchband around Ash's wrist and the gold watch itself with digital numbers. He saw the red-haired hunchback standing at the window, which he had opened a crack now that the fire was positively roaring. He felt the ice blade of the wind cleave through the room. He saw the fire arch its back and hiss. Yuri, why? Asked Ash. I can't answer. I had hoped somehow we were mistaken, that they hadn't had such a heavy hand in all this, that they hadn't killed innocent men, that it was a fanciful lie or something, that they had the female that they had always wanted. I couldn't think of such a tawdry purpose. Oh, I don't mean to offend you. Of course not. I mean I had thought their aims so lofty, their whole evolution so remarkably pure, an order of scholars who record and study but never interfere selfishly in what they observe, students of the supernatural. I think I've been a fool. They killed Aaron because he knew about all this, and that's why they must kill me. They must let the order sink back into its routines, undisturbed by all this. They must be watching at the mother house. They must be anxious to prevent me entering it at all costs. They must have the phones covered. I couldn't call there, or Amsterdam, or Rome if I wanted to. They'd intercept any fax that I sent. They'll never let down this guard, or stop looking for me till I'm dead. Then who will there be to go after them, to tell the others, to reveal the awful secret to the brothers and sisters that this order is evil? The old maxims of the Catholic Church perhaps have always been true. What is supernatural and not of God is evil. To find the male Taltos, to bring him together with the female. He looked up. Ash's face was sad. Samuel, leaning against the closed window, appeared for all the fleshy folds of his face, sad and concerned as well. Calm yourself, he thought. Make your words count. Do not lapse into hysteria. He went on. You speak of centuries, Ash, he said, the way others speak of years. Then the female within the Talamasca might have lived for centuries. This might have been the only purpose, always. Out of dark, had he ever been in a room with a sentient being who wasn't human? Now he was. And who was to say how many such species lived in our comfortable little world, walking about, passing for human, while servicing their own agenda in every respect? Taltos. vampire. The aged dwarf with his own clock and his own grudges and stories. How quiet they both were. Had there been an unspoken decision to let him rave? You know what I would like to do? Yuri asked. What? Asked Ash. Go to the Amsterdam mother house and kill them, the elders. But that's just it. I don't think I can find them. I don't think they are in the Amsterdam mother house, or that they ever have been. I don't know who or what they are. Samuel, I want to take the car now. I have to go home here in London. I have to see the brothers and the sisters. No, said Samuel. They'll kill you. They can't all be in it. That's my last hope. We are all dupe of a few. Now, please, I want to take the car outside London to the mother house. I want to walk inside quickly before anyone is the wiser and grab hold of the brothers and sisters and make them listen. Look, I have to do this. I have to warn them. Why, Aaron dead. He stopped. He realized he'd been frightening them, these two strange friends. The little man had his arms folded again, grotesquely, because they were so short and his chest was so big. The folded flesh of his forehead had descended in a frown. Ash merely watched him, not frowning, but visibly worrying. What do you care? Either one of you, said Yuri suddenly. You saved my life when I was shot in the mountains, but nobody asked you to do this. Why? What am I to you? A little noise came from Samuel, as if to say, this is not worth an answer. Ash answered, however, in a tender voice, Maybe we are gypsies too, Yuri, he said. Yuri didn't answer, but he did not believe in the sentiments this man was describing. He didn't believe in anything except that Aaron was dead. He pictured Mona, his little red-haired witch. He saw her remarkable little face and her great veil of red hair. He saw her eyes, but he could feel nothing for her. He wished with all his heart that she were here. Nothing. I have nothing, he whispered. Yuri, said Ash, please, mark what I tell you. The Talamasca was not founded to search for the Taltos. This you can believe on my word. And though I know nothing of the elders of the order in this day and age, I have known them in the past. And know, Yuri, they were not Taltos then, and I cannot believe they are Taltos now. What would they be, Yuri? Females of our species. The voice went on, unhurried and tender still, but profoundly forceful. A female Taltos is as willful and childlike as a male, said Ash. A female would have gone at once to this creature Lasher. A female, living only among females, could not have been prevented from doing it. Why send mortal men to capture such a prize and such a foe? Oh, I know to you I don't seem formidable, but you might be very surprised by my tales. Take comfort. Your brothers and your sisters are not dupes of the order itself. But I believe that you have hit upon the truth in your considerations. It is not the elders who subverted the avowed purpose of the Talamasca, so that they might capture this creature Lasher. It was some other small coterie of members who have discovered the secrets of the old breed. Ash stopped. It was as if the air had been emptied of music suddenly. Ash was still regarding Yuri with patient, simple eyes. You have to be right, said Yuri softly. I can't bear it if you are not. We have it in our power to discover the truth, said Ash. The three of us, together. And frankly, though I cared for you immediately upon meeting you, and would help because you are a fellow creature and because my heart is tender to you in general, I must help you for another reason. I can remember when there was no Talamasca. I can remember when it was one man. I can remember when its catacombs enclosed a library no bigger than this room. I can remember when it became 2 members, and then 3, and later 5, and then it was 10. I can remember all these things, and those who came together to found it. I knew them, and I loved them. And of course my own secret, my own story, is hidden somewhere in their records. These records being translated into modern tongues and stored electronically. "What he's saying," said Samuel, harshly but slowly for all his annoyance, "is that we don't want the Talamasca to be subverted. We don't want its nature to change. The Talamasca knows too much about us for such a thing to be tolerated. It knows too much about too many things. With me, it's no matter of loyalty, really. It's a matter of wanting to be left alone." "I do speak of loyalty," said Ash. "I speak of love and of gratitude. I speak of many things." "Yes, I see it now," said Yuri. He could feel himself growing tired. The inevitable finish to emotional tumult, the inevitable rescue, the leaden, defeated need for sleep. "If they knew about me," said Ash in a low voice, "this little group would come for me as surely as they came for this creature Lasher." He made a little accepting gesture. "Human beings have done this before. Any great library of secrets is dangerous. Any cache of secrets can be stolen." Yuri had started to cry. He didn't make a sound. The tears never spilled. His eyes filled with water. He stared at the cup of tea. He'd never drunk it. Now it was cold. He took the linen napkin, unfolded it, and wiped his eyes. It was too rough, but he didn't care. He was hungry for the sweets on the plate, but didn't want to eat them. After a death, it seemed not proper to eat them. Ash went on. "I don't want to be the guardian angel of the Talamasca," he said. "I never wanted this. But there have been times in the past when the order has been threatened. I will not, if I can prevent it, see the order hurt or destroyed." "There are many reasons, Yuri," said Samuel, "why a little band of Talamasca renegades might try to trap this Lasher. Think what a trophy he would be. They are human beings, perhaps, who would capture a Taltos for no earthly reason. They are not men of science or magic or religion. They are not even scholars. But they would have this rare and indescribable creature. They would have it to look upon, to talk to examine, and to know, and to breed under their watchful eyes, of course, inevitably." "They would have it to chop it to pieces, perhaps," said Ash. "Lamentably, they would have it to stick it with needles and see if it screams." "Yes, it makes such good sense," said Yuri. "A plot from outside. Renegades, or outsiders. I'm tired. I need to sleep in a bed. I don't know why I said such terrible things to you both." "I do," said the dwarf. "Your friend's dead." "I wasn't there to save him." "The man who tried to kill you," Ash said. "Did you kill him?" Samuel gave the answer. "No, I killed him. Not on purpose, really. It was either knock him off the cliff or let him fire another shot at the gypsy. I must confess I did it rather for the hell of it, as Yuri and I hadn't yet exchanged a single word. Here was this man aiming a gun at another man. The dead man's body is in the glen. You want to find it? It's a good chance the little people left it right where it fell." "Ah, it was like that," said Ash. Yuri said nothing. Vaguely he knew that he should have found this body. He should have examined it, taken its identifying papers. But that really had not been feasible, given his wound and the awesome terrain.
There seemed something just about the body being lost forever in the wilderness of Dunlace, and about the little people letting the body rot.
The little people.
Even as he had fallen, his eyes had been on the spectacle of the tiny men down in the little pocket of grass far below him, dancing like many twisted modern Rumpelstiltskins. The light of the torches had been the last thing he saw before he lost consciousness. When he'd opened his eyes to see Samuel, his savior, with the gun belt and pistol, and a face so haggard and old that it seemed a tangle of tree roots, he had thought, "They've come to kill me, but I've seen them. I wish I could tell Aaron. The little people, I've seen them." "It's a group from outside the Talamasca," said Ash, waking him abruptly from the unwelcome spell, pulling him back into this little circle. "Not from within." Taltos, thought Yuri. And now I have seen the Taltos. I am in a room with this creature who is the Taltos. Had the honor of the order been unblemished, had the pain in his shoulder not been reminding him every moment of the shabby violence and treachery which had engulfed his life, how momentous it would have been to see the Taltos. But then, this was the price of such visions, was it not? They always carried a price, Aaron had told him once. And now he could never discuss this with Aaron. Samuel spoke next, a little caustic. "How do you know it's not a group from within the Talamasca?" He looked nothing now like he had that night, in his ragged jerkin and breeches. Sitting by the fire, he had looked like a ghastly toad as he counted his bullets and filled the empty spaces in his belt and drank his whiskey and offered it over and over to Yuri. That was the drunkest Yuri had ever been. But it was medicinal, wasn't it? "Rumpelstiltskin," Yuri had said. And the little man had said, "You can call me that if you like. I've been called worse. But my name is Samuel." "What language are they singing in?" "When will they stop with the singing with the drums?" "Our language. Be quiet now. It's hard for me to count." Now the little man was cradled comfortably by the civilized chair and swaddled in civilized garments, staring eagerly at the miraculous willowy giant, Ash, who took his time to answer. "Yes," said Yuri, more to snap himself out of it than anything else. "What makes you think it's a group from outside?" Forget the chill and the darkness and the drums, the infuriating pain of the bullet. "It's too clumsy," said Ash. "The bullet from a gun, the car jumping the curb and striking Aaron Leitner. There are many easy ways to kill people so that others hardly notice at all. Scholars always know this. They have learnt from studying witches and wizards and other princes of Maleficia. No, they would not go into the glen stalking a man as if he were game. It is not possible." "Ash, the gun is now the weapon of the glen," said Samuel derisively. "Why shouldn't wizards use guns if little people use them?" "It's the toy of the glen, Samuel," said Ash calmly, "and you know it. The men of the Talamasca are not monsters who are hunted and spied upon, and must retreat from the world into a wilderness, and when sighted strike fear in men's hearts." He went on with his reasoning. "It is not from within the elders of the Talamasca that this menace has arisen. It is the worst nuisance imaginable. Some small group of people from outside, who happened upon certain information and chose to believe it. Books, computer disks, who knows? Perhaps these secrets were even sold to them by servants." "Then we must seem like children to them," said Yuri. "Like monks and nuns, computerizing all our records, our files, gathering old secrets into computer banks." "Who was the witch who fathered the Taltos? Who killed him?" demanded Ash suddenly. "You told me you'd tell me if I were to tell things to you. What more can I give you? I've been more than forthcoming. Who is this witch that can father a Taltos?" "Michael Curry is his name," said Yuri. "And they'll probably try to kill him, too." "No, that wouldn't do for them, would it?" Ash said. "On the contrary, they will strive to strike the match again. The witch Rowan she can no longer bear," said Yuri. "But there are others, a family of others."
And there is one so powerful that even... Yuri's head felt heavy. He raised his right hand and pressed it to his forehead, disappointed that his hand was so warm. Leaning forward made him feel sick. Slowly he eased back, trying not to pull or flick his shoulder, and then he closed his eyes. He reached into his pant pocket and pulled out his little wallet and opened it. He slipped out of hiding the little school picture of Mona, very vividly colored. His darling, with her smile, her even white teeth, her heap of coarse and beautiful red hair. Child witch, beloved witch, but witch without question. Yuri wiped his eyes again, and his lips. His hand was trembling so badly that Mona's lovely face was out of focus. He saw the long, thin fingers of Ash touch the edges of the photograph. The Taltos was standing over him, one long arm behind him, braced against the back of the sofa, while with the other hand he steadied the picture and studied it in silence. "From the same line as the mother," said Ash softly. Suddenly Yuri pulled in the photograph and crushed it flat to his chest. He pitched forward, sick again, the pain in his shoulder immediately paralyzing him. Ash politely withdrew and went to the mantel. The fire had gone down somewhat. Ash stood with his hands on the mantel-shelf. His back was very straight, his bearing almost military, his full dark hair curling against his collar, completely covering his neck. From this vantage point Yuri could see no white in his hair, only the deep dark locks, brownish-black. "So they'll try to get her," said Ash, with his back turned still, raising his voice as needed. "Or they will try to get her or some other witch in this family." "Yes," said Yuri. He was dazed, yet maddened. How could he have thought that he did not love her? How could she have been so distant from him so suddenly? "They'll try to get her." "Oh, my God, but we've given them an advantage," he said, only just realizing it and realizing it completely. "Good God! We have played into their hands. Computers, records. It's just what happened with the order." He stood up. The shoulder was throbbing. He didn't care. He was still holding the picture tight under the cover of his palm and pressed to the shirt. "How so, played into their hands?" asked Ash, turning, the firelight flashing up on his face so that his eyes looked almost as green as Mona's and his tie looked like a deep stain of blood. "The genetic testing," Yuri said. "The whole family is going through the testing so as never to match again a witch to a witch that might make the Taltos. Don't you see? There are records being compiled, genetic, genealogical, medical. It will be in these records who is a powerful witch and who is not. Dear God, they will know whom to single out. They'll know better than the foolish Taltos. They'll have a weapon in this knowledge he never had. Oh, he tried to mate with so many of them. He killed them. Each died without giving him what he wanted, the female child. But may I see the picture of the young red-haired witch again?" Ash asked timidly. "No," said Yuri. "You may not." The blood was throbbing in his face. He felt a wetness on his shoulder. He had torn the wound. He had a fever. "You may not," he said again, staring at Ash. Ash said nothing. "Please don't ask me," Yuri said. "I need you. I need you very much to help me, but don't ask me to see her face. Not now." The two looked at each other. Then Ash nodded. "Very well," he said. "Of course, I won't ask to see it. But to love a witch that strong is very dangerous. You know this, don't you?" Yuri didn't answer. For one moment he knew everything. That Aaron was dead. That Mona might soon come to harm. That almost all that he had ever loved or cherished had been taken from him. Almost all.
that only a scant hope of happiness or satisfaction or joy remained to him, and that he was too weak and tired and hurt to think any more, that he had to lie in the bed in the next room, which he had not even dared to glance at, the first bed he had seen in all this time since the bullet hit him and nearly killed him. He knew that never, never should he have shown Mona's picture to this being who stood looking at him with deceptive softness and seemingly sublime patience. He knew that he, Yuri, might suddenly drop where he stood. "Come on, Yuri," said Samuel to him with gruff gentleness, coming towards him with the usual swaggering walk. The thick, gnarled hand was reaching out for his. "I want you to go to bed now, Yuri. Sleep now. We'll be here with some hot supper for you when you wake up." He let himself be led towards the door, yet something stopped him, caused him to resist the little man, who was as strong as any full-sized man Yuri had ever known. Yuri found himself looking back at the tall one by the mantel. Then he went into the bedroom, and, to his own surprise, fell dazed upon the bed. The little man pulled off his shoes. "I'm sorry," said Yuri. "It's no bother," said the little man. "Shall I cover you?" "No. It's warm in here, and it's safe." He heard the door close, but he didn't open his eyes. He was already sliding away from here, away from everything, and in a spike of dream reality which caught him and shocked him awake, he saw Mona sitting on the side of her bed and telling him to come. The hair between her legs was red, but darker than the hair of her head. He opened his eyes. For a moment he was only aware of a close darkness, a disturbing absence of light that ought to be there. Then, gradually, he realized Ash was standing beside him and looking down at him. In instinctive fear and revulsion, Yuri lay still, not moving, eyes fixed forward on the wool of Ash's long coat. "I won't take the picture while you sleep," said Ash in a whisper. "Don't worry. I came to tell you that I must go north tonight and visit the glen. I'll come back tomorrow and must find you here when I come." "I haven't been very clever, have I?" asked Yuri, "showing you her picture. I was a fool." He was still staring at the dark wool. Then, right before his face, he saw the white fingers of Ash's right hand. Slowly he turned and looked up, and the nearness of the man's large face horrified him, but he made no sound. He merely peered up into the eyes that were fixed on him with a glassy curiosity, and then looked at the voluptuous mouth. "I think I'm going mad now," said Yuri. "No, you are not," said Ash, "but you must begin to be clever from now on. Sleep. Don't fear me, and remain here safe with Samuel until I return." 4. The morgue was small, filthy, made of little rooms with old white tile on the walls and on the floors, and rusted drains and creaking iron tables. Only in New Orleans, she thought, could it be like this. Only here would they let a 13-year-old girl step up to the body and see it and start to cry. "Go out, Mona," she said. "Let me examine Aaron." Her legs were shaky, her hands worse. It was like the old joke. You sit there palsied and twisting, and someone says, "What do you do for a living?" And you say, "I'm a brain surgeon." She steadied herself with her left hand and lifted the bloody sheet. The car had not hurt his face. It was Aaron. This was not the place to pay him reverence, to remember his multiple kindnesses and his vain attempts to help her. One image, perhaps, flared brightly enough to obscure the dirt, the stench, the ignominy of the once dignified body in a heap on the soiled table. Aaron Leitner at the funeral of her mother. Aaron Leitner taking her arm and helping her to move through the crowd of utter strangers who were her kin, to approach her mother's coffin. Aaron, knowing that that was exactly what Rowan wanted to do and had to do, look upon the lovely rouged and perfumed body of Deirdre Mayfair. No cosmetic had touched this man who lay here beyond distinction and in profound indifference. His white hair, lustrous as it had always been, the badge of wisdom, side by side with uncommon vitality. His pale eyes were unclosed, yet unmistakably dead. His mouth had relaxed, perhaps, into its more familiar and agreeable shape, evidence of a life lived with amazingly little bitterness, rage, or sinister humor. She laid her hand on his forehead, and she moved his head just a little to one side and then back again. She figured the time of death at less than 2 hours ago. The chest was crushed. Blood soaked the shirt and the coat. No doubt the lungs had instantly collapsed, and even before that the heart might have been ruptured. Gently she touched his lips, prying them apart as if she were a lover, teasing him, preparing to kiss him, she thought. Her eyes were moist, and the feeling of sadness was so deep suddenly that sense of Deirdre's funeral returned, the engulfing presence of perfumed white flowers. His mouth was full of blood. She looked at the eyes, which did not look back at her. Know you, love you. She bent close. Yes, he had died instantly. He had died from the heart, not the brain. She smoothed his lids closed and let her fingers rest there. Who in this dungeon would do a proper autopsy? Look at the stains on the walls. Smell the stench from the drawers. She lifted the sheet back farther and then whipped it aside, clumsily or impatiently, she wasn't sure which. The right leg was crushed. Obviously the lower portion and the foot had been detached and put back into the wool trousers. The right hand had only 3 fingers. The other 2 had been severed brutally and totally. Had someone collected the fingers? There was a grinding sound. It was the Chinese detective coming into the room, the sound of dirt under his shoe making that awful noise against the tile. You all right, Doctor? Yes, she said. I'm almost finished. She went round to the other side. She laid her hand on Aaron's head and on his neck, and she stood quiet, thinking, listening, feeling. It had been the car accident, plain and savage. If he had suffered, no image of it hovered near him now. If he had struggled not to die, that too would be unknown forever. Beatrice had seen him try to dodge the car, or so she thought. Mary Jane Mayfair had reported, "He tried to get out of the way, he just couldn't." Finally she drew back. She had to wash her hands, but where? She went to the sink, turned on the ancient faucet and let the water flood over her fingers. Then she turned off the faucet and she shoved her hands in the pockets of her cotton coat, and she walked past the cot and back out into the small anteroom before the drawers of unclaimed corpses. Michael was there, cigarette in hand, collar open, looking utterly wasted by grief and the burden of comfort. "You want to see him?" she asked. Her throat still hurt, but this was of no importance to her whatsoever. "His face is all right. Don't look at anything else." "I don't think so," said Michael. "I never was in this position before. If you say he's dead and the car hit him and there's nothing for me to learn, I don't want to see him." "I understand." "The smell's making me sick. It made Mona sick." "There was a time when I was used to it," she said. He drew close to her, gathering the back of her neck in his large, roughened hand, and then kissing her clumsily, wholly unlike the sweet and apologetic way he had kissed her all during her weeks of silence. He shuddered all over, and she opened her lips and kissed him back, and crushed him with her arms, or at least made an attempt to do so. "I have to get out of here," he said. She drew back only a step and glanced into the other room at the bloody heap. The Chinese cop had restored the covering sheet, out of respect, perhaps, or procedure. Michael stared at the drawers lining the opposite wall. Bodies inside made the abominable smell. She looked. There was one drawer partly open, perhaps because it couldn't be closed, and she could see the evidence of two bodies inside, the brown head of one facing up, and the molding pink feet of another lying directly on top of the first. There was green mold on the face, too. But the horror was not the mold. It was the two stacked together, the unclaimed dead, as intimate in their own way as lovers. "I can't," said Michael. "I know. Come on," she said. By the time they climbed into the car, Mona had stopped crying. She sat staring out the window, so deep in thought she forbade any talk, any distraction. Now and then she turned and threw a glance at Rowan. Rowan met the glance and felt the strength of it, and the warmth. In 3 weeks of listening to this child pour out her heart, a lovely load of poetry which often became simply sounds to Rowan in her somnambulant state, Rowan had come to love Mona completely. Heiress, the one who will bear the child that will carry on the legacy. Child with a womb inside her, and the passions of an experienced woman. Child who had held Michael in her arms, who in her exuberance and ignorance had feared not at all for his battered heart, or that he might die at the pinnacle of passion. He hadn't died. He'd climbed out of invalidism and readied himself for the homecoming of his wife. And now the guilt lay on Mona, far too intoxicating, confusing all the mighty doses which she had had to swallow. No one spoke as the car moved on. Rowan sat next to Michael in a little heap against him, resisting the urge to sleep, to sink back, to be lost again in thoughts that flowed with all the steadiness and imperturbability of a river, thoughts like the thoughts that had gently overlaid her for weeks, thoughts through which words and seeds had broken so slowly and so gently that they had hardly reached her at all. Voices speaking to you over the muffling rush of waters. She knew what she meant to do. It was going to be another terrible, terrible blow for Michael. They found the house alive. Guards surrounded it once again. That was no surprise to any of them. And Rowan required no explanation. No one knew who had hired the man to run down Aaron Leitner. Celia had come and had taken Bea in hand, letting her cry it out in Aaron's regular guest room on the second floor. Ryan Mayfair was in attendance, the man always prepared for court or church in his suit and tie, speaking cautiously of what the family must do now. They were all looking at Rowan, of course. She had seen these faces at her bedside. She had seen them pass before her during her long hours in the garden. She felt uncomfortable in the dress that Mona had helped her choose, because she could not remember ever seeing it before, but it didn't matter nearly as much as food. She was ravenously hungry, and they had laid out a full Mayfair-style buffet in the dining room. Michael filled a plate for her before the others could do it. She sat at the head of the dining table, and she ate, and she watched the others moving here and there in little groups. She drank a glass of ice water greedily. They were leaving her alone, out of respect or out of helplessness. What could they say to her? For the most part, they knew very little of what had actually taken place. They would never understand her abduction, as they called it, her captivity and the assaults that had been made upon her. What good people they were. They genuinely cared, but there was nothing they could do now except leave her alone. Mona stood next to her. Mona bent and kissed her cheek, doing this very slowly, so that at any time Rowan might have stopped her. Rowan didn't. On the contrary, she took Mona's wrist, pulled her close, and kissed her back, loving the soft baby feel of her skin, thinking only in passing how Michael must have enjoyed this skin, to see, to touch, to penetrate. "I'm going upstairs to sack out," Mona said. "I'll be there if you want me." "I do want you," she said, but she said it in a low voice, so that Michael perhaps wouldn't notice it. Michael was at her right, devouring a plate of food and a can of cold beer. "Yeah, okay," said Mona. "I'll just be lying down." There was a look of dread in her face, weariness and sadness and dread. "We need each other now," Rowan said, speaking the words as low as she could. The child's eyes fixed on her, and they merely looked at each other. Mona nodded, then left, without even a quick farewell to Michael. The awkwardness of the guilty, Rowan thought. Someone in the front room laughed suddenly. It seemed that no matter what happened, the Mayfairs always laughed. When she had been dying upstairs, and Michael had been crying by her bed, there had been people in the house laughing. She remembered thinking about it, thinking about both sounds in a detached way, without alarm, without response. Drifting. The truth is, laughter always sounds more perfect than weeping. Laughter flows in a violent riff and is effortlessly melodic. Weeping is often fought, choked, half-strangled, or surrendered to with humiliation. Michael finished off the roast beef and the rice and gravy. He took down the last of the beer. Someone came quickly to put another can by his plate, and he picked this up and drank half of it immediately. "This is good for your heart," she murmured. He didn't respond. She looked at her plate. She had finished her portion as well, downright gluttonous. Rice and gravy, New Orleans food. It occurred to her that she ought to tell him that during all these weeks she had loved it that he had given her food with his own hands. But what was the use of saying something like that to him? That he loved her was as much a miracle as anything that had happened to her, as anything that had happened in this house to anyone. And it had all happened in this house, she mused, when you got right down to it. She felt rooted here, connected in some way she had never felt anywhere else, not even on the sweet Christine, bravely plowing through the Golden Gate. She felt the strong certainty that this was her home, would never stop being that, and staring at the plate, she remembered that day when Michael and she had walked about the house together, when they'd opened the pantry and found all this old china, this precious china, and the silver. And yet all of this might perish, might be blown away from her and from everyone else by a tempest of hot breath, breath from the mouth of hell. What had her new friend Mona Mayfair said to her only hours ago? "Rowan, it's not finished." No, not finished. And Aaron? Had they even called the mother house to let his oldest friends there know what had happened to him? Or was he to be buried among new friends and conjugal kindred? The lamp burned brightly on the mantel. It was not yet dark outside. Through the cherry laurels she could see the sky was the legendary purple. The murals gave off their reassuring colors to the twilight in the room, and in the magnificent oaks, the oaks that could comfort you even when no human being could, the cicadas had begun to sing, and the warm spring air rolled through the room from windows that were open everywhere around them, here and in the parlor, and perhaps in the back to the great unused pool, windows open to the garden graveyard where the bodies lay, the bodies of her only children. Michael drank the last of the second beer and gave the can the usual squeeze, and then laid it down neatly, as if the big table demanded such propriety. He didn't look at her. He stared out at the laurels, brushing the colonnettes of the porch, brushing the glass of the upper windows. Maybe he was looking at the purple sky. Maybe he was listening to the commotion of the starlings that swooped down at this hour in great flocks to devour the cicadas. It was all death, that dance. The cicadas swarming from tree to tree, and the flocks of birds crisscrossing the evening sky. Just death, just one species eating another. "That's all it is, my dear," she had said on the day of her awakening, her nightgown covered with mud, her hands covered with mud, her bare feet in the wet mud on the side of the new grave. "That's all it is, Emily. A matter of survival, my daughter." Part of her wanted to return to the graves and the garden, to the iron table beneath the tree, to the danse macabre of the winged creatures high above, making the bold purple night throb with incidental and gorgeous song. Part of her didn't dare. If she walked out of here and went back to that table, she might open her eyes to discover that a night had passed away, perhaps more. Something as wretched and ugly as the death of Aaron would catch her again unawares, and say to her, "Wait, they need you. You know what you must do." Had Aaron been there himself for a split second, disembodied and merciful, whispering it in her ear? No, it had been nothing so clear or personal. She looked at her husband, the man slouching in the chair, crushing the hapless beer can into something round and almost flat, his eyes still settled on the windows. He was both wondrous and dreadful, indescribably attractive to her. And the awful, shameful truth was that his bitterness and suffering had made him more attractive. It had tarnished him rather marvelously. He didn't look so innocent now, so unlike the man he really was inside. No, the inside had seeped through the handsome skin and changed the texture of him all over. It had lent a slight ferocity to his face, as well as many soft and ever-shifting shadows. Saddened colors. He had told her something once about saddened colors, in the bright newlywed time, before they knew their child was a goblin. He had said that when they painted houses in the Victorian times, they used saddened colors. This meant darkening the colors somewhat. This meant somber, muted, complex. Victorian houses all over America had been painted in that way. That's what he'd said. And he had loved all that, those brownish reds and olive greens and steel grays. But here one had to think of another word for the ashen twilight and the deep green gloom, the shades of darkness that hovered about the violet house with its bright painted shutters. She was thinking now. Was he saddened? Was that what had happened to him? Or did she have to find another word for the darker, yet bolder look in his eyes, for the manner in which his face yielded so little now at first glance, yet was not for a moment mean or ugly? He looked at her, eyes shifting and striking her like light. Snap. Blue, and the smile almost there. Do it again, she thought as he looked away. Make those eyes at me. Make them large and blue and really dazzling for a moment. Was it a handicap to have such eyes? She reached out and touched the shadowy beard on his face, on his chin. She felt it all over his neck, and then she felt his fine black hair, and all the new coarser gray hair, and she sank her fingers into the curls. He stared forward as if he were shocked, and then very cautiously he turned his eyes, without much turning his head, and looked at her. She withdrew her hand, rising at the same time, and he stood up with her. There was almost a throb in his hand as he held her arm. As he moved the chair back and out of her way, she let herself brush fully against him. Up the stairs they went quietly. The bedroom was as it had been all this time, very serene, and overly warm, perhaps, with the bed never made, but only neatly turned down so that she could at any moment sink back into it. She shut the door and bolted it. He was already taking off his coat. She opened her blouse, pulling it out of the skirt with one hand and peeling it off and dropping it to the floor. "The operation they did," he said. "I thought, perhaps—" "No, I'm here. I want to do it." He came forward and kissed her on the cheek, turning her head as he did it. She felt the blazing roughness of the beard, the coarseness of his hands, pulling a little hard on her hair as he bent her head back. She reached out and pulled at his shirt. "Take it off," she said. When she unzipped the skirt, it dropped to her feet. How thin she was. But she didn't care about herself or want to see herself. She wanted to see him. He was stripped now and hard. She reached out and caught the black curling hair on his chest and pinched his nipples. "Ah, that's too hard," he whispered. He drew her against him, pushing her breasts right into the hair. Her hand came up between his legs, finding him hard and ready. She tugged on him as she climbed up on the bed, moving across it on her knees, and then falling down on the cool cotton sheet and feeling his weight come down clumsily on top of her. God, these big bones crushing her again, this swarm of hair against her, this scent of sweet flesh and vintage perfume, this scratching, pushing, divine roughness. "Do it fast," she said. "You'll go slowly the second time. Do it, fill me up," she said. But he needed no goading words. "Do it hard," she whispered between her teeth. The cock entered her, its sides shocking her, hurting her, bruising her. The pain was gorgeous, exquisite, perfect. She clenched the cock as best she could, the muscles weak and aching and not under her command, her wounded body betraying her. Didn't matter. He battered her hard, and she came, giving no cue of cries or sighs. She was thoughtless, red-faced, hands flung out, and then tightening on him with all her might, on the very pain itself, as he drove into her repeatedly, and then spent in great jerking motions that seemed to lift him off her, and then abandon him to fall into her arms, wet and familiar and loved, desperately loved. Michael. He rolled off. He wouldn't be able to do it so soon again. That was to be expected. His face was wet, the hair stuck to his forehead. She lay still in the cooling air of the room, uncovered, and watching the slow movement of the fan blades near the ceiling. The movement was so slow. Perhaps it was hypnotizing her. "Be quiet," she said to her body, her loins, her inner self. She half dreamed, in fear, revisiting the moments in Lasher's arms, and mercifully found them wanting. The savage, lustful god. Yes, he might have seemed that. But this had been a man, and a brutal man with an immense and loving heart. It was so divinely rough, so divinely crude, so utterly blinding and bruising and simple. He climbed out of the bed. She was certain he would sleep, and she herself knew she couldn't do it. But he was up and dressing himself again, dragging clean clothes from the rods in the bathroom closet. He had his back to her, and when he turned around, the light from the bathroom shone on his face. "Why did you do it?" he said. "Why did you leave with him?" It came like a roar. "Shh." She sat up and put her finger to her lips. "Don't bring them all. Don't make them come. Hate me if you will. Hate you. God, how can you say that to me? Day in and day out I've told you that I love you." He came towards the bed and put his hands firmly on the footboard. He glowered over her, horrifically beautiful in his rage. "How could you leave me like that?" He whispered the cry. How? He came round the side and suddenly grabbed her by her naked arms, fingers hurting her skin unbearably. Don't do it! She screamed back, struggling to keep her voice low, knowing how ugly it was, how filled with panic. Don't hit me, I warn you. That's what he did. That's what he did over and over and over again. I'll kill you if you hit me. She pulled loose and rolled to the side, tumbling off the bed and pushing into the bathroom where the cold marble tile burned her naked feet. Kill him? God damn it, if you don't stop yourself, you will. You will. With your power, you'll kill Michael. How many times had she tried it with Lasher, spitting it at him, the puny hatred. Kill him, kill him, kill him, and he had only laughed. Well, this man would die if she struck with her invisible rage. He would die as surely as the others she had killed. The filthy, appalling murders that had shaped her life, brought her to this very house, this moment. Terror, the stillness, the quietness of the room. She turned slowly and looked through the door, and she saw him standing beside the bed, merely watching her. I ought to be afraid of you, he said, but I'm not. I'm only afraid of one thing, that you don't love me. Oh, but I do, she said, and I always did. Always. His shoulders sagged for a minute, just a minute, and then he turned away from her. He was so hurt, but he would never again have the vulnerable look he had had before. He would never again have the pure gentleness. There was a chair by the window to the porch, and he appeared to find it blindly and choose it indifferently as he sat down, still turned away from her. And I'm about to hurt you again, she thought. She wanted to go to him, to talk to him, to hold him again. To talk the way they had that first day after she'd come to herself and buried her only daughter, the only daughter she'd ever have, beneath the oak. She wanted to open now with the kindling excitement she'd felt then, the utter love, thoughtless and rushed and without the slightest caution. But it seemed as beyond reach now as words had been so soon after that. She lifted her hands and ran them back hard through her hair. Then, rather mechanically, she reached for the tap in the shower. With the water flooding down, she could think, perhaps clearly for the first time. The noise was sweet, and the hot water was luscious. There seemed an impossible wealth of dresses to choose from, absolutely confounding that there were so many in the closet. Finally, she found a pair of soft wool pants, old pants she'd had eons ago in San Francisco, and she put those on, and on top a loose and deceptively heavy cotton sweater. It was plenty cool enough now for the spring night, and it felt good to be dressed again in the clothes she herself had loved. Who, she wondered, could have bought all these pretty dresses? She brushed her hair and closed her eyes, and thought, you are going to lose him, and with reason, if you do not talk to him now, if you do not once again explain, if you do not struggle against your own instinctive fear of words and go to him. She laid down the brush. He was standing in the doorway. She'd never shut the door all this while, and when she looked up at him, the peaceful, accepting look on his face was a great relief to her. She almost cried. But that would have been ludicrously selfish. I love you, Michael, she said. I could shout it from the rooftops. I never stopped loving you. It was vanity, and it was hubris, and the silence. The silence was the failure of a soul to heal and strengthen itself, or maybe just the necessary retreat that the soul sought as if it were some selfish organism. She listened intensely, frowning slightly, face calm, but never innocent the way it had been before. The eyes were huge and glistening, but hard and shadowed with sadness. I don't know how I could have hurt you just now, Rowan, he said. I really don't. I just don't. Michael, no. No, let me say it. I know what happened to you. I know what he did, I know. And I don't know how I could have blamed you, been angry with you, hurt you like that. I don't know. Michael, I know, she said. Don't, or you'll make me cry. Rowan, I destroyed him, he said. He had dropped his voice to a whisper the way so many people did when they spoke of death. I destroyed him. And it's not enough. No, don't speak any more. Forgive me, Michael. Forgive me for your sake and my sake. Forgive me. She leant forward and kissed him, took the breath out of him deliberately so it would remain wordless. And this time, when he folded her into his arms, it was full of the old kindness, the old cherishing warmth, the great protective sweetness that made her feel safe as it had when they'd first made love. There must have been something more lovely than falling in his arms like this, more lovely than merely being close to him. But she couldn't think what it was now, certainly not the violence of passion. That was there, obviously, to be enjoyed again and again. But this was the thing she'd never known with any other being on earth. This. Finally he drew back, taking her two hands together and kissing them, and then flashing her that bright boyish smile again, precisely the one she thought sure she'd never receive again, ever. And then he winked, and he said, his voice breaking, "You really do still love me, baby?" "Yes," she said. "I learned how once, apparently, and it will have to be forever. Come with me. Come outside. Come out under the oak. I want to be near them for a while. I don't know why. You and I, we are the only ones who know that they're there together." They slipped down the back stairs, through the kitchen. The guard by the pool merely nodded to them. The yard was dark as they found the iron table. She flung herself at him, and he steadied her. "Yes, for this little while. And then you'll hate me again," she thought. "Yes, you'll despise me." She kissed his hair, his cheek. She rubbed her forehead back and forth across his sharp beard. She felt his soft, responsive thighs, thick and heavy, and from the chest. "You'll despise me," she thought. "But who else can go after the men who killed Aaron?" 5. The plane landed in Edinburgh's airport at 11 p.m. Ash was dozing with his face against the window. He saw the headlamps of the cars moving steadily towards him, both black, both German, sedans that would take him and his little entourage over the narrow roads to Dunleith. It was no longer a trek one had to make on horseback. Ash was glad of it, not because he had not loved those journeys through the dangerous mountains, but because he wanted to reach the glen itself with no delay. Modern life has made all impatient, he thought quietly. How many times in his long life had he set out for Dunleith, determined to visit the place of his most tragic losses and re-examine his destiny again. Sometimes it had taken him years to make his way to England and then north to the Highlands. Other times it had been a matter of months. Now it was something accomplished in a matter of hours, and he was glad of it, for the going there had never been the difficult or cathartic part. Rather, it was the visit itself. He stood up now as this tentative young girl, Leslie, who had flown with him from America, brought his coat and a folded blanket and a pillow as well. "Sleepy, my dearest?" he asked her, with gentle reproach. Servants in America baffled him. They did the strangest things. He would not have been surprised if she had changed into a nightgown. "For you, Mr. Ash. The drive is almost 2 hours. I thought you might want it." He smiled as he walked past her. What must it be like for her, he wondered, the nocturnal trips to far-flung places. Scotland must seem like any other place to which he had at times dragged her or his other attendants. No one could guess what this meant to him. As he stepped out onto the metal stairway, the wind caught him by surprise. It was colder here even than it had been in London. Indeed, his journey had taken him from one circle of frost to another and then another, and with childish eagerness and shallow regret he longed for the warmth of the London hotel. He thought of the gypsy, sleeping so beautifully against the pillow, lean and dark-skinned, with a cruel mouth and jet-black eyebrows and lashes that curled upwards like those of a child. He covered his eyes with the back of his hand and hurried down the metal steps and into the car. Why did children have such big eyelashes? Why did they lose them later on? Did they need this extra protection? And how was it with the Taltos? He could not remember anything that he had ever known per se to be childhood. Surely for the Taltos there was such a period. Lost knowledge. Those words had been given to him so often. He could not remember a time when he didn't know them. This was an agony, really, this return, this refusal to move forward without a bitter consultation with his full soul. Soul. You have no soul, or so they've told you. Through the dim glass, he watched young Leslie slip into the passenger seat in front of him. He was relieved that he had the rear compartment entirely to himself, that 2 cars had been found to carry him and his little entourage northward. It would have been unendurable now to sit close to a human, to hear human chatter, to smell a robust female human, so sweet and so young. Scotland. Smell the forest. Smell the sea in the wind. The car moved away smoothly. An experienced driver. He was thankful. He could not have been tossed and pushed from side to side, clear to Dunlace. For a moment he saw the glaring reflection of the lights behind him, the bodyguards following, as they always did. A terrible premonition gripped him. Why put himself through this ordeal? Why go to Dunlace? Why climb the mountain and visit these shrines of his past again? He closed his eyes and saw for a second the brilliant red hair of the little witch whom Uri loved as foolishly as a boy. He saw her hard green eyes looking back at him out of the picture, mocking her little girl hair with its bright-colored ribbon. Uri, you are a fool. The car gained speed. He could not see anything through the darkly tinted glass. Lamentable, downright maddening. In the States, his own cars had untinted windows. Privacy had never been a concern to him, but to see the world in its natural colors, that was something he needed the way he needed air and water. Ah, but maybe he would sleep a little, and without dreams. A voice startled him, the young woman's, coming from the overhead speaker. Mr. Ash, I've called the inn. They're prepared for our arrival. Do you want to stop for anything now? No. I want only to get there, Leslie. Snuggle with the blanket and the pillow. It is a long way. He closed his eyes, but sleep didn't come to him. This was one of those journeys when he would feel every minute and every bump in the road. So why not think of the gypsy again? His thin, dark face, the flash of his teeth against his lips, so white and perfect. The teeth of modern men. Rich gypsy, perhaps. Rich witch. That had come plain to him in the conversation. In his mind's eye he reached for the button of her white blouse in the photograph. He pulled it open to see her breasts. He gave them pink nipples, and he touched the blue veins beneath the skin, which had to be there. He sighed, and let a low whistle come from his teeth, and turned his head to the side. The desire was so painful but he forced it back, let it go. Then he saw the gypsy again. He saw his long dark arm thrown up over the pillow. He smelled again the woods and the vale clinging to the gypsy. Yuri, he whispered in his fantasy, and he turned the young man over and bent to kiss his mouth. This, too, was a fiery furnace. He sat up and forward and put his elbows on his knees and his face in his hands. Music, hush, he said quietly. And then, settling back once more, his head against the window, his eyes large and struggling to see through the horrid dark glass, he began to sing to himself in a wee voice, a tiny falsetto, a song no one might understand but Samuel, and even Samuel might not know for sure. It was 2 a.m. when he told the driver to stop. He could not continue. Beyond the dark glass lurked all the world that he had come here to see. He could wait no longer. "We're almost there, sir." "I know we are. You'll find the town only a few miles ahead. You're to go there directly. Settle into the inn and wait for me. Now call the guards in the car behind us. Tell them to follow you in. I must be alone now here." He didn't wait for the inevitable arguments or protests. He stepped out of the car, slamming the door before the driver could come to his assistance, and with a little goodwill wave of his hand, he walked fast over the edge of the road and into the deep, cold forest. The wind was not strong now. The moon, snared in clouds, gave an intermittent and filmy light. He found himself enveloped by the scents of the Scotch pines, the dark, cold earth beneath his feet, the brave blades of early spring grass crushed beneath his shoe, the faint scent of new flowers. The barks of the trees felt good beneath his fingers. For a long time he moved on and on, in the dark, sometimes stumbling, sometimes catching hold of a thick tree trunk to steady himself. He didn't stop to catch his breath. He knew this slope. He knew the stars above, even though the clouds tried to obscure them. Indeed, the starry heavens brought him a strange, painful emotion. When at last he stopped, it was upon a high crest. His long legs ached a little, as legs should, perhaps. But being in this sacred place, this place which meant more to him than any other bit of land in the world, he could remember a time when his limbs would not have ached, when he could have hurried up the hill in big loping steps. No matter. What was a little pain? It gave him an insight into the pain of others, and humans suffered such terrible pain. Think of the gypsy asleep in his warm bed, dreaming of his witch. And pain was pain, whether physical or mental. Not the wisest of men or women or Taltos would ever know which was worse, the pain of the heart or the pain of the flesh. At last he turned and sought even higher ground, climbing steadily up the slope, even when it seemed impossibly steep, often reaching for a grip upon branches and firm rock to help himself. The wind came up, but not strongly. His hands and feet were cold, but it was not a coldness he couldn't endure. Indeed, coldness had always refreshed him. And indeed, thanks to Remick, he had his fur-collared coat. Thanks to himself, he had his warm wool clothes. Thanks to heaven, perhaps, the pain in his legs grew no worse, only a little more annoying. The ground crumbled a little. He could have fallen here, but the trees were like tall balusters keeping him safe, letting him go on and on rapidly. At last he turned and found the path he had known would be here, winding up between two gently rising slopes where the trees were old, untouched, perhaps spared by all intruders for centuries. The path descended into a small vale, covered with sharp stones that hurt his feet and made him more than once lose his balance. Then up again he went, thinking the slope quite impossible, except for the fact that he'd climbed it before, and he knew that his will would overcome the evidence of his senses. At last he emerged into a small clearing, eyes fixed on the distant overhanging peak.
The trees were so close he could not easily find the path now, or any simple footing. He moved on, crushing the smaller shrubbery as he went. And as he turned now to his right, he saw far below, beyond the great steep crevasse, the waters of the loch shining with the pale illumination of the moon, and farther still, the high skeletal ruins of a cathedral. His breath went out of him. He had not known they had rebuilt so much. As he fixed his eyes on the scheme below, he made out the entire cross-pattern of the church, or so it seemed, and a multitude of squat tents and buildings, and a few flickering lights that were no more than pinpoints. He rested against the rock, safely nestled, peeping, as it were, on this world without any danger of tumbling and falling down to it. He knew what that was, to fall and to fall, to reach and cry out and be unable to stop the fall, his helpless body gaining weight and speed with every few feet of bruising terrain beneath him. His coat was torn, his shoes were wet from the snow. For a moment all the smells of this land engulfed him and overpowered him, so that he felt an erotic pleasure moving through him, gripping his loins and sending the coarse ripples of pleasure over his entire skin. He closed his eyes and let the soft, harmless wind stroke his face, let it chill his fingers. It's near. It's very near. All you have to do is walk on and up and turn there before the gray boulder you can see right now under the naked moon. In a moment, the clouds may again cover the light, but it will be no less easy for you. A distant sound touched his ears. For a moment he thought perhaps he was imagining it, but there it was, the low beat of the drums, and the thin, flat whine of the pipes, somber and without any rhythm or melody he could discern, which drew from him a sudden panic and then a low, pumping anxiety. The sounds grew stronger, or rather he allowed himself to hear them more truly. The wind rose, then died away. The drums came strong from the slopes below, the pipes whining on, and again he sought to find the pattern, and, finding none, ground his teeth and pressed the heel of his palm to his right ear to shut the sound off, finally. The key. Go on. Go up and go into it. Turn your back on the drums. What are the drums to you, if they knew you were here? Would they play a true song to draw you in? Are the songs even known to them any more? He pushed up and on, and coming round the boulder he felt the cold surface of the rock with both hands. 20 feet ahead, perhaps more, lay the mouth of the cave, overgrown, concealed perhaps from any other climber, but he knew the random formations of stone above it. He walked higher, with one steep, heavy step after another. The wind whistled here among the pines. He pushed at the heavy overgrowth, letting the small branches scratch at his hands and face. He didn't care. At last he stepped into the blackness itself, and slumped, breathing heavily against the wall, and closing his eyes again. No sound came to him from the depths. Only the wind sang as before, mercifully obscuring the distant drums, if, indeed, they still made their awful, ugly mayhem. I am here, he whispered, and the silence leapt back from him, curling perhaps into the very depths of the cave. Yet nothing gave an answer. Dare he say her name? He took a timid step, and then another. He moved on, with both hands upon the close walls, his hair brushing the roof overhead, until the passage broadened, and the very echo of his footfalls told him that the roof was rising above him to a new height. He could see nothing. For one moment fear touched him. Perhaps he had been walking with his eyes closed. He didn't know. Perhaps he had been letting his hands and ears guide him. And now, as he opened his eyes, as he sought to draw the light into them, there was only the blackness. He might have fallen, he was so afraid. A deep sense told him he was not alone. But he refused to run, refused to scramble out like some frightened bird, awkward, humiliated, perhaps even injuring himself in his haste. He held fast. The darkness had no variation in it. The soft sound of his breath seemed to move out forever and ever. "I'm here," he whispered. "I've come again." The words drifted away from him into nothingness. "Oh, please, once more, for mercy's sake," he whispered. Silence answered him. Even in this cold he was sweating. He felt sweat on his back, under his shirt, and around his waist, beneath the leather belt that tightened around his wool pants. He felt the wetness like something greasy and filthy on his forehead. "Why have I come?" he asked, and this time his voice was small and distant. Then he raised it as loud as he could. "In the hope that you would take my hand again here, as you did before, and give me solace." The swollen words dying away left him shaken. What collected in this place was no tender apparition, but the memories of the glen which would never leave him, the battle, the smoke. He heard the cries. He heard her voice again from the very flames. "Cursed Ashlar!" The heat and the anger struck his soul as it had struck his eardrums. He felt for a moment the old terror and the old conviction. "May the world around you crumble before your suffering is ended." Silence. He had to go back. He had to find the closer passage now. He would fall if he remained here, unable to see, unable to do anything but remember. In a panic he pivoted and rushed forward until he did feel the stone walls, harsh and closing in on him. When at last he saw the stars, he breathed a sigh so deep that the tears threatened to come. He stood still, his hand over his heart, and the sound of the drums rose, perhaps because the wind had again died away and there was nothing to prevent it from coming closer. A cadence had begun, quick and playful, and then slow again, like the drums that beat for an execution. "No, get away from me," he whispered. He had to escape from this place. Somehow his fame and fortune had to assist him now to escape. He couldn't be stranded on this high peak, faced with the horror of the drums, with the pipes that now played a distinct and menacing melody. How could he have been so foolish as to come? And the cave lived and breathed just over his shoulder. "Help me." Where were those who obeyed his every command? He had been a fool to separate himself from them and climb to this terrible place alone. His pain was so sharp that he made a soft sound, like a child crying. Down he went. He didn't care if he stumbled, or if his coat was torn, or if his hair was here and there caught. He ripped it loose and went on, the rocks beneath his feet hurting him, but not stopping him. The drums were louder. He must pass close by. He must hear these pipes and their nasal pulsing song, both ugly and irresistible. "No, don't listen. Stop your ears." On down he climbed, and even though he had clamped his hands to his head, he could hear the pipes and the grim old cadence, slow and monotonous and pounding suddenly as if it came from inside his brain, as if it were emanating from his very bones, as if he were in the midst of it. He broke into a run, falling once and ripping the fine cloth of his pants, and pitching forward another time to hurt his hands on the rocks and the torn bushes. But on he went, until quite suddenly the drums surrounded him. The pipes surrounded him. The piercing song ensnared him, as if in loops of rope, and he turned round and round, unable to escape, and opening his eyes, saw through the thick forest the light of torches. They did not know he was there. They had not caught his scent or heard him. Perhaps the wind had been on his side and was with him now. He held to the trunks of two small pines as if they were the bars of a prison, and he looked down into the dark little space in which they played, dancing in their small and ludicrous circle. How clumsy they were! How horrid to him! The drums and the pipes were a hideous din. He couldn't move. He could only watch as they jumped and pivoted and rocked back and forth, and one small creature with long shaggy grey hair moved into the circle and threw up his small misshapen arms, calling out above the howl of the music in the ancient tongue, "O God, have mercy! Have mercy upon your lost children!" Look, see, he told himself, though the music would not let him articulate these syllables even inside his imagination. Look, see, do not be lost in the song. See what rags they wear now. See the gun belts over their shoulders. See the pistols in their hands. And now they draw their guns to shoot, and tiny flames burst from the barrels. The night cracks with guns. The torches nearly die in the wind, then bloom again like ghastly flowers. He could smell burning flesh, but this was not real, it was only memory. He could hear screams. "Curse you, Ashlar!" And hymns. Oh yes, hymns and anthems in the new tongue, the Romans' tongue. And that stench of flesh consumed. A loud, sharp cry ripped through the din. The music came to a halt. Only one drum sounded, perhaps 2 more dull notes. He realized it had been his cry, and that they had heard him. Run. But why run? For what? Where? You don't need to run any longer. You are not of this place anymore. No one can make you be of it. He watched in cold silence, his heart racing as the little circle of men grew together, torches blazing very close to one another, and the small mob moved slowly towards him. Taltos! They had caught his scent. The group scattered with wild cries, and then drew close to make one small body again. "Taltos!" cried a rough voice. The torches moved closer and closer. Now he could see their faces distinctly as they ranged about him, peering up, holding the torches high, the flames making ugly shadows on their eyes, and their cheeks, and the little mouths. And the smell of the burning flesh, it came from their torches. "God, what have you done?" he hissed, making his 2 hands into fists. "Have you dipped them in the fat of an unbaptized child?" There came a shriek of wild laughter, and then another, and finally a whole crackling wall of noise going up around him to enclose him. He turned round and round. "Despicable!" he hissed again, so angry that he cared nothing for his own dignity or the inevitable distortions of his face. "Taltos!" said one who drew near. "Taltos!" Look at them. See what they are. He held his fists even tighter, prepared to fend them off, to beat them and lift them and hurl them to right and left, if need be. "Aye, Aiken Drum!" he cried, recognizing the old man, the grey beard dripping to the earth like soiled moss. "And Robin, and Rogart, I see you. Aye, Ashlar. Yes, and Fine and Urgart. I see you, Rannoch." And only now did he realize it. There were no women at all left among them. All the faces staring back at him were those of men, and men he'd known always. And there were no hags screaming with their arms outstretched. There were no more women among them. He began to laugh. Was this absolutely true? Yes, it was. He walked forward, reaching out and forcing them backwards. Urgart swung the torch near him to hurt him or better illuminate him. "Ah! Urgart!" he cried, and reached out, ignoring the flame, as if to grab the little man's throat and lift him. With guttural cries they scattered, wild in the darkness. Men, only men, Men, and no more than 14 now at most. Only men! Oh, why in hell hadn't Samuel told him? He sank down, slowly, to his knees. He laughed, and he let himself keel over and land upon the forest floor so that he could see straight up through the lacy branches of the pines, the stars spread out gloriously above the fleece of the clouds, and the moon sailing gently northward. But he should have known. He should have calculated. He should have known when last he'd come and the women had been old and diseased and thrown stones at him and rushed up to scream in his ears. He had smelled death all around him. He smelled it now, but it was not the blood smell of women. It was the dry, acid smell of men. He turned over and let his face rest right against the earth. His eyes closed again. He could hear them scurrying around him. "Where is Samuel?" one of them asked. "Tell Samuel to come back." "Why are you here? Are you free of the curse?" "Don't speak to me of the curse," he cried out. He sat up, the spell broken. "Don't speak to me, you filth!" And this time he did catch hold, not of a little man, but of his torch, and holding the flaming brand close, he did catch the unmistakable smell of human fat burning. He threw it away in disgust. "Damn you to hell, you cursed plague!" he cried. One of them pinched his leg. A stone cut his cheek, but not deeply. 6 were hurled at him. "Where is Samuel? Did Samuel send you here?" And then the loud cackle of Aiken drum riding over all. "We had a tasty gypsy for our supper, we did, till Samuel took him to Ashlar." "Where's our gypsy?" screamed Urgert. Laughter, shouts and cries of derision, guffaws and curses now. "May the devil take you home piece by piece," cried Urgert. The drums had begun again. They were beating them with their fists, and a wild series of notes burst from the pipes. "And you, all of you into hell!" cried Ash. "Why don't I send you now?" He turned and ran again, not sure at first of his direction, but the ascent had been steady, and that was his best guide, and in the crunching of his feet, and in the crackling of the brush, and in the air rushing past him, he was safe from their drums, their pipes, their jeers. Very soon he could no longer hear their music or their voices. Finally he knew he was alone. Panting, chest hurting him, legs aching and feet sore, he walked slowly until, after a very long time, he came to the road and stepped out upon the asphalt as if from a dream, and stood again in the world he knew, empty and cold and silent as it was. Stars filled every quadrant of the heavens. The moon drew her veil and then lowered it again, and the soft breeze made the pines shiver ever so slightly, and the wind swept down as if urging him onward. When he reached the inn, Leslie, his little assistant, was waiting up for him. With a small cry of shock, she greeted him and quickly took the torn coat from him. She held his hand as they climbed the stairs. "Oh, so warm," he said. "So very warm." "Yes, sir." "And the milk." There stood the tall glass by the bed. He drank it down. She was loosening the buttons of his shirt. "Thank you, my dear. My little dear," he said. "Sleep, Mr. Ash," she said. He fell heavily on the bed, and felt the big feather comforter come down upon him, the pillow plumping beneath his cheek, the entire bed sweet and soft as it caught him and turned him in the first circle of sleep and drew him downward. The glen, my glen, the loch, my land, betrayer of your own people. In the morning he ate a quick breakfast in his room, as his staff prepared for an immediate return. No, he would not go down to see the cathedral this time, he said.
And yes, he had read the articles in the papers. St. Ashler, yes, he had heard that tale too. And the young Leslie was so puzzled. You mean, sir, that's not why we came here? To see the shrine of the saint? He only shrugged. We'll be back some day, my dear. Another time, perhaps, they would take that little walk. By noon, he had landed in London. Samuel was waiting for him beside the car. He was cleanly attired in his tweed suit, with a fresh, stiff white shirt and tie, and looked the diminutive gentleman. Even his red hair was combed decently, and his face had the respectable look of an English bulldog. You left the gypsy alone? He left while I slept, Samuel confessed. I didn't hear him go out. He'd gotten clean away. He left no message. Ash thought for a long moment. Probably just as well, he said. Why didn't you tell me that the women were gone? Fool! I wouldn't have let you go if there had been any women. You should have known. You don't think. You don't count the years. You don't use reason. You play with your toys and your money and all your fine things, and you forget. You forget, and that's why you're happy. The car carried them away from the airport and towards the city. Will you go home to your playground in the sky? Samuel asked. No, you know I won't. I have to find the gypsy, he said. I have to discover the secret in the Talamasa. And the witch? Yes. Ash smiled and turned to Samuel. I have to find the witch, too, perhaps. At least to touch her red hair, to kiss her white skin, to drink the scent of her. And? How will I know, little man? Oh, you know. You know you do. Then let me in peace. For if it's to be, my days are finally numbered. 6. It was 8 o'clock when Mona opened her eyes. She heard the clock strike the hour, slowly, in deep, rich tones. But it was another sound that had awakened her, the sharp ring of a phone. It must have been coming from the library, she reasoned, and it was too far away from her, and had been ringing far too long for her to answer it. She turned over, nestling into the big velvet couch with its many loose pillows, and stared out the windows into the garden, which was flooded with the morning sun. The sun was coming in the windows, actually, and making the floor amber and beautiful to look at right before the side porch. The phone had stopped. Surely one of the new staff around here had answered it. Cullen, the new driver, or Yancey, the young boy about the house who was always up, they said, by 6 a.m. Or maybe even old Eugenia, who stared so solemnly at Mona now every time their paths crossed. Mona had fallen asleep here last night in her new silk dress, right on the very couch of sin where she and Michael had done it together. And though she had tried her best to dream of Yuri who had called, leaving a message with Celia that indeed he was all right and he would be in touch very soon with all of them, she had found herself thinking about Michael, thinking about those 3 tumbles, and how they'd been very forbidden, and perhaps the best erotic fling she'd scored so far. It was not that Yuri had not been marvelous, the lover of her dreams, but the two had been so careful with each other. It had been love-making, yes, but in the safest way imaginable, and it had left Mona wishing that she had been more forthcoming on that last night about her usual rampant desires. Rampant. She really loved that word. It suited her. You are running rampant. That was the kind of thing Celia or Lily would say to her, and she would say, I treasure the compliment, but I do get the point. God, if only she'd talked to Yuri herself. Celia had told him to call First Street. Why hadn't he done it? She'd never know. Even Uncle Ryan had been irritated. We need to talk to this man. We need to talk to him about Aaron.
And that was the really sad part, that it was Celia who'd told Yuri, and maybe nobody else in the world knew what Aaron had meant to Yuri except Mona, in whom he'd confided, preferring to talk than to make love on their one and only stolen night. Where was he now? How was he? In those few hours of passionate exchange, he'd proven intensely emotional, black eyes glittering as he told her, in stripped-down language, the very beautiful English of those for whom it is a second tongue, the key events of his tragic but amazingly successful life. You just can't tell a gypsy something like that his oldest friend's been run over by some maniac. Then it hit her. The phone had been ringing. Perhaps that had been Yuri, and no one in this place could find her. No one had seen her come in here last night and collapse on the couch. Of course, she'd been utterly captivated by Rowan, and had been since the first moment yesterday afternoon when Rowan had climbed to her feet and begun to speak. Why had Rowan asked her to stay here? What did Rowan have to say to her alone and in private? What was really on Rowan's mind? Rowan was okay, that was certain. All afternoon long and into the evening Mona had watched her gain strength. Rowan had showed no signs of lapsing back into the silence that had imprisoned her for 3 weeks. On the contrary, she had taken easy command of the house, coming down alone late last night, after Michael had gone to sleep, to comfort Beatrice and persuade her to go up to bed in Aaron's old room. Beatrice had been leery of subjecting herself to Aaron's things, only to confess finally that curling up in his bed, here in the guest bedroom, was exactly what she wanted to do. She'll smell the scent of Aaron all around her, Rowan had said to Ryan almost absently, and she'll feel safe. That wasn't a normal comment, Mona had thought. But surely that was the trick of seeking your mate's bed after a death, and people had talked about that cure for grief being very good. Ryan had been so concerned about Bea, so concerned for everyone, but in Rowan's presence he had had the air of a general, all seriousness and capability in the presence of the chief of staff. Rowan had taken Ryan into the library, and for 2 hours, the door open for anyone who cared to stand in it or listen at it. They'd discussed everything from the plans for Mayfair Medical to various details about the house. Rowan wanted to see Michael's medical records. Yes, he seemed as sound now as he had been the day she met him, but she needed the records, and Michael, not wanting to argue, had referred her to Ryan. But what about your own recovery? They want you to go for tests, you know, Ryan had been saying, as Mona came in for a final good night. Yuri had left his message at Amelia Street just before midnight, and Mona had experienced enough hate, love, grief, passion, regret, longing, and excruciating suspense to finally wear her out. I don't have time to take these tests, Rowan had been saying. There are much more important things. For instance, what was found in Houston when you opened the room where Lasher had been keeping me? At that point Rowan had stopped because she'd seen Mona. She'd risen to her feet as if she were greeting some important adult. Her eyes were brilliant now, and not so much cold anymore as serious. A real important distinction. I don't mean to disturb you, Mona had said. I don't want to go home to Amelia, she'd said sleepily. I was wondering if I could stay here. I wish you would stay, said Rowan without hesitation. I've kept you waiting for hours. Yes and no, said Mona, who would rather have been here than home. It's unforgivable, said Rowan. Can we talk in the morning? Yeah, sure, Mona had said with an exhausted shrug. She's talking to me like I'm a grown woman, thought Mona, which is more than anybody else around here ever does. You are a woman, Mona Mayfair, Rowan had said, with a sudden deeply personal smile. She'd immediately sat down again and resumed her conversation with Ryan. There should have been papers there, in my room in Houston, reams of scribbled writing. This was his writing, genealogies he had made before his memory deteriorated. Boy, Mona had thought, stepping away about as slowly as she could. She's talking to Ryan, of all people, about Lasher. And Ryan still can't say that name. And now Ryan has to deal with hard evidence of what he still won't accept. Papers, genealogies, things written by the monster who killed his wife, Gifford. But what Mona had realized in a flash was that she wasn't necessarily going to be shut out of all this. Rowan had just spoken to her again as if she were important. Everything was changed. And if Mona asked Rowan tomorrow or the day after what those papers were, Lasher's scribblings, Rowan might even tell her. Incredible to have seen Rowan smile, to have seen the mask of cold power broken, to have seen the gray eyes crinkle and glisten for an instant, to have heard the deep chocolate voice take on that extra little warmth that a smile can give it. Amazing. Mona had finally hurried out of sight. Quit while you're ahead. You're too sleepy to be eavesdropping anyway. The last thing she'd heard was Ryan saying in a strained voice that everything from Houston had been examined and catalogued. Mona could still remember when all of those things had reached Mayfair and Mayfair. She could still remember that sense of him that came from the boxes. She could still, occasionally, catch that scent in the living room, but it was almost gone now. She had flopped on the living room couch, too tired to think about it all just now. All the others had left by that time. Lily was sleeping upstairs near Beatrice. Michael's Aunt Vivian had moved back to her own apartment on St. Charles Avenue. The living room had been empty, the breeze floating in through the windows to the side porch. A guard had been walking back and forth out there, so Mona had figured, I don't have to close those windows. And face down on the couch, she had crashed, thinking Yuri, then Michael, and pushing her face into the velvet and going sound asleep. They said when you grew older you couldn't sleep that way. Well, Mona was ready for it. That sort of blotto sleep always made her feel cheated, as if she'd checked out on the universe for a span of time that she herself could not control. But at 4 o'clock she'd awakened, unsure of why. The floor-length windows had been open still, and the guard was out there smoking a cigarette. Sleepily she'd listened to the sounds of the night, the birds crying in the dark trees, the distant roar of a train along the waterfront, the sound of water splashing as in a fountain or a pool. She must have listened for half an hour before the sound of the water began to prey on her. There was no fountain. Someone was swimming in the pool. Half expecting to see some delicious ghost, poor Stella, for instance, or God only knew what other apparition, Mona had slipped out in her bare feet and crossed the lawn. The guard was nowhere in sight now, but that didn't mean much on a property of this size. Someone had been swimming steadily back and forth across the pool. Through the gardenia bushes, Mona had seen that it was Rowan, naked and moving with incredible speed through lap after lap. Rowan took her breaths regularly, head to the side, the way professional swimmers do it, or the way that athletic doctors do it, who want to work the body and condition it, and maybe even heal it and bring it back into prime form. No time to disturb her, Mona had thought, still sleepy, longing for the couch again. In fact, so sluggish she might have fallen down on the cool grass. Something about the scene had disturbed her, however. Maybe that Rowan was nude, or that she swam so rapidly and so steadily, or maybe just that the guard was around and might be a peeping Tom in the bushes right now, which Mona didn't like. Whatever, Rowan had known all about the guards on the property. She'd spent an hour with Ryan on that subject alone. Mona had gone back to sleep. Now, as she woke, it was Rowan she thought of, even before invoking the face of Yuri, or feeling routinely and religiously guilty about Michael, or at once reminding herself, rather like giving her own arm a cruel pinch, that Gifford and her mother were both dead. She stared at the sunlight bathing the floor and the gold damask chair nearest the window. Maybe that was what this was all about. The lights had gone dim for Mona when Alicia and Gifford died. There was no doubt of it. And now, just because this woman was interested in her, this mysterious woman who meant so much to her for countless reasons, the lights were bright again. Aaron's death was terrible, but she could handle it. In fact, what she felt more than anything else was the same selfish excitement she'd known yesterday at Rowan's first expression of interest, at her first confidential and respectful glance. Probably wants to ask me if I want to go to boarding school, Mona thought. High heels lying there. She couldn't put those on again. But it was nice to walk on the bare boards at First Street. They were always polished now, with the new staff. Yancey, the houseman, buffed them for hours. Even old Eugenia had been working more and grumbling less. Mona rose, straightened out the silk dress, which was perhaps ruined now. She wasn't really sure. She walked over to the garden window and let the sun flood over her, warm and fresh, the air full of humidity and sweetness from the garden. All the things she usually took for granted, but which at First Street seemed doubly wonderful and worth a moment's meditation before rushing headlong into the day. Protein, complex carbos, vitamin C. She was famished. Last night there had been the usual groaning sideboard, with all the family coming to put their arms around Beatrice. But Mona had forgotten to eat. No wonder you woke up in the night, you idiot. When she failed to eat, she invariably had a headache. Now she thought again, suddenly, of Rowan swimming alone, and the thought disturbed her again. The nudity, the strange disregard for the hour, and the presence of the guards. Hell, you idiot, she's from California. They do stuff like that out there night and day. She stretched, spread her legs apart, touched her toes with her hands, and then leaned backwards, shaking her hair from side to side till it felt loose and cool again. And then she walked out of the room and back the long corridor, through the dining room and into the kitchen. Eggs, orange juice, Michael's concoction. Maybe there was a goodly supply. The smell of fresh coffee surprised her. Immediately she took a black china mug from the cupboard and lifted the pot. Very black. Espresso, Michael's kind of coffee, the kind he'd loved in San Francisco. But she realized this wasn't what she wanted at all. She craved something cool and good. Orange juice. Michael always had bottles of it, mixed and ready in the refrigerator. She filled the cup with orange juice and carefully capped the jug to keep all the vitamins from dying in the air. Suddenly she realized she wasn't alone. Rowan was sitting at the kitchen table watching her. Rowan was smoking a cigarette, which she tapped now above a fine china saucer with flowers along the edge. She wore a black silk suit and pearl earrings, and there was a little string of pearls around her neck, too. It was one of those suits with a long, curvaceous jacket, double-breasted and fully buttoned, with no blouse or shirt beneath it, only bare flesh to a discreet cleft. "I didn't see you," Mona confessed. Rowan nodded. "Do you know who bought these clothes for me?" The voice was as chocolatey and smooth as it had been last night, after all the soreness had gone away. "Probably the same person who bought this dress for me," said Mona. "Beatrice. My closets are bulging with stuff from Beatrice, and it's all silk." "So are my closets," said Rowan, and there came again that bright smile. Rowan's hair was brushed back from her face, but otherwise natural, curling loosely just above her collar. Her eyelashes looked very dark and distinct, and she wore a pale violet-pink lipstick that carefully outlined a rather beautifully shaped mouth. "You're really okay, aren't you?" asked Mona. "Sit down here, will you?" said Rowan. She gestured to the chair at the other end of the table. Mona obeyed. An expensive fragrance emanated from Rowan, rather like citrus and rain. The black silk suit was really terrific. In the days before the wedding, Rowan had never been seen in anything so deliberately sensual. Bea had a way of sneaking into people's closets and checking their sizes, not just by label, but with a tape measure, and then dressing them up the way that she, Beatrice, thought they ought to look. Well, with Rowan she'd done well. And I've destroyed this blue dress, thought Mona. Just not ready for this kind of thing, or those high heels she'd kicked off on the living room floor. Rowan lowered her head as she crushed out her cigarette. A deep forward curl of ash-blonde hair fell into the hollow of her cheek. Her face looked lean and awesomely dramatic. It was as if sickness and sorrow had given her the very gauntness for which starlets and models starve themselves to death. For this sort of beauty Mona was no contender. It was red hair and curves with her, and always would be. If you didn't like it, you wouldn't like Mona. Rowan gave a soft laugh. "How long have you been doing it?" asked Mona, taking a deep gulp of her coffee. It had just reached the right temperature. Delicious. In 2 minutes it would be too cold to drink. "Reading my mind, I mean." "It's not consistent, is it?" Rowan was caught off guard, but seemed faintly amused. "No, it's not consistent at all. I'd say it happens in flashes when you're sort of preoccupied, kind of slipping into your own reflections. It's like you suddenly strike a match." "Yeah, I like that. I know what you're saying." Mona took a deep swallow of the orange juice, thinking how good it was and how cold. For a moment her head hurt from the cold. She tried not to stare worshipfully at Rowan. This was like having a crush on a teacher, something that Mona had never known. "When you look at me," said Rowan, "I can't read anything. Maybe it's your green eyes blinding me. Don't forget about them when you're making your tally. Perfect skin, red hair to die for, long and outrageously thick, and enormous green eyes. Then there's the mouth and the body. No, I think your view of yourself is slightly blurred right now. Perhaps it's only that you're more interested in other things. The legacy, what happened to Aaron, when will Yuri come back?" A clever word came to Mona's mind and faded away instantly. She had never in her life lingered before a mirror more than necessary. She had not looked in one this morning at all. "Look, I don't have much time," Rowan said. She clasped her hands on the table. "I need to talk to you straight." "Yes, do it," said Mona. "Please." "I understand completely about your being the heiress. There is no malice between you and me. You are the finest conceivable choice. I knew this myself in my own instinctive fashion as soon as I came to grasp what had been done. But Ryan cleared up the matter completely. The test and the profile are complete. You are the gifted daughter. You have the intelligence, the stability, the toughness. You have the perfect health. Oh, the extra chromosomes are there, all right, but they've been there in Mayfair women and men for centuries. There's no reason to expect that anything like what happened on Christmas will ever happen again." "Yeah, that's what I figure," said Mona. "Besides, I don't have to marry anyone with the extra string, do I? I'm not in love with a member of the family. Oh, I know that's bound to change, you're thinking. I mean, at present, there isn't any kind of childhood sweetheart syndrome with someone loaded with deadly genes." Rowan thought about this, and then she nodded. She looked down into her coffee cup, then lifted it and took the last swallow and set the cup a little to the side. "I don't hold any malice against you for what happened with Michael. You must understand that, too. It's hard to believe, because I think what I did was so wrong. Thoughtless, perhaps, but not wrong. Besides, I think I understand just what happened. Michael doesn't talk about it. I'm not referring to the seduction, anyway. I'm talking about the effect. If I did cure him, then I won't go to hell after all," said Mona. She pressed her lips together in a sad smile. There was more than a trace of guilt and self-loathing in her voice and face, and she knew it, but she was so relieved now she couldn't put that part into words. You cured him, and perhaps you were meant to do this. Someday maybe we can talk together about the dreams you had, and the Victrola that materialized in the living room. Then Michael told you? No, you told me. All the times you thought about it out there, remembering the waltz from La Traviata and the ghost of Julien telling you to do it. But this isn't important to me. It's only important that you not worry about my hating you anymore. You have to be strong to be the heiress, especially the way things are now. You can't be worried about the wrong things. Yes, you're right. You really don't hold it against me. I know you don't. You could have known sooner, said Rowan. You're stronger than I am, you know. Reading people's thoughts and emotions, it's almost a trick. I always hated it when I was a child. It frightened me. It frightens lots of gifted children. But later on, I learned to use it in a subtle, almost subconscious way. Wait a beat after someone speaks to you, especially if the words are confusing. Wait a beat, and you'll know what the person feels. You're right. It's like that. I've tried it. It gets better and stronger. I would think that knowing what you know about everything, it would be easier for you. I was supposed to be disgustingly normal, an honors student with a passion for science, growing up with all the luxuries of a well-to-do only child. You know what you are. She paused. She drew a cigarette out of the pack lying on the table. You don't mind, do you? She asked. No, not at all, said Mona. I like the smell of cigarettes. Always have. But she stopped. She slipped the cigarette back in the pack. She laid the lighter beside it. Then she looked at Mona, and her face seemed incidentally hard suddenly, as though she'd fallen deep in thought and forgotten to conceal her strong inner self. The look was so cold and so quietly fierce that it made her seem sexless to Mona. It might be a man looking at her, this person with the gray eyes and the dark, straight eyebrows and the soft blonde hair. It might have been an angel. Surely it was a beautiful woman. Mona was far too intrigued and excited by all this to let her eyes be forced away. Almost at once the expression did soften, deliberately, perhaps. I'm going to Europe, said Rowan. I'm leaving in a little while. Why? Where are you going? Demanded Mona. Does Michael know this? No, she said. And when he finds out, he'll be hurt again. Rowan, you can't do that to him. Wait a second, why are you going? Because I have to. I'm the only one who can figure out this little mystery about the Talamasca. I'm the only one who can find out why Aaron died like he did. But Michael, you've got to take Michael with you. You've got to let him help. You leave him again, Rowan, and it's going to take more than a nubile 13-year-old to save his ego and whatever manhood he's got left. Rowan listened to this thoughtfully. Mona instantly regretted what she'd said, then instantly thought she hadn't said it strongly enough. It's going to hurt, said Rowan. Oh, you're kidding yourself, said Mona. Maybe he won't be waiting around here when you get back. Look, what would you do if you were me? Rowan asked. It took a second for this question to sink in. Mona took another big drink of the orange juice and then pushed the glass to the side. You're really asking me? There's no one I'd rather ask. Take him with you to Europe. Why not? What's he staying here for? There are things, she said. He's the only one who understands the kind of danger directed against the family. And there's the question of his own safety. But then I don't know just how critical that is. His safety? If the Talamasca guys want to hit him, they know where to find him if he just hangs around this house. Besides, Rowan, what about your own safety? You know more about all this than anyone except Michael. Don't you need him with you?
You're really prepared to go over there alone?
I wouldn't be alone. I'd be with Yuri. Yuri? He called again this morning, only a little while ago.
Why didn't you tell me?
I'm telling you now, Rowan said coolly. He had only a few minutes. He was in a pay booth in London. I persuaded him to meet me at Gatwick. I have only a few hours before I leave.
You should have called me, Rowan. You should have...
Hold it, Mona. Yuri's purpose in calling was to warn you to stay close to your family and remain under guard. That's what's important here. He thinks there are people who may try to get hold of you, Mona. He was very serious. He wouldn't explain any more. He said things about the genetic testing, people accessing the records, figuring out that you were the most powerful witch in the clan.
Yeah, well, I probably am. I figured that out a long time ago, but Rowan, if they are after witches, why aren't they after you?
Because I can't give birth ever again, Mona. But you can. Yuri thinks they may want Michael also. Michael fathered Lasher. These evil people, whoever they are, will try to bring you together. I think Yuri's wrong.
Why?
Mating two witches? Expecting the extra genes to throw a Taltos? It's as unlikely now as it ever was. You might say that breeding two witches is the long way of doing it. According to our records, the one and only successful attempt took 300 years. There was intervention and purpose in that one success. I gave it my assistance at a crucial moment. Maybe it could not have happened without that.
And Yuri thinks they try to force Michael and me to do that?
All this while, Rowan's gray eyes were fixed on her, scanning her, weighing her response to every word. I don't agree with him, said Rowan. I think the villains of the piece killed Aaron to cover their tracks. That's why they've also tried to kill Yuri. That's why they may be arranging some sort of accidental death for me. On the other hand,
then you are in danger? And what happened to Yuri? When did it happen? Where?
This is my simple point, Rowan said. We don't know the limits of the danger for anyone who's in any way involved. We can't know because we don't really know the motives of the killers. Yuri's theory, that they won't give up until they've bred a Taltos, is obviously the most pessimistic and the most inclusive. And that's what we should go with. You and Michael both have to be protected. And Michael is the only one in the family, really, who knows why. It's imperative you remain within the house.
So you're leaving us together here? All cozy and comfortable under your own roof?
Rowan, I want to say something to you that takes a lot of nerve. You shouldn't have any problem, said Rowan simply.
You're underestimating Michael. You're selling him short in every respect. He's not going to go for this. And if you leave him without telling him, he's not likely to hang around and play the assigned role. If he does, what do you think the man in him is going to want? And if he does want to do it, sleep with me, that is. What do you think I am? Rowan, you're arranging all this as if we were pawns. You're moving on a chessboard.
Rowan, we're not. Rowan didn't answer. After a little pause, she smiled. You know, Mona, I wish I could take you with me, she said. I wish you'd come.
I will. Take me and Michael. The three of us should go.
The family would never tolerate such a betrayal on my part, said Rowan. And I couldn't do it to you myself.
That's crazy, Rowan. Why are we having this conversation? Why are you asking me things like what I think about what's going on?
There are too many reasons, Mona, why you have to stay here with Michael.
And what if we do get in the sack together?
That's up to you.
Terrific. Punch him out and expect me to comfort him, but not to...
Absently, Rowan slipped out a cigarette, then stopped exactly as she had before, gave a little sigh, and pushed it back in the pack.
I don't care if you smoke, said Mona. I don't do it due to my superior intelligence, but
you'll care very soon.
What do you mean by that?
Don't you know? Mona was flabbergasted. She didn't answer.
You're saying... Oh, God, I should have known.
She sat back. Still, there had been so many near misses in the past. She was always on the phone to her gynecologist. I think I did it this time. It's no near miss, said Rowan. Is it Yuri's child? No, Mona answered. That's impossible. Sir Galahad was too careful. I mean, that is flatly impossible. It's Michael's child. Yes. But are you certain I am pregnant? I mean, this was only a month ago, and— Yes, said Rowan. The witch and the doctor know the same thing. So this could be the Taltos, said Mona. Do you want a reason to get rid of it? No, absolutely not. There's nothing on earth that's going to make me get rid of it. You're certain? How certain do I have to be? Mona asked. Rowan, this is a Catholic family. We don't do away with babies. Besides, I wouldn't do away with this baby no matter who the father was. And if it's Michael's, that's all the more reason for everybody to be happy. It's because Michael's part of the family. You really don't know us so well, Rowan. You're not getting it even now. If it's Michael's baby, if it's really there, that is. Please, finish. Why don't you finish for me? No, I would like to hear you say it, if you don't mind. If it's Michael's, then Michael would be the father of the next generation that will inherit this house. Yes. And if the baby were a girl, I could designate it as the one to inherit everything, and you and Michael could be its godparents, and we could stand at the baptismal font together. We could stand there, and then Michael would have a baby, and I'd have a father who I wanted for the baby that everyone will trust and love. I knew you would paint a more colorful description than I would, said Rowan softly, a little sadly. That went beyond my expectations. You're right. There are still things about this family I have to learn. Color in St. Alphonsus Church, where Stella and Antha and Deirdre were baptized. And I think they baptized you over there, too. That they've never told me. Seems I heard it. Seems like something they would do. There's no chance that you might decide to get rid of it. You gotta be kidding. I want it. I'd want any baby of my own. Be serious. Look, I'm going to be so rich I can buy anything in the world. But there's no substitute in existence for my own baby. I can make that happen only one way. Oh, if you knew the family more. If you hadn't spent your life out there in California, you'd understand it's not even a question. Unless, of course. But even then. Even then? Let's worry about that when it happens. There must be indications, all kinds of little signs if it's abnormal. Perhaps so, perhaps not. When I carried Lasher, there were no signs until the moment came. Mona wanted to respond, to say something, but she was too deep in her thoughts. Her own child. Her own child. And nobody, I mean nobody, was going to shove her around anymore. Her own child, and she would have passed over into adulthood regardless of age. Her own child. Suddenly she didn't think thoughts so much as she saw things. She saw a cradle. She saw a baby, a real live little baby, and she saw herself holding the emerald necklace, and then she put the necklace around the baby's neck. What about Yuri? Asked Rowan. Will he understand about this? Mona wanted to say yes. The truth was, she didn't know. She thought of Yuri, quickly, sort of completely. He was sitting on the side of the bed that last night and saying to her, "There are all sorts of very important reasons why you must marry among your people." She didn't want to think that she was 13 and fickle. She realized suddenly that Yuri's understanding about the baby was the least of her worries, the very least. Why, she hadn't even found out yet how they tried to kill Yuri. She hadn't even asked if he was hurt. An attempt was made to shoot him, said Rowan, and the attempt failed. Unfortunately, the assassin was killed by the person who foiled him, and the body won't be easy to find. We won't try to find the body anyway. We have a different plan. Listen, Rowan, whatever your plan, you've got to tell Michael all this. You can't just leave. I know. Why aren't you scared that these bad guys won't kill you and Yuri both? I have a few weapons that are strictly my own. Yuri knows the mother house completely. I think I can get into it. I can reach one of the very old members, one of the most trusted and revered. I need perhaps 15 minutes with him to know whether this evil springs from the Order collectively or from a small group. Can't be one person, Rowan. Too many people are dead. You're right, and 3 of their soldiers are dead. But it could be a very small group within the Order, or outsiders who have a connection within. You think you can get to the bad guys themselves? Yes. Use me for bait. And the child inside you, too? If it is Michael. It is. Then they might want that more than they want you. Look, I don't want to speculate. I don't want to think of witches as some sort of rare commodity to those who know how to use them, of women in the family falling victim to a new species of mad scientists. I've had enough of mad science. I've had enough of monsters. I only want to end this. But you can't go, and neither can Michael. You have to be here. Rowan pulled back the black silk of her jacket sleeve and looked at a small gold watch. Mona had never seen her wear this watch. Probably Beatrice had bought it, too. It was delicate, the kind of watch women wore when Beatrice was a girl. I'm going to go upstairs and talk to my husband, said Rowan. Thank God, said Mona. I'm going with you. No, please. I'm sorry. I'm going. For what reason? To make sure you tell him everything that you should. All right, then let's go together. Maybe you're one jump ahead of me. You're going to give him the reason to cooperate. But let me ask you one more time, Isabel. Are you sure this child is his? It was Michael. I can tell you when it probably happened. It happened after Gifford's funeral. I took advantage of him again. I didn't think about precautions any more than I had the first time. Gifford was dead, and I was possessed of the devil, I swear it. It was right after that somebody tried to get in the library window, and I smelled that scent. Rowan said nothing. It was the man, wasn't it? He'd come for me after he'd been with my mother. Must have been that way. When he tried to get in, it woke me up. And then I went to her, and she was already dead. Was it strong, the scent? Very. Sometimes I can still smell it in the living room here, and upstairs in the bedroom. Can't you? Rowan didn't reply. I want you to do something, just because I asked you, Rowan said. What's that? Don't tell Michael about the baby until the usual tests have been done. There is someone you can confide in, isn't there? Someone who can be like a mother? There must be. Don't worry about it, said Mona. I have my secret gynecologist. I'm 13. Of course, said Rowan. Look, whatever happens, I'm going to be back here before you have to tell anyone at all. Yeah, I hope so. Wouldn't that be something, if you could finish it that quick? But what if you never come back, and Michael and I never know what happened to you or to Yuri? Rowan thought about this, apparently, and then she merely shrugged. I'll come back, she said. One more caution, if you don't mind. Hit me with it. If you do tell Michael about this baby, and then decide to get rid of it later, that will kill him. Twice before, this has been promised to him and taken away. If there's any doubt, any whatever, don't tell him till that doubt is resolved. I can't wait to tell him. I can get my doctor to see me this afternoon. I'll tell her I'm having a nervous breakdown and I'm on my way over. She's used to this stuff with me. When the tests come back okay, nothing's going to keep me from telling him. And nothing, I mean nothing, is going to keep a baby of mine from being born. She was about to get up when she realized what she'd said, and that Rowan would never face this particular dilemma again. But Rowan seemed not at all offended by her words, and certainly not hurt. Her face was very quiet. She was looking at the cigarette. "Get out of here so I can smoke in peace, will you?" Rowan asked, smiling. "And then we'll wake up Michael. I have an hour and a half to make the claim." "Rowan, I'm still sorry about doing it with him. I just can't be sorry about the child." "Neither can I," said Rowan. "If he comes out of this with a child of his own, and a mother who will let him love it, well, maybe he'll find a way to forgive everything as the years pass. Just remember, I'm still his wife, Jezebel. You've got the emerald and the baby. But Michael is still mine." "Got it," said Mona. "I really like you, Rowan. I really, really like you. That's aside from loving you because you're my cousin and we're Mayfairs. If I wasn't pregnant, I'd make you take me with you for your sake and yours and everybody else's." "And how would you make me take you, Mona?" "What were your words?" "Secret weapons of my own." They looked at one another, and then slowly Rowan nodded and smiled. 7. The hill was muddy and cold, but never had Markland made this slippery climb, either in winter or summer, when he had not loved it. To stand on Wearyall Hill beside the Holy Thorn and look down upon the quaint and picturesque town of Glastonbury. The country round was always green, even in winter, but now it had the new intense color of spring. Markland was 23 and very fair, with blonde hair and pale blue eyes and thin, clear skin that chilled easily. He wore a raincoat with a wool lining and a pair of leather gloves, and a small wool cap on his head that fitted well and kept him warmer than one might expect from such a little article of clothing. He'd been 18 when Stuart had brought them here, he and Tommy both eager students, in love with Oxford, in love with Stuart, and eager for every word that dropped from Stuart's lips. All during their Oxford days they had honored this place with regular visitations. They'd taken small, cozy little rooms at the George and Pilgrim's Hotel, and walked High Street together, perusing the bookshops and the stores that sold crystals and the tarot, whispering to each other of their secret research, their keen scientific approach to things, which others held to be purely mythological. The local believers, called variously the hippies of yore, or the New Age fanatics, or the bohemians and artists, who always seek the charm and tranquility of such a place, held no charm for them. They were for decoding the past rapidly with all the tools at their command, and Stuart, their instructor in ancient tongues, had been their priest, their magical connection to a true sanctuary, the library and the archives of the Talamasca. Last year, after the discovery of Tessa, it had been on Glastonbury tour that Stuart had told them, "In you two, I have found everything I ever sought in a scholar, a pupil, or a novice. You are the first to whom I truly want to give all I know." That had seemed a supreme honor to Markland, something finer than any honors awarded him at Eton or Oxford or anywhere in the wide world where his studies had carried him later on. It had been a greater moment even than being accepted into the order. And now, in retrospect, he knew that that acceptance had meant something only because it had meant everything to Stuart, who had lived all his life as a member of the Talamasca, and would soon die, as he so often said, within its walls. Stuart was now 87, and perhaps one of the oldest active men alive in the Talamasca, if one could call tutoring in language an activity of the Talamasca, for it was more the special passion of Stuart's retirement. The talk of death was neither romantic or melodramatic, and nothing really had changed Stuart's matter-of-fact attitude to what lay ahead. "A man of my age with his wits about him, if he isn't brave in the face of death, If he isn't curious and rather eager to see what happens, well then, he's wasted his life. He's a damned fool. Even the discovery of Tessa had not infected Stuart with any last-ditch desperation to lengthen the time remaining to him. His devotion to Tessa, his belief in her, encompassed nothing so petty. Markland feared Stuart's death far more than Stuart did, and Markland knew now that he had overplayed his hand with Stuart, and that he must woo him back to the moment of commitment. To lose Stuart to death was inevitable. To lose Stuart before that time was unthinkable. "You stand on the sacred ground of Glastonbury," Stuart had told them that day when it all began. "Who is buried within this tor? Arthur himself, or only the nameless Celts who left us their coins, their weapons, the boats with which they travelled the seas that once made of this the Isle of Avalon? We'll never know. But there are secrets which we can know, and the implications of these secrets are so vast, so revolutionary, and so unprecedented that they are worth our allegiance to the Order. They are worth any sacrifice we must make. If this is not so, then we are liars." That Stuart now threatened to abandon Markland and Tommy, that he had turned against them in his anger and revulsion, was something Markland could have avoided. It had not been necessary to reveal every part of their plan to Stuart, and Markland realized this now, that his refusal to assume full leadership himself had caused the rift. Stuart had Tessa. Stuart had made his wishes clear, but Stuart should never have been told what had really happened. That had been the error, and Markland had only his own immaturity to blame. That he had loved Stuart so much, he had felt compelled to tell Stuart everything. He would get Stuart back. Stuart had agreed to come today. He was no doubt already here, visiting Chalice Well, as he always did before coming to Weary-all Hill and leading them up on the tor itself. Markland knew how much Stuart loved him. This breach would be repaired with an appeal from the soul, with poetry and with honest fervour. That his own life would be long, that this was only the first of his dark adventures, Markland had no doubt. His would be the key to the tabernacle, the map to the treasure, the formula for the magic potion. He was utterly certain of it. But for this first plan to end in defeat would be a moral disaster. He would go on, of course, but his youth had been a chain of unbroken successes, and this too must succeed, so that his ascent would lose no momentum. "I must win. I must always win. I must never attempt anything that I cannot do with utter success." This had always been Markland's personal vow. He had never failed to keep it. As for Tommy was faithful to the vows the three had taken, faithful to the concept and the person of Tessa. There was no worry with Tommy. Deeply involved in his computer research, his precise chronologies and charts, Tommy was in no danger of disaffection for the very reasons that made him valuable. He was not the one to see the whole scheme, or to question the validity of it. In a very basic sense, Tommy never changed. Tommy was the same now as the boy whom Markland had come to love in childhood. Collector, collator, an archive unto himself, an appreciator and an investigator. Tommy without Markland had never existed, as far as Markland knew. They had first laid eyes upon each other at the age of 12 in boarding school in America. Tommy's room had been filled with fossils, maps, animal bones, computer equipment of the most esoteric sort, and a vast collection of paperback science fiction. Markland had often thought that he must have seemed to Tommy to be one of the characters in those fantastic novels. Markland himself hated fiction. And that Tommy had gone from an outsider to a featured player in a science fiction drama upon meeting Markland. Tommy's loyalty had never, for even one moment, been in question. Indeed, During the years when Markland had wanted his freedom, Tommy had been too close, always on hand, always at Markland's service. Markland had invented tasks for his friend, simply to give himself space to breathe. Tommy had never been unhappy. Markland was getting cold, but he didn't mind it. Glastonbury would never be anything for him but a sacred place, though he believed almost nothing, literally, that was connected with it. He would, each time he came to Weary-all Hill, with the private devotion of a monk, envision the noble Joseph of Arimathea planting his staff upon this spot. It did not matter to him that the present holy thorn had been grown from a scion of the ancient tree, now gone, any more than other specific detail mattered. He could, in these places, feel an excitement appropriate to his purpose, a religious renewal, as it were, which strengthened him and sent him back into the world more ruthless than ever. Ruthlessness. That was what was needed now, and Stuart had failed to see it. Yes, things had gone dreadfully wrong, no doubt of it. Men had been sacrificed whose innocence and substance surely demanded a greater justice. But this was not entirely Markland's fault, and the lesson to learn was that ultimately none of it mattered. The time has come for me to instruct my teacher, Markland thought. Miles from the mother house, in this open place, our meeting safely explained by our own customs of so many years, we will come together again as one. Nothing has been lost. Stuart must be given moral permission to profit by what has happened. Tommy had arrived. Tommy was always the second. Markland watched Tommy's antique roadster slowing as it came down High Street. He watched as it found a parking place, and as Tommy shut the door, failing to lock it, as always, and started his climb up the hill. What if Stuart failed to show? What if he was nowhere near? What if he had truly abandoned his followers? Impossible. Stuart was at the well. He drank from it when he came. He would drink from it before he left. His pilgrimages here were as rigid as those of an ancient druid or Christian monk. From shrine to shrine to shrine traveled Stuart. Such habits of his teacher had always aroused a tenderness in Markland, as had Stuart's words. Stuart had consecrated them to a dark life of penetrating the mystique and the myth, in order to lay hands upon the horror and the beauty at the core. It seemed tolerable poetry, both then and now. Only Stuart had to be reminded of it. Stuart had to be convinced in metaphors and lofty sentiments. Tommy had almost reached the tree. He took his last step carefully, for it was easy to lose one's footing in the slippery mud and fall. Markland had done it once, years ago, when they'd first begun their pilgrimages. This had meant a night at the George and Pilgrim's Hotel, while his clothes were thoroughly cleaned. Not bad that it had happened. It had been a marvelous evening. Stuart had stayed down with him. They'd spent the night talking together, even though Markland had been confined to a borrowed robe and slippers and a small, charming bedchamber. And both had longed in vain to climb the Tor in the midnight and commune with the spirit of the sleeping king. Of course, Markland had never for a moment in his life believed that King Arthur slept beneath Glastonbury Tor. If he had believed it, he would have taken a shovel and started digging. Stuart had come late in life to his conviction that myth was only interesting when a truth lay behind it, and that one could find that truth and even the physical evidence of it. Scholars, thought Markland, theirs is an inevitable flaw. Words and deeds become the same to them. That was at the very basis of the confusion now. Stuart, at 87 years of age, had had perhaps his first excursion into reality. Reality and blood were intermingled. Tommy at last took his place at Markland's side. He blew on his cold fingers, and then reached into his pocket for his gloves, a classic Tommy routine, to have walked up the hill without them, to have forgotten his gloves were even there until he saw Markland's leather gloves, the very ones he'd long ago given Markland. "Where is Stewart?" Tommy asked. "Yes, gloves." He stared at Markland, eyes enormous through his round, thick, rimless glasses, red hair clipped neatly short so that he might have been a lawyer or a banker. "Gloves, yes. Where is he?" Markland had been about to say that Stewart had not come, when, in fact, he saw Stewart beginning the very last leg of the ascent from his car, which he had brought as close as permissible up Weary All Hill. Unlike Stewart to have done this. But Stewart seemed otherwise unchanged. Tall, narrow in his familiar greatcoat, with the cashmere scarf around his neck and streaming out behind him in the wind, his gaunt face looking as if it were carved out of wood. His grey hair resembled, as always, a jay's crest. It seemed in this last decade he had scarcely changed at all. He looked right at Markland as he drew near, and Markland realized that he himself was trembling. Tommy stepped aside. Stewart stopped some 6 feet from both of them, his hands clenched, his thin face anguished as he confronted the two young men. "You killed Aaron!" Stewart cried. "You, both of you! You killed Aaron! How in the name of God could you have done such a thing?" Markland was speechless, all his confidence and plans deserting him suddenly. He tried to stop the tremor in his hands. He knew if he spoke, his voice would be frail and without any authority. He could not bear for Stewart to be angry or disappointed in any way. "Dear God, what have you done, both of you?" Stewart ranted. "And what have I done that I set this scheme into motion? Dear God, the blame is mine." Markland swallowed, but kept his silence. "You, Tommy, how could you have been a party to this?" Stewart continued. "And Mark, you, the very author of it all." "Stewart, you must hear me out," Markland declared before he could stop himself. "Hear you out?" Stewart drew closer, his hands shoved into his coat pockets. "Hear you out, should I? Let me ask you a question, my brilliant young friend, my finest, my bravest hope. What's to stop you now from killing me, as you've done with Aaron and Yuri Stefano?" "Stewart, it was for you that I did it," Markland insisted. "If you would only listen, you'll understand. These are but flowers of the seed you planted when we began this together. Aaron had to be silenced, that he had not reported back, that he had not come home to the mother house itself, with pure luck, Stewart. He might have any day, and Yuri Stefano would also have come. His visit to Dunlace was a fluke. He might have come straight home from the airport." "You speak of circumstance. You speak of detail," Stewart said, taking yet another step towards them. Tommy stood quiet, seemingly emotionless, his red hair tousled by the wind, eyes squinting behind the glasses. He watched Stewart steadily, his shoulder very close to Markland's arm. Stewart was beside himself. "You speak of expediency, but you don't speak of life and death, my pupil," he insisted. "How could you do it? How could you bring an end to Aaron's life?" And here Stewart's voice failed him, and the grief displayed itself, monstrous as the rage. "I would destroy you, Mark, if I could," said Stewart. "But I cannot do such things, and that is perhaps why I did not think that you could. But you've amazed me, Mark. Stewart, it was worth any sacrifice. What is sacrifice if it is not moral sacrifice?" This horrified Stewart. But what else could Markland do other than take the plunge? Tommy really ought to say something, he thought, but he knew that when Tommy spoke he would stand firm. "I've put an end to those who could have stopped us," said Mark. "That is all there is to it, Stewart. You grieve for Aaron because you knew him." "Don't be a fool," said Stewart bitterly. "I grieve for innocent bloodshed. I grieve for monstrous stupidity. Oh, yes, that is what it was. Do you think the death of such a man will go unavenged within the order? You think you know the Talamasa. You think with your shrewd young mind you could size it up in a matter of a few years. But all you've done is to learn its organizational weaknesses. You could live all your life in the Talamasca and not know the Talamasca. Aaron was my brother. It was my brother you killed. You have failed me, Mark. You have failed Tommy. You have failed yourself. You have failed Tessa. No, Mark said. You don't speak the truth and you know it. Look at me, Stuart. Look into my eyes. You left it to me to bring Lasher here. You left it to me to step out of the library and plot everything. And to Tommy as well. Do you think this could have been orchestrated without us? You miss a crucial point, don't you, Mark? Stuart asked. You failed. You did not rescue the Taltos and bring him here. Your soldiers were fools. And so it must be said of the general. Stuart, have patience with us, said Tommy. It was his usual matter-of-fact tone. I knew the first day we spoke that this couldn't be accomplished without someone paying for it with his life. You never spoke such words to me, Tommy. Let me remind you, Tommy said in the same monotone manner. You said that we were to render Yuri and Aaron powerless to interfere, and erase all evidence that the Taltos itself had been born into the Mayfair family. Now, how was this to be done, except in the ways that we did it? Stuart, we have nothing to be ashamed of in our actions. What we seek makes these things utterly insignificant. Markland tried desperately to conceal his sigh of relief. Stuart looked from Tommy to Markland and then back again, and then out over the pale landscape of gently rolling green hills, and then up to the peak of Glastonbury Tor. He turned his back on them to face the Tor, and he hung his head as if communing with some personal deity. Markland drew close, and he placed his hands, very tentatively, on Stuart's shoulders. He was far taller now than Stuart, and Stuart in old age had lost some of his earlier height. Markland drew close to his ear. Stuart, the die was cast when we got rid of the scientist. There was no turning back. And the doctor... No, said Stuart, shaking his head with dramatic emphasis. His eyes were narrow and fixed on the Tor. These deaths could have been blamed on the Taltos himself, don't you see? That was the beauty of it. The Taltos cancelled the deaths of the two men who could have only misused the revelation granted to them. Stuart, said Mark, very aware that Stuart had not sought to free himself from his light embrace. You must understand that Aaron became the enemy of us when he became the official enemy of the Talamasca. Enemy? Aaron was never an enemy of the Talamasca. Your bogus excommunication broke his heart. Stuart, Markland pleaded, I can see now in retrospect that the excommunication was a mistake, but it has been our only mistake. There was no choice in the matter of the excommunication, said Tommy flatly. It was either that or risk discovery at every turn. I did what I had to do, and I made it damned convincing. I could not have kept up a bogus correspondence between the elders and Aaron. That would have been too much. I admit, said Markland, it was a mistake. Only loyalty to the order might have kept Aaron quiet about the various things he'd seen and come to suspect. If we made an error, Stuart, the three of us made it together. We shouldn't have alienated him and Yuri Stefano. We should have tightened our hold, played our game better. The web was too intricate as it was, said Stuart. I warn you, both of you. Tommy, come here. I warn you both. Do not strike against the Mayfair family. You have done enough. You have destroyed a man who was finer than any other I ever knew. And you did it for so small a gain that heaven will take its vengeance on you. But do not, for whatever remains to us now, strike against the family. I think we already have, said Tommy, in his usual practical voice. Aaron Leitner had recently married Beatrice Mayfair. Besides, He had become so close to Michael Curry, indeed to all of the clan, that the marriage was hardly required to cement the relationship. But there was a marriage. And to the Mayfairs, marriage is a sacred bond, as we know. He had become one of them. Pray you're wrong, said Stuart. Pray to heaven you're wrong. For it's the ire of the Mayfair Witches, and God himself couldn't help you. Stuart, let's look at what must be done now, said Markland. Let's leave the hill and go down to the hotel. Never. Where others can hear our words? Never. Stuart, take us to Tessa. Let us discuss it there, pressed Markland. It was a key moment. Markland knew it. He wished now that he had not said Tessa's name, not yet. He wished he had not played to this climax. Stuart was eyeing both of them with the same deliberate condemnation and disgust. Tommy stood solidly, gloved hands clasped in front of him. The stiff collar of his coat rose to hide his mouth, and thereby leave nothing to scrutiny but his level, untroubled gaze. Markland himself was close to tears, or so he imagined. Markland had actually never wept, even once in his life that he could remember. Perhaps this is not the time to see her, Markland said, hastening to repair the damage. Perhaps you should never see her again, said Stuart. Voice small for the first time, eyes large and speculating. You don't mean what you say, said Mark. If I take you to Tessa, what's to stop you from doing away with me? Oh, Stuart, you hurt us both. How can you ask this of us? We aren't without principle. We're simply dedicated to a common goal. Aaron had to die. So did Yuri. Yuri was never really one of the order. Yuri left so easily and so quickly. Yes, and neither of you were ever members either, were you? Stuart asked. His manner was changing, hardening. We are dedicated to you and always have been, said Markland. Stuart, we waste our valuable time. Keep Tessa to yourself if you will. You will not shake my faith in her, or Tommy's, and we will move towards our goal. We cannot do otherwise. And what now is the goal? Stuart demanded. Lasher is gone now, as if he'd never existed. Or do you doubt the word of a man who would follow Yuri doggedly over land and sea only to finally shoot him? Lasher is beyond destiny now, said Tommy. I think we are all in agreement on that. What Lansing saw couldn't be interpreted any other way. But Tessa is in your hands, as real as she was the day you discovered her. Stuart shook his head. Tessa is real. And Tessa is alone, as she has always been alone. And the union shall not take place, and my eyes will close without ever seeing the miracle. Stuart, it is still possible, said Markland. The family, the Mayfair Witches. Yes, cried Stuart, his voice out of control. And strike them, and they will destroy you. You have forgotten the very first warning I ever gave you. The Mayfair Witches win over those who would hurt them. They always have. If not as individuals, they win as a family. They stood quiet for a moment. Destroy you, Stuart? Tommy asked. Why not the three of us, Stuart? Stuart was in despair. His white hair, blown back and forth by the wind, resembled the unkempt hair of a drunkard. He looked down at the earth beneath his feet, his hooked nose glistening as though it were nothing but polished cartilage. An eagle of a man, yes, but not an elderly one. Never that. Markland feared for him in the wind. Stuart's eyes were red and peering. Markland could see the map of blue veins spreading up from his temples. Stuart was trembling in every limb. Yes, you're right, Tommy, said Stuart. The Mayfairs will destroy all of us. Why would they not? He looked up and straight at Markland. And what is the greatest loss to me? Is it Aaron? Is it the marriage itself of male and female Taltos? Is it the chain of memory we hoped to discover link by link to its earliest source? Or is it that you are damned now, both of you, for what you've done, and I have lost you? Let the Mayfairs come to destroy the three of us. Yes, it will be justice. No, I don't want this justice, said Tommy. Do what you can't turn on us. No, that you can't do, said Markland. You cannot call a defeat for us. The witches can bear the Taltos again. 300 years hence? Asked Stuart. Or tomorrow? Listen to me, sir, I beg you, said Markland. The spirit of Lasher possessed knowledge of what he had been, and what he could be, and what happened to the genes of Rowan Mayfair and Michael Curry happened under the spirit's knowing vigilance and to fulfill his purpose. But we have that knowledge now, of what a Taltos is, and perhaps was, and what can make it. And, Stuart, so do the witches. For the first time, the witches know the destiny of the giant helix, and their knowing is as powerful as Lasher's knowing. Stuart had no answer for this. Clearly, he had not thought of it. He looked at Markland a long time. Then he asked, You believe this? Their awareness is even more powerful, perhaps, said Tommy. The telekinetic assistance that can be rendered by the witches themselves in the event of a birth can't be underestimated. Ever the scientist? Said Markland with a triumphant smile. The tide was changing. He could feel it, see it in Stuart's eyes. And one must remember, said Tommy, that the spirit was addled and blundering. The witches are leagues from that, even at their most naive and ineffectual. That is a guess, Tommy. Stuart, Markland pleaded, we have come too far. To put it another way, said Tommy, our accomplishments here are by no means negligible. We verified the incarnation of the Taltos, and if we could get our hands on any notes written by Aaron before his death, we might verify what all suspect, that it was not incarnation, but reincarnation. I know what we've done, said Stuart. The good, the bad. You needn't make your summation for me, Tommy. Only to clarify, said Tommy. And we have witches who know not only the old secrets now in abstract, but who believe in the physical miracle itself. We could not possibly have more interesting opportunities. You trust us again, said Markland. Stuart looked at Tommy, and then back at Markland. Markland saw the old spark, the love. Stuart, he went on, the killing is done. It's finished. Our other unwitting assistants can be phased out without their ever knowing the grand design. And Lansing, he must know everything. He was a hireling, Stuart, said Markland. He never understood what he saw. Besides, he too is dead. We didn't kill him, Stuart, said Tommy, in an almost casual manner. They found part of his remains at the foot of Dunlace Crag. His gun had been fired twice. Part of his remains? Asked Stuart. Tommy shrugged. They said he'd been a meal for wild animals. But you can't be sure, then, that he killed Yuri. Yuri has never returned to the hotel, said Tommy. His belongings are still unclaimed. Yuri is dead, Stuart. The 2 bullets were for Yuri. How Lansing fell, or why, or if some animal attacked, those things we can't know. But Yuri Stefano is, for our purposes, gone. Don't you see, Stuart, said Markland. Except for the escape of the Taltos, everything has worked perfectly, and we can withdraw now and focus upon the Mayfair Witches. We don't need anything further from the Order. If the interception is ever uncovered, No one will ever be able to trace it to us. You don't fear the elders, do you? There is no reason to fear the elders, said Tommy. The intercept continues to work perfectly. It always has. Stuart, we've learned from our errors, said Markland. But perhaps things have happened for a purpose. I don't mean in the sentimental sense, but look at the overall picture. All the right people are dead. Don't talk so crudely to me of your methods, either of you. What about our superior general? Tommy shrugged. Marcus knows nothing, except that he will very soon be able to retire with a small fortune. He'll never put all the pieces together afterwards. No one will be able to. That's the beauty of the entire plan. We need a few more weeks at most, said Markland, just to protect ourselves. I'm not so sure, said Tommy. The smart thing may be to remove the intercepts now. We know everything the Talamasca knows about the Mayfair family. Don't be so hasty, so confident, said Stuart. What happens when your phony communications are finally discovered? You mean our phony communications? Asked Tommy. At the very worst, there'll be a little confusion, perhaps even an investigation, but no one could trace the letters or the interception itself to us. That's why it's very important that we remain loyal novices, that we do nothing now to arouse suspicion. Tommy glanced at Markland. It was working. Stuart's manner had changed. Stuart was giving the orders again. Almost. This is all electronic, said Tommy. There is no hard evidence of anything anywhere, except a few piles of paper in my flat in Regent Park. Only you and Mark and I know where those papers are. Stuart, we need your guidance now, said Markland. We go into the most exciting phase yet. Silence, said Stuart. Let me look at you both. Let me take your measure. Please do it, Stuart, said Markland, and find us brave and young. Yes, young and stupid, perhaps, but brave and committed. What Mark means, said Tommy, is that our position now is better than we could possibly have expected. Lansing shot Yuri, then fell, fatally injuring himself. Joloff and Norgan are gone. They were never anything but a nuisance, and they knew too much. The men hired to kill the others don't know us. And we are here where we began at Glastonbury. And Tessa is in your hands, unknown to anyone but the three of us. Eloquent, said Stuart, almost in a whisper. That's what you give me now. Eloquent. Poetry is truth, Stuart, said Markland. It is the highest truth, and eloquence is its attribute. There was a pause. Markland had to get Stuart down from this hill. Protectively he put his arm around Stuart, and to his great relief, Stuart allowed this. Let's go down, Stuart, said Markland. Let's have our supper now. We're cold. We're hungry. If we had it to do over again, said Tommy, we'd do it better. We didn't have to take those lives. It might have been more of a challenge, to accomplish our purpose without really hurting anyone. Stuart seemed lost in thought, only glancing at Tommy absently. The wind rose again, cuttingly, and Markland shivered. If he was this cold, what must Stuart be feeling? They must go down to the hotel. They must break bread together. We are not ourselves, Stuart, Markland said. He was looking down at the town, and conscious that both of the others were staring at him. When gathered together, we make a person whom none of us knows well enough, perhaps, a fourth entity, which we should give a name, because he is more than our collective selves. Perhaps we must better learn to control him. But destroy him now? No, that we cannot do, Stuart. If we do, we all betray each other. It's a hard truth to face, but the death of Aaron means nothing. He had played his final card. He had said the finest and the worst things that he'd had to say here in the chill wind, and without real forethought, with only his instinct to guide him. Finally, he looked at his teacher and at his friend, and saw that both had been impressed by these words, perhaps even more than he could have hoped. Yes, it was this fourth entity, as you call him, who killed my friend, said Stuart quietly. You are right about that. And we know that the power, the future of this fourth entity is unimaginable. Yes, exactly, said Tommy in a flat murmur. But the death of Aaron is a terrible, terrible thing. You will never, either of you, ever speak to me of it again. And never, never will you speak of it lightly to anyone. Agreed, said Tommy. My innocent friend, said Stuart, who sought only to help the Mayfair family. No one in the Talamasca is really innocent, Tommy said. Stuart appeared startled, at first enraged, and then caught by this simple statement. What do you mean by this? I mean that one cannot expect to possess knowledge which does not change one. Once one knows, then one is acting upon that knowledge, whether it is to withhold the knowledge from those who would also be changed, or to give it to them. Aaron knew this. The Talamasca is evil by nature. That's the price it pays for its libraries and inventories and computer records. Rather like God, wouldn't you say? Who knows that some of his creatures will suffer and some will triumph, but does not tell his creatures what he knows. The Talamasca is more evil even than the Supreme Being, but the Talamasca creates nothing. So very right, thought Markland, though he could not have said such a thing aloud to Stuart, for fear of what Stuart would say in return. Perhaps you're right, said Stuart under his breath. He sounded defeated or desperate for some tolerable point of view. It's a sterile priesthood, said Tommy, the voice once again devoid of all feeling. He gave his heavy glasses a shove with one finger. The altars are barren, the statues are stored away. The scholars study for study's sake. Don't say any more. Let me talk of us, then, said Tommy. That we are not sterile, and we will see the sacred union come about, and we will hear the voices of memory. Yes, said Markland, unable to assume such a cold voice. Yes, we are the real priests now, true mediators between the earth and the forces of the unknown. We possess the words and the power. Another silence had fallen. Could Markland ever get them off this hill? He had won. They were together again, and he longed for the warmth of the Georgian pilgrims. He longed for the taste of hot soup and ale and the light of the fire. He longed to celebrate. He was wildly excited again. And Tessa? Asked Tommy. How is it with Tessa? The same, said Stuart. Does she know that the male Taltos is dead? She never knew he was alive, said Stuart. Ah. Come on, teacher, said Markland. Let's go down now to the hotel. Let's dine together. Yes, said Tommy. We're all too cold now to speak any more. They began the descent, both Tommy and Markland steadying Stuart in the slippery mud. When they reached Stuart's car, they opted for the drive rather than the long walk. This is all very good, said Stuart, giving over the car keys to Markland. But I will visit Chalice Well, as always, before we go. What for? Asked Markland, making his words quiet and respectful and seemingly expressive of the love he felt for Stuart. Will you wash your hands in Chalice Well to cleanse the blood off them? The water is already bloody itself, teacher. Stuart gave a little bitter laugh. Ha! But that is the blood of Christ, isn't it? Stuart said. It's the blood of conviction, said Markland. We'll go to the well after dinner, and just before dark. I promise you that. They drove down the hill together. 8. Michael told Clem he wanted to leave by the front gate. He'd bring the suitcases out. There were only 2 of them, Rowan's and his. This was no vacation that required trunks and garment bags. He looked at his diary before he closed it. There was a long statement there of his philosophy, written on Mardi Gras night, before he had ever dreamed that he would be awakened later by a plaintive gramophone song, or by the vision of Mona dancing like a nymph in her white nightgown, bow in hair, fresh and fragrant as warm bread, fresh milk, strawberries. No, can't think any more about Mona just now. Wait for the phone call in London. Besides, it was the passage he wanted to read. And I suppose I do believe in the final analysis that a peace of mind can be obtained in the face of the worst horrors and the worst losses. It can be obtained by faith in change, and in will, and in accident, and by faith in ourselves, that we will do the right thing more often than not in the face of adversity. 6 weeks had passed since that night when, in illness and in grief, he'd written those sentiments. He'd been a prisoner of this house then, and up until this very moment. He closed the diary. He slipped it into his leather bag, tucked the bag under his arm, and picked up the suitcases. He went down the stairs, a bit nervous, since neither hand was free to reach for the rail, reminding himself that he would suffer no dizzy spell now, or any other form of weakness. And if he was wrong about that, well, then he would die in action. Rowan stood on the porch talking to Ryan, and Mona was there, with tears in her eyes, peering up at him with renewed devotion. She looked as delectable in silk as in anything else, and when he looked at her now, he saw what Rowan had seen, saw it as he had once been the first to see it in Rowan, the new swell of the breast, the higher color of the cheeks, and a brilliance in Mona's eyes, as well as a slightly different rhythm to her supplest movements. My child. He'd believe it when she confirmed it. He'd worry about monsters and jeans when he had to. He'd dream of a son or a daughter in his arms when there was a real chance of it. Clem took the suitcases quickly and carried them out the open gate. Michael liked this new driver so much better than the last, liked his good humor and his matter-of-fact ways. He made Michael think of musicians he'd known. The trunk of the car was shut. Ryan kissed Rowan on both cheeks. Only now did Michael pick up Ryan's voice. Anything further that you can tell me? Only that this situation won't last long. But don't for a moment think it's safe to let the guard go. And don't let Mona out alone under any circumstances. Chain me to the walls, said Mona with a shrug. They would have done it to Ophelia if she hadn't drowned in the stream. Who? Asked Ryan. Mona, so far I have taken this whole thing very well indeed, considering the fact that you are 13 years old, and— Chill, Ryan, she said. Nobody's taking it better than I am. She smiled in spite of herself. Ryan stood baffled, staring at her. This was the moment, Michael figured. He couldn't endure a long Mayfair goodbye, and Ryan was confused enough. Ryan, I'll be in touch with you as soon as possible, he said. We'll see Aaron's people, learn what we can, come home. Now, can you tell me exactly where you're going? No, can't do it, said Rowan. She had turned and was headed right out of the gate. Mona suddenly clattered down the steps after her. Hey, Rowan, she said, and Mona flung her arms around Rowan's neck and kissed her. For one moment, Michael was terrified that Rowan would not respond, that she'd stand like a statue beneath the oaks, neither acknowledging this sudden, desperate hug, nor trying to free herself from it. But something entirely different happened. Rowan held Mona tight, kissing Mona's cheek and then smoothing her hair, and even laying her hand on Mona's forehead. You're going to be all right, Rowan said. But do everything that I've told you to do. Ryan followed Michael down the steps. I don't know what to say except good luck, Ryan said. I wish you could tell me more about all this, what you're really doing. Tell Bee we had to go, said Michael. I wouldn't tell the others any more than you have to. Ryan nodded, obviously full of suspicion and concern, but basically stymied. Rowan was already in the car. Michael slipped in beside her. In seconds, they were sliding away beneath the lowering tree branches, and Mona and Ryan made a little picture, standing together in the gate, both waving, Mona's hair like a starburst, and Ryan clearly baffled as ever and highly uncertain. Seems he's doomed, said Rowan, to run things for a coterie who will never tell him anything that's really happening. We tried once, said Michael. You should have been there. He doesn't want to know. And he will do exactly what you tell him. Mona? Will she? I have no idea, but he will. You're still angry? No, he said. I stopped being angry when you gave in. But this wasn't true. He was still hurt to the quick that she had planned to leave without him, that she had seen him not as a companion on this trip, but as some keeper of the house and of the baby inside Mona. Well, hurt wasn't anger, was it? She'd turned away. She was looking forward, and so he felt maybe it was safe to look at her. She was too thin still, far too thin, but her face had never been more lovely to him. The black suit she wore, the pearls, the high heels, all of it had given her a deceptively wicked glamour. But she had not needed these things. Her beauty lay in her purity, in the bones of her face, in the dark, straight eyebrows that so vividly determined her expression, and in her soft, long mouth, which he wanted to kiss now with a brutal male desire to waken her, part her lips, make her soften all over in his arms again, have her. That was the only way, ever, to have her. She lifted her hand and pressed the button for the leather privacy panel to go up behind the driver. Then she turned to Michael. I was wrong, she said, without rancor or pleading. You loved Aaron. You love me. You love Mona. I was wrong. You don't have to go into this, he answered. It was hard for him to look her in the eye, but he was determined to do it, to calm himself inside, to stop being hurt or mad or whatever this was right now. But there's something you have to understand, she said. I don't plan to be kind and law-abiding with these people who killed Aaron. I don't intend to answer to anyone about what I do. Even to you, Michael. He laughed. He looked into her large, cold gray eyes. He wondered if this was what her patients had seen as they looked up right before the anesthesia began to work on them. I know that, honey, he said. When we get there, when we meet Yuri, I want to know, that's all, what he knows. I want to be there with you both. I'm not claiming to have your capabilities or your nerve, but I want to be there. She nodded. Who knows, Rowan? He asked. Maybe you'll find a purpose for me. The wrath had come out. It was too late now to draw back in. He knew that his face had gone red. He looked away from her. When she spoke this time, it was a secret voice he'd never heard her use except with him, and in the past months it had gained a new depth of feeling. Michael, I love you, but I know you're a good man. I'm no longer a good woman. Rowan don't mean that. Oh, yes, I do. I've been with the goblins, Michael. I've been down into the inner circle. And you've come back, he said, looking at her again, trying to put the lid on these feelings that were about to explode out of him. You're Rowan again, and you're here, and there are things to live for other than vengeance. That was it, wasn't it? He had not roused her from her waking sleep. It had been Aaron's death that had done the trick, bringing her back to all of them. If he didn't think of something else quick, he was going to lose his temper again. The hurt was so intense. It was so out of his control. "Michael, I love you," she said. "I love you very much, and I know what you've suffered. Don't think I don't know, Michael." He nodded. He'd give her that much, but maybe he was lying to both of them. "But don't think you know what it's like to be the person I am. I was there at the birth. I was the mother. I was the cause, you might say. I was the crucial instrument. And I paid for that. I paid, and I paid, and I paid. And I'm not the same now. I love you as I always did. My love for you was never in question. But I'm not the same, and I can't be the same. And I knew it when I was sitting out there in the garden, unable to answer your questions or look at you or put my arms around you. I knew it. And yet I loved you, and I love you now. Can you follow what I'm saying?" Again he nodded. "You want to hurt me, and I know you do," she said. "No, not hurt you. Not that. Not hurt you. Just rip your little silk skirt off, perhaps, and tear off that blazer that's been so skillfully painted on, and make you know I'm here. I'm Michael. That's shameful, isn't it? It's disgusting, isn't it? That I want to have you the only way I can, because you shut me out. You left me, you..." He stopped. This had sometimes happened to him before, that in the midst of cresting anger he had seen the futility of what he was doing and saying. He had seen the emptiness of anger itself, and realized in a moment of utter practicality that he could not continue like this, that if he did, nothing would be accomplished except his own misery. He sat still, and he felt the anger leave him. He felt his body grow relaxed and almost tired. He sat back against the back of the seat, and then he looked at her again. She'd never turned away. She looked neither frightened nor sad. He wondered if, in her secret heart, she was bored and wishing him safe at home as she plotted the next steps she would take. "Clear away these thoughts, man, because if you don't, you can't love her again, ever." And he did love her. There wasn't any doubt suddenly. He loved her strength. He loved her coldness. That's how it had been in her house on Tiburon, when they'd made it beneath the bare beam roof, when they had talked and talked, with no possible inkling of how they had, all their lives, been moving towards one another. He reached out and touched her cheek, very aware that her expression hadn't changed, that she seemed as totally in control as she ever had. "I do love you," he whispered. "I know," she said. He laughed under his breath. "You do?" he asked. He felt himself smile, and it felt good. He laughed silently and shook his head. "You know it," he said. "Yes," she said with a little nod. "I'm afraid for you. Always have been. It's not because you aren't strong, aren't capable, aren't everything you ought to be. I'm afraid because there's a power in me that you don't have. And there's a power in these others, these enemies of ours who killed Aaron. A power that comes from a total lack of scruples." She flicked a bit of dust off the tight little skirt. When she sighed, the soft sound of it seemed to fill up the car, rather like her perfume. She lowered her head, a small gesture that made her hair go very soft and longish around her face. And as she looked up, her brows seemed especially long, and her eyes both pretty and mysterious. Call it witch power, if you will. Maybe it's as simple as that. Maybe it's in the genes. Maybe it's a physical capability to do things that normal people can't do. "Then I have it," he said. "No. Coincidentally, perhaps, you have the long helix," she said. "Coincidentally like hell," he said. "He chose me for you, Rowan. Lashaw did that. Years ago, when I was a kid and I stopped at the gate of that house, he chose me. Why do you think he did that? Not because he ever thought I'd be a good man and destroy his hard-won flesh. No, that wasn't it. It was for the witch in me, Rowan. We come from the same Celtic roots. You know we do. And I'm the worker's son, and so I don't know my story, but it goes back to the same beginnings as yours. The power's there. It was there in my hands when I could read the past and the future in people's touch. It was there when I heard the music played by a ghost, especially to lead me to Mona. She gave a small frown, and her eyes grew small for one tiny instant, and then large again and wondering. I didn't use that power to bring Lasher down, he said. I was too scared to use it. I used my strength as a man, and the simple tools as Julien had told me I would. But the power's there. It has to be. And if that's what it takes for you to love me, I mean really love me, then I can reach down inside me and find out just what that power can do. That has always been my option. My innocent Michael, she said, but it had the tone of a query rather than a declaration. He shook his head. He leant forward and kissed her. It was not the best thing to do, perhaps, but he couldn't stop himself. He held her by the shoulders, and he did press her back against the seat and cover her mouth with his mouth. He felt her instant response, the way her body was united at once in passion, arms sliding up around his back, mouth kissing him back, back arching as if she would press her entire self against him. When he let her go, it was only because he had to. The car was moving swiftly along the freeway. The airport loomed ahead, and there was no time now for the passion he felt, for the consummation of anger and hurt and love that he needed so desperately. This time it was she who reached out for him, who clasped his head in her hands and kissed him. "Michael, my love," she said, "my one and only love." "I'm with you, darling," he said, "and don't ever try to change it. What we have to do, for Aaron, for Mona, for the baby, for the family, for God knows what, we do together." It wasn't until they were over the Atlantic that he tried to sleep. They'd eaten their gluttonous fill, and drunk a little too much, and talked for an hour about Aaron. Now the cabin was dark and silent, and they bundled beneath a loose half-dozen blankets. They needed sleep, he figured. Aaron would advise them to sleep now, wouldn't he? They'd land in London after 8 hours, and it would be early morning there, though it was really night to their bodies. And there would be Yuri, eager to hear and entitled to hear how Aaron had died. Pain, grief, the inevitable. He was slipping off, not certain whether he was going right straight into a nightmare or into something as bright and meaningless as a bad cartoon, when he felt her touch his arm. He let his head roll on the leather seat as he turned to her. She lay back beside him, hand clasping his hand. "If we see this through," she whispered, "if you don't back off from what I do, if I don't shut you—" "Yes?" "Then nothing will ever come between us. Nobody ever will. And anything you might have with a girl bride will be forfeit." "I want no girl bride," he said. "I never did. I didn't dream of other women while you were gone from me. I love Mona in my own way, and always will. But that's part of who we are, all of us. I love her, and I want the child. I want the child so much I don't even want to talk about it. Too soon. I'm too desperate. But I want only you. And that's been true since the first day I was with you." She closed her eyes, her hand still warm and tight on his arm, and then it slipped away rather naturally, as if she'd gone to sleep. Her face looked serene and utterly perfect. You know I've taken life, he said in a whisper, but he wasn't sure she was awake still. I've taken life 3 times, and I've walked away from those deeds without regret. That changes anyone. No answer from her lips. I can do it again, he said, if I have to. Her lips moved. I know that you can, she said softly, not opening her eyes, still lying there as if in deep sleep. But you see, I'm going to do it whether I have to or not. I have been mortally offended. She drew in close and kissed him again. We're not going to make it to London, he said. We're the only ones in the entire first-class cabin, she said, raising her eyebrows and then kissing him again. I was once riding on a plane when a certain sort of love was made known to me. It was Lasher's first kiss, you might say. It had a wild electric quality to it. But I want your arms. I want your cock. I want your body. I can't wait until London. Give it to me. Enough said, he thought. Thank God she'd opened the blazer, or he might have torn the buttons in proverbial romantic fashion. 9. It was not so changed. It stood in its forest or park, without locked gates or dogs to protect it, a great manor house of fine arched windows and myriad chimneys, luxuriously large and luxuriously well cared for. One could imagine those times, looking at it, their brutality and darkness, their particular fire. All this drew breath and hissed in the empty night. Only the cars lining the gravel drive, the cars parked in the open garages in long rows, betrayed the modern age. Even the wires and cables ran underground. He walked through the trees and then up close to the foundations and along the stones, searching for the doors he remembered. He wore no suit or coat now, but only simple clothes, long workman's pants of brown corduroy and a thick sweater made from wool, the favorite of seamen. The house seemed to grow to immense size as he approached it. Sprinkled throughout were weak and lonely lights, but lights nevertheless, scholars in their cells. Through a series of small barred windows he saw a cellar kitchen. 2 lady cooks in white were setting aside the kneaded bread to let it rise, and white flour covered their hands and the pale wood of the counter. The smell of coffee came up to him from this room, very rich and fresh. There had been a door for deliveries and such. He walked along, out of the helpful illumination of the windows, feeling the stone wall with his hands, and then coming to a door, though it was one that had not been lately used, and it seemed quite impassable. It was worth a try, and he had come equipped. Perhaps it was not wired with alarms as any door of his own would have been. Indeed, it looked neglected and forlorn, and when he studied it he saw that it had no lock at all, but merely old hinges, very rusted, and a simple latch. To his amazement, it opened to his touch, and made a yawning creak that startled him and unnerved him. There was a stone passage and a small stairway leading upwards. Fresh foot tracks on the stairs, a gush of warm and faintly stale air, the indoor air of winter. He entered and pushed the door closed. A light leaked down the stairs from above, illuminating a carefully written sign that said, "Do not leave this door open." Obediently he made sure that it was shut, and then turned and made his way upwards, emerging into a large, darkly panelled corridor. This was the hall he remembered. He walked along, not trying to hide the sound of his tennis shoes or to conceal himself in the shadows. Here was the formal library he remembered, not the deep archive of priceless and crumbling records, but the daily reading room, with long oak tables and comfortable chairs and heaps of magazines from throughout the world, and a dead fireplace, still warm beneath his foot, with a few scattered embers still glowing among its charred logs and ashes. He had thought the room was empty, but on closer inspection he saw an old man dozing in a chair, a heavy-set individual with a bald head and small glasses on the end of his nose, a handsome robe over his shirt and trousers. It would not do to begin here. An alarm could be too easily sounded. He backed out of the room, careful to be silent this time, and feeling lucky that he had not waked this man, and then he went on to a large stairway. Bedchambers began on the 3rd floor in olden times. Would it be the same now? He went all the way up. It was certainly likely. When he reached the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor, he turned down another small hall and spied light beneath a door, and decided upon that as his beginning. Without knocking, he turned the knob and let himself into a small but elegant bedroom. The sole occupant was a woman with gray hair, who looked up from her desk with obvious but fearless amazement. This was just what he had hoped for. He approached the desk. There was a book open there under her left hand, and with her right she'd been underlining words in it. It was Boethius, De Topicis Differentiis, and she had underlined the sentence, "Syllogism is discourse in which, when certain things have been laid down and agreed to, something other than the things agreed to must result by means of the things agreed to." He laughed. "Excuse me," he said to the woman. She was looking up at him, and had not moved at all since he entered. "It's true, but it's funny, isn't it? I had forgotten." "Who are you?" she asked. The gravel in her voice, the age of it, perhaps, startled him. Her gray hair was heavy and worn in an old-fashioned bun on the back of her head, rather than the sexless bob of the present fashion. "I'm being rude, I know," he said. "I always know when I'm being rude, and I beg your pardon." "Who are you?" she asked again, in almost precisely the same tone of voice as before, except that she put a space after each word for emphasis. "What am I?" he asked. "That's the more important question." "Do you know what I am?" "No," she said. "Should I? I don't know. Look at my hands. See how long and thin they are." "Delicate," she said, in the same gravelly voice, her eyes moving only very quickly to his hands and then back to his face. "Why have you come in here?" "My methods are those of a child," he said. "That is my only way of operating." "So? Did you know that Ehrenleitner was dead?" She held his gaze for a moment, and then slipped back in her chair, her right hand releasing the green marker. She looked away. It was a dreadful revelation to her. "Who told you?" she asked. "Does everyone know?" "Apparently not," he said. "I knew he wouldn't come back," she said. She pursed her mouth so that the heavy lines above her lips were very defined and dark for a moment. "Why have you come here to tell me this?" "To see what you would say. To know whether or not you had a hand in killing him." "What?" "You heard what I said, did you not?" "Killing him?" She rose slowly from her chair and gave him a cruel look, especially now that she realized how very tall he was. She looked to the door. Indeed, she seemed about ready to move towards it, but he lifted his hand, gently, asking for her patience. She weighed this gesture. "You're saying Aaron was killed by someone?" she asked. Her brows grew heavy and wrinkled over the silver frames of her glasses. "Yes, killed, deliberately run over by a car, dead. The woman closed her eyes this time, as if, unable to leave, she would allow herself to feel this appropriately. She looked straight ahead, dully, with no thought of him standing there, apparently. And then she looked up. "The Mayfair Witches," she said in a harsh, deep whisper. "God, why did he go there?" "I don't think it was the witches who did it," he said. "Then who?" "Someone from here, from the Order." "You don't mean what you are saying. You don't know what you're saying. No one of us would do such a thing." "Indeed, I do know what I'm saying," he said. "Yuri, the gypsy, said it was one of you, and Yuri wouldn't lie in such a matter. Yuri tells no lies as far as I can tell, none whatsoever." "Yuri? You've seen Yuri? You know where he is?" "Don't you?" "No. One night he left. That's all anyone knows." "Where is he?" "He is safe, though only by accident. The same villains who killed Aaron have tried to kill him. They had to. Why?" "You're innocent of all this?" He was satisfied. "Yes. Wait, where are you going?" "Out, to find the killer. Show me the way to the Superior General. I used to know the way, but things changed. I must see him." She didn't wait to be asked twice. She sped past him and beckoned for him to follow. Her thick heels made a loud sound on the polished floor as she marched down the corridor, her gray head bowed and her hands swinging naturally at her sides. It seemed forever that they walked, until they had reached the very opposite end of the main corridor, the double doors. He remembered them. Only in former times they had not been cleaned and polished to such a luster. They'd been layered with old oil. She pounded on the door. She might wake the entire house, but he knew no other way to do this. When the door opened, she went inside, and then turned very pointedly to reveal to the man within that she was with another. The man within looked out warily, and when he saw Ash, his face was transformed from amazement to shock and immediate secrecy. "You know what I am, don't you?" said Ash softly. He quickly forced his way into the room and closed the doors behind him. It was a large office with an adjoining bedroom. Things were vaguely messy, lamps scattered and dim, fireplace empty. The woman was watching him with the same ferocious look. The man had backed up as if to get clear of something dangerous. "Yes, you know," said Ash, "and you know that they killed Aaron Leitner." The man was not surprised, only deeply alarmed. He was large and heavily built, but in good health, and he had the air of an outraged general who knows that he is in danger. He did not even try to pretend to be surprised. The woman saw it. "I didn't know they were going to do it. They said you were dead. You'd been destroyed." "I?" The man backed up. The man was now in terror. "I was not the one who gave the order to kill Aaron. I don't even know the purpose of the order, or why they wanted you here. I know next to nothing." "What does all this mean, Anton?" the woman asked. "Who is this person?" "Person. Person. What an inappropriate word," said the man called Anton. "You're looking at something that—" "Tell me what part you played in it," Ash said. "None," he said. "I'm the Superior General here. I was sent here to see that the wishes of the elders were carried out, regardless of what those wishes were." "Who are you to question me?" "Did you tell your men to bring the Taltos back to you?" "Yes, but that's what the elders told me to do," said the man. "What are you accusing me of? What have I done that you should come here demanding answers of me? The elders picked those men, not I." The man took a deep breath, all the while studying Ash, studying the small details of his body. Don't you realize my position? The man asked. If Aaron Leitner's been harmed, don't you realize it's the will of the elders? You accept this? Does anyone else? No one else knows, and no one is meant to know, said the man indignantly. The woman let out a small gasp. Perhaps she hoped that Aaron was not dead after all. Now she knew. I have to tell the elders you're here, said the man. I must report your appearance at once. How will you do that? The man gestured to the fax machine on the desk. The office was large. Ash had scarcely noticed. The fax was a plain paper fax, replete with many glowing lights and trays for papers. The desk was full of drawers. Probably one of these harbored a gun. I need to notify them immediately, said the man. You will have to excuse me now. I don't think so, said Ash. You are corrupt. You are no good. I can see this. You sent men from the order to do harm. I was told by the elders. Told? Or paid? The man was silent. In a panic, he looked to the woman. Call for help, he said. He looked at Ash. I said they were to bring you back. What happened was not my doing. The elders said I was to come here and do what I had to do at all costs. Once again, the woman was visibly shocked. Anton, she said in a whisper. She didn't move to pick up the phone. I give you one final chance, said Ash, to tell me something that will prevent me from killing you. This was a lie. He realized it as soon as the words were out of his mouth. But on the other hand, perhaps the man would say something. How dare you, said the man. I have but to raise my voice and help will come to me. Then do it, said Ash. These walls are thick, but you should try it. Vera, call for help, he cried. How much did they pay you? Asked Ash. You know nothing about it. Ah, but I do. You know what I am, but very little else. Your conscience is decrepit and useless, and you're afraid of me. And you lie. Yes, you lie. In all probability, you were very easy to corrupt. You were offered advancement and money, and so you cooperated with something you knew to be evil. He looked at the woman, who was plainly horrified. This has happened before, in your order, he said. Get out of here, said the man. He cried out for help, his voice sounding very big in the closed room. He cried again, louder. I intend to kill you, said Ash. The woman cried, Wait! She had her hands out. You can't do things this way. There's no need. If some deliberate harm came to Aaron, then we must call the council immediately. The house is filled this time of year with senior members. Call the council now. I'll go with you. You can call them when I am gone. You are innocent. I don't intend to kill you. But you, Anton, your cooperation was necessary for what took place. You were bought. Why don't you admit this to me? Who bought you? Your orders did not come from the elders. Yes, they did. The man tried to dart away. Ash reached out, easily catching hold of the man due to the uncommon length of his arms, and he wrapped his fingers very tightly around the man's throat, more tightly, perhaps, than a human being could have done. He began to squeeze the life out of the man, doing it as rapidly as he could, hoping his strength was sufficient to break the man's neck. But it wasn't. The woman had backed away. She'd snatched up the telephone and was now speaking into it frantically. The man's face was red, eyes bulging. As he lost consciousness, Ash squeezed tighter and tighter until he was very sure the man was dead and would not rise from the floor, gasping for breath, as it sometimes happened. He let the man drop. The woman dropped the telephone receiver. Tell me what happened, she cried. It was almost a scream. Tell me what happened to Aaron. Who are you? Ash could hear people running in the hallway. Quickly, I need the number through which I can reach the elder. I can't give you that, she said. That's known only to us. Madam, don't be foolish. I have just killed this man. Do as I ask you. She didn't move. do it for Aaron, he said, and for Yuri Stefano. She stared at the desk, her hand rising to her lips, and then she snatched up a pen, wrote something fast on a piece of white paper, and thrust it towards him. There was a pounding on the double doors. He looked at the woman. There was no time to talk further. He turned and opened the doors to face a large group of men and women who had only just come to a halt, to range round him and look at him. Here were some who were old and others quite young, 5 women, 4 men, and a boy, very tall, but still almost beardless. The old gentleman from the library stood among them. He closed the doors behind him, hoping to delay the woman. "Do you, any of you, know who I am?" Ash asked. Quickly he looked from face to face, eyes darting back and forth until he was certain he had memorized the features of each person. "Do you know what I am? Answer me, please, if you know." Not a single one gave him anything but a puzzled expression. He could hear the lady crying inside the room, a thick, heavy sobbing, rather like her speaking voice, roughened with age. Alarm was now spreading through the group. Another young man had arrived. "We have to go in," said one of the women. "We have to see what's happened inside. But do you know me? You." Ash spoke to the latecomer now. "Do you know what I am, and why I might have come here?" None of them did. None of them knew anything. Yet they were people of the order, scholars all, not a service person among them, men and women in the prime of life. The woman in the room behind him tugged at the knobs of the doors, then flung them open. Ash stepped to the side. "Aaron Leitner's dead," she cried. "Aaron's been murdered." There were gasps, small cries of dismay and surprise. But all around there was innocence. The old man from the library looked mortally wounded by this news. Innocent. It was time to get away. Ash pushed through the loose gathering quickly and decisively and made for the stairs, going down 2 by 2 before anyone followed. The woman screamed for them to stop him, to not let him escape, but he had too good a head start, and his legs were so much longer than theirs. He reached the side exit before his pursuers found the top of the little stairway. He went out into the night and walked fast across the wet grass, and then, glancing back, began to run. He ran until he had reached the iron fence, which he easily vaulted, and then he walked up to his car and made a hasty gesture for his driver to open the door for him and then take off out of here. He sat back as the car moved faster and faster on the open highway. He read the fax numbers written by the woman on a piece of paper. It was a number outside of England, and if memory served him right, it was in Amsterdam. He pulled loose the phone hooked beside him on the wall of the car, and he punched in the number for the long-distance operator. Yes, Amsterdam. He memorized the number, or tried to at least, and then he folded the paper and put it into his pocket. When he returned to the hotel, he wrote down the fax number, ordered supper, then bathed at once, and watched patiently as the hotel waiters laid out for him a large meal on a linen-draped table. His assistants, including the pretty young Leslie, stood anxiously by. "You're to find me another place of residence as soon as it's daybreak," he told Leslie. "A hotel as fine as this one, but something much larger. I need an office and several lines. Come back for me only when everything is arranged." The young Leslie seemed overjoyed to be so commissioned and empowered, and off she went with the others in tow. He dismissed the waiters and began to consume the meal of sumptuous pasta in cream sauce, lots of cold milk, and the meat of a lobster, which he did not like, but which was nevertheless white. Afterwards he lay on the sofa, quietly listening to the crackling of the fire, and hoping, perhaps, for a gentle rainfall. He also hoped that Yuri would return. It wasn't likely, but he had insisted they remain here at Claridge's on the chance that Yuri would trust them again. At last Samuel came in, so drunk that he staggered. His tweed jacket was slung over his shoulder, and his white shirt was rumpled. Only now did Ash see that the shirt was specially made, as the suit had been, to fit Samuel's grotesque body. Samuel lay down by the fire, awkward as a whale. Ash got up, gathered some soft pillows from the couch, and put them beneath Samuel's head. The dwarf opened his eyes, wider than usual, it seemed. His breath was fragrant from drink. His breath came in snorts. But none of this repelled Ash, who had always loved Samuel. On the contrary, he might have argued to anyone in the world that Samuel had a rock-like carven beauty. But what would have been the use? "Did you find Yuri?" Samuel asked. "No," said Ash, who remained down on one knee so that he could speak to Samuel almost in a whisper. "I didn't look for him, Samuel. Where would I begin in all of London?" "Aye, there is no beginning and no end," said Samuel, with a deep and forlorn sigh. "I look wherever I went, pub to pub to pub. I fear he'll try to go back. They'll try to kill him." "He has many allies now," said Ash, "and one of his enemies is dead. The entire order has been alerted. This must be good for Yuri. I have killed their superior general." "Why in the name of God did you do that?" Samuel forced himself up on his elbow and struggled to gain an upright position, but Ash had finally to help him. Samuel sat there with his knees bent, scowling at Ash. "Well, I did it because the man was corrupt and a liar. There cannot be corruption in the Talamasca that isn't dangerous. And he knew what I was. He believed me to be Lasher. He pleaded the elders as his cause when I threatened his life. No loyal member would have mentioned the elders to anyone outside, or said things that were so defensive and obvious." "And you killed him?" "With my hands, the way I always do. It was quick. He didn't suffer much, and I saw many others. None of them knew what I was. So what can one say? The corruption is near the top, perhaps at the very top, and has not by any means penetrated to the rank and file. If it has penetrated in some confused form. They do not know a Taltos when they see one, even when given ample opportunity to study the specimen." "Specimen," said Samuel. "I want to go back to the Glen." "Don't you want to help me, so that the Glen remains safe, so that your revolting little friends can dance and play the pipes and kill unsuspecting humans and boil the fat from their bones in cauldrons?" "You have a cruel tongue." "Do I? Perhaps so." "What will we do now?" "I don't know the next step. If Yuri hasn't returned by morning, I suppose that we should leave here." "But I like Claridge's," Samuel grumbled. He keeled over, eyes closing the moment he hit the pillow. "Samuel, refresh my memory," Ash said. "About what?" "What is a syllogism?" Samuel laughed. "Refresh your memory? You never knew what a syllogism was. What do you know about philosophy?" "Too much," said Ash. He tried to remember it himself. All men are beasts. Beasts are savage. Therefore all men are savage. He went into the bedroom and lay down on the bed. For one moment he saw again the pretty-haired witch, Yuri's beloved. He imagined that her naked breasts were pressed gently against his face, and that her hair covered them both like a great mantle. Then he was fast asleep. He dreamed he was walking through the doll museum in his building. The marble tile had just been polished, and he could see all the many colors, and how colors changed depending upon what color was right beside them. All the dolls in their glass cases began to sing, the modern, the antique, the grotesque, the beautiful. The French dolls danced and swung their little bell-shaped dresses as they did so, their round little faces full of glee. And the magnificent Brou dolls, his queens, his most treasured queens, sang high soprano, their paper-weight eyes glistening in the fluorescent light. Never had he heard such music. He was so happy. Make dolls that can sing, he thought in his dream. Dolls that can really sing. Not like the old ones that were bad mechanical toys, but dolls with electronic voices that will sing forever. And when the world ends, the dolls will still sing in the room. 10. There's no question, said Dr. Taltos. She set down the manila folder on the edge of the desk. But it didn't happen 6 weeks ago. Why do you say that? Said Mona. She hated this little examining room because it didn't have any windows, made her feel she was going to smother. Because you're almost 3 months along, that's why. The doctor approached the table. Here, you want to feel it yourself? Give me your hand. Mona let the doctor lift her wrist and then place her hand on her own belly. Press hard. You feel that? That's the baby. Why do you think you're wearing that loose thing? You can't stand anything tight against your waist now, can you? Look, my aunt bought me these clothes. They were hanging there. Or it was hanging there. What was it, damn it? Oh, yeah, linen, black for funerals, or for looking nifty with fancy high-heeled black and white string shoes. I can't be that pregnant, said Mona. That's just not possible. Go home and check your computer log, Mona. You are. Mona sat up and jumped down from the table, smoothing down the black skirt and quickly slipping into the fancy shoes. No need to lace or unlace, though if Aunt Gifford had seen her stuffing her foot like that into an expensive shoe, she would have screamed. I gotta go, she said. I'm expected at a funeral. Not that poor man who married your cousin. The one killed by the car. Yep, that poor man. Listen, Annelle, can we do one of those tests where you see the fetus? Yes, and it will confirm exactly what I've been telling you, that you're 12 weeks along. Now listen, you have to take all the supplements I'm giving you. A 13-year-old body is not ready to have a baby. Okay, I want to make an appointment for that test where we look at it. Mona started for the door and had her hand on the knob when she stopped. On second thought, she said, I'd rather not. What's the matter? I don't know. Let's just leave it alone in there for a while. Tests can be scary, can't they? My God, you're turning white. No, I'm not. I'm just going to faint like women in the movies. She went out, passing through the small carpeted outer office and out the door, though the doctor was calling to her. The door swished shut heavily, and she hurried through the glass-enclosed lobby. The car was waiting at the curb. Ryan stood beside it, arms folded. Dressed in dark blue for the funeral, he looked almost the same as always, except that his eyes were watery now, and he was plainly very tired. He opened the door for her. Well, what did Dr. Taltos say? He asked. He turned to look at her, up and down and with care. She really wished everybody would stop looking at her. I'm pregnant, all right, said Mona. Everything's okay. Let's get out of here. We're going. Are you unhappy? Perhaps this has all begun to sink in. Of course I'm not unhappy. Why would I be unhappy? I'm thinking about Aaron. Has Michael or Rowan called? No, not yet. They're probably asleep right now. What's the matter, Mona? Ryan, chill, okay? People keep asking me what's the matter. Nothing's the matter. Things are just happening awfully fast. You have a very uncharacteristic look on your face, said Ryan. You look frightened. No, just wondering what it's going to be like. My own child. You did tell everybody, didn't you? No sermons or lectures? It wasn't necessary, he said. You're the designee. No one is going to say anything to you. If anyone were likely, it would be me, but I can't bring myself to make the requisite speeches, to issue the usual warnings and reservations. Good, she said. We've lost so many, and this is a brand new life, and I see it rather like a flame. And I keep wanting to cut my hands around it and protect it. You're flipping out, Ryan. You're really tired. You need to rest for a while. Do you want to tell me now? Tell you what? The identity of the father, Mona. You do plan to tell us, don't you? Is it your cousin David? No, it's not David. Forget about David. Yuri? What is this? 20 questions? I know who the father is, if that's what you're wondering, but I don't want to talk about it now, and the identity of the father can be confirmed as soon as the baby's born. Who is for, then? I don't want any needles going into this baby. I don't want any threat to it. I told you I know who the father is. I'll tell you when I think it's time. It's Michael Curry, isn't it? She turned and glared at him. Too late now to field the question. He had seen it in her face, and he looked so exhausted, so without the usual backbone. He was like a man on strong medicine, a little punchy and more open than usual. Good thing they were in the limo and he wasn't driving. He would go straight into a fence. Gifford told me, she said, speaking slowly in the same druggy fashion. He looked out the window. They were driving slowly down St. Charles Avenue, the prettiest stretch of newer mansions and very old trees. Come again? He asked. Gifford told you. Ryan, are you okay? What would happen to this family if Ryan went off his rocker? He had enough to worry about as it was. Ryan, answer me! It was a dream I had last night, she said, turning to her finally. Gifford said the father was Michael Curry. Was Gifford happy or sad? Happy or sad? He pondered. Actually, I don't remember. Oh, so that's great, said Mona. Even now that she's dead, no one is paying attention to what she says. She comes in a dream, you don't even pay attention. This startled him, but only a little. He took no offense, as far as she could tell. When he looked at her, his eyes were remote and very peaceful. It was a nice dream, a good dream. We were together. What did she look like? There was really something wrong with him. I'm alone, she thought. Aaron's been murdered. He needs our sympathy. Rowan and Michael haven't called in yet. We're all scared, and now Ryan is drifting, and maybe, just maybe, that is all for the best. What did Gifford look like? He asked again. Pretty, the way she always looked. She always looked the same to me, you know, whether she was 25 or 35, or 15 even. She was my Gifford. What was she doing? Why do you want to know? I believe in dreams. Ryan, please tell me. Think back. Was Gifford doing anything? He shrugged and gave a little smile. She was digging a hole, actually. I think it was under a tree. I believe it was Deirdre's oak. Yes, that's what it was. And the dirt was piled high all around her. For a moment, Mona didn't answer. She was so shaken she didn't trust her voice. He drifted away again, looking out the window, as if she'd already forgotten they were talking. She felt a pain in her head, very sharp, through both temples. Maybe the movement of the car was making her sick. That happened when you were pregnant, even if the baby was normal. Uncle Ryan, I can't go to Aaron's funeral, she said suddenly. The car is making me feel sick. I want to go, but I can't. I have to go home. I know it sounds stupid and self-centered, but I'll take you right home, she said gallantly. She reached up and pressed the intercom. Clem, take Mona to First Street. She shut off the intercom. You did mean First Street, didn't you? Yeah, I certainly did, said Mona. She had promised Rowan and Michael she would move in immediately, and she had. Besides, it was more home than Amelia Street, with her mother gone and her father dead drunk now, only getting up occasionally at night to look for his bottles or his cigarettes or his dead wife. "I'm going to call Shelby to stay with you," said Ryan. "If Beatrice didn't need me, I'd stay with you myself." He was very concerned. This certainly was a whole new ball game. He was positively doting on her, the way he used to do when she was very little and Gifford would dress her in lace and ribbons. He should have known he would react like this. He loved babies. He loved children. They all did. "And I'm not a child anymore to them. Not at all." "No, I don't need Shelby," she said. "I mean, I want to be alone. Just alone up there with only Eugenia. I'll be all right. I'll take a nap. That's a beautiful room up there to nap in. I've never been there alone before. I have to think and sort of feel things. And besides, the fences are being patrolled by a force equivalent to the French Foreign Legion. Nobody's going to get in there." "You don't mind being in the house itself, alone?" Obviously, he was not thinking of intruders, but old stories. Stories that had always excited her in the past. They now seemed remote, romantic. "No, why should I?" she said impatiently. "Mona, you are some young woman," he said, and he smiled in a way that she'd seldom seen him smile. Perhaps it took exhaustion and grief to bring him to the point where something so spontaneous could happen with him. "You're not afraid of the baby and not afraid of the house." "Ryan, I was never afraid of the house, never. And as for the baby's making me sick right now. I'm going to throw up." "But you're afraid of something, Mona," he said sincerely. He had to make this good. He couldn't go on like this with these questions. She turned to him and put her right hand on his knee. "Uncle Ryan, I'm 13. I have to think, that's all. There's nothing wrong with me, and I don't know what scared or frightened means, except for what I have read of those words in the dictionary, okay? Worry about who killed Aaron. That's something to worry about." "Okay, Mona dear," he said with another smile. "You miss Gifford." "You didn't think I would?" He looked out the window again, not waiting for an answer. "Now, Aaron is with Gifford, isn't he?" Mona shook her head. He was really bad off. Pierce and Shelby must know how their father needed them. They had just turned the corner of First Street. "You have to tell me the minute that Rowan or Michael calls," Mona said. She gathered her handbag and prepared to jump out. And kiss Bee for me. And Aaron." "I will," she said. "You're sure you can stay here alone? What if Eugenia isn't here?" "That would be too much to hope for," she said over her shoulder. 2 young uniformed guards were at the gate, and one of them had just unlocked it for her. She gave him a nod as she passed. When she reached the front door, she put her key into the lock and was inside within seconds. The door closed, as always, with a deep, muffled, heavy sound, and she collapsed against it with her eyes shut. 12 weeks. That was flat out impossible. This baby had started when she slept with Michael the second time. She knew it. She knew it as surely as she knew anything else. Besides, there just wasn't anybody between Christmas and Mardi Gras. No. 12 weeks was out of the question. Crisis. Think. She headed to the library. They had brought her computer over last night, and she'd set it up, creating a small station to the right of the big mahogany desk. She flopped in the chair now, and at once booted the system. Quickly she opened the file. /WS, /Mona, /secret, /pediatric. Questions that must be asked, she wrote. How fast did Rowan's pregnancy progress? Were there signs of accelerated development? Was she unusually sick? No one knows these answers because no one knew at that time that Rowan was pregnant. Did Rowan appear pregnant? Rowan must still know the chronology of events. Rowan can clarify everything and wash away these stupid fears. And of course there was the second pregnancy, the one no one else knows about, except Rowan and Michael and me. Do you dare ask Rowan about this second? Stupid fears. She stopped. She sat back and rested her hand on her belly. She didn't press down to feel the hard little lump that Dr. Salter had let her feel. She simply opened her fingers and clasped her belly loosely, realizing that it was altogether bigger than it had ever been. "My baby," she whispered. She closed her eyes. "Julia, help me, please." But she felt no answer coming to her. That was all past. She wanted so to talk to Ancient Evelyn, but Ancient Evelyn was still recovering from the stroke. She was surrounded by nurses and equipment in her bedroom at Amelia Street. She probably didn't even know that they'd brought her home from the hospital at all. It would be too maddening to sit there babbling out her heart to Ancient Evelyn and then realize that Ancient Evelyn couldn't understand a word she said. No one. There is no one. Gifford. She went to the window, the very one that had been opened that day so mysteriously, perhaps by Lasher. She'd never know. She peered out through the green wooden shutters. Guards on the corner. A guard across the street. She left the library, walking slowly, falling into a dragging rhythm almost, though she didn't know why, except that she was looking at everything that she passed. And when she stepped out into the garden, it seemed gloriously green and crowded to her, with the spring azaleas almost ready to bloom, and the ginger lilies laden with buds, and the crepe myrtles filled with tiny new leaves, making them enormous and dense. All the bare spaces of winter had been closed. The warmth had unlocked everything, and even the air breathed a sigh of relief. She stood at the back garden gate, looking at Deirdre's oak, and the table where Rowan had sat, and the fresh green grass growing there, brighter and more truly green than the grass around it. "Gifford," she whispered. "Aunt Gifford." But she knew she didn't want a ghost to answer her. She was actually afraid of a revelation, a vision, a horrible dilemma. She placed her hand on her belly again and just let it stay there, warm, tight. "The ghosts are gone," she said. She realized she was talking to the baby as well as herself. "That's finished. We aren't going to need those things, you and I. No, never. They've gone to slay the dragon, and once the dragon's dead, the future's ours, yours and mine, and you'll never even have to know all that happened before, not till you're grown and very bright. I wish I knew what sex you were. I wish I knew the color of your hair, that is, if you have any. I should give you a name. Yes, a name." She broke off this little monologue. She had the feeling someone had spoken to her. Somebody very close had whispered something, just a tiny fragment of a sentence. And it was gone, and she couldn't catch it now. She even turned around, spooked suddenly. But of course no one was near her. The guards were around the periphery. Those were their instructions, unless they heard an alarm sound in the house. She slumped against the iron post of the gate. Her eyes moved over the grass again, and up over the thick black arms of the oak. The new leaves burst forth in brilliant mint-green clusters. The old leaves looked dusty and dark, and ready perhaps to dry up and drop away. The oaks of New Orleans were never really barren, thank heaven, but in spring they were reborn. She turned around and looked to her right, towards the very front of the property. Flash of a blue shirt beyond the front fence. It was more quiet than she'd ever known it to be. Possibly even Eugenia had gone to Aaron's funeral. She hoped so. "No ghosts, no spirits," she said. "No whispers from Aunt Gifford." Did she really want there to be any? Suddenly, for the first time in her life, she wasn't so sure. The whole prospect of ghosts and spooks confused her. "Must be the baby," she thought, and one of those mysterious mental changes that comes over you even this early, guiding you through a sedentary, unquestioning existence. Spirits were not the thing now. The baby was everything. She'd read plenty on these physical and mental changes last night in her new books on pregnancy, and she had plenty more to read. The breeze stole through the shrubbery as it always had, grabbing loose petals and leaves and little blossoms here and there, and tumbling them across the purple flags, then dying away to nothing. A slow warmth rose from the ground. She turned and walked back inside, and through the empty house to the library. She sat down at the computer and began to write. You would not be human if you did not have these doubts and suspicions. How can you not wonder whether or not the baby is all right under these circumstances? Undoubtedly, this fear has some hormonal origin, and it is a survival mechanism. But you are not a mindless incubator. Your brain, though flooded with new chemicals and combinations of chemicals, is still your brain. Look at the facts. Lasher guided the earlier disaster from the beginning. Without the intervention of Lasher, Rowan might have had a completely healthy and beautiful... She stopped. But what did that mean? Lasher's intervention. The phone rang, startling her, even hurting her a little. She reached for it hastily, not wanting it to ring again. Mona here, start talking, she said. There was a laugh on the other end. That's a hell of a way to answer, kid. Michael, thank God. I am pregnant. Dr. Salter says there is absolutely no doubt. She heard him sigh. We love you, sweetheart, he said. Where are you? We're in some frightfully expensive hotel in a French-style suite full of fruitwood chairs, standing on tiptoe. Yuri is well, and Rowan is examining this gunshot wound of his. It's become infected. I want you to wait on talking to Yuri. He's overexcited and talking out of his head a little, but otherwise okay. Yeah, sure. I don't want to tell him now about this baby. No, that wouldn't be good at all. Give me your number. He gave her the number. Honey, are you okay? Here we go again. Even he can tell that you're worried about it, and he knows why you might be worried. But don't say anything. No, not one word. Something inside her closed up, fearful suddenly of Michael, the very person she'd wanted so to talk to, the very person, along with Rowan, whom she'd felt she could trust. Play this carefully. Yeah, I'm fine, Michael. Ryan's office has your number? We're not going to disappear, honey. She realized she was staring at the screen, at the questions she had so intelligently and logically listed. How fast did Rowan's pregnancy progress? Were there signs of accelerated development? Michael would know these answers. No, don't let on. I'm going to go, honey. I'll call you later. We all love you. Bye, Michael. She hung up the phone. She sat quiet for a long time, then began to type rapidly. It is too early to ask them stupid questions about this baby. Too early to have fears which may affect your health and your peace of mind. Too early to worry Rowan and Michael, who have on their minds much more important things. She broke off. There had been a whisper near her. It was like somebody right next to her. She looked around and then rose and walked across the room, looking back at it to make certain of what she already knew. There had been no one there. No wispy spooks, no shadows even. Her fluorescent desk lamp had taken care of that. Guards outside on Chestnut? Maybe. But how could she hear them whispering through 18 inches of solid brick? Minutes ticked past. Was she afraid to move? This is crazy, Mona Mayfair. Who do you think it is? Gifford or your own mother? Oncle Julien come again? Doesn't he deserve a rest now? Maybe this goddamned house was just plain haunted and always had been by all kinds of spirits, like the ghost of the upstairs maid from 1859, or that of a coachman who fell to his death tragically from the roof in 1872. Could be.
The family didn't write down everything that happened. She started to laugh. Proletarian ghosts in the Mayfair house on First Street? Ghosts who weren't blood kin? Boy, what a scandal. Nah, there weren't any ghosts here at all. She looked at the gilt frame of the mirror, the dark brown marble mantel, the shelves of old decaying books. A calm descended on her, kind of comfortable and nice. She loved this place best of all, she thought, and there wasn't any spirit gramophone playing, and no faces in the mirror. You belong here. You're safe. You're home. Yes, you and me, kid, she said, talking to the baby again. This is our house now, with Michael and with Rowan, and I promise you I will come up with an interesting name. She sat down again and began to type as fast as before. Nerves on edge, imagining things. Eat protein, vitamin C for nerves, and for general overall conditions. Hearing voices whispering in my ear sounds like, I'm sure, but think it sounds like someone singing or even humming. Kind of maddening. Could be a ghost or a deficiency in vitamin B. Aaron's funeral is presently underway. This, no doubt, contributes to overall jumpiness. 11. You're certain this was a Taltos? Rowan asked. She had put away the bandages and the antiseptic and washed her hands. She stood in the bathroom door of the suite, watching Yuri as he walked back and forth, a dark, gangly, and unpredictable figure against the carefully fringed silks and abundant ormolu of the room. Oh, God, you don't believe me. It was a Taltos. This could have been a human who had a reason for deceiving you, she said. The height alone does not necessarily mean— No, Yuri said, in the same crazed and manic tone in which he'd been talking since he'd found them at the airport. It wasn't human. It was beautiful and hideous. Its knuckles were enormous, and its fingers, they were so long. The face could have been human, certainly. Very, very handsome man, yes. But this was Ashlar, Rowan, the very one. Michael, tell her the story. St. Ashlar, from the oldest church in Dunleith. Tell her. Oh, if only I had Aaron's notes. I know he made them. He wrote down the story. Even though we were excommunicated by the order, he wouldn't have failed to write everything down. Well, he did make notes on, and we have them, said Michael. And I've told her everything I know as well. Michael had already explained this twice, if Rowan wasn't mistaken. The endless repetition and circumlocutions of the day had worn on her. She was badly jet-lagged. Her entire constitution had been aged and weakened. She knew that now, if there had ever been any real hope to the contrary. Thank God she had slept on the plane. Michael sat against the arm of the fancy French couch, with his socked feet crossed on the gold pillows. He had taken off his jacket, and his chest, in the turtleneck sweater, looked massive, as though it housed a heart that would beat triumphantly for another 50 years. He shot a secretive, commiserating glance at Rowan. Thank God you are here, she thought. Thank God. Michael's calm voice and manner were beyond reassuring. She could not imagine herself here without him. Another Taltos. Another one of them. God, what secrets does this world harbor? What monsters are camouflaged amid its forests, its big cities, its wilderness, its seas? Her mind played tricks on her. She could not clearly picture Lasher. The figure was all out of proportion. His strength seemed supernatural. That was not accurate. These creatures were not all-powerful. She tried to banish these jarring memories of Lasher's fingers bruising her arm, and the back of his hand striking her so hard that she lost consciousness. She could feel that moment of disconnection, and the moment of awakening, when, stunned, she found herself trying to crawl for safety under the bed. But she had to snap out of this, had to concentrate and make Yuri concentrate.
Yuri, she said, in her most quiet and unobtrusive, authoritarian manner, describe the little people again. Are you certain? The little people are a wild race, said Yuri, words coming in a rush as he pivoted, hands out, as if to hold a magic glass in which he saw the images of all that he described. They're doomed, said Samuel. They have no women any more. They have no future. They will die out unless a female Taltos comes among them, unless some female of their kind is found in some other remote part of Europe or the British Isles. And this happens. Mark my words, it happens. Samuel told me. Or a witch, don't you see? A witch. The wise women in those parts never go near the glen. The tourists and the archaeologists go and come in groups, and by day. They had been over this, but Rowan had begun to realize that each time he told it, he added something, threw in some new and possibly important detail. Of course, Samuel told me all this when he thought I was going to die in that cave. When the fever broke, he was as surprised as I was. And then Ash. Ash has no duplicity in him whatsoever. You cannot imagine the candor or simplicity of this being. Man. I want to say man. Why not man, as long as you remember that he is a Taltos? No human could be so direct unless he was an idiot, and Ash is not an idiot. Then he wasn't lying when he told you he wanted to help you, said Rowan, watching him keenly. No, he wasn't lying. And he wants to protect the Talamasca. Why, I can't tell you. It all has to do with the past, and perhaps the archives, the secrets, though what is really in those archives nobody knows now. Oh, if I could only trust that the elders were not part of it. But a witch, don't you see, a witch of Mona's power is simply too valuable to Ash and to Samuel. I should never have told them about Mona. Oh, I was a fool to tell them all about the family. But, you see, this Samuel, he saved my life. But did this Taltos say he had no mate? Asked Michael. If mate is the proper word. That was plainly obvious. He came here because Samuel told him that a Taltos, Lasher, with you, Rowan, had appeared at Dunlace. Ash came immediately from some place far off, I don't know where. Ash is rich. He has bodyguards, attendants. He travels in a little motorcade, so Samuel tells me. Samuel talks too freely, really, for his own good. But he didn't mention a female Taltos? No. Both of them gave me the distinct impression that they did not know of the existence of a female Taltos. Rowan, don't you see? The little people are dying, and the Taltos is damned near extinct. God, Ash could be the only one living, now that Lasher is gone. Imagine it. You see what Mona means to these two? All right. You want my opinion? Asked Michael. He reached for the coffee pot on the tray beside him and refilled his cup, holding it like a mug without the saucer. We've done all we can about Ashla and Samuel. He looked at Rowan as he spoke. There is a 1 in 10 chance, perhaps, that we can locate them at Claridge's even. No, you must not approach them, said Yuri. You must not even let them know that you are here. Especially not you. Yeah, I understand, said Michael, nodding. But no, you don't understand, said Yuri. Or you don't believe me. Michael, these creatures can tell a witch when they see it, male or female. They know. They do not require modern medical tests to know that you have the chromosomes which are so precious to them. They know you, by sense, perhaps, and surely by sight. Michael gave a little shrug, as if to say he was reserving judgment, but he wouldn't push this now.
Okay, so I don't go over there to Claridge's right now. But it's awfully hard not to do that, Yuri. I mean, you're saying that Ash and Samuel are only 5 minutes away from this hotel. God, I hope they are gone. And I hope they are not gone to New Orleans. Why did I tell them? Why was I not more clever? Why was I so foolish in my gratitude and in my fear?
Stop blaming yourself for this, said Rowan.
The guards are quadrupled in New Orleans, said Michael. His relaxed posture hadn't changed. Let's just leave the subject of Ashla and Samuel for a moment and go back to the Talamasca. Now, we were making a list of the oldest members in London, ones who could either be trusted or must surely have smelled a rat.
Yuri sighed. He was very near to a small satin chair by the window, one dressed in the same high-pitched moire as the draperies, so that it was scarcely visible at all. He flopped down on the edge of it, putting his hands over his mouth. He let out his breath again, slowly. His hair was rumpled.
Okay, said Yuri. The Talamasca. My refuge, my life. Ah, the Talamasca.
He counted now upon his right fingers.
We had Milling. He's bedridden. There's no way to get to him. I don't want to call him and agitate him. Then there was Joan Cross, said Michael.
He picked up the yellow pad from the coffee table.
Yeah, Joan Cross. 75 years old, invalid, wheelchair, declined to be appointed superior general due to crippling arthritis.
Not the devil himself could subvert Joan Cross, said Yuri, words tumbling faster than ever. But Joan is too self-absorbed. She spends all her time in the archives. She wouldn't notice now if the members were running around naked.
Then the next one, Timothy Hollingshed, said Michael,
reading it from the pad.
Yes, Timothy. If only I knew him better.
No, the one we should select is Stuart Gordon. Did I say Stuart Gordon?
I said Stuart Gordon before, didn't I?
No, you didn't. But it's quite all right to say it now, said Rowan. Why Stuart Gordon?
He's 87 and he still teaches, at least within the order itself. Stuart Gordon's closest friend was Aaron. Stuart Gordon may know all about the Mayfair Witches. Why, he almost certainly knows. I remember him telling me once in passing, last year it was, that Aaron had been near to the family too long. I swear on my soul that nothing could corrupt Stuart Gordon. He's the man we should take into our confidence. Or at least draw out, said Rowan under her breath. You have another name here, said Michael. Antoinette Campbell. She's younger, much younger. But if Antoinette is corrupted, then so is God. But, Stuart, if there's anyone on that list who may be an elder, and we never know who they are, you see, it would be Stuart Gordon. That's our man. We'll save the other name. We shouldn't contact more than one of these people at a time. So what do you lose by contacting Gordon now by telephone? Asked Michael. She lets them know he's alive, said Rowan. But perhaps that's inevitable. She was watching Yuri. How would he ever handle a key phone conversation with anyone in this state? Indeed, the sweat had broken out on him again. He was shaking. She'd gotten him clean clothes, but they were already soaked with sweat. Yes, it's inevitable, said Yuri. But if they don't know where I am, there's no danger. I can get more out of Stuart in 5 minutes than anyone else I can think of, even my old friend Baron in Amsterdam. Let me make this call. But we cannot forget, said Rowan, that he may be in on the conspiracy. It may be the entire order. It may be all of the elders. He would rather die than hurt the Talamasca. He has a pair of brilliant novices who might even help us. Tommy Monaghan, he's some sort of computer genius. He might be of great assistance in tracing down the corruption. And then there's the other one, the blonde one, the pretty one. He has a strange name. Markland, that's it. Markland George. But Stuart must judge this situation. And we are not to trust Stuart until we know that we can. But how will we know? Yuri looked at Rowan. There are ways, no, she said. You're not going to call from here. And when you do, I want you to say certain things. You cannot open up to this man, you understand? No matter how much you trust him. Tell me what to say, said Yuri. But you realize Stuart may not talk to me. No one may talk to me. I am excommunicated, remember? Unless, of course, I appeal to him as Aaron's friend. That's the key with Stuart. He loved Aaron so much. Okay, the phone call is a crucial step, said Michael. We've got that. Now, the mother house. Can you draw a plan of the house, or give me the info and I'll draw the plan for your approval? What do you think? Yes, that is an excellent idea, said Rowan. Draw a plan. Show us the location of the archives, the vaults, the exits, everything. Yuri was on his feet again, as though someone had shoved him forward. He was looking around. Where is the paper? Where is the pencil? Michael picked up the phone and asked for the front desk. We'll get those things, said Rowan. She took Yuri's hand. They were moist and shaking still. His black eyes were frenzied, darting from object to object. He did not want to look at her. Take it easy, she said, gripping his hand firmly, thinking, calm, and drawing closer until he had to look right into her eyes. I am rational, Rowan, he said. Believe me, I am only fearing for Mona. I made a hideous blunder. But how often does one meet such beings? I never laid eyes on Lasher, not for one moment. I was not there when he told his tale to Michael and to Aaron. I never saw him. But I saw these two, and not in some cloud of vapor. They were with me as you are with me. They were in a room. I know, she said, but it's not your fault, all this, that you told them about the family. You must let this go. Think about the order. What else can you tell us? What about the Superior General? Something's wrong with him. I don't trust him. He is too new. Oh, if you could have seen this creature, Ash, you would not have believed your eyes. Why not, Yuri? She asked. Yes. Yes, you saw the other one. You knew the other one. Yes, in every sense. What makes you certain this one is older? That he's not trying to confuse you with those easy statements he made? Hair. In his hair, 2 white streaks means age. I could tell it. White streaks, she said. This was new information. How much more could Yuri spill if they continued to question him? She lifted her hands to her head as if to say, where were these streaks of white hair? No, here, from the temples, the graying pattern of humans. These streaks alarmed Samuel as soon as he saw them. The face? The face is that of a man of 30. Rowan, the lifespan of these beings is unknown. Samuel described Lasher as a newborn. That's what he was, said Rowan. She realized suddenly that Michael was watching her. He'd gotten to his feet and was standing near the door, arms folded. She turned to face him. She blotted all thought of Lasher from her mind. There is no one who can help us with this, is there? Michael said. He was speaking only to her. No one, she said. Haven't you known that all along? He didn't answer, but she knew what he was thinking. It was as if he wanted her to know. He was thinking that Yuri was cracking. Yuri had to be protected now, and they had counted more upon Yuri for judgment, direction, help. The bell sounded.
Michael searched in his pocket and drew out some pound notes as he went to the door. How extraordinary, she thought, that he remembers such things, that he keeps everything going. But she had to get a grip on herself. Lasher's fingers biting into her arm, her entire body convulsed suddenly, and she reached for the place where he'd hurt her again and again and again. Heed your own advice, Doctor. Be calm. Now, you have to sit down and draw pictures, said Michael. He had the paper and the pencils. What if Stuart doesn't know that Aaron is dead? Asked Yuri. I don't want to be the one to tell him this. God, they must know. They know, don't they, Rowan? Pay attention, said Rowan gently. I've explained to you before. Ryan's office did not call the Talamaster. I insisted that they wait. The excommunication gave me my excuse. I wanted time. Now we can use their ignorance to our advantage. We have to plan this telephone conversation. There's a good-sized desk in the other room, said Michael. This little Louis Cannes thing will fall apart if we try to use it. She smiled. He'd said he loved French furniture, but everything in this room seemed to be prancing. The gilded moldings were bubbling up and down the paneled walls as if they were made of neon lights. Hotel rooms. She had been in so many of them. All she could think of when she'd arrived was, where are the doors? Where are the phones? Does the bathroom have a window for possible escape? Another flash of Lasher's hand closing on her arm. She flinched. Michael was watching her. Yuri was staring off. He hadn't seen her shut her eyes and then struggle to catch her breath. They know, Yuri said. Their newspaper clippers will have seen it in the New Orleans papers. Mayfair. They will have seen it and faxed the clippings home. They know everything, he said. Absolutely everything. All my life is in their files. All the more reason, said Michael, to set to work now. Rowan stood still. He's gone. He's dead. He can't hurt you. You saw his remains. You saw them covered with earth when you put Emileth with him. You saw. She had folded her arms and she was rubbing her elbows. Michael was speaking to her, but she hadn't caught the words. She looked at Michael. I have to see this Taltos, she said. If he exists, I have to see him. It's too dangerous, said Yuri. No, it isn't. I have a small plan. It will take us only so far, but it is a plan. You said that Stuart Gordon was Aaron's friend? Yes. For years they worked together. You want us to take Stuart into our confidence? You want to trust Ash that he has told us the truth? You said that Aaron had never heard the word Taltos until it came from Lasher's lips. That's correct, said Michael. You can't contact those two. You can't do it, said Yuri frantically. Michael, the drawing can wait. I have to call Claridge's. No, cried Yuri. I'm not a fool, she said with a small smile. Under what name are these odd-sized persons registered? I don't know. Describe them, said Michael. Say the name Samuel. Yuri said everyone knew him. They treated him as if he were a jolly little Father Christmas. The sooner we make this call, the better. They could have already left. Aaron never knew what a Taltos was. He never read anything or heard anything. That's right, said Yuri. Rowan, what are you thinking? All right. I make my call first, said Rowan. Then you make yours. We should go now. Don't you want to tell me what you mean to do? Asked Michael. Let's see if we can reach these two. It all falls apart if we can't reach them, and we're back to the starting line. Let's go.
I don't have to draw pictures? Asked Yuri. You said something about pictures. Not now. Get your jacket. Come on, said Michael. But Yuri looked as helpless and confused as he had all morning. Michael took the jacket off the chair and put it over Yuri's shoulders. He looked at Rowan. Her heart was pounding. Taltos. Got to make this call. 12. Markland had never seen the house in such an uproar. This was a test of his talent to dissemble to the max. The council room was crowded with members, but the meeting had not been called to order. No one noticed him as he passed in the corridor. The noise was deafening under the arched wooden ceilings, but this commotion was a blessing. No one seemed to care about one novice and his reactions, or what he did, or where he went. They had not even awakened him to let him know what was happening. He'd stumbled onto all of this when he'd finally opened his door and discovered several members patrolling the hallway. He and Tommy had scarcely exchanged words. But by now, Tommy had reached Regent's Park and disconnected the fax interception. All physical evidence of the false communications was being destroyed. And where was Stuart? Not in the library, not in the parlors, not in the chapel praying for his beloved Aaron, not in the council room either. Stuart could not break under this pressure, and if he was gone to be with Tessa... But no, he would not have fled. Stuart was with them again. Stuart was their leader, and it was 3 against the world. The big case clock in the hallway said 11 a.m., the face of the bronze moon smiling above the ornate numerals. In the noise, the chimes were nearly inaudible. When would they begin formal deliberations? Did he dare to go up to Stuart's room? But wouldn't that be natural for him? Stuart was his tutor within the order. Wouldn't that be the right thing to do? And what if Stuart was in panic again, crumbling, questioning everything? What if Stuart turned on him again, as he had on Weary All Hill, and he did not have Tommy to help him bring Stuart back? Something had just happened. He could hear it in the council room. He took a few steps until he found himself in the north door. Members were taking their seats around the huge oak table. And there was Stuart. Stuart looking straight at him, a sharp-beaked bird with small, round blue eyes in the usual somber, almost clerical clothes. Dear God! Stuart stood beside the empty chair of the Superior General. He had his hand on the back of the chair. They were all looking at Stuart. They had appointed Stuart to take over. Of course. Markland reached to cover his imprudent but inevitable smile with a curled hand and a muffled cough. Too perfect, he thought. It's as though the powers that be were on our side. After all, it might have been Elvira or Joan Cross. It might have been old Whitfield. But it was Stuart. Brilliant! Aaron's oldest friend. Come inside, all of you. Be seated, please, said Stuart. He was extremely nervous. Markland could see it. You must forgive me, said Stuart, forcing a polite smile which was certainly not required and was hardly appropriate. Dear God, he's not going to be able to pull this off. I have not quite recovered yet from my shock, but you know I've been appointed to take over. We're waiting at this very moment for communication from the elders. Surely they've answered, Stuart, said Elvira. Surrounded by cronies, she had been the star all morning, the witness to Anton Marcus's murder, the one who had conversed with the mysterious man who had entered the building and asked strange questions of those he encountered, and then coldly and methodically strangled Marcus to death. There is no answer yet, Elvira, said Stuart patiently. Sit down there, all of you over there. It's time for this meeting to begin. At last the room fell silent. The giant table was surrounded by curious faces. Dora Fairchild had been crying and looked it. So had Mansfield Cotter.
So had others whom Markland didn't even know. All friends of Aaron Leitner, or worshippers, to be more correct. No one here had really known Marcus. His death had horrified everyone, of course, but grief was not a problem there. "Stuart, has the Mayfair family answered?" came another question. "Do we have any more information about what happened to Aaron?" "Patience, all of you. I will post the information as soon as it's received. What we know now is that something has gone terribly wrong within this house. Intruders have come and gone. Perhaps there have been other breaches of security. We do not know if all these events are connected." "Stuart," said Elvira, raising her voice shrilly, "this man asked me if I knew that Aaron was dead. He walked into my room and started talking about Aaron." "Of course, it's connected," said Joan Cross. Joan had been in a wheelchair for a year now. She looked impossibly frail. Even her short white hair was thinning, but her voice was impatient and domineering, as it had always been. "Stuart, our first priority is to determine the identity of this killer. We have the authorities telling us the fingerprints are untraceable, but we know that this man might have come from the Mayfair family. They do not." "Yes, all connected somehow, doesn't it seem?" Stuart was actually stammering. "But we have no further indication. That is what I meant." Suddenly his deep-set eyes fixed upon Markland, who sat almost at the far end of the table, looking calmly at him. "Gentlemen, to tell you the truth," said Stuart, tearing his eyes away and searching the faces around him, "I'm completely inadequate to take Anton's place. I think I should pass the scepter to Joan, if it's all right with the entire assembly. I can't continue." "Stuart, how could you?" Markland stared at the table, trying to conceal his disappointment, just the way he'd tried moments ago to conceal his triumphant smile. "You're in the driver's seat," he thought bitterly, "but you can't handle it. You're stepping down when you are needed to block the very communication that will hasten things. You are a fool." "I have no alternative," said Stuart loudly, as if he were speaking only to his novice. "Gentlemen, I'm too upset over Aaron's death to be of use." Interesting statement. Wise statement, thought Markland. Stuart had always taught them, if you have some secret you must keep from the psychics around you, think something close to the truth. Stuart had risen. He was giving the chair to Joan Cross. There were cries of "Aye!" and approval coming from all sides. Even Elvira was nodding. Young Crawford, one of Joan's pupils, was maneuvering her wheelchair into position at the head of the table. Stuart stood back near the wall. Stuart was going to try to slip out. Not without me, thought Markland. But how could he leave now? Stuart wasn't going to get away from him. He wasn't going to get a chance to flee to that secret place where he kept Tessa. No, that was not going to happen. Once again there was a hubbub. One of the old men was complaining that in this emergency the elders present should identify themselves. Someone else had told the old man to be silent, not to mention such a thing again. Stuart was gone. Quickly Markland slipped out of the chair and hurried through the north doorway. He could see Stuart leagues ahead of him, it seemed, moving towards the Superior General's office. Markland didn't dare call out. There were two younger members with Stuart, Ansling and Perry, both secretarial assistants. They had been a threat to the operation since the beginning, though neither had had the wit to realize that anything had been wrong. Suddenly the trio disappeared through the double doors and closed them. Markland stood alone in the empty hall. A gavel sounded in the council room, or something very like it. Markland stared at the doors. On what pretext could he enter? To offer his help? His condolences? Everyone knew he was devoted to Stuart.
Good God, what should he do under normal circumstances if he wasn't... Don't think about it. Don't ever clearly dwell upon it. Not here. Not within these halls. He glanced at his watch. What were they doing? If Stewart had resigned the position, why was he in that office at all? Perhaps the fax was feeding out a message from the elders. Tommy had had time to stop the interception. Or perhaps Tommy had written the communication that might be coming in. At last he couldn't stand it any longer. He marched forward, rapped on the doors, and opened them without waiting for permission. The two young men were alone in the office, Perry seated at Marcus's desk, talking on the telephone, and Ansling hovering above him, obviously trying to follow the call. The fax was silent. The doors to Anton's bedroom were closed. "Where is Stewart?" Marklin asked, loudly and directly, though both men gestured for him to be silent. "Where are you now, Yuri?" said Perry into the receiver. "Yuri." "You shouldn't be here," said Ansling. "Everyone should be in the council room." "Yes, yes," Perry was saying, clearly humoring the man on the other end of the line. "Where is Stewart?" demanded Marklin. "I can't tell you." "You will tell me," said Marklin. "That's Yuri Stefano on the phone," said Ansling, obviously very ambivalent about what he was revealing, glancing anxiously now from Perry to Marklin. "Stewart's gone to meet him. He told Stewart that he had to come alone." "Where? How did he leave?" "Well, down the Superior General's private stairs, I imagine," said Ansling. "How should I know?" "Shut up, both of you," said Perry. "Ah, God, he's just rung off." He slammed down the receiver. "Marklin, get out of here." "Don't speak to me in that tone, you idiot," said Marklin furiously. "Stewart's my tutor. What private stairs?" He went right past them, ignoring their indignant and imperious voices, moving through the bedroom and then seeing the perfect cutout of a doorway in the paneling, the unmarked door itself pushed only a few inches ajar. He shoved it back. There was the stairway. Damn! "Where's he gone to meet Yuri?" he shouted to Ansling, who had only just entered the room. "Get away from that passage," Perry said. "Get out of this bedroom now. You don't belong in the Superior General's bedroom." "What's the matter with you, Marklin?" said Ansling. "The last thing you need now is insubordination. Go back to the council room at once." "I asked you a question. I want to know where my tutor has gone." "He didn't tell us, and if you'd shut up and stayed out of this, I might have gotten it out of Yuri Stefano myself." Marklin stared at the two angry, frightened young men. "Idiots," he thought. "Idiots. I hope they blame you and your sniveling, subservient kind for everything. I hope they expel you." He turned and went down the hidden stairs. A long, narrow passage wound round the corner before leading to a small door. It opened directly to the park, as he knew it would. He had never even noticed this door. There were so many. A few scattered stepping stones led off across the lawn in the direction, more or less, of the garage. He broke into a run, but he knew it was useless. When he reached the cars, the attendant was on his feet. "They've asked everyone to stay in, sir, until the meeting's over." "Stewart Gordon, did he take a staff car?" "No, sir, his own, sir. But his orders were that no one else should leave without express permission, sir. That's what he said." "I'm sure," said Marklin, furiously. He went directly to his own rolls and slammed the door on the attendant who had followed him. He hit 30 before he reached the gate. On the highway he quickly accelerated to 60, then 70, 80. But Stewart was long gone, and he could not know whether Stewart had even taken the highway, whether it was to Tessa or to Yuri that Stewart had gone. And since he had no idea whatsoever where Tessa was, or Yuri, he was following nothing and no one. "Tommy, I need you," he said aloud. He reached for the car phone, and with his thumb punched in the number of the secret digs in Regent Park. No answer. Tommy might have already disconnected everything.
Oh, why hadn't they made a plan to meet in London? Surely Tommy would realize the error. Surely Tommy would wait there. The loud screech of a horn startled him. He slammed down the phone. He had to pay attention to what he was doing. He floored the accelerator and passed the truck in front of him, pushing the rolls to its top speed. 13. It was an apartment in Belgravia, not far from Buckingham Palace, and expertly fitted with everything he required. Georgian furnishings surrounded him. A great deal of fine, new white marble, and soft shades of peach, lemon, oyster white. A staff of expert clerks had been retained to do his bidding, stringently efficient-looking men and women who set to work immediately preparing the fax machine for him, the computer, the phones. He saw that the near-unconscious Samuel was put to bed properly in the largest of the bedrooms, and then he took possession of the office, seating himself at the desk to read through the papers quickly and absorb whatever he could of the story of the murder outside London, the man who had been strangled by a mysterious intruder with very large hands. The articles made no mention of his height. Curious. Had the Telemasca decided to keep this secret? And if so, why? Surely Yuri has seen this, he thought, if Yuri is functioning at all normally. But then how could he know whether or not Yuri was? Messages were already coming in from New York. Yes, these were things he had to attend to. He couldn't pretend for one day, really, that the company could run without him. The young Leslie, who apparently never slept, looked radiant as she waited upon him, receiving yet another few pages from a clerk and placing them to one side. "Your lines are connected, sir," she said. "Anything else?" "Dearest," he said, "see that a great roast is prepared in the kitchen for Samuel. He'll be a bear when he opens his eyes." He was already punching in the direct line to Remick in New York as he continued to speak to her. "See to it that my car and driver are ready for me whenever I need them. Fill the refrigerators with fresh milk, and buy some cheeses for me, soft double and triple cream cheeses. All manner of the best camembert and brie that you can find, but you must send out for all this. I need you here. Tell me immediately if Claridge's calls with a message, and if you don't hear from them, call every hour on the hour. You understand?" "Yes, Mr. Ashe," she said zealously, and at once began to scribble everything on a notebook, which she held 2 inches from her eyes. In a twinkling she had vanished. But he was to see her rushing about with marvelous energy every time he glanced up. It was 3 o'clock when she came to the desk with all the enthusiasm of a schoolgirl. "Claridge's, sir. They want to talk to you personally. Line 2. "Excuse me," he said, pleased to see that she had at once backed away. He picked up the lighted line. "Yes, this is Ashler. You are calling me from Claridge's?" "No, this is Rowan Mayfair. I got your number from Claridge's about 5 minutes ago. They said you'd left this morning. Yuri is with me. He's afraid of you, but I have to talk to you. I have to see you. Do you recognize my name?" "Absolutely, Rowan Mayfair," he said softly. "Will you tell me where I can meet you, please?" "Yuri is unharmed? First, tell me why you're willing to meet me. What precisely do you want?" "The Talamasca is full of treachery," he said. "Last night I murdered their superior general." No response from her. "The man was part of the conspiracy. The conspiracy is connected with the Mayfair family. I want to restore order to the Talamasca so that it will go on being the Talamasca, and also because I vowed once that I would always look out for the Talamasca. Rowan Mayfair, do you know Yuri is in danger? That this conspiracy is a threat to his life?" Silence on the other end of the line. "I haven't lost you, have I?" he asked. "No. I was just thinking about the sound of your voice. The Taltos you bore did not live past infancy.
His soul had not been at peace before he was born. You cannot think of me in those terms, Rowan Mayfair, even if my voice reminds you of him. How did you kill the Superior General? I strangled him. I did it as mercifully as I could. There was a purpose to what I did. I wanted to expose the conspiracy to the entire order so that the innocent might know as well as the guilty. However, I do not think the problem involves the whole order, only a few. Silence. Please, let me come to you. I will come alone if you like. We can meet in a crowded place. Perhaps you know you've reached me in Belgravia. Tell me where you are. Yuri is meeting with a member of the Talamasca right now. I can't leave him. You must tell me where this meeting is taking place. Quickly he stood up and motioned to the doorway. The clerk appeared immediately. I need my driver, he whispered. Now. He lifted the mouthpiece again. Rowan Mayfair, this meeting could be dangerous to Yuri. It could be a very, very bad mistake. But that man, too, is coming alone, said Rowan. And we will see him before he sees us. His name is Stuart Gordon. Does that name mean anything to you? I have heard the name. The man is very old, that's all I can tell you. Silence. Do you know anything else about him? Anything that would make it likely that he would know about you? No, nothing, he said. Stuart Gordon and other members of the Talamasca do go from time to time to the glen of Dunleith, but they have never seen me there, or anywhere. They have never laid eyes upon me. Dunleith? You're sure it was Gordon? Yes, I am very sure. Gordon used to appear there often. The little people have told me. The little people steal things from the scholars during the night. They take their knapsacks or whatever they can snatch in a moment. I know the name Stuart Gordon. The little people are careful not to kill the scholars from the Talamasca. It makes trouble to kill them. They don't kill the people of the countryside either, but they kill other people who wander in with binoculars and rifles. They tell me who comes to the glen. Silence. Please trust me, said Ash. This man I killed, Anton Marcus, he was corrupt and unscrupulous. I never do these things on impulse. Please accept my word that I am not a danger to you, Rowan Mayfair. I must talk to you. If you will not let me come, can you find the corner of Brook Street in Spelling? I know where it is, he said. Are you there now? Yes, more or less. Go to the bookshop. It's the only bookshop on the corner. I'll see you when you arrive there, and I'll come to you. Oh, and do hurry. Stuart Gordon should be here soon. She rang off. He hurried down the 2 flights of steps, Leslie following, asking all the requisite questions. Did he want his guards? Should she go along? No, dear, stay here, he said. Brook and Spelling just up from Claridge's, he told the driver. Do not follow me, Leslie. He climbed into the back of the car. He did not know whether he should take the car to the very meeting place. Surely Rowan Mayfair would see it and memorize its license, if such a thing was even necessary with a Rolls-Royce stretch limousine. But why should he worry? What had he to fear from Rowan Mayfair? What had she to gain from hurting him? It seemed he was missing something extremely important, some probability that would make itself known to him only with pondering and time. But this line of thinking made his head ache. He was far too eager to see this witch. He would go the way of the child. The limousine bumped and shoved its way through the busy London traffic, arriving at the destination, 2 busy shopping streets, in less than 12 minutes. Please stay here, near at hand, he said to the driver. Keep your eyes on me and come to me if I call you. You understand? Yes, Mr. Ash. Fancy shops dominated the corner of Brook and Spelling. Ash got out, stretched his legs for a moment, walked slowly to the edge of the corner and scanned the crowd, ignoring the inevitable gawkers and the few persons who made loud, good-natured remarks to him about his height.
There was the bookshop, cat-corner from him, very fancy, with polished wood window frames and brass fixtures. It was open, but there was no one standing outside. He crossed the intersection boldly, walking against the traffic, infuriating a couple of drivers, but he reached the other corner, naturally, unharmed. There was a small crowd inside the bookshop, none of them witches. But she had said that she would see him and that she would meet him here. He turned around. His driver was holding the position, in spite of the traffic going around him, with all the arrogance of a chauffeur at the wheel of a monstrous limousine. That was good. Quickly, Ash surveyed the shops on Brook, to his left, and then, looking across, down the length of Spelling, taking the shops and the passers-by, one by one. Against the crowded window of a dress shop stood a man and woman. Michael Curry and Rowan Mayfair. It had to be. His heart, quite literally, stood still. Witches. Both of them. Both of them were looking at him, and they had witches' eyes, and they gave off that very faint sheen that witches always possessed in his eyes. He marveled. What was it that made the sheen? When he touched them, if he did indeed do that, they would be warmer than other humans, and if he put his ear to their heads, he would hear a low, organic sound that he could not detect in other mammals or people who were not witches. Though occasionally, very occasionally, he had heard this soft, whispering murmur from the body of a living dog. Good God in heaven, what witches? It had been so long since he had seen witches of this power, and he had never seen witches with more. He didn't move. He merely looked at them and tried to pull loose from their staring eyes. No easy thing. He wondered if they could tell it. He remained composed. The man, Michael Curry, was Celtic to the core. He might have been from Ireland and not America. There was nothing about him that was not Irish, from his curly black hair to his blazing blue eyes and the wool hunting jacket, which he wore for fashion, obviously, and his soft flannel pants. He was a big man, a strong man. The father of the Taltos, and its murderer. He remembered it with a dull shock. Father, killer. And the woman. She was very thin and extremely beautiful, though in a completely modern way. Her hair was simple, yet lustrous and alluring around her narrow face. Her clothes, too, were seductive, calculatedly skimpy, indeed almost flamboyantly erotic. Her eyes were far more frightening than those of the man. Indeed, she possessed the eyes of a man. It was as though that part of her face had been removed from a male human and put there above the soft, long, womanish mouth. But he often saw this seriousness, this aggressiveness in modern females. It's just that this was, well, a witch. Both were enthralled. They did not speak to each other or move, but they were together, one figure slightly overlapping the other. The wind didn't carry their scent to him. It was blowing in the other direction, which meant, strictly speaking, that they ought to catch his. The woman suddenly broke the stillness, but only with the slight movement of her lips. She had whispered something to her companion, but he remained silent, studying Ash as before. Ash relaxed all over. He let his hands hang naturally at his sides, which he seldom did due to the length of his arms. But they must see he concealed nothing. He walked back across Brook Street very slowly, giving them time to run if they wanted it, though he prayed to God they would not. He moved towards them slowly on Spelling. They did not move. Suddenly, one of the pedestrians bumped him accidentally and dropped an entire paper sack of small items to the pavement with a crash. The sack broke. The items were scattered. Now, of all times, he thought, but quickly he smiled and dropped down on one knee and began to pick up everything for the poor individual. "I'm so very sorry," he said. It was an elderly woman who gave him a cheery laugh now and told him that he was too tall to bend down to do such things as this.
I don't mind at all. It was my fault, he said, shrugging. He was close enough to the witches, perhaps, for them to hear him, but he could not show fear. The woman had a large canvas bag over her arm. Finally, he had gathered up all of the little bundles and deposited them in the canvas bag, and away she went, waving to him as he waved cordially and respectfully to her. The witches hadn't moved. He knew it. He could feel them watching him. He could feel the same power which caused the sheen to them in his vision, perhaps the same energy. He didn't know. There was now at most 20 feet between them. He turned his head and looked at them. He had his back to the traffic, and he could see them clearly in front of the plate-glass window full of dresses. How fearsome they both looked. The light emanating from Rowan had become a very subtle glow in his eyes, and now he did smell her. Bloodless, a witch who could not bear. The scent of the man was strong, and the face was more terrible, filled with suspicion and perhaps even wrath. It chilled him the way they looked at him. But everyone cannot love you, he thought with a small smile. Not even all witches can love you. That is far too much to ask. The important thing was that they had not run away. Again he started to walk towards them, but Rowan Mayfair startled him. She gestured with a pointing finger and a hand held close to her breast for him to look across the street. Perhaps this is a trick. They mean to kill me, he thought. The idea amused him, but only partially. He looked as she had directed. He saw a coffee shop opposite, and the gypsy was just emerging, with an elderly man at his side. Yuri looked ill, worse than ever, and his haphazard jeans and shirt were far too light for the chilly air. Yuri saw Ash at once. He stepped clear of the busy entrance. He stared at Ash madly, or so it seemed. Poor soul, he is crazy, thought Ash, truly. The elderly man was talking very intently to Yuri, and did not seem to notice that Yuri was looking away. This elderly man, it had to be Stuart Gordon. He wore the somber old-fashioned clothes of the Talamasca, wing-tip shoes and very narrow lapels, and the vest to match his coat. Almost precious. Yes, it was Gordon, surely, or another member of the Talamasca. There could be no mistake. How Gordon pleaded with Yuri, how distraught he seemed. And Yuri stood not 1 foot from this man. This man could at any moment kill Yuri in any of a half-dozen secret ways. Ash started across the street, dodging one car and forcing another to a hasty and noisy stop. Suddenly, Stuart Gordon realized that Yuri was being distracted. Stuart Gordon was annoyed. He wanted to see what distracted Yuri. He turned, just as Ash bore down upon him, reaching the curb and reaching out to grab Stuart Gordon's arm. The recognition was indisputable. He knows what I am, thought Ash, and his heart sank slightly for this man. This man, this friend of Aaron Leitner, was guilty. Yes, without question, the man knew him, and gazed up into his face with mingled horror and a deep, secretive recognition. You know me, said Ash. You killed our superior general, said the man. But this he had latched upon in desperation. The confusion and recognition went far beyond anything which had happened only last night. Gordon went into a panic and began to claw at Ash's fingers. Yuri, stop him! Stop him! Liar, said Ash. Look at me. You know full well what I am. You know about me. I know you do. Don't lie to me, guilty man. They had become a spectacle. People were cutting out into the street to get around them. Others had stopped to watch. Get your hands off me now, said Stuart Gordon furiously, teeth clenched, face coloring. Just like the other, said Ash. Did you kill your friend Aaron Leitner? What about Yuri? You sent the man who shot him in the glen. I know only what I was told about these things this morning, said Stuart Gordon. You must release me. Must I? Said Ash.
I'm going to kill you. The witches were beside him. He glanced to his right and saw Rowan Mayfair at his elbow. Michael Curry stood right beside her, eyes full of venom as before. The sights of the witches struck new terror in Gordon. Holding tight to Gordon, Ash glanced to the corner and quickly raised his left hand for his driver. The man was out of the car and had been watching the whole proceedings. He slid behind the wheel at once, and the car was turning to come down the street.
Yuri, you're not going to let him do this to me, are you? Gordon demanded. Desperate, brilliant, counterfeit indignation. Did you kill Aaron? Yuri asked. This one was almost insane now, and Rowan Mayfair moved to restrain him as he pressed in on Gordon. Gordon began to writhe in courageous fury, scratching again at Ash's fingers. The long Rolls-Royce jolted to a halt beside Ash. The driver stepped out immediately. "Can I help you, Mr. Ash?" "Mr. Ash," said the terrified Gordon, who stopped his vain struggling. "What sort of name is Mr. Ash?" "Sir, there's a policeman coming," said the driver. "Tell me what you want me to do." "Let's get out of here, please," said Rowan Mayfair. "Yes, all of us. Come." Ash turned and dragged Stuart, stumbling, off the sidewalk. As soon as the back door of the car was open, he flung the helpless Gordon into the back seat. He slipped in beside him, forcing him to the far side. Michael Curry had slipped in the front beside the driver, and Rowan climbed in now across Ash, her skin burning him as it touched his leg, and took the jump seat opposite as Yuri collapsed beside her. The car lurched, then took off. "Where shall I take you, sir?" the driver called out. The glass panel was sliding down. Now it had vanished into the back of the front seat, and Michael Curry had turned and was peering past Yuri right into Ash's eyes. "These witches, their eyes," thought Ash desperately. "Just get out of here," said Ash to the driver. Gordon reached for the door handle. "Lock the door," said Ash. But he didn't wait for the familiar electronic click. He clamped his right hand on Gordon's right arm. "Let go of me, you bastard!" declared Gordon with low, thundering authority. "You want to tell me the truth now?" asked Ash. "I'm going to kill you the way I killed your henchman Marcus. What can you tell me that will prevent me from doing it?" "How dare you? How can you?" Stuart Gordon began again. "Stop lying," said Rowan Mayfair. "You're guilty, and you didn't accomplish this alone. Look at me." "I will not," said Gordon. "The Mayfair Witches," he said bitterly, all but spitting out the words. "And this thing you've conjured from the swamps, this lasher, is it your avenger, your golem?" The man was suffering exquisitely. His face was white with shock, but he was far from defeated. "All right," said Ash quietly. "I'm going to kill you, and the witches can't stop me. Do not think that they can." "No, you won't," said Gordon, turning so that he might face Ash as well as Rowan Mayfair, his head back against the upholstered corner of the car. "And why is that?" asked Ash gently. "Because I have the female," whispered Gordon. Silence. Only the sounds of traffic around them as the car moved speedily and belligerently ahead. Ash looked at Rowan Mayfair, then at Michael Curry, peering back at him from the front seat, and finally at Yuri, across from him, who seemed unable to think or to speak. Ash let his eyes return to Gordon. "I've always had the female," said Gordon, in a small, heartfelt, yet sardonic voice. "I did this for Tessa. I did it to bring the male to Tessa. That was my purpose. Now let go of me, or you will never lay eyes on Tessa, any of you, especially not you, Lasher, or Mr. Ash, whoever you may be, whatever you call yourself. Or am I tragically mistaken, and do you have a harem of your own?" Ash opened his fingers, stretching them, letting them frighten Gordon, and then withdrawing them and laying his hand in his lap. Gordon's eyes were red and teary. Still stiff with outrage, he pulled out a huge rumpled handkerchief and blew his tender-looking beak of a nose. "No," said Ash quietly. "I'm going to kill you now, I think." "No, you'll never see Tessa," snapped Gordon. Ash leaned over him, very close to him. "Then take me to her, please, immediately, or I will strangle you now." Gordon was silent, but only for a moment. "Tell your driver to go south," he said. "Out of London, towards Brighton. We're not going to Brighton, but that will do for now. It's an hour and a half." "Then we have time to talk, don't we?" asked the witch, Rowan. Her voice was deep, almost husky. She made a dazzle in Ash's vision, glinting slightly in the dark car. Her breasts were small, but beautifully shaped beneath the black silk lapels of the deep-cut jacket. "Tell me how you could do it," she said to Gordon. "Kill Aaron. You're a man like Aaron yourself." "I didn't do it," said Gordon bitterly. "I didn't want it done. It was a stupid and vicious thing to do, and it happened before I could stop it. Same with Yuri and the gun. I had nothing to do with it. Yuri, in the coffee shop, when I told you I was concerned for your life, I meant it. There are some things which are simply beyond my control." "I want you to tell us everything now," said Michael Curry. He looked at Ash as he spoke. "We really can't restrain our friend here, and we wouldn't even if we could." "I'm not telling you anything more," said Gordon. "That's foolish," said Rowan. "No, it isn't," said Gordon. "It's the only move I have. Tell you what I know before you reach Tessa, and when you have her, you'll do away with me at once." "I'll probably do it anyway," said Ash. "You are buying a few hours of life." "Not so quick. There are many things I can tell you. You have no idea. You'll need much more than a few hours." Ash didn't reply. Gordon's shoulders slumped. He took a deep breath, eyeing his captors one by one again, and then returning to Ash. Ash had drawn back until he too was in the corner. He did not wish to be near this human, this feisty and vicious human whom he knew that he would eventually kill. He looked at his two witches. Rowan Mayfair sat with her hand on her knee, much as Ash did, and she raised her fingers now in a rolling gesture, begging him, perhaps, to be patient. The snap of a lighter startled Ash. "Mind if I smoke, Mr. Ash, in your fancy car?" asked Michael Curry from the front seat. His head was already bowed over the cigarette and the tiny flame. "Please, do what you wish," said Ash, with a cordial smile. To his amazement, Michael Curry smiled back at him. "There's whiskey in this car," said Ash. "There is ice and water. Would any of you care for a drink?" "Yeah," said Michael Curry with a little sigh, exhaling the cigarette. "But in the name of virtue, I'll wait till after 6. And this witch can father the Taltos," Ash thought, studying Michael Curry's profile and his slightly crude but charmingly proportioned features. His voice had a lust in it that surely extended to many things, thought Ash. Look at the way he is watching the buildings as we pass them. He misses nothing. Rowan Mayfair continued to look only at Ash. They had just left the city proper. "This is the right way," said Gordon in a thick voice. "Keep going until I tell you." The old man looked away as if he were merely checking their position, but then his forehead struck the window hard and he began to weep. No one spoke. Ash merely looked at his witches. Then he thought of the photograph of the red-haired one, and when he let his eyes drift to Yuri, who sat directly opposite, beside Rowan,
He saw that Yuri's eyes were closed. He had curled up against the side of the car, his head turned away from them, and he too was shedding tears without making much of a sound. Ash leant forward to lay a comforting hand on Yuri's leg. 14. It was 1 o'clock, perhaps, when Mona woke up in the upstairs front bedroom, her eyes turned towards the oaks outside the window. Their branches were filled with bright resurrection ferns, once again green from the recent spring rain. "Phone for you," said Eugenia. Mona almost said, "God, I'm glad someone's here," but she didn't like admitting to anyone that she'd been spooked in the famous house earlier, and that her dreams had been deeply disturbing to her. Eugenia looked askance at Mona's big, billowy white cotton shirt. So what was wrong? It was loungewear, wasn't it? In the catalogues they called them poets' shirts. "Oughtn't to be sleeping in your pretty clothes," declared Eugenia. "And look at those beautiful big sleeves, all rumpled, and that lace, that delicate lace." If only she could say buzz off. "Eugenia, it's meant to be rumpled." There was a tall glass of milk, frosty, luscious-looking, in Eugenia's hand, and in the other an apple on a small white plate. "Who's this from?" asked Mona. "The evil queen?" Of course Eugenia didn't know what she was talking about, but it didn't matter. Eugenia pointed to the phone again. Mona was about to pick up the phone when her mind, veering back to the dream, discovered the dream was gone. Like a veil snatched away, it left nothing but a faint memory of texture and color, and the very strange certainty that she must name her daughter Morrigan, a name she'd never heard before. "And what if you're a boy?" she asked. She picked up the receiver. It was Ryan. The funeral was over, and the Mayfair crowd was arriving at Bee's house. Lily was going to stay there for a few days, and so would Shelby and Aunt Vivian. Cecilia was uptown, seeing to Ancient Evelyn, and was doing well. "Could you offer some old-fashioned First Street hospitality to Mara Jane Mayfair for a while?" asked Ryan. "I can't take her down to Fontevraud till tomorrow, and besides, I think it would be good if you got to know her, and naturally she's half in love with First and Chestnut and wants to ask you 1,000 questions." "Bring her over," said Mona. The milk tasted good. It was just about the coldest milk she'd ever tasted, which killed all the ickiness of it, which she had never much liked. "I'd welcome her company," she went on. "This place is spooky, you are right." Instantly she wished she hadn't admitted it, that she, Mona Mayfair, had been spooked in the great house. But Ryan was off on the track of duty and organization, and simply continued to explain that Granny Mayfair, down at Fontevraud, was being cared for by the little boy from Napoleonville, and that this was a good opportunity to persuade Mary Jane to get out of that ruin and to move to town. "This girl needs the family, but she doesn't need any more of this grief and misery just now. Her first real visit has, for obvious reasons, been a disaster. She's in shell shock from the accident. You know she saw the entire accident." "I want to get her out of here." "Well, sure, but she'll feel closer to everybody afterwards," said Mona with a shrug. She took a big, wet, crunchy bite of the apple. God, was she hungry. "Ryan, have you ever heard of the name Morrigan?" "I don't think so." "There's never been a Morrigan Mayfair?" "Not that I remember." "It's an old English name, isn't it?" Think it's pretty?" "But what if the baby is a boy, Mona?" "It's not, I know," she said, and then caught herself. How in the world could she know? It was the dream, wasn't it? And it also must have been wishful thinking, the desire to have a girl child and bring her up free and strong, the way girls were almost never brought up. Ryan promised to be there within 10 minutes. Mona sat against the pillows, looking out again at the resurrection ferns and the bits and pieces of blue sky beyond. The house was silent all around her, Eugenia having disappeared. She crossed her bare legs, the shirt easily covering her knees with its thick lace hem, The sleeves were hardly rumpled, true. But so what? They were sleeves fit for a pirate. Who could keep anything like that neat? Did pirates? Pirates must have gone about rumpled. And Beatrice had bought so many of these things. It was supposed to be youthful, Mona suspected. Well, it was pretty, even had pearl buttons, made her feel like a little mother. She laughed. Boy, this apple was good. Mary Jane Mayfair. In a way, this was the only person in the family that Mona could possibly get excited about seeing. And, on the other hand, what if Mary Jane started saying all kinds of wild and witchy things? What if she started running off at the mouth irresponsibly? Mona wouldn't be able to handle it. She took another bite of the apple. This will help with vitamin deficiencies, she thought. But she needed the supplements Annelle Salter had prescribed for her. She drank the rest of the milk in one Olympian gulp. What about Ophelia? She said aloud. Would that be right, to name a girl child after poor mad Ophelia, who had drowned herself after Hamlet's rejection? Probably not. Ophelia's my secret name, she thought, and you're going to be called Morrigan. A great sense of well-being came over her. Morrigan. She closed her eyes and smelled the water, heard the waves crashing on the rocks. A sound woke her, abruptly. She'd been asleep, and she didn't know how long. Ryan was standing beside the bed, and Mary Jane Mayfair was with him. Oh, I'm sorry, said Mona, swinging her legs over the side of the bed and coming round to greet them. Ryan was already backing out of the room. I presume you know, he said, that Michael and Rowan are in London. Michael said he would call you. Then he was off, headed down the stairs. Here stood Mary Jane. What a change from the afternoon she'd come spouting diagnoses of Rowan. But one had to remember, thought Mona, that those diagnoses had been correct. Mary Jane's yellow hair was hanging loose and splendid, like flax over her shoulders, and her big breasts were poking against the tight fit of a white lace dress. There was a little mud, from the cemetery probably, on her beige high-heeled shoes. She had a tiny, mythical southern waist. Hey there, Mona, I hope this doesn't hang you up, my being here, she said, immediately grabbing Mona's right hand and pumping it furiously, her blue eyes glittering as she looked down at Mona from her seemingly lofty height of about 5'8" in the heels. Listen, I can cut out of here any time you don't want me. I'm no stranger to hitchhiking, I can tell you. I'll get to front row just fine. Hey, looky, we're both wearing white lace. And don't you have on the most darling little smock? Hey, that's just adorable. You look like a white lace belle with red hair. Hey, can I go out there on the front porch? Yeah, sure. I'm glad to have you here, said Mona. Her hand had been sticky from the apple, but Mary Jane hadn't noticed. Mary Jane was walking past her. You have to push up that window, said Mona, then duck. But this is really not a dress. It's some kind of shirt or something. She liked the way it floated around her, and she loved the way that Mary Jane's skirt flared from that tiny waist. Well, this was no time to be thinking about weight, was it? She followed Mary Jane outside. Fresh air. River breeze. Later on, I can show you my computer and my stock market picks. I've got a mutual fund I've been managing for 6 months, and it's making millions. Too bad I couldn't afford to actually buy any of the picks. I hear you, darling, said Mary Jane. She put her hands on the front porch railing and looked down into the street. This is some mansion, she said. Yeah, it sure is. Uncle Ryan points out that it is not a mansion. It is a townhouse, actually, said Mona. Well, it's some townhouse. Yeah, and some town. Mary Jane laughed, bending her whole body backward. and then she turned to look at Mona, who had barely stepped out on the porch. She looked Mona up and down suddenly, as if something had made an impression on her, and then she froze, looking into Mona's eyes. "What is it?" asked Mona. "You're pregnant," said Mary Jane. "Oh, you're just saying that because of this shirt, or smock, or whatever." "No, you're pregnant." "Well, yeah," said Mona. "Sure am." This girl's country voice was infectious. Mona cleared her throat. "I mean, everybody knows. Didn't they tell you? It's going to be a girl." "You think so?" Something was making Mary Jane extremely uneasy. By all rights, she should have enjoyed descending upon Mona and making all kinds of predictions about the baby. Isn't that what self-proclaimed witches did? "You get your test results back?" asked Mona. "You have the giant helix?" It was lovely up here in the treetops. Made her want to go down into the garden. Mary Jane was actually squinting at her, and then her face relaxed a little, the tan skin without a single blemish and the yellow hair resting on her shoulders, full but sleek. "Yeah, I have the genes all right," said Mary Jane. "You do too, don't you?" Mona nodded. "Did they tell you anything else?" "That it probably wouldn't matter. I'd have healthy children. Everybody always did in the family, except for one incident about which nobody is willing to talk." Said Mona. "I'm still hungry. Let's go downstairs." "Yeah, well, I could eat a tree." Mary Jane seemed normal enough by the time they reached the kitchen, chattering about every picture and every item of furniture she saw. Seemed she'd never been in the house before. "How unspeakably rude that we didn't invite you," said Mona. "No, I mean it. We weren't thinking. Everybody was worried about Rowan that afternoon." "I don't expect fancy invitations from anybody," said Mary Jane. "But this place is beautiful. Look at these paintings on the walls." Mona couldn't help but take pride in it, the way Michael had refurbished it. And it occurred to her suddenly, as it had upwards of 50 million times in the last week, that this house would some day be hers. Seemed it already was, but she mustn't presume on that now that Rowan was okay again. Was Rowan ever going to be really okay? A flash of memory came back to her. Rowan in that sleek black silk suit, sitting there looking at her with the straight dark eyebrows and the big hard polished gray eyes. That Michael was the father of her baby, that she was pregnant with a baby, that this connected her to both of them. These things suddenly jarred her. Mary Jane lifted one of the curtains in the dining room. "Lace," she said in a whisper. "Just the finest, isn't it? Everything here is the best of its kind." "Well, I guess that's true," said Mona. "And you too," said Mary Jane. "You look like some kind of princess all dressed in lace." "Why, we're both dressed in lace. I just love it." "Thanks," said Mona, a little flustered. "But why would somebody as pretty as you notice somebody like me?" "Don't be crazy," said Mary Jane, sweeping past her into the kitchen, hips swinging gracefully, high heels clicking grandly. "You're just a gorgeous girl. I'm pretty, I know I am, but I like to look at other girls who are pretty. Always have." They sat together at the glass table. Mary Jane examined the plates that Eugenia set out for them, holding hers up to the light. "Now this is real bone china," she said. "We got some of this at Fontainebleau." "Really? You still have those sorts of things down there?" "Darling, you'd be amazed what's in that attic. Why, there's silver and china and old curtains and boxes of photographs. You should see all that. That attic's real dry and warm, too. Sealed tight up there. Barbara Ann used to live up there. You know who she was?" "Yeah, Ancient Evelyn's mother, and my great-great-grandmother." "Mine, too," declared Mary Jane triumphantly. "Isn't that something?" "Yep, sure is." Part of the entire Mayfair experience. And you should look at the family trees where it gets all crisscrossed. Like if I were to marry Pierce, for instance, with whom I share not only that great-great-grandmother, but also a great-grandfather who also pops up. Damn, it's the hardest thing to keep track of. There comes a point in the life of every Mayfair when you spend about a year drawing family trees everywhere, trying just to keep it clear in your mind who is sitting next to you at the family picnic. Know what I mean? Mary Jane nodded, eyebrows raised, lips curled in a smile. She wore a kind of smoky violet lipstick to die for. My God, I am a woman now, Mona thought. I can wear all that junk if I want to. Oh, you can borrow all my things if you want, said Mary Jane. I've got an overnight case, you know, just full of cosmetics that Aunt Bee bought for me, and all of them from Saks Fifth Avenue and Bergdorf Goodman in New York. Well, that's very sweet of you. Mind reader, be careful. Eugenia had taken some veal out of the refrigerator, little tender cuts for scallopini, which Michael had set aside for Rowan. She was frying these now the way Michael had taught her, with sliced mushrooms and onions, already prepared from a little plastic sack. God, that smells good, doesn't it? Said Mary Jane. I didn't mean to read your mind. Just happened. I don't care about that. It doesn't matter, as long as we both know it's very hit and miss and easy to misunderstand. Oh, absolutely, said Mary Jane. Then she looked at Mona again, the way she had looked at her upstairs. They were sitting opposite each other, just the way that Mona and Rowan sat, only Mona was in Rowan's place now, and Mary Jane was in Mona's. Mary Jane had been looking at her silver fork, and suddenly she just stopped moving and narrowed her eyes again and looked at Mona. What's the matter? Asked Mona. You're looking at me like something's the matter. Everybody just looks at you when you're pregnant. They always do, as soon as they know. I know that, said Mona, but there's something different in the way you're looking at me. Other people are giving me the swoony, loving look, and looks of approbation, but you— What's approbation? Approval, said Mona. I've got to get an education, said Mary Jane, shaking her head. She set the fork down. What is this silver pattern? Sir Christopher, said Mona. You think it's too late for me to ever be a truly educated person? No, said Mona. You're too smart to let a late start discourage you. Besides, you're already educated. You're just educated in a different way. I've never been the places you've been. I've never had the responsibility. Yeah, well, I didn't always want that myself. You know, I killed a man. I pushed him off a fire escape in San Francisco, and he fell 4 stories into an alley and cracked open his head. Why did you do it? He was trying to hurt me. He'd shot me up with heroin, and he was giving it to me and telling me that him and me were going to be lovers together. He was a goddamn pimp. I pushed him off the fire escape. Did anyone come after you? No, said Mary Jane, shaking her head. I never told that story to anybody else in this family. I won't either, said Mona. But that kind of strength isn't unusual in this family. How many girls do you think had been turned out by this pimp? That's the phrase for it, isn't it? Eugenia was serving them and ignoring them. The veal did look okay, well browned and juicy, with a light wine sauce. Mary Jane nodded. Lots of girls. Idiots, she said. Eugenia had set down a cold salad of potatoes and peas, another Michael Curry gentleman's special, tossed in oil and garlic. Eugenia plopped a big spoon of it on Mary Jane's plate. Do we have any more milk? Asked Mona. What are you drinking, Mary Jane? Coca-Cola, please, Eugenia, if you don't mind. But then I can certainly get up and get it myself. Eugenia was outraged at the suggestion, especially coming from an unknown cousin who was obviously a perfect rube. She brought the can and the glass of ice. Eat, Mona Mayfair, Eugenia said. She poured the milk from the carton. Come on now. The meat tasted awful to Mona. She couldn't figure why. She loved this kind of food. As soon as it had been set before her, it had begun to disgust her. Probably just the usual bout of sickness, she thought, and that proves I'm on schedule. And Nell had said it would happen at just about 6 weeks. That is, before she'd declared the baby was a 3-month-old monster. Mona bowed her head. Little wisps of that last dream were catching hold of her, very tenacious and full of associations that were just moving away from her at jet speed as soon as she tried to catch them and hold them and open up the dream itself. She sat back. She drank the milk slowly. "Just leave the carton," she said to Eugenia, who hovered over her, wrinkled and solemn, glaring at her and at her untouched plate. "She'll eat what she needs to eat, won't she?" asked Mary Jane helpfully. Sweet kid. She was already gobbling her veal and noisily stabbing every bit of mushroom and onion she could find with her fork. Eugenia finally ambled off. "Here, you want this?" said Mona. "Take it." She pushed the plate toward Mary Jane. "I never touched it." "You sure you don't want it?" "It's making me sick." She poured herself another glass of milk. "Well, I was never much of a milk lover, you know. Probably because the refrigerator in our house never kept it cold. But that's changing. Everything's changing." "Oh, yeah? Like what?" Mary Jane asked, rather wide-eyed. She chug-a-lugged her entire Coke. "Can I get up and get another one?" "Yes," said Mona. She watched Mary Jane as she bounced towards the refrigerator. Her dress had just enough flair to remind you of a little girl's. Her legs looked beautifully muscled, thanks to the high heels, though they had looked beautifully muscled the other day when she'd been wearing flat shoes. She flopped back down and started devouring Mona's offering. Eugenia poked her head in the door from the butler's pantry. "Mona Mayfair, you didn't eat nothing. You live on potato chips and junk." "Get out of here," Mona said firmly. Eugenia vanished. "But she's trying to be maternal and all," said Mary Jane. "Why did you yell at her?" "I don't want anybody to be maternal with me, and besides, she's not. She's a pest. She thinks I'm a bad person. It's too long to explain. She's always scolding me about something." "Yeah, well, when the father of the baby is Michael Currer's age, you know people are either going to blame him or you." "How did you know that?" Mary Jane stopped gobbling and looked at Mona. "Well, it is him, isn't it? I kind of figured you were sweet on him first time I come here. I didn't mean to make you mad. I thought you were happy about it. I keep getting this vibe that you're really happy that he's the father." "I'm not sure." "Oh, it's him," said Mary Jane. She jabbed the fork through the last piece of veal, picked it up and stuffed it in her mouth, and chewed it lustily, her smooth brown cheek working furiously without so much as a line or a wrinkle, or any real distortion. This was one beautiful girl. "I know," she said, as soon as she had swallowed a wad of chewed meat big enough to catch in her windpipe and choke her to death. "Look," said Mona, "this is something I haven't told anybody yet, and—" "Everybody knows it," said Mary Jane. "Bea knows it. Bea told me. You know what's going to save Bea? That woman is going to get over her grief for Aaron on account of one simple reason. She never stops worrying about everybody else. She's real worried about you and Michael Curry because he's got the genes, as everybody knows, and he's Rowan's husband. But she says that gypsy you fell in love with is just all wrong for you. He belongs with another kind of woman, somebody wild and homeless and without a family like himself." "She said all that?" Mary Jane nodded. Suddenly she spied the plate of bread which Eugenia had set out for them, slices of plain white bread. Mona didn't consider bread like that fit for consumption. She only ate French bread, or rolls, or something properly prepared to accompany a meal. Sliced bread. Sliced white bread. Mary Jane grabbed the top slice, mushed it together, and started sopping up veal juice. "Yeah, she said all that," said Mary Jane. "She told Aunt Viv, and she told Polly and Anne Marie. Didn't seem to know that I was listening. But I mean, this is what is going to save her, that she's got so much on her mind about the family, like coming down to Fontainebleau and making me leave." "How could they all know this about me and Michael?" Mary Jane shrugged. "You're asking me? Darling, this is a family of witches. You're supposed to know that better than I do. Any number of ways they could have found out. But come to think of it, Ancient Evelyn spilled the beans to Viv, if I am not mistaken. Something about you and Michael being here alone?" "Yeah," said Mona with a sigh. "So big deal. I don't have to tell them. So much for that. But if they started being mean to Michael, if they started treating him any differently, if they started— oh, I don't think you have to worry about that. Like I said, when it's a man that age and a girl your age, they blame one or the other. And I think they blame you. I mean, not in a mean way or anything. They just say things like, whatever Mona wants, Mona gets, and poor Michael, and, stuff like, well, if it got him up off that bed into feeling better, maybe Mona's got the healing gift." "Terrific," said Mona. "Actually, that's exactly the way I feel myself." "You're tough," said Mary Jane. The veal juice was gone. Mary Jane ate the next slice of bread plain. She closed her eyes in a deliberate smile of satiation. Her lashes were all smoky and slightly violet, rather like her lipstick, actually. Very subtle, however, and glamorous and beautiful. She had a damned near perfect face. "Now I know who you look like," cried Mona. "You look like Ancient Evelyn. In her pictures when she was a girl." "Well, that makes sense now, doesn't it?" said Mary Jane. "Beings we're come down from Barbara Ann." Mona poured the last of the milk into her glass. It was still wonderfully cold. Maybe she and this baby could live on milk alone. She wasn't sure. "What do you mean, I'm tough?" asked Mona. "What did you mean by that?" "I mean you don't get insulted easily. Most of the time, if I talk like this, completely open-like, with no secrets, like really trying to get to know somebody, I offend that person." "Small wonder," said Mona. "But you don't offend me." Mary Jane stared hungrily at the last thin, forlorn slice of white bread. "You can have it," said Mona. "You sure?" "Positive." Mary Jane grabbed it, tore the middle of it, and started rolling the soft bread into a ball. "Boy, I love it this way," she said. "When I was little, I used to take a whole loaf and roll it all into balls." "What about the crust?" "Rolled it into balls," she said, shaking her head with nostalgic wonder. "Everything into balls." "Wow," said Mona flatly. You really are fascinating. You're the most challenging combination of the mundane and mysterious that I've ever run across." "There you go, showing off," said Mary Jane. "But I know you don't mean any harm. You're just teasing me, aren't you? Did you know that if mundane started with a B, I'd know what it meant?" "Really? Why?" "Because I'm up to B in my vocabulary studies," said Mary Jane. "I've been working on my education in several different ways. I'd like to know what you think about it. See, what I do is I get a big print dictionary, the kind for old ladies with bad eyes, and I cut out the B words, which gives me some familiarity with them right there, cutting out each one with the definition, and then I throw all the little balls of paper. Oops, there we go again," she laughed. "Balls, more balls." "So I noticed," said Mona. "We little girls are just all obsessed with them, aren't we?" Mary Jane positively howled with laughter. "This is better than I expected," said Mona. "The girls at school appreciate my humor, but almost no one in the family laughs at my jokes."
Your jokes are real funny, said Mary Jane. That's because you're a genius. I figure there are two kinds, ones with a sense of humor and those without it. But what about all the B words cut out and rolled into balls? Well, I put them in a hat, you know, just like names for a raffle. Yeah, and then I pick them out one at a time. If it's some word nobody ever uses, you know, like batrachian, I just throw it away. But if it's a good word like beatitude, a state of utmost bliss, well, I memorize it right on the spot. That sounds like a fairly good method. Guess you're more likely to remember words that you like. Oh, yeah, but really I remember almost everything. You know, being as smart as I am. Mary Jane popped the bread ball into her mouth and started pulverizing the frame of crust. Even the meaning of batrachian? Asked Mona. A tailless, leaping amphibian, Mary Jane answered. She nibbled on the crust ball. Hey, listen, Mary Jane, said Mona. There's plenty of bread in this house. You can have all you want. There's a loaf right over there on the counter. I'll get it for you. Sit down. You're pregnant. I'll get it, Mary Jane declared. She jumped up, reached for the bread, caught it by its plastic wrapping, and brought it down on the table. How about butter? You want some butter? It's right here. No, I've conditioned myself to eat it without butter to save money, and I don't want to go back to butter because then I'll miss the butter and the bread won't taste so good. She tore a slice out of the plastic and scrunched up the middle of it. The thing is, said Mary Jane, I will forget batrachian if I don't use it, but beatitude I will use and not forget. Gotcha. Why were you looking at me in that way? Mary Jane didn't answer. She licked her lips, tore loose some fragments of soft bread, and ate them. All this time you remembered that we were talking about that, didn't you? Yes. What do you think about your baby? Asked Mary Jane. And this time she looked worried and protective, sort of, or at least sensitive to what Mona felt. Something might be wrong with it. Yeah, Mary Jane nodded. That's what I figure. It's not going to be some giant, said Mona quickly, though with each word she found it more difficult to continue. It's not some monster or whatever, but maybe there's just something wrong with it. The genes make some combination and something could be wrong. She took a deep breath. This might be the worst mental pain she'd ever felt. All her life she'd worried about things. Her mother, her father, Ancient Evelyn, people she loved. And she'd known grief aplenty, especially of late. But this worrying about the baby was wholly different. It aroused a fear so deep in her that it was agony. She found she'd put her hand on her belly again. Morrigan, she whispered. Something stirred inside her, and she looked down by moving her eyes instead of her head. What's wrong? Asked Mary Jane. I'm worrying too much. Isn't it normal to think that something's wrong with your baby? Yeah, it's normal, said Mary Jane. But this family has got lots of people with the giant helix, and they haven't had horrible deformed little babies, have they? I mean, you know, what's the track record of all this giant helix breeding? Mona hadn't answered. She was thinking, what difference does it make? If this baby's not right, if this baby's... She realized she was looking off through the greenery outside. It was still early afternoon. She thought of Aaron in the drawer-like crypt at the mausoleum, lying one shelf up from Gifford. Wax dummies of people, pumped with fluid. Not Aaron, not Gifford. Why would Gifford be digging a hole in a dream? A wild thought came to her, dangerous and sacrilegious, but not really so surprising. Michael was gone. Rowan was gone. Tonight she could go out there into the garden alone when no one was awake on the property, and she could dig up the remains of those two that lay beneath the oak. She could see for herself what was there. Only trouble was, she was frightened to do it. She had seen plenty of scenes in horror movies over the years in which people did that sort of thing.
traipsed off to the graveyard to dig up a vampire, or went at midnight to discover just who was in what grave. She had never believed those things, especially if the person did it by herself or himself. It was just too frightening. To dig up a body, you had to have a lot more balls than Mona had. She looked at Mary Jane. Mary Jane had finished her feast of bread, apparently, and she just sat there, arms folded, looking steadily at Mona in a manner that was slightly unnerving, Mary Jane's eyes having taken on that dreamy luster that eyes have when the mind has drifted, a look that wasn't vacant, but deceptively seriously focused. "Mary Jane," she said. She expected to see the girl startle and wake up, so to speak, and immediately volunteer what she had been thinking. But nothing like that happened. Mary Jane just kept looking at her in exactly the same fashion, and she said, "Yes, Mona," without a single change in her face. Mona stood up. She went towards Mary Jane and stood right beside her, looking down at her, and Mary Jane continued to look at her with the same large and frightening eyes. "Touch this, baby. Here, touch it. Don't be shy. Tell me what you feel." Mary Jane turned the gaze on Mona's belly, and she reached out very slowly, as if she was going to do what Mona had asked her to do, and then suddenly she jerked her hand back. She rose from the chair, moving away from Mona. She looked worried. "I don't think we should do it. Let's not do witchcraft with this baby. You and I are young witches," she said. "You know, we really are. What if witchcraft can, have an effect on it?" Mona sighed. Suddenly, she didn't want to talk about this anymore. The feeling of fear was too draining and too damned painful, and there had been quite enough. The only person in the world who could answer her questions was Rowan, and she was going to have to ask them sooner or later, because she could feel this baby now, and that was flat out impossible, really, to feel a baby moving like this, just this tiny, tiny movement even, when a baby was only 6 or even 10 or even 12 weeks. "Mary Jane, I have to be alone right now," she said. "I'm not being rude. It's just this baby has me worried. That is the simple truth." "You sure are sweet to explain this to me. You go right ahead. I'm going upstairs if it's okay. Ryan, he put my suitcase in Aunt Viv's room, I'm going to be in there." "You can use my computer if you want," said Mona. She turned her back to Mary Jane and looked out again in the garden. "It's in the library. There are plenty of open programs. It boots right to WordStar, but you can go to Windows or Lotus 123 simply enough." "Yeah, I know how to do that. You take it easy, Mona Mayfair. You call me if you need me." "Yeah, I will. She turned around. "I really like having you here, Mary Jane," she said. "There's no telling when Rowan or Michael will come back." What if they never came back? The fear was growing, including all things at random that came into her mind. Nonsense, they were coming back. But of course they had gone to look for people who might very well want to hurt them. "Don't you worry now, darling," said Mary Jane. "Yeah," said Mona again, pushing open the door. She wandered out on the flagstones and off towards the back garden. It was still early, and the sun was high and falling down on the lawn beneath the oak, as it would be, really, until late in the day. Best, warmest time in the back garden. She walked out on the grass. This had to be the place where they were buried. Michael had added earth to this place, and the newest, tenderest grass grew here. She went down on her knees and stretched out on the earth, not caring that it was getting on her beautiful white shirt. There were so many of them. That's what it meant to be rich, and she was already feeling it, having so many of everything, and not having to wear shoes with holes. She pressed her cheek to the cool mud and grass, and her billowing right sleeve was like a big white parachute fallen beside her from heaven. She closed her eyes. Morrigan, Morrigan, Morrigan. The boat came across the sea. Torches lifted. The The rocks looked so dangerous. Morrigan, Morrigan, Morrigan. Yeah, this was the dream. The flight from the island to the north coast. The rocks were the danger, and the monsters of the deep who lived in the lochs. She heard the sound of someone digging. She was wide awake and staring across the grass at the distant ginger lilies, at the azaleas. No one was digging. Imagination. You want to dig them up, you little witch, she said to herself. She had to admit it was fun playing Little Witches with Mary Jane Mayfair. Yeah, glad she'd come. Have some more bread. Her eyes slid closed. A beautiful thing happened. The sun struck her eyelids as if some big branch or cloud had just freed it, and the light made the darkness brilliant orange, and she felt the warmth creeping all over her. Inside her, in the belly that she could still sleep on, the thing stirred again. My baby. Someone was singing the nursery rhyme again. Why, that must be the oldest nursery rhyme in the world. That was Old English. Or was it Latin? Pay attention, said Mona. I want to teach you how to use a computer before you are 4 years old, and I want you to realize that there's nothing stopping you from being anything you ever want to be. You're listening? The baby laughed and laughed. She turned somersaults and stretched her tiny arms and hands and laughed and laughed. It looked like a tiny, tailless, leaping amphibian. Mona couldn't stop laughing either. That's what you are, she said to the baby. And then the voice of Mary Jane said, in a pure dream now, and on some level Mona knew it. Yes, because Mary Jane was all dressed up like ancient Evelyn, in old lady clothes, a gabardine dress and string shoes. This was definitely a dream. The voice of Mary Jane said, There's more to it than that, darling. You better make up your mind real soon. 15. Look, forget what you did, bolting, said Tommy. They were driving back to the mother house because Tommy insisted. We have to behave as if we are guilty of nothing. All the evidence is gone now, the route destroyed. They can't trace any phone to any other phone. But we have to go back there, and we have to behave as if nothing's happened, and we have to show our concern over the death of Marcus, that's all. I'll tell them I was so worried about Stuart, said Markland. Yes, that's exactly what you should tell them. You were worried about Stuart. Stuart was under such a terrible strain. Maybe they didn't even notice. I mean, maybe the older ones took no notice that I was even gone. And you didn't find Stuart, and now you've come back home. Got it? You have come back home. And then what? That depends on them, said Tommy. Regardless of what happens, we must remain there so as not to arouse suspicion. Our attitude is simply, what has happened? Won't anyone explain? Markland nodded. But where is Stuart? He asked. He chanced to glance at Tommy. Tommy was as calm as he'd been at Glastonbury, when Markland would have fallen on his knees before Stuart and begged him to come back. He's gone to meet Yuri, that's all. Stuart isn't under suspicion, Mark. You're the one who may be under suspicion because of the way you bolted. Now, get a grip, old man. We have to play this well. For how long? How should I know? Asked Tommy. Same calm voice. At least until we have some natural reason to leave again. Then we go back to my place in Regent's Park and we decide. Is the game up? What do we have to lose by remaining in the order? What do we have to gain? But who was it that killed Anton? Tommy shook his head. He was watching the road now, as if Markland needed a pilot. And Markland wasn't so sure that he didn't. If he hadn't known this route by heart, he wasn't sure he could have made it. I'm not sure we should go back there, said Markland. That's foolish. They haven't an inkling of what really happened. How do you know? Asked Markland. My God! Yuri could have told them. Tommy, will you use your head? Perhaps it's not a healthy sign to be so calm in the face of this. Stuart went to see Yuri, and Yuri may be at the mother house himself by now. You don't think Stuart had the sense to tell Yuri to stay away? That there was some sort of conspiracy and that Stuart didn't know the extent of it? I think you would have the sense to do that, and perhaps I would, but I don't know about Stuart. And so what if Yuri is there? They know about the conspiracy. They just don't know about us. Stewart wouldn't tell Yuri about us, no matter what happened. You're the one who's not thinking. What does Yuri have to tell? He'll fill them in on whatever happened in New Orleans, and if that goes into the record... You know, I think I'm going to regret that I destroyed the intercept. I don't regret it, said Markland. He was becoming irritated by Tommy's businesslike manner, his absurd optimism. You're afraid you can't pull it off, aren't you? Asked Tommy. You're afraid you'll crack like Stewart. But, Markland, you have to realize, Stewart has been in the Talamasca all his life. What is the Talamasca to you or to me? Tommy gave a little flat laugh. Boy, they made a mistake with us, didn't they, brother? No, they didn't, said Markland. Stewart knew just what he was doing, that we'd have the nerve to carry out schemes that he could never realize. Stewart didn't make a mistake. The mistake was that somebody killed Anton Marcus. And neither of us stayed around long enough to find out about this person, this crime, this fortuitous incident. You do realize it's fortuitous, don't you? Of course I do. We're rid of Marcus, that's that. But what happened at the moment of the murder? Elvira talked to the killer. The killer said things about Aaron. Wouldn't it be simply marvelous if the intruder was one of the Mayfair family, a top-notch witch? I tell you, I want to read that whole file on the Mayfair Witches from cover to cover. I want to know everything about those people. I was thinking, there must be some way to lay claim to Aaron's papers. You know Aaron, he wrote down everything. He must have left cartons of papers. They must be in New Orleans. You're moving too far ahead. Tommy, Yuri may be there. Stewart may have cracked. They may know everything. I doubt it seriously, said Tommy, with an air of one who wants to meditate on more important things. Markland, the turn. Markland had almost missed it, and when he swerved, it was into the path of another car. But the car gave way, and Markland raced forward. Within seconds, he was away from the highway and going down the country road. He relaxed, realizing only then that he had braced himself so hard for an accident that his jaw was aching from the clenching of his teeth. Tommy was glaring at him. Look, ease up on me, Markland said suddenly, feeling the heat behind his eyes, which always meant that he was perfectly serious and had not completely realized it. I'm not the problem here, Tommy. They are. Now back off. We play it naturally. We both know what to do. Tommy turned his head slowly as they went through the front gates of the park. Everybody in the order must be here. I've never seen this many cars, said Markland. We'll be lucky, said Tommy, if they haven't commandeered our quarters to some deafened, blind octogenarian from Rome or Amsterdam. I hope they have. It's a perfect excuse to turn everything over to the old guard and very considerately clear out. Markland brought the car to a halt several yards from the busy attendant who was directing the car in front of them to a parking spot quite far away on the other side of the hedge. In all these years, Markland had never seen cars packed side by side on the other side of the hedge. He got out and tossed the keys to the attendant. "Will you park, please, Harry?" he said. He peeled off several pound notes, a bribe sufficient to waive all objections to this breach of custom, and headed towards the front doors of the house. "Why in the hell did you do that?" Tommy said, catching up with him. "Try to follow the rules, will you? Fade into the woodwork. Say nothing, do nothing to attract attention. Are we agreed?" "You're too nervous yourself," said Markland crossly. The front doors stood open. The hall was choked with men and women, thick with cigar smoke, and positively roaring with voices. It had the air of a crowded wake or intermission at the theater. Markland stopped. Every instinct in him told him not to go in, and all his life he had believed in his instincts, as surely as he believed in his intelligence. "Come on, man," said Tommy between his teeth. He urged Markland forward. "Oh, hello," said a bright-faced old gentleman who turned to greet them. "And who are you?" "Novices," said Markland. "Tommy Monaghan and Markland George. Are novices allowed to come in?" Of course, said the man, stepping aside. The crowd pressed in behind him, faces turning towards him, and then away indifferently. A woman was whispering to a man on the other side of the doorway. and when her eyes met Markland's, she made a small noise of surprise and distress. "This is all wrong," said Markland under his breath. "You should all be here, of course," the jolly man was saying. "All the young ones should be here. When something like this happens, everyone is called home." "Why, I wonder," said Tommy. Nobody liked Anton. "Shut up," said Markland. "It's quite remarkable, isn't it? The way that people, you and I, for instance, respond to stress." "No, unfortunately, it's not remarkable at all." They edged their way through the press. Strange faces to the right and left. People everywhere were drinking wine and beer. He could hear French, Italian, even people speaking Dutch. There sat Joan Cross, in the first of the formal parlors, surrounded by faces unknown to Markland, but all of them in serious conversation. No Stewart. "You see," said Tommy, whispering in his ear, "they're doing what comes naturally after someone dies. Gathering, talking, as if it were a party. Now that's what we have to do. What comes naturally. You understand?" Markland nodded, but he didn't like it. No, not at all. He glanced back once, trying to find the door, but the door had been closed, apparently, and the crowd blocked his view in any event. He could see nothing. Indeed, it struck him as strange that there were so many foreign faces, and he wanted to say something to Tommy, but Tommy had moved away. Tommy was chatting with Elvira, nodding as Elvira explained something to him. She looked as dowdy as ever, with her dark gray hair knotted at the nape of her neck, and her rimless glasses halfway down her nose. Enzo stood beside her, that dubious-looking Italian. Where the hell was his twin? How dreadful to spend one's life in this place, he thought. Did he dare to ask about Stuart? Certainly he didn't dare to ask about Yuri, though, of course, he knew. Ansling and Perry had told him about Yuri's call. Oh, God, what was he to do? And where were Ansling and Perry? Galton Penn, one of the other novices, was pushing his way towards Markland. "Hey there, Mark. What do you think of all this?" "Well, I don't know that people are talking about it here," said Markland. "But then I haven't really listened. Let's talk about it now, man, before they forbid all conversation on the subject. You know the order. They haven't a clue as to who killed Marcus. Not a clue. You know what we're all thinking? There's something they don't want us to know." "Like what?" "That it was some supernatural agency. What else? Elvira saw something that horrified her. Something bad happened. You know, Mark, I'm very sorry for Marcus and all, but this is the most exciting thing that's ever happened since I was received." "Yes, I know what you mean," Mark answered. "Haven't seen Stuart, have you?" "No, not at all. Not since this morning when he declined to take charge. Were you here when that happened?" "No, I mean yes," said Mark. "I was wondering if he went out or what." Galton shook his head. "You hungry? I am. Let's get some chow." This was going to be rough. Very rough. But if the only people who spoke to him were bright-faced imbeciles like Galton, he would do just fine. Just fine indeed. 16. They'd been on the road over an hour, and it was almost dark, the sky clabbering with silvery clouds, and a drowsy look coming over the great expanses of rolling hills and bright green farmland, neatly cut into patterns as if the landscape were covered with a great patchwork quilt. They made a pit stop in a little one-street village with several black and white half-timbered houses and a small overgrown cemetery. The pub was more than inviting. It even had the proverbial dartboard and a couple of men playing darts, and the smell of the beer was wonderful. But this was hardly the time to stop for a drink, thought Michael. He stepped outside, lit a fresh cigarette, and watched with quiet fascination the formal gentleness with which Ash guided his prisoner into the pub and inevitably towards the bathroom. Across the street, Yuri stood at a phone booth talking rapidly, having made his connection to the mother house apparently, and Rowan stood beside him, arms folded, watching the sky, or something in it. Michael couldn't be sure which. Yuri was upset again, wringing his right hand as he held the receiver with his left, nodding over and over again. It was plain that Rowan was listening to his words. Michael leaned back against the plaster wall and drew in on the smoke. It always amazed him how tiring it was to simply ride in a car. Even this journey, with its agonizing suspense, was no different ultimately, and now that darkness had closed off the lovely countryside, he would grow more sleepy, he figured, no matter what was yet to come. When Ash and his prisoner emerged from the pub, Gordon looked resentful and desperate, but obviously he'd been unable to solicit help, or had not dared to try. Yuri hung up the phone. It was his turn to disappear into the pub now. He was still anxious, if not crazed. Rowan had been watching him attentively during the drive, that is, when he was not riveted to Ash. Michael watched Ash as he returned Gordon to the back seat. He didn't try to disguise the fact that he was staring. That seemed unnecessarily cumbersome. The thing about the tall man was this. He did not in any way appear hideous, as Yuri had averred. The beauty was there, and rather spectacular. But the hideousness? Michael couldn't see it. He saw only a graceful frame and easy, efficient movements that indicated both alertness and strength. The man's reflexes were amazing. He'd proved that when Stuart Gordon had reached again for the lock of the door when they were stopped at a crossroads about a half-hour back. The man's soft black hair reminded him all too much of Lasher. Too silky, too fine, too much body to it. He didn't know for certain. The white streaks added a kind of high luster to the whole figure. The face was far too big boned to be feminine in any conventional sense, but it was delicate, the long nose redeemed perhaps by the fact that the eyes were so large and set so wide apart. The skin was mature skin, and not baby fine. But the real allure of the man was mixed up with his voice and his eyes. His voice could have talked you into anything, Michael thought, and the eyes were highly persuasive as well. Both bordered on a childlike simplicity, but were not ultimately simple. The effect? The man seemed some sort of angelic being, infinitely wise and patient, and yet resolved, without question, to murder Stuart Gordon exactly as he had said that he would. Of course, Michael wasn't assuming anything about the age of this creature. It was pretty hard not to think he was human, just different, unaccountably strange. Of course, Michael knew he wasn't. He knew it by 100 little details, the size of Ash's knuckles, the curious way he widened his eyes now and then so that he looked awestruck, and above all, perhaps by the absolute perfection of his mouth and teeth. The mouth was baby soft, impossible for a man with that skin, really, or at least highly improbable, and the teeth were as white as some sort of flashing advertisement that had been shamelessly retouched. Michael didn't for a moment believe this creature was ancient, or that he was the great St. Ashlar of the Dunlace legends, the ancient king who had converted to Christianity in the last days of the Roman Empire in Britain and allowed his pagan spouse Janet to be burnt at the stake. But the grim tale he had believed when Julien had told it to him, and this was one of the many Ashlars, no doubt, one of the mighty Taltos from the glen, a being of the very same ilk as the one that Michael had slaughtered. These things were not disputed by any part of his mind. He had experienced too much for him to doubt. It was only that he couldn't believe the tall, beautiful man was that old St. Ashlar himself. Perhaps he just didn't want it to be so, for very good reasons that made sense within these elaborate frameworks which he'd now totally accepted. Yes, you are living now with a whole series of completely new realities, he thought. Maybe this is why you're taking it all calmly. You've seen a ghost. You've listened to him. You know he was there. He told you things you could have never manufactured or imagined. And you've seen Lasher, and you heard his long plea for sympathy. And that was also something completely unimaginable for you.
something filled with new information and strange details that you can still remember with puzzlement, now that the misery you were feeling when last I told it is over, and Lasher lies buried under the tree. Oh yeah, don't forget the burying of the body, dropping the head down in the hole beside it, and then finding the emerald, picking it up and holding it in the dark while the decapitated body lay down there in the wet earth ready to be covered up. Perhaps you can become accustomed to anything, he figured, and he wondered if that was what had happened to Stuart Gordon. He had no doubt that Stuart Gordon was guilty, dreadfully and inexcusably guilty of everything. Uri had no doubt. But how had the man managed to betray his values? Michael had to admit he himself had always had a susceptibility to this very kind of Celtic darkness and mystery. His very love of Christmas had its roots in some irrational longing for rituals born in these isles, perhaps. And the tiny Christmas ornaments he had so lovingly collected over the years were all in some way emblematic of old Celtic gods and a worship overlaid on pagan secrets. His love of the houses he'd restored had brought him, at times, as close to this atmosphere of old secrets, old designs, and a dormant knowledge to be revealed as one could ever get in America. He realized he understood Stuart Gordon in a way, and very soon the figure of Tessa would explain Gordon's sacrifices and terrible mistakes very clearly. Whatever, Michael had been through so much that his calm now was only inevitable. Yes, you've been through these things, and you've been used by them and battered by them, and now you stand here by the village pub in this small picture postcard village with its gently sloping stone street, and you think about all this without emotion. That you are with something that is not human, but is as intelligent as any human, and is soon to meet a female of its kind. An event of such enormous significance that no one really wants to touch upon it, perhaps only out of respect for the man who is supposed to die. It's hard to ride in a car for an hour with a man who is supposed to die. He'd finished the cigarette. Uri had just come out of the pub. They were ready to push off. You did reach the mother house? Michael asked quickly. Yes, and I reached more than one person. I made 4 different calls and reached 4 different individuals. With these 4, my oldest and closest friends are part of it. Then I despair. Michael gave Uri's thin shoulder a squeeze. He followed Uri to the car. Another thought came to him, that he wasn't going to think about Rowan and her reactions to the Taltos any more now than he had all the way down here, when a deep instinctive possessiveness had almost caused him to demand that they stop the car, that Uri climb in the front so that he could sit by his wife. No, he wasn't going to give in to this. He couldn't any way in the world know what Rowan was thinking or feeling as she looked at this strange creature. A witch he might be, by genetic profile, and perhaps by some peculiar heritage of which he knew nothing. But he wasn't a mind reader. And he had been aware, from the very first moments of their encounter with Ashla, that Rowan would probably not be harmed by making love to this strange creature, because now that she could not have children, she could not suffer the sort of terrible hemorrhage which had brought down Lasher's Mayfair victims one by one. As for Ash, if he was lusting after Rowan, he was keeping it a gentlemanly secret. But then the creature was driving towards a female of his species, who was perhaps one of the last female Taltos in the world. And then there's the immediate consideration, isn't there? He thought, as he slipped into the passenger seat and firmly shut the door. Are you going to stand by and let this giant of a man murder Stuart Gordon? You know perfectly well you can't do that. You can't watch somebody be murdered. That's impossible. The only time you've ever done it, it happened so quick, with the crack of the gun, that you scarcely had time to breathe. Of course, you have killed 3 people yourself. And this misguided bastard, this crazed man who claims to have a goddess under lock and key, has killed Aaron. They were leaving the little village, which had all but disappeared into the gathering shadows. How tender, how manageable,
How tame this landscape. At any other time he would have asked them to stop so that they could walk for a while along the road. When he turned to the side, he was surprised to discover that Rowan had been watching him, that she was sitting to the side herself, and had brought her leg up on the seat right behind him, apparently so that she could look at him. Of course, her half-naked legs looked glorious. But so what? She had pulled her skirt down properly. It was no more than a fashionable flash of nylon-covered thigh. He stretched out his arm along the old leather upholstery as he laid his left hand on her shoulder, which she allowed, quietly looking at him with her immense and secretive grey eyes, and giving him something far more intimate than a smile. He had avoided her the entire time they were in the village, and now he wondered why he had done that. Why? On impulse, he decided to do something rude and vulgar. He leaned over, reaching out to cup the back of her head with his hand, and he kissed her quickly, and then settled back. She could have avoided it, but she didn't, and when her lips had touched him, he had felt a sharp little pain inside that now began to glow and to increase in intensity. Love you, dear God, give it a chance again. And no sooner had that reprimand come into his mind than he realized he wasn't talking to her at all. He was talking to himself about her. He settled back, looking out the windshield, watching the dark sky thicken and lose the last of its porcelain luster, and leaning his head to the side, he closed his eyes. There was nothing stopping Rowan from falling madly in love with this being who could not wring monstrous babies from her, nothing but her marriage vows and her will. And Michael realized he was not sure of either one. Perhaps he would never be sure again. Within 20 minutes the light was gone. Their headlights forged through the darkness, and this might have been any highway anywhere in the world. Finally Gordon spoke up. The next road right, and left on the one immediately following. The car turned off into the Weald, into the high, dark trees, a mixture of beech and oak, it seemed, with even some light flowering fruit trees that he could not clearly see. The blossoms looked pink here and there in the headlights. The second side road was unpaved. The woods grew thicker. Maybe this was the remnant of an ancient forest, the kind of grand, druid-infested woods that had once covered all of England and Scotland, possibly all of Europe. The kind of forest that Julius Caesar had cleared away with ruthless conviction, so that the gods of his enemies would either flee or die. The moon was fairly bright. He could see a little bridge now as they drew closer, and then came another turn, and they were driving along the borders of a small and peaceful lake. Far across the water stood a tower, perhaps a Norman keep. It was a sight so romantic that surely the poets of the last century had gone mad for the place, he thought. Perhaps they had even built it, and it was one of those beautiful shams which were thrown up everywhere as the recent love for the Gothic transformed architecture and style worldwide. But as they drew closer, as they swung round and came near to the tower, Michael saw it more clearly, and realized that it was a rounded Norman tower, rather large, with perhaps 3 stories rising to its battlements. The windows were lighted. The lower portion of the building was shrouded by trees. Yes, that was exactly what it was, a Norman tower. He had seen many in his student years, wandering the tourist roads all over England. Perhaps on some summer sabbatical which he could no longer remember he had even seen this one. It didn't seem so. The lake, the giant tree to the left, all of this was too nearly perfect. Now he could see the foundations of a larger structure, wandering away in crumbling lumps and pieces, worn down by rain and wind, no doubt, and further blurred by mounds of wild ivy. They drove through a thick copse of young oak, losing track of the building altogether, and then emerged, surprisingly close to it, and Michael could see a couple of cars parked in front of it, and 2 tiny electric lights flanking a very large door. All very civilized, it seemed, livable. but how marvelously preserved it was, unmarred by any visible modern addition. Ivy crawled over the rounded and mortared stone, up above the simple arch of the doorway. No one spoke. The driver stopped the car finally in a small gravelled clearing. Michael at once got out and looked around. He could see a lush and wild English garden spreading towards the lake and towards the forest, banks of flowers just coming into bloom. He knew their dim shape, but they had closed up in the darkness, and who knew what glory would be all around when the sun rose? Were they going to be here when the sun rose? An enormous larch tree stood between them and the tower, a tree that was surely one of the oldest Michael had ever seen. He walked towards its venerable trunk, realizing that he was walking away from his wife, but he couldn't do otherwise. And when he finally stood under the tree's great spreading branches, he looked up at the facade of the tower and saw a lone figure in the third window. Small head and shoulders. A woman, her hair loose, or covered with a veil, he couldn't be certain. For one moment the entire scene overwhelmed him, the dreamy white clouds, the high light of the moon, the tower itself in all its rough grandeur. Though he could hear the crunch of the others coming, he didn't step out of the way or move at all. He wanted to stand here, to see this serene lake to his right, water interrupted and framed now by the delicate fruit trees with their pale fluttering flowers. Japanese plum, most likely, the very kind of tree that bloomed all over Berkeley, California in the springtime, sometimes making the very lights in the small streets a rosy pink. He wanted to remember all this. He wanted never to forget it. Perhaps he was still weakened by jet lag, maybe even going predictably crazy like Yuri. He didn't know. But this was some image that spoke of the entire venture, of its horrors and revelations, the high tower and the promise of a princess within it. The driver had switched off the headlamp. The others were walking past him. Rowan stood at his side. He looked one more time across the lake, and then at the enormous figure of Ash walking in front of him. Ash's hand still clamped to Stuart Gordon, and Stuart Gordon walking as if he would soon collapse, an elderly gray-haired man, the tendons of his thin neck looking woefully vulnerable as he moved into the light of the doorway. Yes, this was the quintessential moment, he thought, and it hit him rather like somebody slamming him with a boxing glove that a female Taltos lived in this tower, like Rapunzel, and that Ash was going to kill the man he was guiding towards the door. Maybe the memory of this moment, these images, this soft, chilly night, maybe this was all he would salvage from this experience. It was a very real possibility. Ash wrested the key with a firm but slow gesture from Stuart Gordon and slipped the key into a large iron lock. The door opened with modern efficiency, and they entered a lower hall, electrically heated and filled with large, comfortable furnishings, massive Renaissance revival pieces with bulbous but beautifully carved legs, claws for feet, and tapestried fabrics, worn but still very pretty and genuinely old. Medieval paintings hung on the walls, many with the high, imperishable gloss of true egg tempera. A suit of armor stood covered with dust, and other treasures were heaped here and there in careless luxury. This was the den of a poetic man, a man in love with England's past, and perhaps fatally alienated from the present. A staircase came down into the room on their left, following the curve of the wall as it descended. Light shone down from the room above, and, for all Michael knew, from the room above that. Ash let go of Stuart Gordon. He went to the foot of the stairs. He laid his right hand on the crude newel post and began to go up. Rowan followed him immediately. Stuart Gordon seemed not to realize that he was free. "Don't hurt her!" he cried suddenly, viciously, as though it was the only thing he could think of to say. "Don't touch her without her permission," he pleaded. The voice issuing from the skeletal old face seemed the last reservoir of his masculine power. "You hurt my treasure," he said. Ash stopped, looking at Gordon thoughtfully, and then again he started to climb. They all followed, finally even Gordon, who pushed past Michael rudely and then shoved Yuri out of his way. He caught up with Ash at the head of the stairway and disappeared out of Michael's sight. When they finally reached the top, they found themselves in another large room, as simple as the one below it. Its walls, the walls of the tower, except for two small rooms, skillfully built of old wood and roofed over. Bathrooms, perhaps. Closets, Michael couldn't tell. They seemed to melt back into the stone behind them. The great room had its share of soft couches and sagging old chairs, scattered stand-up lamps with parchment shades, making distinct islands in the darkness. But the center was wonderfully bare, and a single real iron chandelier, a circle of melting candles, revealing a great pool of polished floor beneath it. It took a moment for Michael to realize the room held another partially concealed figure. Yuri was already looking at this figure. Across the circle from them, at the far end of the diameter, so to speak, sat a very tall woman, at a stool, apparently working on a loom. One small gooseneck lamp illuminated her hands, but not her face. A small bit of her tapestry was revealed, and Michael could see that it was very intricate and full of muted color. Ash stood stock still, staring at her. The woman stared back. It was the long-haired woman Michael had seen at the window. The others made no move. Gordon rushed towards her. "Tessa," he said. "Tessa, I'm here, my darling." The voice was speaking in a realm of its own, the others forgotten. The woman rose, towering over the frail figure of Gordon as he embraced her. She yielded with a sweet, delicate sigh, her hands rising to gently touch Gordon's thin shoulders. In spite of her height, she was so slight of build that she seemed the weaker one. With his arms around her, he brought her forward into the brighter light, into the circle. There was something grim in Rowan's expression. Yuri was enthralled. Ash's face was unreadable. He merely watched as the woman came closer and closer, and now stood beneath the chandelier, the light gleaming on the top of her head and on her forehead. Perhaps on account of her sex, the woman's height seemed truly monstrous. Her face was perfectly round, flawless, rather like that of Ash, but not so long or deeply defined. Her mouth was tender and tiny, and her eyes, though big, were timid and without unusual color. Blue eyes, however, kind and fringed, like those of Ash, with long, luxuriant lashes. A great mane of white hair grew back from her forehead, falling about her almost magically. It seemed motionless and soft, more a cloud than a mane, perhaps, and so fine that the light made the mass of it appear faintly transparent. She wore a violet dress, beautifully smocked just beneath her breast. The sleeves were gorgeously old-fashioned, gathered around the small of her upper arms, and then ballooning to the cuffs that fitted tightly at the wrist. Dim thoughts of Rapunzel came to Michael, or, more truly, of every speck of romance that he had ever read. A realm of fairy queens and princes of unambiguous power. As the woman drew near to Ash, Michael couldn't help but see that her skin was so pale it was almost white. A swan of a princess, she seemed, her cheeks firm and her mouth glistening slightly, and her lashes very vivid around her glowing blue eyes. She frowned, which made a single pucker in her forehead, and seemed like a baby about to bawl. "Taltos," she whispered, but this was said without the slightest alarm. Indeed, she looked almost sad. Yuri let out a tiny faint gasp. Gordon was transformed with astonishment, as if nothing had actually prepared him for this meeting to take place. He seemed for a moment almost young, eyes fired with love and with rapture. "This is your female?" asked Ash softly. He was gazing at her, even smiling slightly, but he had not moved to greet her or touch her outstretched hand. He spoke slowly. "This is the female for whom you murdered Aaron Leitner, for whom you tried to kill Yuri, the female to whom you would have brought the male Taltos at any cost?" "What are you saying?" said Gordon in a timorous voice. "You dare to hurt her, either with words or actions, I'll kill you." "I don't think so," said Ash. "My dearest," he said to the woman, "can you understand me?" "Yes," she said softly, in a tiny bell of a voice. She shrugged and threw up her hands, almost in the manner of an ecstatic saint. "Taltos," she said, and gave a small sad shake of her head, and frowned again with almost dreamy distress. Had the doomed Emeleth been so fair and feminine? With a shock, Michael saw Emeleth's face collapse as the bullet struck it, saw the body fall over backwards. Was this why Rowan was crying? Or was she merely tired and wondering, eyes watering slightly as she watched Ash looking down at the woman and the woman looking up? What must this be for her? "Beautiful Tessa," Ash said, with a slight rise of his eyebrows. "What's wrong?" asked Gordon. "Something is wrong. For both of you. Tell me what's wrong." He moved closer, but stopped, obviously not willing to step between them. His voice was rich and sorrowful now. It had the quality of an orator, or of someone who knew how to affect his listeners. "Oh, God in heaven, this is not what I imagined. To meet here in this place, surrounded by those who can't truly grasp the meaning." But he was too full of emotion for there to be any artifice in what he was saying or doing at all. His gestures were no longer hysterical. They were tragic. Ash stood as still as ever, smiling at Tessa very deliberately, and then nodding with pleasure as her little mouth opened and expanded, and her cheeks grew small and plump with her own smile. "You're very beautiful," Ash whispered, and then he raised his hands to his lips and kissed his fingers and gently placed this kiss on her cheek. She sighed, stretching her long neck and letting her hair tumble down her back, and then she reached out for him, and he took her in his arms. He kissed her, but there was no passion in it. Michael could see it. Gordon came between them, circling Tessa's waist with his left hand and gently drawing her back. "Not here, I beg you. Oh, please, not as if it were in a common brothel." He let go of Tessa and approached Ash, hands clasped as if praying, peering up without fear now, caught in something more crucial to him even than his own survival. "What is the place for the wedding of the Taltos?" he said reverently, voice rich and imploring. "What is the holiest place in England, where St. Michael's line runs over the crest of the hill, and the ruined tower of the ancient church of St. Michael is a sentinel still?" Ash regarded him almost sadly, composed, merely listening, as the impassioned voice continued. "Let me take you there, both of you. Let me see the wedding of the Taltos on Glastonbury Tor." His voice dropped low, and the words came evenly, almost slowly. "If I see you, if I see the miracle of the birth, there on the sacred mountain, in the place where Christ himself came to England, where old gods have fallen and new gods risen, where blood was shed in the defense of the sacred, if I see this,
the birth of the offspring, full grown and reaching out to embrace its parent, the very symbol of life itself, then it doesn't matter whether I go on living or whether I die. His hands had risen as if he held the sacred concept in them, and his voice had lost all its hysteria, and his eyes even were clear and almost soft. Yuri watched with obvious suspicion. Ash was the picture of patience, but for the first time Michael saw a deeper and darker emotion behind Ash's eyes and even his smile. "Then," said Gordon, "I will have seen the thing that I was born to see. I have witnessed the miracle of which poets sing and old men dream. A miracle as great as any ever made known to me from the time my eyes could see to read, and my ears could hear the tales told to me, and my tongue could form words that would express the strongest inclinations of my heart. Grant me these last precious moments, the time to travel there. It's not far, scarcely a quarter of an hour from here, a mere few minutes for us all, and on Glastonbury Tor I will give her over to you, as a father would a daughter, my treasure, my beloved Tessa, to do what you both desire." He stopped, looking to Ash desperately still, and deeply saddened, as if behind these words was some complete acceptance of his own death. He took no notice of Yuri's plain, though silent contempt. Michael was marveling at the transformation in the old man, the sheer conviction. "Glastonbury," Hewitt whispered, "I beg you, not here." And finally he shook his head. "Not here," he whispered, and then fell silent. Ash's face did not change. And then, very gently, as if breaking a terrible secret to a tender heart, one for which he had compassion, he said, "There can be no union. There can be no offspring." He took his time with the words. "She is old, your beautiful treasure. She is barren. Her fount is dried." "Old?" Hewitt was baffled, disbelieving. "Old?" he whispered. "Why, you're mad. How can you say this?" He turned helplessly to Tessa, who watched him without pain or disappointment. "You're mad," said Stewart again, his voice rising. "Look at her," he cried out. "Look at her face, her form. She's magnificent. I brought you together with a spouse of such beauty that you can fall to your knees and give me your thanks." Suddenly he was stricken, disbelieving, and yet slowly being crushed. "Her face will be that way perhaps the day she dies," Ash said, with his characteristic mildness. "I have never seen the face of a Taltos that was different, but her hair is white, completely white. Not a single live strand remains in it. No scent comes from her. Ask her. Humans have used her again and again. Or perhaps she has wandered longer even than I. Her womb is dead within her. Her fount is dried." Gordon gave no further protest. He had clapped his hands over his lips. The little steeple of his fingers collapsed to shut in his pain. The woman looked a little puzzled, but only vaguely disturbed. She stepped forward and put her long, slender arm lightly around the shivering Gordon, and addressed her words very distinctly to Ash. "You judge me for what men have done to me, that they used me in every village and every town I entered, that over the years they made the blood flow again and again until there was no more? No, I don't judge you. Ash said earnestly and with great concern. I don't, said Tessa. Truly I do not.
Ah. Once again she smiled brightly, almost brilliantly, as if this was a reason to be supremely happy. She looked at Michael suddenly, and then at the shadowy figure of Rowan near the stairway. Her expression was eager and loving. I'm saved from these horrors here, she said. I'm loved in chastity by Stuart. This is my refuge. She stretched out her hand to Ash. Won't you stay with me? Talk to me. She tugged him towards the center of the room. Won't you dance with me? I hear music when I look into your eyes. She drew Ash closer. She said with deep, true feeling, I'm so glad you've come. Only now did she look at Gordon, who had slipped away, forehead furrowed, fingers still pressed to his lips, stepping backwards and finding a heavy old wooden chair. He sank down on it and rested his head against the hard planks that made up the back of it, and turned wearily to the side. The spirit had gone out of him. It seemed his very life was leaving him. Dance with me, said Tessa. All of you, don't you want to dance? She flung out her arms and threw back her head and shook out her hair, which did indeed look like the lifeless white hair of the very, very old. She turned round and round until her long, full violet skirt swung out around her, making a bell, and she was dancing on tiptoe with small slippered feet. Michael couldn't take his eyes off her, off the subtle swaying movements with which she made a great circle, leading with her right foot and then bringing the other close to it, as though it were a ritual dance. As for Gordon, it was too painful even to look at him, and this disappointment seemed far more important to him than his life. Indeed, it was as if the fatal blow had already been struck. Ash, too, stared rapt at Tessa, touched, perhaps, worried, certainly, and maybe even miserable. You lie, Stuart said, but it was a desperate, broken murmur. You're telling a terrible and abominable lie. Ash didn't bother to answer him. He smiled and nodded at Tessa. Stuart, my music. Please, play my music. Play my music for Ash. She gave Ash a great bow and another smile, and he too bowed and reached out to take her hand. The figure in the chair was incapable of movement, and once again, in a murmur, he said, It's not true. But he didn't believe his own denial. Tessa had begun to hum a song, turning again in a circle. Play the music, Stuart. Play it. I'll play it for you, said Michael in a low voice. He turned, looking for some possible source, hoping against hope it wasn't an instrument, a harp, a fiddle, something that required a player, because if it was, then he could not rise to the moment. He felt heartbroken himself, impossibly sad, unable to enjoy the great relief he ought to have been feeling. And for one moment his eyes moved over Rowan, and she too seemed lost in sadness, veiled in it, her hands clasped, her body very upright against the stair railing, her eyes following the dancing figure who had begun to hum a distinct melody, something that Michael knew and loved. Michael discovered the machines, modern stereo components designed to look almost mystically technical, with hundreds of tiny digital screens and buttons and wires snaking in all directions, with speakers hung at random intervals along the walls. He bent down, tried to read the name of the tape inside the player. It's what she wants, said Stuart, staring still at the woman. Just start it. She plays it all the time. It is her music. Dance with us, said Tessa. Don't you want to dance with us? She moved towards Ash, and this time he could not resist. He caught her hands and then embraced her as a man might embrace a woman for a waltz, in the modern, intimate position. Michael pressed the button. The music began low. The throb of bass strings plucked slowly, flowing out of the many speakers. Then came trumpets, smooth and lustrous over the shimmering tones of a harpsichord, descending in the same melodic line of notes, and now taking the lead, so that the strings followed. At once Ash guided his partner into wide, graceful steps and a gentle circle. This was Pachelbel's canon. Michael knew it at once, played as he'd never heard it, in a masterly rendition, with the full brass perhaps intended by the composer. Had there ever been a more plaintive piece of music? Anything more frankly abandoned to romance? The music swelled, transcending the constraints of the Baroque. Trumpets, strings, harpsichord, now singing their overlapping melodies with a heart-rending richness, so that the music seemed both timeless and utterly from the heart. It swept the couple along, their heads bending gently, their wide steps graceful and slow and in perfect time with the instruments. Ash was smiling now, as fully and completely as Tessa, and as the pace quickened, as the trumpets began to delicately trill the notes, with perfect control, as all voices blended magnificently in the most jubilant moments of the composition, faster and faster they danced. Ash swinging Tessa along almost playfully into bolder and bolder circles. The skirts flared freely, her small feet turned with perfect grace, heels clicking faintly on the wood, her smile ever more radiant. Another sound was now blended into the dance, for the canon, when played like this, was surely a dance, and slowly Michael realized it was the sound of Ash singing. There were no words, only a lovely open-mouthed humming, to which Tessa quickly added her own, and their faultless voices rose above the dark, lustrous trumpet, effortlessly traveling the crescendos, and now, as they turned faster, their backs very straight, they almost laughed in what seemed pure bliss. Rowan's eyes had filled with tears as she watched them, the tall, regal man, and the lithesome, graceful fairy queen. And so had the eyes of the old man, who clung to the arm of his chair as if he were very close to the limit of his resources. Yuri seemed torn inside, as if he would lose control finally, but he remained motionless, leaning against the wall, merely watching. Ash's eyes were now playful, yet adoring, as he rocked his head and swayed more freely and moved even more quickly. On and on they danced, spinning along the edge of the pool of light, into shadow and out of it, serenading one another, Tessa's face as ecstatic as that of a little girl whose greatest wish has been granted her. It seemed to Michael that they should withdraw, Rowan, Yuri, and he, and leave them to their poignant and gentle union. Perhaps it was the only embrace they'd ever really know with each other, and they seemed now to have forgotten their watchers and whatever lay ahead of them. But he couldn't go. No one moved to go, and on the dance went, until the rhythm slowed, until the instruments played more softly, warning that they would soon take their leave, and the overlapping lines of the canon blending in one last full-throated voice, and then slacking, drawing away, the trumpet giving forth a final mournful note, and then silence. The couple stopped in the very center of the floor, the light spilling down over their faces and their shimmering hair. Michael rested against the stones, unable to move, only watching them. Music like that would hurt you. It gave you back your disappointment and your emptiness. It said, life can be this. Remember this. Silence. Ash lifted the hands of the fairy queen, looking at them carefully as he did so. Then he kissed her upturned palms, and he let her go. And she stood staring at him, as if in love, perhaps not with him, perhaps with the music and the dance and the light, with everything. He led her back to her loom, gently urging her to sit again on her stool, and then he turned her head so that her eyes fell on her old past, and as she peered at the tapestry, she seemed to forget that he was there. Her fingers reached for the thread and began immediately to work. Ash drew back, careful not to make a sound, and then he turned and looked at Stuart Gordon. No plea or protest came from the old man, fallen to one side in the chair, his eyes moving without urgency from Ash to Tessa and then to Ash again. The awful moment had come, perhaps. Michael didn't know, but surely some story, some long explanation, some desperate narrative would forestall it. Gordon had to try. Somebody had to try. Something had to happen to save this miserable human being, simply because he was that. Something had to prevent his imminent execution. "I want the names of the others," said Ash in the usual mild fashion. "I want to know who your cohorts were, both within and outside the order." Stuart took his time in answering. He didn't move or look away from Ash. "No," he said finally. "Those names I will never give you." It sounded as final as anything Michael had ever heard, and the man, in his pain, seemed beyond any form of persuasion. Ash began to walk calmly toward Gordon. "Wait," said Michael. "Please, Ash, wait." Ash stopped, politely looking to Michael. "What is it, Michael?" he asked, as if he could not possibly presume to know. "Let him tell us what he knows," Michael said. "Let him give us his story." 17. Everything was changed. Everything was easier. She lay in Morrigan's arms, and Morrigan lay in hers, and it was evening when she opened her eyes. What a great dream that had been. It was as if Gifford and Alicia and Ancient Evelyn had been with her, and there was no death and no suffering, and they had been together, dancing even, yes, dancing in a circle. She felt so good. Let it fade. The feeling remained with her. The sky was Michael's violet. And there was Mary Jane standing over her, looking so goddamn cute with her flaxen yellow hair. "You're Alice in Wonderland," said Mona. "That's who you are. I should nickname you Alice." "Going to be perfect, I promise you." "I cooked the supper," said Mary Jane. "I told Eugenia to take the night off. Hope you don't mind. When I saw that pantry, I went crazy." "Course I don't mind," said Mona. "Help me up. You're a real cousin." She jumped up refreshed, feeling so light and free, like the baby tumbling inside, the baby with its long red hair, swishing in the fluid, like a teeny rubbery doll with the teentiest little knobby knees. "I cooked yams, rice, and baked oysters and cheese, and broiled chicken with butter and tarragon." "Wherever did you learn to cook like that?" asked Mona. Then she stopped and threw her arms around Mary Jane. "There's nobody like us, is there? I mean, you know your blood, don't you?" Mary Jane beamed at her. "Yeah, it's just wonderful. I love you, Mona Mayfair." "Oh, I'm so glad to hear it," said Mona. They had reached the kitchen doors, and Mona peered inside. "God, you did cook a big supper." "You better believe it," said Mary Jane proudly, again displaying her perfect white teeth. "I could cook when I was 6 years old. My mama was living with this chef then, you know, and then later on I worked in a fancy restaurant in Jackson, Mississippi. Jackson's the capital, remember? This is a place where the senators ate. And I told them, you want me to work here, then you let me watch when the cook's doing things. You let me learn what I can." What do you want to drink? Milk. I'm starving for it, said Mona. Don't run inside yet. Look, it's the magic time of twilight. This is Michael's favorite time. If only she could remember in the dream who had been with her. Only the feeling of love lingered, utterly comforting love. For a moment she worried fiercely for Rowan and Michael. How would they ever solve the mystery of who killed Aaron? But together they could probably defeat anybody, that is, if they really cooperated. And Yuri, well, Yuri's destiny had never been meant to involve itself with hers. Everybody would understand when the time came. The flowers had begun to glow. It was as if the garden were singing. She slumped against the doorframe, humming with the flowers, humming as if the song were being made known to her by some remote part of her memory where beautiful and delicate things were never forgotten, but only securely stored. She could smell some perfume in the air. Ah, it was the sweet olive tree. Honey, let's eat now, said Mary Jane. Very well, very well. Mona sighed, threw up her arms, and said farewell to the night, and then went inside. She drifted into the kitchen as if in a delicious trance, and sat down at the lavish table that Mary Jane had set for them. She'd taken out the Royal Antoinette china, the most delicate pattern of all, with fluted and gilded edges to the plates and saucers. Clever girl. Such a wonderful clever girl. How unboring of her to have found the very best china by instinct. This cousin opened up a whole vista of possibilities. But how adventuresome was she really? And how naive of Ryan to have dropped her off here and left the two of them alone. I never saw china like that, Mary Jane was saying, bubbling away. It's just like it's made of stiff starch cloth. How do they do it? Mary Jane had just come back with a carton of milk and a box of powdered chocolate. Don't put that poison in the milk, please, said Mona, as she snatched the carton, tore it open, and filled her glass. I mean, how can they make china that's not flat? I don't get it, unless the china's soft like dough before they bake it. But even then, I haven't the faintest idea, said Mona. But I have always adored this pattern. It doesn't look good in the dining room. It's overshadowed by the murals, but looked absolutely splendid on this kitchen table, and how smart of you to have found the Battenberg lace table mats. I'm starving again, and we just had lunch. This is glorious. Let's pig out now. We didn't just have lunch, and you didn't eat a thing, said Mary Jane. I was scared to death you might mind me touching these things, but then I thought if Mona Mayfair minds, I'll just flat-bang put them all away like I found them. My darling, the house is ours for now, said Mona triumphantly. God, the milk was good. She'd splashed it on the table, but it was so good, so good, so good. Drink more of it. I'm drinking it, she said. You're telling me, said Mary Jane, sitting down beside her. All the serving bowls were full of delectable and scrumptious things. Mona heaped the steaming rice on her plate. Forget the gravy. This was wonderful. She began to eat it, not waiting for Mary Jane to serve herself, who was too busy dropping spoon after spoon of dirty chocolate powder into her own milk. Hope you don't mind. I just love chocolate. I can't live for too long without chocolate. There was a time when I made chocolate sandwiches, you know. You know how to do that? You slap a couple Hershey balls between white bread, and you put sliced bananas and sugar, too, and I'm telling you, that's delicious. Oh, I understand. You might feel the same way if I wasn't pregnant. I once devoured an entire box of chocolate-covered cherries. Mona ate one big forkful of the rice after another. No chocolate could equal this. The chocolate-covered cherries had faded to an idea. And now the funniest thing. The white bread. It looked good, too. You know, I think I need complex carbohydrates, she said. That's what my baby is telling me. Laughing? Or was it singing? No problem. This was all so simple, so natural. She felt in harmony with the whole world, and it wouldn't be difficult to bring Michael and Rowan in harmony also. She sat back. A vision had taken hold of her, a vision of the sky speckled with all the visible stars. The sky was arched overhead, black and pure and cold, and people were singing, and the stars were magnificent, simply magnificent. "What's that song you're humming?" asked Mary Jane. "Shh. Hear that?" Ryan had just come in. She could hear his voice in the dining room. He was talking to Eugenia. How marvelous to see Ryan. But he sure as hell wasn't taking Mary Jane out of here. As soon as he stepped in the kitchen, Mona felt so sorry for him with his tired expression. He was still wearing his somber funeral suit. Ought to wear seersucker the way the other men did this time of year. She loved the men in their seersucker suits in summer, and she loved the old ones who still wore the straw hats. "Ryan, come join us," she said, chewing another huge mouthful of rice. "Mary Jane's cooked a feast." "Just you sit right down here," said Mary Jane, hopping to her feet, "and I'll serve your plate, Cousin Ryan." "No, I can't, dear," he said, being punctiliously polite to Mary Jane because she was the country cousin. "I'm rushing, but thank you." "Ryan is always rushing," said Mona. "Ryan, before you go, take a little walk outside. It's simply beautiful. Look at the sky, listen to the birds, and if you haven't smelled the sweet olives, it's time to do it now." "Mona, you're stuffing yourself with that rice. Is this going to be that kind of pregnancy?" She tried not to go into spasms of laughter. "Ryan, sit down. Have a glass of wine," she said. "Where's Eugenia? Eugenia! Don't we have some wine?" "I don't care for any wine, Mona, thank you." He made a dismissing gesture to Eugenia, who appeared for one moment in the lighted door, gnarled, angry, disapproving, and then slipped away. Ryan looked so handsome, in spite of his obvious crossness, a man who'd been polished all over with a big rag. She started to laugh again. Time for a gulp of milk. No, drink the whole glass. Rice and milk. No wonder people from Texas ate these two things together. "Cousin Ryan, won't take a second," said Mary Jane. "Just you let me fill you a plate." "No, Mary Jane, thank you. Mona, there's something I have to tell you." "Right now, during dinner? Oh, well, shoot. How bad can it be?" Mona poured some more milk from the carton, slopping a bit on the glass table. "After everything that's already happened? You know the problem with this family is entrenched conservatism. I wonder if that is redundant. What do you think?" "Miss Piggy," said Ryan dourly, "I am talking to you." Mona went into hysterics. So did Mary Jane. "I think I got a job as a cook," said Mary Jane, "and all I did to that rice was throw in some butter and garlic." "It's the butter," declared Mona, pointing at Mary Jane. "Where's the butter? That's the secret. Slop butter on everything." She picked up a slice of ordinarily pukey white bread and carved out a glomp of oozy, warm butter from the print slowly melting on the saucer. Ryan was looking at his watch, the infallible signal that he would remain in this spot no more than 4 more minutes. And God bless us all, he had not said one word about taking Mary Jane away. "What is it, big boy?" asked Mona. "Hit me with it. I can take it." "I don't know if you can," he said in a low voice. That sent her into another reel of laughter. Or maybe it was the blank expression on Ryan's face. Mary Jane couldn't stop giggling. She stood beside Ryan with her hand over her mouth. "Mona, I'm off," he said, "but there are several boxes of papers up in the master bedroom. These are things that Rowan wanted, writings that came out of her last room in Houston. He gave a pointed look to Mary Jane, as if to say, she is not to know about all that.
Oh, yeah, writings, said Mona. I heard you talking about it last night. You know, I heard a funny story, Ryan, that when Daphne du Maurier, you know who she was?
Yes, Mona.
Well, when she was writing Rebecca, it began as an experiment to see how long she could go on without naming her first-person narrator. Michael told me this. It's true. And you know, by the end of the book, the experiment didn't matter.
But you never do know the name of Maxim de Winthrow's second wife in that novel, or in the movie. Did you see the movie? What's the point?
Well, you're like that yourself, Ryan. You're going to go to the grave without ever saying Lasha's name.
Again she broke into laughter. Mary Jane laughed and laughed as though she knew everything. There is nothing funnier than someone laughing at a joke, except for someone who does not even crack a smile and stares at you with a face full of outrage. Don't touch the boxes, said Ryan solemnly. They belong to Rowan. There is something I must tell you about Michael. Something I found in a genealogy in those papers. Mary Jane, please do sit down and eat your supper. Mary Jane sat down.
Right. Genealogies,
said Mona.
Wow.
Maybe Lasha knew things we didn't know. Mary Jane, genealogy is not a special interest with this family. It's a full-time obsession.
Ryan, your 4 minutes are nearly up.
What 4 minutes? He was laughing again. He had to leave. She was going to get sick laughing like this.
I know what you're going to say,
said Mary Jane, who jumped up again out of her chair, as though for truly serious conversations she had to be standing.
You're going to say Michael Curry is a Mayfair. I told you.
All the vitality drained out of Ryan's face. Mona drank down the 4th glass of milk. She had finished her rice, and lifting a serving bowl, she tipped it and let a new little mound of soft, steaming rice grains fall on her plate. Ryan, stop staring at me, she said. What is it about Michael? Is Mary Jane right? Mary Jane said Michael was a Mayfair the first time she met him.
He is,
declared Mary Jane.
I saw the resemblance right away, and you know who
He looks like? He looks like that opera singer. What opera singer? Asked Ryan. Yeah, what opera singer?
Harold McNamara, the one that Beatrice had pictures of, you know? Those engravings on her wall? Julien's father? Well, Ryan, he must be your great-grandfather. I saw a passel of cousins at the genealogical laboratory looked like that. Irish as can be. You never noticed? Of course you didn't, but then y'all have got Irish blood, French blood,
and Dutch blood, said Ryan in a terse, uncomfortable little voice. He looked at Mona and then back at Mary Jane. I have to go. Wait a second. Is that it? Mona demanded. She gulped down her mouthful of rice, took another drink of milk. Is that what you were going to tell me? Michael is a Mayfair? There is a mention, Ryan said, in those papers that apparently pertains to Michael explicitly. God damn, you don't mean it, said Mona.
You all are so divinely inbred, said Mary Jane. It's like royalty. And here sits the Tsarina herself.
I'm afraid you're right, said Ryan. Mona, have you taken any medicine? Certainly not. Would I do that to my daughter? Well, I have no choice but to go, he said. Do try to behave yourself. Remember, the house is surrounded by guards. I don't want you going out, and please don't devil your junior. Shut, said Mona. Don't leave. You're the life of the party. What do you mean, devil you junior? When you've returned to your senses, said Ryan, would you please call me? And what if this child is a boy? Certainly you aren't going to risk his life with one of those tests to determine gender. He's not a boy, silly, said Mona. She's a girl, and I've already named her Morgan. I'll call you
Okay? Okay. And away he went, hurrying in his own special quiet way of hurrying, kind of like the way nuns hurry, or doctors, with a minimum of sound and fuss. "Don't touch those papers," he called out from the butler's pantry. Mona relaxed, took a deep breath. That was the last adult scheduled to be looking in on them, as far as she knew. And what was this about Michael? God, you think it's true? Hey, Mary Jane, when we're finished, let's go up and look at those papers. Oh, Mona, I don't know. He just said those were Rowan's papers. Didn't he just say that? Don't touch those papers. Mona, have some cream gravy. Don't you want the chicken? That's the best chicken I ever fixed. Cream gravy? You didn't say it was cream gravy. Morgan doesn't want meat, doesn't like meat. Look, I have a right to look at those papers. If he wrote things, if he left anything in writing. Who's he? Lasher, you know who he is. Don't tell me your granny didn't tell you. She told me, all right. You believe in him? Believe in him, doll-face. He almost attacked me. I almost became a statistic like my mother and Aunt Gifford and all those other poor dead Mayfair women. Of course I believe in him. Why, he... She caught herself pointing to the garden in the direction of the trees. No, don't tell her that. She'd sworn to Michael. Never tell anyone. Buried out there. And the other one, the innocent one, Emma, the one that had to die, though she'd never done anything to anyone ever. Not you, Morgan. Don't you worry, baby girl. Long story. No time for it, she said to Mary Jane. I know who Lasher is, said Mary Jane. I know what happened. Granny told me. The others didn't come right out and say he was killing the women. They just said Granny and I had to come to New Orleans and stay with everybody else. Well, you know, we didn't do it and nothing happened to us. She shrugged and shook her head. That could have been a terrible mistake, said Mona. The cream gravy tasted wonderful with the rice. Why all this white food, Morgan? The trees were filled with apples, and their meat was white, and the tubers and roots we pulled from the earth were white, and it was paradise. Oh, but look at the stars. Was the unspoiled world really unspoiled? Or were the everyday menaces of nature so terrible that everything was just as ruined then as it was now? If you live in fear, what does it matter? What's the matter, Mona? Said Mary Jane. Hey, snap out of it. Oh, nothing, actually, said Mona. I just had a flash of the dream I had out there in the garden. I was having a hell of a conversation with somebody. You know, Mary Jane, people have to be educated to understand one another. Like right now, you and I, we are educating each other to understand each other. You get what I mean? Oh, yeah, exactly. And then you can pick up your phone and call me down at Fontvaux and say, Mary Jane, I need you. And I'd just leap up and get in the pickup and take off and be at your side. Yes, that's it, exactly. You know, I really, really meant it. You'd know all kinds of things about me, and I'd know all kinds of things about you. It was the happiest dream I ever had. It was such a happy dream. We were all dancing. A bonfire that big would normally scare me, but in the dream I was free, just perfectly free. I didn't care about anything. We need another apple. The invaders didn't invent death. That's a preposterous notion, but one can see why everybody thought that they had. Well, sort of everything depends on perspective. And if you have no sure concept of time, if you don't see the basic relevance of time, and of course hunter-gatherer people did, and so did agricultural people, but perhaps those in tropical paradises don't ever develop that kind of relationship because for them there are no cycles. The needle's stuck on heaven, you know what I mean? What are you talking about? Well, pay attention, Mary Jane, and you'll know. It was that way in the dream. The invaders had invented death. No, I see now. What they had invented was killing. That's a different thing. There's a bowl full of apples over there. You want me to get you an apple? Right, later. I want to go upstairs to Rowan's room. Well, let me finish my meal, pleaded Mary Jane. Don't go without me. Matter of fact, I don't know if we have any right to go up there at all. Rowan won't mind. Michael might mind. But, you know, said Mona, imitating Mary Jane, it doesn't matter. Mary Jane nearly fell out of the chair, laughing. You are the worst child, she said. Come on, chicken's always better cold anyway. And the meat from the sea was white, the meat of the shrimps and the fishes, and of the oysters and the mussels, pure white. The eggs of gulls were beautiful because they were all white outside, and when you broke them open, one great golden eye stared at you, floating in the clearest fluid. Mona! She stood still in the door to the butler's pantry. She closed her eyes. She felt Mary Jane grip her hand. No, she said with a sigh. It's gone again. Her hand moved to her belly. She spread her fingers out over the rounded swelling, feeling the tiny movements within. Beautiful margins, hair as red as my hair. Is your hair so very red, Mama? Can't you see me? In Mary Jane's eyes I see you. Hey, Mona, I'm going to get you a chair. No, I'm okay. She opened her eyes. A lovely surge of energy shot through her. She stretched out her arms and ran through the pantry and the dining room and down the long hall and then up the stairway. Come on, let's go, she was shouting. It felt so good to run. That's one of the things she missed from childhood, and she hadn't even known it. Just running all the way down St. Charles Avenue as fast as she could with her arms out, running upstairs 2 at a time, running around the block just to see if you could do it without stopping, without fainting, without having to throw up. Mary Jane came pounding after her. The door to the bedroom was closed. Good old Ryan probably locked it. But no. When she opened it, the room was dark. She found the light switch, and the overhead chandelier went on, pouring a bright light over the smooth bed, the dressing table, the boxes. What's that smell? Asked Mary Jane. You smell it, don't you? Sure do. It's Lasher's smell, she whispered. You know? Yes, said Mona. There was the pile of brown cardboard boxes. What's it like to you, the smell? It's good. Kind of makes you want butterscotch or chocolate or cinnamon or something like that. Oof! Where's it coming from? But you know what? What? Asked Mona, circling the pile of boxes. People have died in this room. No kidding. Mary Jane, anybody could have told you that. What do you mean? About Mary Beth Mayfair and Deirdre and all that. I heard all that when Rowan was sick in here, and Beatrice called down to get Granny and me to come to New Orleans. Granny told me. But somebody else died in here. Somebody that smelled sort of like him. You smell it? You smell the 3 smells? The one smell is the smell of him. The other smell is the smell of the other one. And the 3rd smell is the smell of death itself. Mona stood very still, trying to catch it. But for her, the fragrances must have been mingled. With a sharp, nearly exquisite pain, she thought of what Michael had described to her. The thin girl that was not a girl, not human. Emileth. The bullets exploded in her ears. She covered them. What's the matter, Mona Mayfair? Oh, God, where did it happen? Mona asked, still holding tight to her ears and squinting her eyes shut and then opening them only to look at Mary Jane, standing against the lamp,
a shadowy figure, her eyes big and brilliantly blue. Mary Jane looked around, mostly with her eyes, though she did turn her head a little, and then she began to walk along the bed. Her head looked very round and small beneath her soft, flattened hair. She moved to the far side of the bed and stopped. Her voice was very deep when she spoke. Right here. Somebody died right here. Somebody who smelled like him, but wasn't him. There was a scream in Mona's ears, so loud, so violent, it was 10 times as terrible as the imagined gunshot. She clutched her belly. Stop it, Morgan, stop it, I promise you. Goodness, Mona, are you going to be sick? No, absolutely not. Mona shuddered all over. She began to hum a little song, not even asking herself what it was, just something pretty, something perhaps that she made up. She turned and looked at the heap of irresistible boxes. It's on the boxes, too, said Mona. Do you smell it real strong here? From him. You know, I have never gotten another single member of this family to admit that they could smell that smell. Well, it's just all over the place, said Mary Jane. She stood at Mona's side, annoyingly taller, and with more pointed breasts. It's more all over these boxes, too, you're right. But look, all these boxes are taped up. Yes, and marked in neat black felt tip pen by Ryan. And this one, conveniently enough, says Writings, Anonymous. She gave a soft laugh, nothing as giddy as before. Poor Ryan. Writings Anonymous. Sounds like a psychology support group for books who don't know their authors. Mary Jane laughed. Mona was delighted and broke into giggles. She went round the boxes and eased down on her knees, careful not to shake the baby. The baby was still crying. The baby was flip-flopping like crazy. It was the smell, wasn't it? As much as all the foolish talk and imagining and picturing. She hummed to the baby, then sang softly. Bring flowers of the fairest, bring flowers of the rarest, from garden and woodland and hillside and dale. It was the gayest, sweetest hymn she knew, one that Gifford had taught her to sing, the hymn from the Maytime. Our full hearts are swelling, our glad voices telling the tale of the loveliest rose of the day. Why, Mona Mayfair, you've got a voice. Every Mayfair has a voice, Mary Jane, but really I haven't, not like my mother did or Gifford. You should have heard them. They were real sopranos. My voice is low. She hums the tune now without the words, picturing the forest and the green land and flowers. Oh, Mary, we crown thee with blossoms today, Queen of the angels, Queen of the May. Oh, Mary, we crown thee with blossoms today. She rocked on her knees, her hand on her belly, the baby rocking gently with the music. Her red hair all around her now, looking magnificent in the water of the womb, as if it were orange ink dropped into water, billowing out, that weightless, that translucent, that beautiful. That tiny feet and tiny fingers. What color are your eyes, Morrigan? I can't see my eyes, Mama. I can see only what you see, Mama. Hey, wake up. I'm scared you're going to fall. Oh, yes. I'm glad you called me back, Mary Jane. You did right to call me back. But I pray to heaven and the Blessed Mary ever Virgin that this baby has green eyes like mine. What do you think? Couldn't be a better color, Mary Jane declared. Mona laid her hands on the cardboard box in front of her. This was the right one. It reeked of him. Had he written these sheets in his own blood? And to think his body was down there. I ought to dig up that body. I mean, everything is changed now. Rowan and Michael are going to have to accept that. Either that or I'm simply not going to tell them. I mean, this is an entirely new development, and this one concerns me.
What bodies are we going to dig up? Asked Mary Jane with a puckered frown. Oh, stop reading my mind. Don't be a Mayfair bitch. Be a Mayfair witch. Help me with this box. Mona ripped at the tape with her fingernails and pried back the cardboard. Mona, I don't know. This is somebody else's stuff. Yes, said Mona. This somebody else is part of my heritage. This somebody else has her own branch on this tree, and up through the tree from its roots runs this potent fluid, our lifeblood. And he was Harvey. He lived in it, you might say. Yes, ancient and long-lived and forever, sort of like trees. Mary Jane, you know trees are the longest-lived things on earth? Yeah, I know that, she said. There are trees down near Front Row that are so big. I mean, there's cypress trees down there with knees sticking up out of the water, said Mona. He had pushed back all the brown wrapping. This thing was packed like it had to carry the Marie Antoinette china all the way to Iceland. And she saw the first page of a loose sack covered in a thin plastic and bound with a thick rubber band. Scrawl, all right. Spidery scrawl, with great long L's and C's and Y's, and little vowels that were in some cases no more than dots. But she could read it. She made her hand a claw and tore the plastic. Mona Mayfair? Gosh, girl, said Mona. There's a purpose to what I do. Will you be my ally and confidant, or do you wish right now to abandon me? The cable TV in this house gets every channel. You can go to your room and watch TV if you don't want to be with me. Or take a swim outside, or pick flowers, or dig for bodies under the tree. I want to be your ally and confidant. Put your hand on this then, country cousin. You feel anything? Ooh. He wrote it. You are looking at the writing of a certified non-human. Behold. Mary Jane was kneeling beside her. She had her fingertips on the page. Her shoulders were hunched, her flaxen hair hanging down on both sides of her face, spectacular as a wig. Her white eyebrows caught the light against her bronzed forehead, and you could practically see every hair. What was she thinking, feeling, seeing? What was the meaning of the look in her eyes? This kid is not stupid, I'll say that for her. She's not stupid. Trouble is, I'm so sleepy, Mona said suddenly, realizing it as soon as she said it. She put her hand to her forehead. I wonder if Ophelia went to sleep before she drowned. Ophelia? You mean Hamlet's Ophelia? Oh, you know what I mean, she said. That's just great. You know, Mary Jane, I just love you. She looked at Mary Jane. Yes, this was the ultimate cousin. The cousin who could be a great friend. The cousin who could know everything that Mona knew. And nobody, really. Nobody knew everything that Mona knew. But I'm drowsy. She let herself fall gently to the floor, stretching out her legs and then her arms, until she lay flat, looking up at the bright, pretty chandelier. Mary Jane, would you go through that box? If I know Cousin Ryan, and I do, the genealogy is marked. Yeah, said Mary Jane. How refreshing that she had stopped arguing. No, I'm not arguing. I figure we've gone this far, and seeing this is the writing of a certified non-human being, being we've gone this far, well, the point is I can put it all back when we're through. Precisely, said Mona, laying her cheek against the cool floor. The smell was very strong in the floorboards. And being, she said, imitating Mary Jane, but without malice. No malice whatsoever. And being that knowledge is precious, one has to get it where one can. Wow, the most incredible thing had happened. She'd closed her eyes, and the hymn was singing itself.
All she had to do was listen. She wasn't pushing these words out, these notes. It was just unfolding, like she was in one of those brain experiments where they zap part of your brain with an electrode and wham, you see visions, or you smell the creek on the hill behind your house when you were a little kid. That's what both of us have to realize, that witchcraft is an immense science, she said drowsily, talking easily over the pretty hymn, since it sang itself now. That it is alchemy and chemistry and brain science, and that those things collected make up magic. Pure, lovely magic. We haven't lost our magic in the age of science. We have discovered a whole new bunch of secrets. We're going to win. Win? Oh, Mary, we crown me with blossoms today. Queen of the angels, Queen of the May. Oh, Mary, we crown thee. Are you reading the pages, Mary Jane? Well, hey, looky. He has a whole folder here of Xerox copies. Inventory in progress. Relevant pages. Incomplete genealogy. Mona rolled over on her back again. For a moment, she didn't know where they were. Rowan's room. There were tiny prisms in the crystal baubles above. The chandelier that Mary Beth had hung there, the one from France. Or had it been Julien? Julien, where are you? Julien, how did you let this happen to me? But the ghosts don't answer unless they want to, unless they have a reason of their own. Well, I'm reading this here incomplete genealogy. You got it? Yeah, the original and the Xerox. Everything here is in duplicate, original and Xerox. Little packets like, what he's got circled here is Michael Curry, all right. And then all this stuff about Julien sleeping with some Irish girl, and that girl giving up her baby to Margaret's orphanage and then becoming a Sister of Mercy, Sister Bridget Marie, and baby girl, the one in the orphanage, marrying a fireman named Curry, and him having a son, and then him something. Michael, right here. Mona laughed and laughed. Oncle Julien was a lion, she said. You know what male lions do when they come to a new pride? They kill all the young, so that the females go into heat at once, and then they sire as many young as they can. It's the survival of the genes. Oncle Julien knew. He was just improving the population. Yeah, well, from what I heard, he was pretty picky about who got to survive. Granny told me he shot our great-great-great-grandfather. I'm not sure that's the right number of great. What else do all those papers say? Well, Sugar Plum, to tell you the truth, I couldn't have made this out if somebody hadn't marked it. There's just all kinds of things here. You know what this is like? It's like the writing that people do when they're high on drugs and they think they're being brilliant, and the next day, lo and behold, they look at the tablets and see they've written little bitty jagged lines, like the lines, you know, that make up an electrocardiogram. Don't tell me you've been a nurse. Yeah, for a while, but that was at this crazy commune where they made us all take an enema every day to get rid of the impurities in our system. Mona started to laugh again. A lovely, sleepy laugh. I don't think a commune of the 12 apostles could have made me do that, she said. This chandelier was damned near spectacular. That she had lived this long without lying on the floor and looking up at one of these things was just inexcusable. The hymn was still going on, only this time, miracle of miracles, it was being played on some instrument, like a harp perhaps, and each note merged with the next note. She could almost not feel the floor under her when she concentrated on the music and on the lights above. You didn't stay in that commune, did you? She asked drowsily. That sounds horrible. Sure didn't.
I made my mother leave. I said, "Looky, you leave with me or I cut out of here on my own." And as I was about 12 years old at the time, she wasn't about to let that happen. Looky, here's Michael Kerr's name again. He drew a circle around it. Lassiter or Ryan? You got me. This is the Xerox, I can't tell. No, I see, the circle's drawn on the Xerox. Must have been Ryan. And this says something about Warloga. Well, you know, that probably means warlock. Right you are, said Mona. That's old English. I have at one time or another looked up the derivation of every single word that pertains to witches and witchcraft. Yeah, so have I. Warlock, right you are. Or it means, don't tell me, it means somebody who knows the truth all the time, right? And to think it was Uncle Julian who wanted me to do this. That's the puzzle. But then a ghost knows his own business, and Uncle Julian maybe didn't know. The dead don't know everything. The evil people do, whether they're dead or alive, or at least they know enough to tangle us up in such a web we can never escape. But Julian didn't know that Michael was his descendant. I know he didn't. He wouldn't have told me to come. To come where, Mona? To this house on Mardi Gras night, to sleep with Michael, to make this baby that only Michael and I could have made. Or maybe you too could have made it with Michael, perhaps, because you can smell that smell coming up out of these boxes. That smell of him? Yeah, maybe I could, Mona. You never know. Right, Steve, you never know. But I got him first. I got Michael while the door was open before Rowan came home. Just slipped through the cracks and wham! This baby, this marvelous little baby. Mona turned over and lifted her head, resting her chin on her hands, elbows on the carpet. Mary Jane, you have to know everything. Yeah, I do, said Mary Jane. I want to. I'm kind of worried about you. Me? Don't worry, I couldn't be better. I'm thirsty for some more milk, but otherwise I'm fine. Look, I can still lie on my belly. Well, actually, no. She sat up. That wasn't so comfortable. Guess I have to kiss that goodbye for a while, you know, sleeping on your stomach. Mary Jane's brows had gone together in a very serious expression. You look so sweet. No wonder men were so damned patronizing to women. Did Mona look cute this way? She, said Mona in a hissing whisper, and she made her fingers flutter beside her hair. Mary Jane laughed. Yeah, little witches, she said. So it was the ghost of Uncle Julien told you to come up here and sleep with Michael, and Rowan was nowhere around. Exactly, nowhere around. And Uncle Julien had more than a heavy hand in it, I tell you. The thing is, I fear he has gone to heaven and left us to our own devices. But then that is fine. I wouldn't want to have to explain this to him. Why wouldn't you? It's a new phase, Mary Jane. You might say it's witchcraft in our generation. It's got nothing to do with Julien or Michael or Rowan in the way that they would have solved things. It's something else altogether. Yeah, I see. You do, don't you? Yep. You're really sleepy. I'm going to go get you some milk. Oh, that would be divine.
You just lie down and go on to sleep, darling. Your eyes look really bad. Can you see me at all?
Sure I can. But you're right. I'm just going to sleep right here. And Mary Jane, take advantage of the situation. Oh, you're too young for that, Mona. No, silly, I didn't mean that, said Mona, laughing. Besides, if I'm not too young for men, I'm not too young for girls either. As a matter of fact, I'm serious about doing it with a girl. Or woman, perhaps. A beautiful woman like Rowan. But what I meant was, the boxes are open. Take advantage of that fact and read what you can out of them. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I can't really read his handwriting, but I can read hers, and she's got stuff here. Yeah, read it. If you're going to help me, you have to read it. And down in the library, Mary Jane, the file on the Mayfair Witches. I know you said you read it, but did you really read it? You know, Mona, I'm not sure I really did. Mona turned over on her side and closed her eyes. And as for you, Morgan, let's go back, way, way back. None of this foolishness about invaders and Roman soldiers. Way back to the train and tell me how it all began. Who is the dark-haired one that everyone so loved? Good night, Mary Jane. Listen, before you fly away here, darling, who would you say is your very best trusted next of kin? Mona laughed. She almost forgot the question, then woke with a start. Ah, you are, Mary Jane. Not Rowan and Michael? Absolutely not. They must now be perceived as the enemy. There are things I have to ask Rowan. I have to know from her, but she doesn't have to know what's going on with me. I have to think out the purpose for my questions. As for Gifford and Alicia, they're dead. And Ancient Evelyn is too sick, and Ryan is too dumb. And Jen and Shelby are too innocent, and Pierce and Clancy are simply hopeless. And why ruin normal life for them? Have you ever put much of a premium on normal life? Never. I guess I'm depending upon you then, Mary Jane. Ah, now, Mary Jane. Then what you're saying is you don't want me to call Rowan or Michael in London and ask their advice? Good heavens, no. 6 circles had formed, and the dance was beginning. She didn't want to miss it. You mustn't do that, Mary Jane. You absolutely mustn't. Promise me you won't, Mary Jane. Besides, it's the middle of the night in London, and we don't know what they're doing, do we? God help them. God help yours. Mona was floating away. Ophelia, with the flowers in her hair, moving steadily downstream. The branches of the trees came down to stroke her face, to touch the water. No, she was dancing in the circle, and the dark-haired one was standing in the very center and trying to tell them that everyone was laughing and laughing. They loved him, but they knew he had a habit of going on and on with such foolish worries. Well, I am worried about you, Mona. I should tell you. Mary Jane's voice was very far away. Flowers, bouquets of flowers. That explains everything. Why I have dreamed gardens all my life and drawn pictures of gardens with crayons. Why are you always drawing gardens, Mona? Sister Louise asked me. I love gardens. And First Street garden was so ruined until they cleared it and changed it. And now, all clipped and kept, it harbors the worst secret of all. No, Mother, don't. No, the flowers, the circles. You talk. This dream was going to be as good as the last one. Mona? Let me go, Mary Jane. Mona could barely hear her. Besides, it didn't make any difference what she said. And that was a good thing, too, because this was what came out of Mary Jane's mouth, far, far away, before Mona and Morrigan began to sing. You know, Mona Mayfair, I hate to tell you this, but that baby's grown since you went to sleep out by the tree. 18. I think we should leave now, said Markland. He lay on Tommy's bed, his head resting on his clasped hands, studying over and over the knots in the wood of the bed's coffered canopy. Tommy sat at the desk, feet crossed on the black leather ottoman. This room was larger than Markland's, with a southern exposure, but he had never resented it. He had loved his own room. Well, he was ready now to get out of it. He had packed everything of importance in one suitcase.